Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Spain, Atletico Madrid Football Club. At the youth team's training ground, a group of young people in jerseys and shorts are doing warm-up exercises on the field. Among these mostly Europeans with high noses and deep eyes, there is an Asian with black hair and yellow skin who stands out. He is about 1.8 meters tall, thin, with short hair, and looks very energetic. His facial features make him look like a typical handsome Asian, a bit like the idol stars on TV. But now, after a lot of exercise, his head and face are covered with sweat, and his training suit is also wet in a large area, making him look a little embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Ran's expression suddenly became a little dazed, because a mechanically synthesized voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your diligent training has moved the heavens, and I have specially rewarded you with a Super King soccer system. This system will help you become the greatest soccer player in the world. Would you like to bind it? Lin Ran instantly became alert when he heard the voice. Of course he knew about such a high-end thing as the system. I didn't expect that I would awaken the system under such circumstances. What the hell is this Super King system? What can it do? A series of question marks appeared in my mind. Is the host bound? The system voice continued to sound, urging Lin Ran. Bind. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and ordered in his mind. As the order was issued, the synthesized voice continued to ring in Lin Ran's mind. System binding, please wait. System binding progress 10%. System binding progress 30%. System binding progress 90%. System binding progress 100%. Bind successfully. As the final binding success sounded, a transparent holographic panel appeared in front of Lin Ran. Only some of his basic information was displayed at the top of the panel. Player name, Lin Ran. Player age, 18. Player height, 181 centimeters. Player weight, 72 kilograms. Below this basic information are several foundational capabilities. Speed, 88, Strength, 65, Fitness, 72, Coordination, 58. Below are some technical capabilities. Shooting, Beginner, Heading, Beginner. Grab the spot, Primary, Card position, Entry level. Ball control, Entry level, Passing, Entry level. Breakthrough, Primary, Steal, Entry level. Defense, Entry level, Confrontation, Primary. Stopping the ball, Elementary. Comprehensive assessment, Elementary level. Looking at my own data on the panel, except for the speed which is acceptable, everything else is as bad as it can be. This made him feel discouraged. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. To celebrate the successful binding of the system to the host, we are giving the host a novice gift pack. Does the host need it? What? A newbie gift pack? I absolutely have to have it. So Lin Ran said in his mind without hesitation, need. Following Lin Ran's order, the system voice sounded again, okay, I'll give the host a novice gift pack. Please check it out. Then Lin Ran saw a red envelope-like icon appear in the middle of the system panel. He gently touched it with his finger, and the red envelope opened, revealing a card with the words Perfect Shooting Skill Card written on it. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a perfect level shooting skill card. The host can use this skill card to raise his shooting level to perfect level. Would you like to use it now? Use it. Lin Ran didn't hesitate at all. This was a perfect shot. He was going to fly. Following Lin Ran's order, the card on the panel disappeared instantly. And the ability of shooting immediately improved from the elementary level to the perfect level. Then the comprehensive evaluation item also changed from elementary level to advanced level. Then Lin Ran felt that his mind had a lot more knowledge about shooting, various foot techniques, how to use each part of the foot, how to control the strength, all kinds of knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. At the same time, he suddenly felt some changes in his feet, but he couldn't tell what the changes were. Looking at the goal not far away and the football on the ground, he suddenly felt eager to try. Feeling this change, Lin Ran was a little surprised. Is this card so awesome? In an instant, his overall rating jumped 2 levels from beginner level to advanced beginner level. This was too much. But after the surprise came a burst of ecstasy. With this plug-in, he was even more looking forward to today's tryout. At this time, the system voice continued to sound, mission, host must obtain a professional player contract within 3 days. Mission reward, a gold treasure chest. If the task is not completed, the system will reduce the host's shooting level by 1 level as a penalty. Holy crap! Here comes the task, getting the contract within 3 days. This is quite difficult, after all, I'm just a rookie. Now we can only rely on today's performance. If we can't get the contract today, it will be difficult to complete the task. Lin Ran actually traveled through time from his previous life just 2 days ago. In his previous life, he was a physical education teacher who taught football. That day, after watching the usse national football team lose 0-1 to South Vietnam, he was depressed and drank a few more glasses of wine. When he woke up, he found himself back in the summer of 2006. He had just graduated that year and was depressed because he was not selected for a professional team. In order to relax, he went to Madrid, the capital of Spain, to visit his uncle. His uncle runs a usse restaurant in Madrid and is also a football fan. When he heard about his story, he used his connections to help him contact Atletico Madrid's youth team, hoping that he could come here to try his luck. If he is lucky enough to be selected, he will be able to become a player of Atletico Madrid's youth team and play in professional games. If he develops well in the future, he may become a star. Today is the day he comes here for tryout. He clearly remembered that after the tryout in his previous life, he was directly eliminated. Now that he had his own system in this life, he wondered if there would be any changes, and Lin Ran began to look forward to it. When he was in sports school, he originally practiced sprinting, and later switched to football. He has only practiced for a few years in total, and compared with those children who have been practicing football since childhood, his footwork can be said to be quite crude. The only thing he can boast of is probably his speed. His previous fastest 100-meter record was under 11 seconds. This speed allows him to often leave others far behind on the court, but his poor footwork always holds him back. During the domestic selection, he was ultimately eliminated because of his poor footwork. The reason I came here for the tryout today was actually just to deal with my uncle. But now that I have obtained the system this time, I must take it seriously. Maybe I can realize my dream of becoming a star player. Just as he was lost in thought, a curly-haired young man beside him poked him and said, "Hey! Lin, what are you thinking about?" Lin Ran turned to look at the young man, whose name was Clara, and he was the child of his uncle's neighbor. Lin Ran got to know the other person shortly after arriving here. Clara is also a player and has been practicing football since he was a child. It was he who told Uncle Lin Ran about the tryout, which led to Lin Ran's tryout. Lin Ran smiled and said, "I'm thinking about how to play the game later." Lin Ran's Spanish was a little stiff, but still fluent. "Haha. Lin, are you nervous?" "It's okay. If we were in the same group, I would pass the ball to you," Clara said kindly. "Thank you, Clara. I will pass the ball to you too," Lin Ran said with some gratitude. "This guy is really loyal. It seems that I will have to cooperate with him more in the competition later." "You're welcome. We're friends, so we should help each other," Clara waved her hand nonchalantly. At this moment, a shrill voice suddenly came from the side, "Aha! Isn't this little Clara? What? Are you here for the tryout too?" Chapter 2. Lin Ran looked up and saw 3 young men walking towards Clara and the others. The person who spoke was a tall and strong young man who was about 1.9 meters tall. The other 2 young men beside him were also tall and strong, looking very oppressive. When Clara saw the newcomers, he looked a little uneasy. He forced a smile and said, "Fernando, you're here too. Even a loser like you who falls over at the slightest touch can come, so of course we have to come. If we don't come, Atletico Madrid will be occupied by losers like you." The young man named Fernando said arrogantly, causing the 2 young men next to him to laugh. It was obvious that he didn't take Clara in front of him seriously. Hearing Fernando calling him a waste, Clara was obviously a little angry, but when he looked at the 3 big guys in front of him who were half a head taller than him, he finally held back and didn't explode. Seeing that Clara didn't say anything, the 3 young men became even more proud and laughed as if no one was around. "Clara, who are these 3 idiots? Why are they like mad dogs?" Lin Ran, who was standing by, couldn't help but speak out when he saw his companions being ridiculed. Hearing Lin Ran's words, the 3 people who were laughing triumphantly stopped laughing at the same time and looked at Lin Ran with fierce eyes. "Asian boy, are you looking for death? Believe it or not, I will beat the shit out of you." Fernando threatened with a ferocious look on his face. "I don't believe it. If you dare to make a move, I'll let you taste the power of our usse kung fu." Lin Ran said as he made a martial arts starting stance with an expression that welcomed a fight. This really scared the other party. The reputation of usse kung fu still made the 3 big guys on the opposite side a little afraid. The men remained in a stalemate for a few seconds. A young man beside Fernando tugged at the corner of his shirt and said, "Fernando, if you fight here, you'll be kicked out. If you want to deal with that guy, you'll have to wait until the tryout is over." Hearing the young man's words, Fernando secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface he still looked reluctant. He said to Lin Ran angrily, "You're lucky, kid. You'd better pray that you don't run into me on the court later, otherwise I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Fernando." The 3 men walked over as they talked, turning their heads and glaring at them with fierce eyes as they walked. Not until the 3 of them walked away did Clara, who was standing by, breathe a sigh of relief and said with some worry, "Lin, you've offended Fernando. He will definitely retaliate. You have to be careful." "It's okay, I'll be careful. What does this guy do? He looks so arrogant. He's the starting center back for our neighborhood team. He's notorious in our community, and every year someone gets injured in community games because of his fierce defense. Last year, my good friend Fausto had his leg broken by him, and he still hasn't recovered. He was a striker who was highly regarded by our community, but now he has to say goodbye to his beloved football." Clara said a little sadly. "It's okay, I'll help you teach them a lesson," Lin Ran said loyally. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Clara seemed to feel better. "Just as I was about to say something, I heard someone in the crowd say, 'The coach is here, stand up.'" Lin Ran looked over and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s with a medium build and a serious face walking towards him. Behind him was a man in his 30s holding a notebook. He looked like the assistant of the middle-aged man in front. The middle-aged man walked up to the group of young players waiting for tryouts and stood in front of them. He first scanned the entire field with his eagle-like sharp eyes. When everyone got nervous, he spoke up, "I'm Flores, the head coach of the Atletico Madrid youth team, and next to me is my assistant coach Moya. First of all, I welcome you to come here for trials. Atletico Madrid is a great club that has produced many talented players, including Raúl and Torres, who have trained here. If you can pass the trial today, you may become the next Raúl or the next Torres." Flores' words made the eyes of the young players shine with longing. Who doesn't want to be a star like Raúl and Torres, who are the focus of everyone's attention? But then Flores changed the subject and said seriously, "We only need to recruit 5 players for today's tryouts, but there are 47 who have signed up. So today we have to go through a series of selections, and I only want the best. This sentence immediately made everyone on the field nervous, and they looked at the people around them with vigilance, because these people around them would become competitors in a while. Seeing his words had taken effect, Flores's lips curled up slightly as he continued, "Now we'll be competing in groups. Coach Moya will explain the specific rules shortly. All right, boys, give your best and seize this opportunity that could change your destiny." After Flores finished speaking, he nodded to Moya behind him, and then walked to the coaching seat on the side. Moya, a bearded man, stepped forward and announced, "Based on the information you provided, we've divided you into 4 teams based on your positions on the field. You'll then compete in pairs. The matches will last 45 minutes, and we'll score you based on your performance. The 5 with the highest scores will remain. Now, those whose names I call out, please come up and receive your competition vests. Castro. The goalkeeper of the red team. Morales. Left winger of the red team. Gonzalez. Yellow team defender." As the names were read out one by one, young men walked out of the crowd and took over their own vests. The vests are divided into red and yellow, representing the red team and the yellow team respectively. Clara. Left midfielder for the red team. When Clara heard his name, he hurried forward and took his red vest, which was number 11. This. Lin Ran. Forward of the red team. Obviously, the tongue-twisting name Huaxia made Moya stutter a little, but his good professional qualities allowed him to adjust quickly. When he heard his name, Lin Ran immediately walked out of the crowd and took over his vest. The number on the vest was 10, a very good number. Moya was a little surprised to see Lin Ran, a Huaxia with black hair and yellow skin, but he soon smiled and said, "Huaxia boy, welcome to Atletico Madrid's youth training camp. Play well. I'm rooting for you." "Thank you, I will try my best." Lin Ran felt a bit favorable towards the bearded man in front of him. Moya quickly read out the names, and the people whose names were called were divided into 2 teams according to the color of their vests. They all stood on the court, waiting for the game to start. Chapter 3. Lin Ran, standing in the line, suddenly felt someone was watching him. Turning his head, he saw Fernando, who had just had a conflict with him, from the opposite yellow team, staring at him with murderous eyes. Seeing him looking over, Fernando showed a cold smile and made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Lin Ran. Seeing the other party's action, Lin Ran smiled indifferently and did not respond. And Clara beside him whispered in Lin Ran's ear with some concern, "You must be careful of Fernando later, he is targeting you." Lin Ran nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't care about Fernando. What he is worried about now is whether his performance can convince the coach to stay and complete the system's tasks. After all the players from both sides are in place, the referee blows the whistle and the game officially begins. At the beginning, the red team where Lin Ran was located kicked off first. As a forward, Lin Ran tapped the ball to Clara behind him in the center circle, and he quickly ran towards the opponent's backcourt. Seeing Lin Ran's speed, head coach Flores, who was sitting on the sidelines, nodded slightly and said to Moya, who had just walked up to him, that number 10 on the field has good speed. Pay more attention to him later. Moya casually flipped through the notebook in his hand and recognized that number 10 was Lin Ran. He smiled and said, "He's a Huaxia kid. He looks a little thin, but he's a handsome guy." "Oh, Huaxia? I heard that it's a football desert. It seems there are no Huaxia players playing in Spain." "Yes, Mr. Flores, I heard that there are Huaxia people in the Premier League and the Bundesliga, but it seems that their performance is mediocre." "Really? Then I hope this kid's performance isn't too disappointing. I'm still very curious about Daxia." "Yes, it's an ancient and mysterious country. I heard there are over 1 billion people there. It's incredible. Over 1 billion people. Oh my god! It's unbelievable," That must be a huge market. If this kid can be selected for our youth team, maybe the club can try to develop the market there. Oh. Shit. What the hell is that? Flores, who had just been looking forward to the huge usse market, roared angrily, scaring the staff around him so much that they all looked sideways. The culprit behind all this was the usse boy on the field. Just now, Lin Ran was roaming in front of the penalty area, looking for a gap in the opponent's defense, when he suddenly received a half-high ball from behind. Because the ball was passed suddenly and at a high speed, Lin Ran stopped the ball too far. The football was stopped 3 meters in front of him. When he wanted to chase it, he saw a yellow figure who had already stepped in front of him and blocked the ball with his foot. Then he performed a fake move to get past Lin Ran, and before Lin Ran could counterattack, he made a long pass and kicked the ball forward. Only then did Lin Ran see clearly that the figure who stopped him from playing football was the big man Fernando. Fernando gave Lin Ran a fierce look, and when he ran past him, he deliberately bumped him with his shoulder, saying, "Boy, with me here, you can't get the ball today." Lin Ran staggered after being knocked back, anger rising in his heart. He was about to go up and cause trouble for the other party, but thinking about the system task, he forced himself to hold back. He just spat fiercely and continued to participate in the game. Fernando was even more pleased when he saw that Lin Ran didn't dare to come up, and his defense against Lin Ran became even tighter. The two participating teams in this game were both temporarily assembled teams, so there was no concept of tacit cooperation at all. Everyone who gets the ball wants to keep it on their feet, and will never pass it to others unless it is absolutely necessary. This resulted in an extremely ugly scene, with everyone fighting on their own, relying on their personal abilities to rush left and right, until the ball was finally lost. As a striker, Lin Ran needs the midfield and backcourt to deliver ammunition to him, but in the current situation, who will pass the ball to him? It would be better for him to try to break through and shoot with the ball. So, more than 10 minutes into the game, Lin Ran had basically not touched the ball except for the pass he just received. Watching Lin Ran's performance, Flores on the sidelines shook his head in disappointment. "Moya, it seems that usse people are really not suitable for playing football. Maybe their talents are all in small balls like table tennis. They are not born with the genes for big balls like footballs." Moya also shook his head and smiled bitterly. Flores stopped paying attention to Lin Ran and started observing the other players. After a while, he said with some disappointment, "None of these guys on the court meet my requirements. Right now, it seems that only the red team's number 11 and the yellow team's number 19 are barely acceptable. You should observe them more later." "Oh, yes, sir." Moya quickly agreed, then opened the notebook in his hand that recorded the personnel information, and saw that the number 11 of the red team was named Clara, and the number 19 of the yellow team was named Fernando. The game had been going on for nearly 20 minutes when the first goal finally came. The goal was scored by the yellow team's forward number 15, a white guy. After scoring the goal, the white guy seemed very excited. He slid down on the grass, made a victory gesture with his hands, and waited for his teammates to come up and celebrate with him. What frustrates him is that his teammates are not very excited. Only a few teammates who are close to him run over, pat him on the shoulders and then run away. The others don't even show any intention of coming over. This made the white guy a little depressed. In fact, this situation is very normal. You know, this is a tryout competition. Everyone is competing for the 5 tryout spots. Everyone wants to shine in the competition and be retained in the end. No one wants to be outdone by others, so when seeing the young man score a goal, as his teammates, they should be more jealous than happy. In this case, how could they possibly come up and celebrate with him? The red team, as the side that was scored on, was even more frustrated. No one wanted to be the losing side in such a game. So after the second kickoff, the red team began an even more frantic attack, with even several defenders almost pushing to the center line. Lin Ran, the forward of the red team, has already entered the opponent's penalty area. He could clearly feel that if he could get the ball at this moment, he would be absolutely sure to score. This feeling did not come out of thin air, but should be the confidence brought to him by that perfect shooting ability. This feeling isn't just a figment of your imagination, but a genuine belief, a mysterious confidence in a skill you've mastered, honed through countless trials and tribulations. It's a pity that he can't get the ball now. All he has is perfect shooting skills, but his other skills are really bad, such as positioning, scoring in front of the goal, stealing, and dribbling. These skills are all very bad. This resulted in him sometimes not being able to receive the ball properly when others passed it to him, and he did not have good coordination with his teammates. After a few times, his teammates were no longer willing to pass the ball to him. The most troublesome thing is that there is a big guy following him. Fernando is like a dogskin plaster. Every time Lin Ran gets the ball, he will be destroyed by the opponent in the first time. Just now, he had tackled him and the ball together. If Lin Ran had not dodged quickly and jumped up in advance, he would have been injured and left the field. Seeing Lin Ran getting up from the ground, Fernando spat fiercely and said, "Boy, you are lucky this time, but you won't be so lucky next time." "Lin, are you okay?" Clara ran over at this time and reached out to pull Lin Ran. "It's okay, thank you." Lin Ran patted the grass debris off his body and thanked Clara. Seeing that Lin Ran seemed to be really fine, Clara breathed a sigh of relief and was about to run away, but was stopped by Lin Ran. "Clara, I'll find a chance to get rid of that big guy. Then pass the ball to me and we can work together." "Okay, I'll try my best. You know, today's game is special," Clara said carefully. "I understand. It's precisely because of our special situation that we need to cooperate. Remember, you are a midfielder. Your main role is to coordinate and pass the ball to the players in the front court, not to score goals. I think the coach will also focus on this aspect when evaluating us," Lin Ran said with a serious face. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Clara nodded slowly. "Maybe you're right. I'll pass the ball to you later," Clara said as she turned and ran to the side. Looking at Krilla's back as he ran away, Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! He finally tricked someone into passing the ball to him. Chapter 4. Just now, when the yellow team broke through with the ball, they kicked the ball out of bounds. Now it is the red team's out of bounds ball. The red team's defender threw the ball with both hands, and another defender made a long pass to his own midfielder. After a few passes from midfield players, they advanced to the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Several defensive players from the yellow team were on high alert, making it very difficult for the red team to advance. At this time, the ball came to Clara's feet. He looked up and glanced at the situation on the field, and suddenly his eyes focused. He saw Lin Ran suddenly move. Lin Ran, who was originally wandering on the edge of the penalty area, first ran quickly to the left, causing Fernando who was defending him to follow his footsteps, and then suddenly ran in the opposite direction. This sudden action caused Fernando, who was huge and a little slow in turning, to be thrown away. Seeing this, Clara no longer hesitated. He pushed the ball to the right with his right foot, created a gap, and then used the arch of his foot to quickly push the ball towards Lin Ran. The pass was very tricky. The ball passed through the gap between the two defensive players of the yellow team and went straight to Lin Ran, who had already shaken off the defender. However, because the ball was moving very fast, and in order to penetrate the defense when Clara passed the ball, the passing route he chose was still a certain distance away from Lin Ran. It can be said that the ball was not easy to catch, and if you were not careful, you would miss the ball. Oh no! What a pity for this ball! The speed of the ball is too fast. I probably won't be able to catch up. But this number 11 is quite capable. He passed the ball through a defensive gap. It's a pity that it was a little early. If he could have been more stable, it would have been better. The coaching staff off the court felt a little regretful when they saw this ball. Flores, the head coach, also nodded slightly. When he turned around and was about to say something to Moya next to him, he suddenly heard people exclaiming. "Oh my God! That guy actually chased the ball. Is my vision correct? That guy was like the wind just now. It's a pity that the ball stopped a little too far, so there was no angle to shoot it." Hearing these sounds, Flores turned back to look at the field in some surprise, and saw Lin Ran desperately chasing the football that was rolling towards the baseline. It seems that Lin Ran should have reached the ball just now, but he only slowed down the speed of the ball and was not able to stop the ball completely. The ball is still rolling towards the baseline, but its speed is a little slower. Flores shook his head and turned to Moya next to him and said, "This Hyuxia guy's speed is indeed good, but his basic skills are too poor. He can't even control the ball properly. Even if he catches the ball, he won't have the angle to shoot at the goal." "Beautiful. Good shot." Suddenly, Moya, who was listening to him, exclaimed. "Hey? What's going on?" Flores turned his head in confusion. The ball, which should have rolled out of the sideline, was now lying in the yellow team's goal. At this moment, both the players on the field and the audience off the field were stunned, as if they had seen something incredible. After a while, the scene woke up from the eerie silence, and then there was a burst of warm cheers and exclamations. "Awesome! A shot at a 0-degree angle, so beautiful! Ah! This goal reminds me of Van Basten. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful goal today." From these exclamations, Flores finally understood what had happened. It was the Hyuxia kid he hadn't been optimistic about who had scored a goal from a 0-degree angle near the baseline. How is this possible? I can tell at a glance that the boy's basic skills are very poor. How could he have such amazing shooting skills? It must have been a guess. Yes, it must have been a guess. You know, sometimes people will explode under certain circumstances and do things that they could not do before. However, this kind of outburst is often short-lived and will never appear again. This Hyuxia boy should be one of them. I need to continue observing. At this moment on the field, Lin Ran, who had just scored the goal at a 0-degree angle, stood near the baseline in a daze, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was feeling the sensation of the shot he had just made. Just now, he used a counter-run to leave Fernando behind, and used all his strength to catch up with the ball passed by Clara. It's a pity that his ball-stopping skills were really not up to par. He only had time to touch the ball slightly with his toes. The ball just changed direction slightly, slowed down a little, and continued to roll forward. There was no other way, Lin Ran had to continue chasing the football. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, and he caught up with the football just when it was about to go out of the baseline. At this time, a defender from the yellow team had already pounced towards him, leaving him no time to stop the ball and adjust. So he made up his mind and, following his intuition, kicked the ball with his right foot. At this moment, a magical scene appeared. When he made the shooting action, he subconsciously glanced at the goal and the goalkeeper, and observed the situation around him. Then the brain, like a sophisticated computer, instantly calculates what technique should be used, how much force should be used, which part of the ball should be kicked, how the body should move, and so on. All of this information is aggregated in the brain, which then issues the final orders to the body. Following the release of the brain command, Lin Ran swung his right foot subconsciously, completely relying on instinct. Bang! With a dull thud, the ball came into contact with Lin Ran's right foot and flew out like a cannonball. It drew a perfect arc, bypassed the goal post, and flew over the head of the yellow team's goalkeeper. Then it shot in a graceful arc and went into the upper left corner of the goal. Feeling the sensation of the shot just now, Lin Ran suddenly understood the use of his perfect shot at this moment. To put it simply, as long as he has the idea of shooting, his brain will automatically help him calculate the most suitable footwork, strength, ball catching position and other information based on the situation on the field, allowing him to score the ball with the most appropriate shooting method. This is simply a killer weapon. As long as I can touch the ball in the front court and have space to shoot, I can kick the ball into the goal in the most reasonable way. He didn't expect that this perfect shooting technique was so powerful. He was about to fly. Just as Lin Ran was immersed in the shock brought to him by the perfect shot, his body was suddenly hugged. I saw Clara hugging me excitedly. Lin, that goal just now was so beautiful. You are truly a genius striker. Clara's face was full of amazement. He had no hope of scoring the goal just now, but he didn't expect Lin Ran to miraculously score the goal, and it was such a wonderful goal. This made him ecstatic for a moment. He now had an assist, and this way he would be more confident of staying today. At this time, the other members of the red team also reacted and congratulated Lin Ran. After all, this was a goal that tied the score, which was like a shot in the arm for the red team members who had been suppressed by the yellow team. The players of the yellow team were all annoyed at this time, especially the goalkeeper of the yellow team and Fernando, who had just been left behind by Lin Ran. At this moment, Fernando was staring at Lin Ran, who was surrounded by the crowd, with an unhappy look on his face, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 5. The yellow team moved the ball to the kickoff point, and the game continued with the referee's whistle. The yellow team had just equalized the score, so they were eager to attack in order to widen the gap again. It's a pity that the morale of the red team has been ignited by Lin Ran's amazing goal just now. The number 15 forward of the yellow team received the ball from the midfield in the front court. Facing the red team's defensive players, he did not choose to pass the ball. Although his partner, the other yellow team striker number 7, tried desperately to raise his hand for the ball, number 15 pretended not to see it and wanted to rely on his footwork to outmaneuver the defenders. It's a pity that his footwork was a bit rough and he didn't control the strength well, so the ball went a little too far. When he wanted to chase after him again, another defensive player had already intercepted the ball, and then passed it to another defender with a sideways pass. The defender received the ball and made a large transfer, and the ball landed at the feet of his own midfielder. The number 15 forward of the yellow team was so angry that he waved his arms violently, feeling very frustrated. The red team's midfielder number 14 got the ball steadily and rushed forward quickly. Before the opposing defenders rushed over, he passed the ball to Clara on the other side with the outside of his foot. After getting the ball, Clara gently pushed it to the right and passed the yellow team defender who was trying to steal it. Then he saw Lin Ran running towards the penalty area. Without any hesitation, Clara passed the ball straight through. Lin Ran saw the ball coming from the corner of his eye and stretched out his foot to stop it. Now he just needed to take advantage of the situation and then kick the ball. With his perfect shooting skills, he believed that the ball was basically in his grasp. Just as he had just touched the ball and had not yet turned around, he suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind, causing his whole body to fly out, stagger and fall to the ground, and roll several times. Beep! The referee blew the foul whistle. Lin Ran stood up slowly from the ground in embarrassment, and then he saw clearly that it was the big fool Fernando who bumped into him from behind. At this moment, Fernando was staring at Lin Ran with a playful look on his face. Watch your movements. If you commit another malicious foul, I will send you off. The referee of this match said to Fernando seriously. Okay, sir, I really didn't mean it just now. Who knew that the Hyuxia man was so weak and fell down after just a little contact? Fernando said innocently, as if he was the victim. The referee didn't say anything else. Seeing that Lin Ran had stood up and didn't look like anything was wrong, he signaled the red team to take a free kick. Boy, do you feel how powerful I am? Don't worry, I will keep an eye on you from now on. Fernando whispered to Lin Ran as he walked past him. Lin Ran looked at the other person and said nothing, but his eyes were a little cold. Clara also ran over and asked with concern, Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Ran shook his head. Be careful. After confirming that Lin Ran was fine, Clara breathed a sigh of relief. This foul was awarded a free kick in the front court, and it was finally decided that Clara would take the penalty. Under the referee's instructions, Clara placed the ball on the penalty spot. Fernando committed the foul about 30 meters away from the goal. You can shoot directly from this position. The yellow team members formed a human wall and looked at Clara, who was about to take the free kick, with some caution. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Clara took a run up and ran to the football, supporting himself with his left foot, raising his right foot high and backward, like drawing an arrow from a bow, and then suddenly releasing it. Bang! The inner instep of Clara's right foot made strong contact with the football, causing the football to deform slightly visibly, then quickly draw an arc, bypass the wall of people, and shoot towards the goal. Clara's free kick was of high quality and the ball went straight into the upper right corner of the goal. Just as the red team players were about to cheer and celebrate the goal, there was a loud bang and the football hit the crossbar and bounced back into the penalty area. This change happened suddenly, and the players on both the offensive and defensive sides in the penalty area were in a panic. In the end, the football happened to fall right at Lin Ran's feet. Lin Ran stopped the ball and was about to shoot directly when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure rushing towards him. His eyes focused and it was indeed the big man Fernando. Lin Ran's heart moved, and he was about to kick the ball towards the goal, but he slightly adjusted the angle, then exerted force with his foot and kicked the football. Bang! Snap! Ah! A series of strange sounds were heard, and Fernando, who was rushing towards Lin Ran with great momentum, suddenly fell to the ground holding his stomach. The football that had just hit his lower body bounced back and miraculously returned to Lin Ran's feet. This time he no longer hesitated. While everyone was still stunned, he kicked the ball directly and shot it with a powerful volley. The football went straight into the upper left corner of the goal like a cannonball. No one expected this shot. Everyone in the penalty area was stunned, including the goalkeeper of the yellow team. Moreover, this shot was supported by perfect shooting skills and the angle was very tricky. Even if the goalkeeper was fully focused, he probably wouldn't be able to stop it, let alone in the current situation. So the football went into the goal in full view of everyone. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. At this time, everyone woke up from the series of events that had just happened. Lin Ran scored twice. Everyone on the red team came up to hug and congratulate Lin Ran. The members of the yellow team looked frustrated. Ah! At this time, a groan attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw Fernando, who had just been knocked out by a goal, groaning on the grass with a look of pain on his face while covering his lower body. Is this a hit on a man's most vulnerable spot? Everyone looked pained. This is such a coincidence that he was hit there. He will suffer a lot this time. Seeing this, the referee hurried forward to check the situation, and then waved to the team doctor to come up. Soon the team doctor lifted Fernando, who was still rolling on the ground, onto a stretcher and walked off the field. At this time, Fernando, lying on the stretcher, felt a little less pain. Thinking that he had been tricked by that Hyuxia boy, he felt furious. He looked up at Lin Ran not far away, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat someone. Then he suddenly saw that the annoying boy actually raised his middle finger at him from an angle that he could only see, with a meaningful smile on his face. FK! Fernando exploded instantly. He sat up suddenly from the stretcher and was about to go down and teach the other party a lesson. It was just that the movement was too violent, causing a certain part of his body that had already been relieved to feel a piercing pain again. Ah! Fernando fell back onto the stretcher, covering his lower body and twitching. Boy, be quiet. If you move around again, you'll probably have to undergo S*X reassignment surgery. The team doctor walking beside the stretcher warned the excited Fernando. After hearing the team doctor's words, Fernando immediately became obedient. He didn't want to be a woman. Chapter 6. The incident on the field quickly passed and the game continued. Flores and Moya, who witnessed the whole thing, were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "This Huxia kid is so FG interesting," Flores exclaimed. "Yeah, he takes revenge on the spot. He looks different from the Huxia people I've met before. I hope that big guy won't have any sequelae." It was hard to tell whether Moya's words were praise or criticism. "Did you see that goal just now? It was funny, but I have to say, his shooting skills are really good." "Yes, with his last goal, I think we can be sure that he is a natural shooter. I think we should keep him." Moya also nodded. Hearing Moya's words, Flores nodded and said, "After the game, take him to see manager Delgado and tell him it was my opinion. Give him a professional contract. We must keep this talented striker." "Professional contract? But we only plan to give a part-time contract to those who stay today." Moya was a little surprised. "No, Moya, my friend, you have to know that if we can't bind a talented shooter like this with a professional contract, he will soon be snatched away by others. After all, gold will shine wherever it is." Flores patted Moya on the shoulder and said, "I understand. I'll do it later." Moya nodded in agreement. "Well, believe my judgment. Perhaps in the near future, another Raúl will emerge from Atletico Madrid's youth academy." "Raúl? Impossible? How could this Huxia kid compare to Raúl?" Moya said in disbelief. Hearing Moya's question, Flores smiled noncommittally. He didn't say much to his assistant and turned to look at the game again. At this time, there was not much time left in the game. After the yellow team kicked off again and completed a wave of offense, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The red team won with a score of 2-1. Lin Ran scored twice. As soon as all the players walked off the field, the staff immediately stepped forward and took off the game vests from the players. Then began the preparations for the second game. But that had nothing to do with Lin Ran and the others. He and Clara walked side by side to the sidelines, each took a bottle of mineral water from the box, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a big gulp. The cool mineral water flowed from his mouth to his stomach, bringing a moment of comfort to his hot body. Since he had just scored 2 goals by himself, and before scoring the second goal, he had created a farce with the ball flying and the balls hitting the target, everyone who had just played with him, whether they were from the red team or the yellow team, remembered him. Several people came over to greet him, patting each other on the shoulders and bumping fists. They were all young people, and soon several people gathered together to laugh and chat. At this time, the competition between the other two groups had already started, and everyone's attention was also drawn to the competition. Although their game is over, the performance of the two teams on the field will determine their fate to a certain extent. If these two teams perform poorly, then their chances of staying will be greater, but if those two teams perform very well, then it will be difficult for them to stay. So now these young players are closely watching the performance of the players on the field. Just then, someone patted Lin Ran on the shoulder. He turned around and saw the assistant coach named Moya whom he had just met standing next to him. "Hello, Lin, are you free now? I want to talk to you about something," Moya said politely. "Okay, what can I do for you?" Lin Ran asked curiously. "Let's talk over there. It's a bit noisy here," Moya said, pointing to an open space some distance away from the crowd. Although it was a little strange, Lin Ran nodded and followed Moya. Their actions naturally attracted the curiosity of the players who were watching the game. They all wondered what the club's assistant coach wanted to talk to Lin Ran about, but no one dared to disturb him. Moya took Lin Ran some distance away from the crowd and then said to him seriously, "Lin, you performed well in the match just now. Coach Flares and I are very satisfied with you. We plan to sign you." Do you have any ideas? To be honest, Lin Ran was mentally prepared for this result. After all, his brace was not in vain. He just didn't expect the other party to be so impatient that he came to find him before the second game was even over. Professional contract. Lin Ran asked the question that concerned him the most. After all, the system tasked him to sign a professional contract within 3 days. If the other party only gave him a part-time contract, he would have to think about it again. Of course, we originally planned to only offer part-time contracts to all the remaining players today, but you're special. Mr. Flares values you more, so he called General Manager Delgado directly for that. Then I have no problem, I can sign the contract. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was a professional contract, it would be fine. As for the specific conditions, they would discuss it after meeting the team manager. Hearing Lin Ran's agreement, Moya was also very happy, and said with a smile, "Then I will take you to the office to find Manager Delgado now." In a luxurious office, 50-year-old Delgado put down the phone. The call just now was from the youth team's head coach, Fernando, who said he had taken a fancy to a young player and wanted to sign a professional contract. None of this is a big deal, except that the player is actually Hyuxia. Hyuxia? Ugh! What good talent can there be there? It's a famous football desert. This made him a little confused, but it didn't matter. After all, he still had to give face to the head coach of the youth team. I'll just make up a small contract and send him off. Just as I was thinking about this, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The door was pushed open and the youth team's assistant coach Moya walked in, followed by a young man in a jersey and shorts. I think he was the Hyuxia man that Flares mentioned on the phone just now. Mr. Delgado, Mr. Flares asked me to bring Mr. Lin Ran to you to discuss the contract. He should have called you, right? Moya said respectfully. Oh, Flares told me, please sit down. Delgado waved his hand. He took a closer look at the young Hyuxia man whom Flares had called specifically. There's nothing special about him. He's only average height for a football player, and a bit skinny, but he's quite handsome. But that can't really make a living. Delgado shook his head, not looking at Lin Ran any further. He pulled out a pre-printed contract from the drawer and said, Lin, as a newcomer with no previous achievements, our club can only offer you a basic player contract. Here are the terms of the contract. Take a look. If there are no problems, just sign your name. Lin Ran took the contract and read it carefully. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Ran finished reading the general contents of the contract. The most important ones are salary, years of service and liquidated damages. In this contract, the salary is €180 per week, the contract term is 2 years, and the penalty is €200,000. Looking at these numbers, Lin Ran smiled, and without any hesitation, nodded and said, I have no problem, we can sign the contract now. As he said that, he took the pen handed to him by Delgado and signed his name on the contract. Chapter 7. Lin Ran handed the signed contract to Delgado. Delgado also signed his name in the column representing the company and stamped the company seal. Then he handed one of the contracts to Lin Ran, smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, Congratulations! Young man, you have become a member of Atlético Madrid. I hope you can realize your dreams here. Lin Ran also stood up, shook the hand that Delgado extended, and said, Thank you. I will try my best. After signing the contract, Moya led Lin Ran out of the general manager's office. Back to the competition field, the game has just ended. Dozens of young players were gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and laughing, but everyone had an expression of anticipation and nervousness on their face. Seeing Lin Ran coming back, Clara came up to him curiously and asked, Lin, what did Moya want to do with you just now? Lin Ran was about to answer when he heard the staff over there calling for everyone to gather. So the two of them hurried over to gather. Seeing everyone gathered together, head coach Flores came over. He cleared his throat and said, "Today's two games were very exciting, and we discovered many good talents. But unfortunately, we can only keep 5 people this time. I'll start reading out names in a moment. Whoever's name I read out can stay, and we'll give him a part-time contract. This way you can train with the team. If you perform well in training, we will offer you a formal professional contract. You can also join our Atletico Madrid youth team and play with the team in the Spanish 3rd Division. Of course, if you can perform even better and attract the attention of the first team coaching staff, then congratulations, you can go to La Liga to prove yourself. Then maybe it won't be long before your name becomes a household name. You'll be earning a good salary and treated like a star. Wherever you go, people will ask for your autograph. Just imagine what a wonderful life that would be." Flores' long and very persuasive speech instantly perked up the young players who had just finished the game and were a little listless. Who doesn't want to join a professional team and become a star? But when they thought that only 5 people could stay today, everyone became nervous again. At this time, Flores took a piece of paper from Moya beside him. Then he looked up and glanced at the whole audience, and began to read aloud, "Morales Moreno. Here." A tall young man stood up with an excited look on his face. "Rojas Romero. I am here. Vargas Diaz. I'm here. Garcia Asner. Exist. Clara Rojas. I'm here." Clara jumped up excitedly when she heard her name. He grabbed Lin Ran's arm and shook it, saying, "Lin, I was chosen. That's great. Congratulations. Clara." Lin Ran said with a smile. "Thank you, Linear, don't be discouraged. You will have another chance in the future." Clara kindly comforted Lin Ran. He thought Lin Ran had lost the election. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled as to why the club did not choose Lin Ran, who had scored 2 goals. "I forgot to tell you, Clara, Coach Moya has just taken me to sign a professional contract." Lin Ran said a little embarrassedly. "Ah!" Clara was stunned. He looked at Lin Ran in disbelief and asked anxiously, "Lin, are you serious? Professional contract?" Seeing Lin Ran nod in confirmation, Clara's eyes were already red with envy. He said excitedly, "Great! I knew it, Lin, your 2 goals were so beautiful, the club's coaches will never forget them. Now you're a professional footballer. Maybe you can become another Raul." His voice was a bit loud, attracting the attention of those around him. When they heard that Lin Ran had actually received a professional contract, they all showed envy. Flores had finished reading the list, and the 5 people whose names were called were all jubilant. Those whose names were not called began to leave with a look of disappointment on their faces. Soon, most of the people at the scene dispersed. The other 5 people, including Clara, signed part-time contracts on the spot with Moya. The head coach can decide on this part-time contract, so there is no need to go to the office to find manager Delgado. While Clara was signing the contract, Lin Ran, who was waiting on the side, quickly called up the system panel. Because just after he signed the professional contract, the system gave him a prompt saying that the reward had arrived. After calling up the system panel, Lin Ran saw a golden treasure chest appeared in the middle of the screen. At this time, the system prompt sounded, "Host, do you want to open the gold treasure chest now?" "Open." Without any hesitation, Lin Ran asked the system to open the treasure chest. As the command was issued, the golden treasure chest opened, revealing a card inside. The content on the card is, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King of Football skill card, Pendulum Pass." It turned out to be Ronaldo's signature move, the pendulum move, which is a powerful weapon for strikers to break through defenders. In his prime, Ronaldo could use this move to dribble past opponents as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, making it impossible to defend against him. Now that I'm about to own it, it's really, so FG cool. Soon the card and the treasure chest disappeared, and then a new item appeared on the system interface under the original basic abilities and technical abilities, Host Skill 1, Pendulum. Then a series of key points and precautions about the pendulum passing technique came into my mind. It was as if this movement had been honed through thousands of practices and could be performed at any time. Lin Ran was overjoyed. He suddenly wanted to find someone to try out his new skills. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, "Host, please note. Because the pendulum pass requires extremely high physical fitness, please use it with caution. With the host's current physical condition, you can only use it 5 times per game. If you use it more than 5 times, there is a risk of injury. As the host's physical fitness improves in the future, the number of times you can use this technique will also increase accordingly." Hearing this reminder, Lin Ran felt a little depressed. It can only be used 5 times in each game. This is a bit ridiculous. But if you think about it, you can understand that this abnormal movement has very high requirements for the user's core strength, leg strength, and knee strength. You should know that the most serious injury of the alien Ronaldo was caused by the use of this action, which led to the torn cruciate ligament. This was also the main reason for his subsequent decline in competitive form. Thinking about how that perverted alien was injured because of this move and that he could only use this move 5 times in a game, Lin Ran felt relieved. Just as Lin Ran was carefully feeling his newly acquired skills, Clara, who had just signed the contract, came over. He held a contract in his hand, his expression having recovered from his excitement. He said a little depressedly, "My weekly salary is only a pitiful €90. Damn it! This money is not enough for my food every month. That's a bit low, but it doesn't matter. Train hard, and when your level improves, your salary will naturally increase." "Well, you're right. By the way, how much is your salary?" Clara asked curiously. "Me? €180. Lin Ran replied calmly. "Ah, you have twice as much as me. I'm so angry." Clara shouted exaggeratedly. "You asked this yourself. You must be devastated," Lin Ran teased. "Lin, you bad guy, I won't forgive you." Clara hugged Lin Ran's neck angrily. "All right, guys, listen to me," Coach Flores said, instantly quieting the 2 men who were still arguing. They and the other guys who had also signed their contracts looked at him. "You can go home and prepare today. We'll officially start training tomorrow. Every morning at 8:30, you must gather at the training ground on time. Don't be late. We usually train until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with a 2-hour break and a free lunch. This weekend, the Spanish 3rd Division starts. You should train well these few days. I hope you will have the opportunity to play then. Okay, that's all for today, disband." After Flores finished speaking, he turned and left the court. Lin Ran and the other players also dispersed. Chapter 8. The Usural district in downtown Madrid is a famous Huxia neighborhood, commonly known as Chinatown. Huxia immigrants have been living here since the 1950s and 1960s. After decades of development, the number of Huxia people in this neighborhood has exploded. According to statistics, there are now about 40,000 Huxia people here. In this area, you can see shops with signs in Huxia characters everywhere. Lin Jianjun opened a Huxia restaurant here. His restaurant is less than 100 square meters and has about 10 tables. Lin Jianjun is both the boss and the chef. Lin Jianjun, who is from Hebei province, is one of the few chefs who can cook northern cuisine in this Chinatown where most of the people are from southern Daxia, so his business is pretty good. In the store, his wife Qin Jiajia is in charge of the cashier, and he hired a local clerk to take orders and serve food. In addition, he brought an apprentice from Daxia named Zhang Heping, who was usually responsible for helping him in the kitchen and occasionally helped to cook a few dishes. There were quite a lot of customers at noon today, and in the kitchen, Lin Jianjun and Zhang Heping were very busy. The tall and strong Lin Jianjun was cooking on the stove. The huge wok flew up and down in his hand like a child's toy. It doesn't take much effort to prepare a plate of delicious sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Lin Jianjun quickly plated the food and shouted to the outside, "The sweet and sour pork tenderloin for table 9 is ready." Soon, a middle-aged white woman with a somewhat bloated figure walked in from outside, picked up the plate with the food, then turned around and walked outside again. As he walked, he said to Lin Jianjun, "Lin, you have to speed up. There are several tables of guests waiting outside. I'm not sure if they will choose to leave." "Okay. Xenia, I'll try to be faster." Lin Jianjun said to Zhang Heping, who was still picking vegetables next to him, "Heping, don't pick the vegetables yet. You will be responsible for cooking the dishes for table 10. Let's stabilize this group of customers first." "Okay. Master, just watch." Zhang Heping was overjoyed. He seldom has the opportunity to cook, so now that he is suddenly asked to try it, he naturally cherishes this opportunity very much. After some hard work, the master and apprentice finally managed to handle this peak wave of customers. "Master, do you think Lin Ran will be selected for Atletico Madrid's trial today?" Zhang Heping, who had just had some free time, asked Lin Jianjun, who had already lit a cigarette and was puffing away, with some concern. Hearing his apprentice's question, Lin Jianjun said nonchalantly, "Who knows? Atletico Madrid is a big club, and the competition will probably be fierce. Actually, I don't have high hopes. I'll just let him go there to broaden his horizons." "Ah! That's right, the training level of our Hyuxia football team is too poor. Otherwise, Master, you might be a football superstar now instead of running a restaurant here. You are really imaginative, kid. Although I, your master, was a professional player in the past, my talent was too poor to make it anywhere." Lin Jianjun said this with a somewhat dejected tone. Although he spoke lightly, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Zhang Heping smiled. He knew that his master still cared a lot about his previous career as a professional player. "Oh! Handsome boy, you're back? How's it going? Have you become a member of our Atletico Madrid team?" A loud female voice came from outside, and it sounded exactly like Jinya's voice. "The brat is back." Lin Jianjun was shocked and stood up and walked out. "When I got outside, I saw Lin Ran, who was sweating profusely, drinking a glass of water happily. Drink slowly, why do you look like you haven't had water for days?" Lin Jianjun's wife Qin Jiajia said to Lin Ran with some anger. After drinking a glass of water, Lin Ran wiped his mouth, smiled at Qin Jiajia and said, "Auntie, the weather is too hot. I'm thirsty." "Xia Ran, how was the tryout today?" Lin Jianjun asked impatiently. "I'm going to report to the club tomorrow, and I came back today just to tell you." Lin Ran said with a smile. "Ah! You were selected?" Lin Jianjun exclaimed, and everyone else was also very surprised. After the surprise came ecstasy. Lin Jianjun grinned from ear to ear. He rubbed Lin Ran's head vigorously with his big hands twice and said excitedly, "I told you, you'll be fine. Look, it's come true, right? Come on, tell me what the contract terms are and how much you're being offered. I'm telling you, you have to read this part-time player contract carefully to avoid getting ripped off." Lin Jianjun knew that his nephew would only be able to sign a part-time contract if he went for a tryout today, so he asked this question. But after he took the contract handed over by Lin Ran, he saw that it was actually a formal professional player contract. He immediately opened his eyes wide in surprise, staring at Lin Ran in disbelief and said, "Oh my god! That stingy flares actually gave you a formal professional contract. It's really unbelievable." No wonder he was so surprised. "You know, Atletico Madrid's youth team is not just any nobody. That is the youth training camp that has produced famous stars such as Raúl and Torres. There are countless young players who want to get there every year. Like the tryout organized this time, if there are no unexpected events, according to convention, the players who stay can only sign a part-time contract. Now that Lin Ran has actually made the club make an exception, it means that there must be something shining about Lin Ran that caught the head coach's eye. The shining points that caught the attention of the head coach of Atletico Madrid's youth team must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjun became excited. Maybe my nephew will be able to play football in the future. He will be a football star. Maybe the wishes that I haven't fulfilled before can be realized through my nephew. Lin Jianjun was also a professional player before, but his talent was lacking, so he could only make ends meet in the domestic second-tier league. Later, due to injuries and other reasons, he retired before he was 30 years old. After retiring, he had nothing to do, so he learned to be a chef again. Later, by chance, he came to Madrid and opened a usse restaurant. Thanks to this restaurant, he lives a pretty good life. But I have never let go of my obsession with football. Influenced by the strong football atmosphere in Madrid, he also took the self-study exam for a broker qualification certificate. His biggest dream now is to become a gold medal agent one day and have a group of big-name stars under him. But the reality is that he has no resources and can only make a living by opening a restaurant and working as a chef. Signing a star player is just a thought for him. In addition to being an agent, Lin Jianjun is also an avid Atletico Madrid fan. He attends almost every home game of Atletico Madrid, and he also travels with the team to some important away games. He spent a large portion of his annual earnings on watching sports, and he often quarreled with his wife over this. But every time after a quarrel, he remains the same. After so many years, his wife has gotten used to it and can only turn a blind eye to his hobby. He actually had the mentality of giving it his all when he asked Lin Ran to go for a trial at Atletico Madrid today. He knew that with Lin Ran's skills, the chances of him being retained were slim, otherwise he would have been picked up by a professional team in the country long ago. But he never expected that Lin Ran would not only be selected, but also sign a formal professional contract. This made him really ecstatic for a moment. No matter what happened in the future, this was a good start. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jianjun announced loudly, "We'll be closed this afternoon. I'll show you my skills later. Don't leave tonight. We'll have a celebration party." Then he said to Lin Ran, "Didn't you say that little Clara was also selected? I'll call their family over later and we'll have a good celebration. Long live the boss. I love you so much." Fet Jinya shouted excitedly. "Genia, stop shouting, Ruth, Qin Jiajia, will be jealous." Lin Jianjun corrected quickly. This made everyone laugh, and the whole store was instantly filled with a festive atmosphere. Chapter 9. Lin Ran could fully understand his uncle's reaction. He knew his uncle's love for football. "The reason why I chose to practice football was because of the influence of my uncle. My uncle has no children, so he actually treats himself as half a son. Now that he is valued by Atletico Madrid's youth team, the other party must show some appreciation." Lin Ran didn't want to offend his uncle, so he could only thank him with a smile. So several people in the store started to get busy. Lin Jianjun took out some of the finest ingredients that were treasured in the store. There were French lamb chops, Australian lobster, and grouper that I got from somewhere, as well as various side dishes. Zhang Heping helped him, and the two began to get busy in the kitchen. After sending the last table of customers away, Zhenya put up a sign saying the store was closed. Then she and Qin Jiajia started cleaning the store. Lin Ran wanted to help but was driven away by them. He had no choice but to call Clara and tell her that he and his family would come to the restaurant for dinner tonight. Hearing that Uncle Lin Ran was going to hold a celebration party, Clara was very happy and said that she and her parents would definitely attend on time. Then she hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ran started calling her parents far away in Daxia. The time difference between Madrid and Daxia is 6 hours. It is now a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Madrid, and it is just after 8 o'clock in the evening in Daxia. Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan were watching TV when they received the call from their son. When they heard that their son had passed the tryout and entered the youth team of Atletico Madrid, they were so surprised that they forgot to watch TV. They never expected that their son would become a professional player for a team there just by going abroad to relax. This made them feel particularly unreal. They can be said to have mixed feelings about this news. The good news is that my son can finally realize his dream of becoming a player. Ever since their son was eliminated by a professional team in Daxia, although he didn't say anything, they could see his unwillingness. Now, although he was not selected by a professional team in Daxia, he was selected by a foreign team, which can be regarded as fulfilling my son's dream. What worries me is that since my son has been selected for a professional team abroad, he will have to play football abroad in the future. He will be thousands of miles away from me, and it will be difficult to see him. As a parent, who doesn't want their children to be with them every day? But in the end, they just said, "Son, you will be living alone abroad in the future. Take care of yourself and don't treat yourself too badly. If you don't get along well over there, come back." Listening to her parents' simple advice, Lin Ran's eyes welled up and she almost cried. She forced herself to hold back her tears and squeezed out a few words, "I know. You guys take care of yourselves too. This overseas call is quite expensive. I won't say anything more for now. I'll go back to see you when I have time." After hanging up the phone, Lin Ran felt a little sad. She had been reborn and had not yet seen her parents. Thinking about how I was so mediocre in my previous life, my parents in my previous life were worried about me. As far as I can remember, my father's hair had already turned grey when he was less than 50 years old, and my mother was sick from years of hard work. But they never complain or regret, and silently give for themselves. I have a chance to start over in this life, and with the system as my ultimate weapon, I must succeed in the shortest possible time. This will also give parents a decent life, and perhaps in this way, parents will not have to age prematurely like in their previous lives. Time flies, and the afternoon is over in no time. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, Carilla's family of 3 also came over. Carilla's father, Carilla, was holding 2 bottles of red wine, while his wife, Mrs. Carilla, was carrying a basket of fruit. Old Clara and Lin Jianjun are old acquaintances. Both are die-hard Atletico Madrid fans, often watching games together and cheering for the home team. They also often participate in fan activities together and have a good relationship. Seeing them coming, several people from the Lin family came over and greeted them warmly. Old Clara had heard from his son that Lin Ran had signed a professional contract with Atletico Madrid, and he was a little surprised by this. When he saw Lin Ran at this time, he warmly congratulated Lin Ran. At this time, Lin Jianjun had already prepared the last dish and brought it to the table himself. When old Clara saw Lin Jianjun, he immediately went up to him and gave him a warm hug. He said with a big smile, "Hey! Lin, this weekend's La Liga opening game is Atletico Madrid away against Santander. Are you planning on going? I have already bought the tickets. I haven't been to a game in person for several months. I must go to this game." Lin Jianjun's face immediately lit up when he talked about football. "Oh! That's great! I've bought a ticket too. Let's go together and kick the of those wimps in Santander." Old Clara's face was filled with excitement. "Come on, you two, stop talking about football. We're all hungry." Qin Jiajia said somewhat dissatisfiedly. He was obviously very unhappy with her husband's enthusiasm for football. Hearing his wife's scolding, Lin Jianjun immediately became obedient and quickly asked everyone to take a seat. At this time, the largest table in the restaurant was already filled with delicacies from land and sea. Everyone sat around the table. The Clara family and the foreigners like Zena were already eager to try the table full of Huxia and Western delicacies. Lin Jianjun didn't say much and poured red wine into everyone's glasses, then asked everyone to start eating. It is said that Lin Jianjun's cooking skills are really good. Everyone at the table was eating with their mouths drooling and couldn't stop. After several minutes, everyone's eating speed gradually slowed down. After everyone raised their glasses and took a sip of wine, the atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became lively. Qin Jiajia, Mrs. Clara, and Zina gathered together to chat about gossip that women are interested in. Lin Ran and Clara sat quietly on the side, listening to Lin Jianjun and old Clara talking about some things about Atletico Madrid club. Old Clara said with a somewhat depressed look on his face, "Lin, have you heard that Torres may leave the team after this season?" "Really? Who told you that?" "Torres is Atletico Madrid's top scorer. What will happen to the team if he leaves?" Lin Jianjun was very surprised. "I have a relative who works at Atletico Madrid. He told me inside information that several European giants are planning to buy Torres. This news is so disappointing. I think Atletico Madrid's management is a bunch of good-for-nothings. How could they let a star like Torres go?" "Yes, the team is in a period of transition. The two veterans, Maxi and Lucien, are injured. Costanha is old, and only Manaki is barely usable, but he has a bad temper. As for the others, let's not talk about them. If this continues, once Torres leaves, the team's performance may decline." Old Clara said worriedly. "Who says not? Oh, by the way, it seems the team spent over 20 million this year to buy a young Argentine player. What's his name?" "Yes, Agüero. He's a player worth looking forward to." Lin Jianjun suddenly remembered the new player the team had bought. "I know this guy. I heard he's only 18 years old and very famous in Argentina, but he's too young to support Atletico Madrid's front court." Lin Jianjun knew that what old Clara said was the truth, so he could only shake his head helplessly. He clinked his glasses with his old friend and drank the wine in the glass with a bitter look on his face. Chapter 10. Lin Ran was listening to the conversation between his uncle and old Clara, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. The names of the players they mentioned kept flashing through his mind like a kaleidoscope. The Torres they are talking about is a talented striker trained by Atletico Madrid's youth training. He has been playing in Atletico Madrid's first team for 5 years and has made great contributions to Atletico Madrid. Torres, who is only 22 years old this year, is also the youngest captain in Atletico Madrid's history. It can be said that Torres is the well-deserved king of Atletico Madrid. And the king of Atletico Madrid is about to say goodbye to his team. If Lin Ran remembered correctly, in his previous life, Torres transferred to the Premier League powerhouse Liverpool for £26.5 million after the end of this season, and reached the peak of his career in Liverpool. As for the young player Agüero, this talented football boy who is the same age as Lin Ran is a young player that Atletico Madrid just introduced from Argentina's Independiente this season. Agüero, who just turned 18 this year, has played in the Argentine Primera Division for 3 years. That's right. This guy started playing in the Argentine Primera Division at the age of 15, which is even younger than the age of football king Maradona when he started playing in the Primera Division. It's simply abnormal. This talented young man did not disappoint Atletico Madrid fans. In his first season at Atletico Madrid, he scored 6 goals in limited playing time. In the second season, he scored 19 goals, ranking 3rd in the La Liga scorer list. His performance in the following seasons was equally dazzling. By the time he moved to Manchester City in 2011, he had scored a total of 102 goals and provided 37 assists for Atletico Madrid, which was a remarkable achievement. As for the other players they mentioned, Lin Ran didn't remember them very clearly. He had only heard their names in his previous life, but he really didn't know their specific performance. "I guess they haven't achieved much." At this time, Lin Jianjun said, "Our head coach has changed this year. Do you know anything about this new head coach?" "You mean that Mexican guy? His name seems to be Javier Aguirre. I heard he used to be the head coach of the Mexican national team. Before coming here, he was the head coach of Osasuna. Last season, Osasuna finished 5th in the league and qualified for the UEFA Cup, which was a much better result than Atletico Madrid. He must be quite capable to be able to lead a team like that to such a high level of performance. Yet, I just don't know if he can continue his magic in our Atletico Madrid. After all, Atletico Madrid is a quasi-giant club with a bunch of big-name stars in the team. It is not comparable to a civilian team like Osasuna. Old Clara said with some concern. I hope he can succeed. Atletico Madrid hasn't appeared on the European battlefield for a long time. Lin Ran said with emotion. Old Clara also had a look of regret on his face, obviously feeling the same way. Lin Ran knew that the two were talking about the fact that Atletico Madrid had not entered the European competition since 1996, let alone the Champions League. They had not even won the UEFA Cup. What's even more exaggerated is that in the first 2 years of 2000, the team was relegated to the second division. This is simply a shame for a quasi-giant team like Atletico Madrid. The team has only recovered a bit in the past 2 years and ranked 10th in the league last season, but it is still some distance away from entering the League Cup. If Lin Ran remembers correctly, Atletico Madrid still couldn't qualify for the UEFA Cup this season, and the most annoying thing was that they ranked 7th in the league, only 1 place away from qualifying for the UEFA Cup. Atletico Madrid will have to endure another season, in the 07-08 season, before they have a chance to enter the UEFA Cup. Think about it, as an Atletico Madrid fan, these years have been really hard. But that's the charm of football. You like a team not only because it brings you the joy of victory and countless honors, but also because of the perseverance and loyalty you show when facing difficulties together with the team. Many teams have been able to survive for a century thanks to the support of these loyal fans. This is also the reason why football continues to flourish in these European football powerhouses. In these European countries, even in small cities with a population of only a few 100,000, fans can fill stadiums that can accommodate 50,000 or 60,000 spectators at any time, which shows how profound their football culture is. In contrast, although Daxia has a population of over 1 billion, there are really not many people who truly love football. This easily explains why Daxia's national football team can't even break out of Asia. It's because the foundation are so far behind. Lin Ran and Old Clara, under the influence of alcohol, chatted for a long time, basically talking about the team's situation, the entire La Liga and other European leagues. If a non-fan listens to their conversation, it will definitely be boring. Fortunately, Lin Ran and little Clara were not only fans, but also players. Listening to them talk about these things, not only did he not feel bored, but he also listened with great interest. Lin Ran also learned a lot about European football from their conversation. The meal ended in a cheerful and friendly atmosphere, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Just as the Clara family was about to leave, Lin Ran pulled Old Clara aside and said, "Brother, please help me with something." "What's the matter?" "As long as I can do it, leave it to me," Old Clara said with a drunken look. This guy had drunk quite a bit just now. "This is about my nephew Lin Ran. The visa he applied for when he came here was just a tourist visa, but now if he wants to stay here and play football, he needs to change it to a work visa. But we don't know what to do." "Don't you work for the government? See if there's any way you can help with this matter." "Is that so?" Old Clara stroked his chin in thought. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and said, "No problem. I have a friend who works at the Exit and Entry Administration. Give me Lin Ran's ID and work contract, and I'll find him for you." Lin Ran was overjoyed and quickly found Lin Ran, asking him to bring his passport and the contract he signed with the team to Old Clara. Lin Ran was also very happy. He had been worried about his visa problem, but he didn't expect that his uncle could solve it in just one meal. This made him sigh that old ginger is still spiciest. After finishing this matter, Lin Ran felt relieved. After seeing the Clara family off, Zina helped clear the table and left. Only the Lin family and Zhang Heping were left in the store. The house that Lin Jianjun rented was not far from the hotel, so he left Zhang Heping to stay in the hotel and also look after the store. The three uncles and nephews of the Lin family returned to their rented house. Lin Jianjun's house is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. After returning home, Lin Jianjun went to bed. He drank a lot today and was already sleepy. Lin Ran also had to get up early to report to the team tomorrow, so he went back to his room early to rest. Back in his room, Lin Ran turned on the system. The information is still the same, the data has not changed at all, except that there is an additional extraordinary skill of the pendulum. Lin Ran really wanted to ask how to use the system, but the system seemed to be asleep. No matter how he called it, there was no response. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Thinking about reporting to the team tomorrow, I still feel a little excited. I wonder what the effect will be of my first professional team training in my 2 lives. Thinking about all these things, Lin Ran slowly fell asleep. Chapter 11. The next morning, Lin Ran got up early. After washing and dressing, I picked up the bag I had prepared last night, which was full of training clothes, shoes, and other things. I had a quick breakfast and rushed to catch the early subway. There is a subway that takes him directly to the team's training ground where he lives. When we arrived at the training ground, many players were already doing warm-up exercises. Lin Ran went to the locker room to change into training clothes, and went to the playground to join the warm-up team. The players who were selected yesterday also arrived at this time. When they saw Lin Ran, they all came forward to greet him. The veteran team members looked on coldly at the newcomers, and no one came forward to greet them. Soon, it was 8:30, and head coach Flores and assistant coach Moya appeared on the playground. Following them were other team staff. As the whistle blew, all the players immediately stood in 2 neat rows, waiting for the head coach's instructions. Lin Ran secretly counted and found that there were a total of 35 team members, including himself and the newcomers. Flores watched the players stand in line, nodded, then slowly walked to the front of the team and stood still. He first glanced around the team, and when everyone's attention was focused on him, he spoke, "Guys, we have several new members joining our team today. Welcome everyone." As he said this, he started to applaud. The others immediately followed suit and applauded. After a few seconds, Flores pressed down with his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. After everyone calmed down, he began to arrange today's training content. After the training content was arranged, assistant coach Moya and individual coaches began to implement it according to the plan. Lin Ran and several new players were divided into 2 teams for training and competition. This is mainly to observe their technical characteristics and then carry out targeted training. Lin Ran still played as a striker, and Clara, as a right midfielder, was also assigned to the same team as him. The game started. The red team, to which Lin Ran belonged, wore red vests, and the other team wore yellow vests. The red team kicked off first. Lin Ran, the forward, knocked the ball back to Clara behind him, and he himself rushed towards the front court. Facing the yellow team player who was rushing to grab the ball, Clara passed the ball sideways to the red team's left winger number 9. After receiving the ball, number 9 took 2 steps forward and saw that there was an open space on Lin Ran's side. He immediately made a long pass. The football drew an arc and ran towards Lin Ran. Lin Ran saw the football flying towards him and immediately stopped it with his foot. What embarrassed him was that the football hit his instep and immediately bounced several meters away. When he wanted to catch up, the ball was intercepted by the defender of the yellow team, who then made a long pass to the front court. Lin Ran's face flushed. Damn it! This was such a disgrace. The other players who saw this scene were also surprised, as if they did not expect that this Hyuxia player's ball-stopping skills were so poor. Flores, who had been observing the situation on the field, did not show much expression, but the slight twitching of his eyes revealed his inner thoughts at the moment. Moya next to him was holding a small notebook and writing something on it. On the page with Lin Ran's name, Moya wrote, "Basic skills are poor, and ball stopping skills are amateurish. A lot of ball feeling practice is needed." The game continues on the field. Lin Ran's goal just now gave the yellow team a chance to counterattack. The yellow team's number 14 winger received a long pass from his teammate from the backcourt, used his speed to get rid of the defender, quickly went to the bottom, then aimed at the position in front of the red team's goal, and made an excellent cross to find his own tall center forward. This center forward was also a new player selected yesterday and performed very well in yesterday's game, scoring 2 headers. At this moment, he stood firmly in the advantageous position in front of the goal and jumped high to meet the incoming ball. The football hit his bald head accurately, changed angle, and ran towards the red team's goal. Because the ball was moving too fast, the red team goalkeeper only had time to move his body slightly before the ball passed through his hands and flew towards the goal behind him. Just when everyone thought the ball was going to go in, they heard a bang, and the football hit the crossbar and bounced out. The red team escaped. The center forward of Team Yellow was so angry that he threw his hands away in frustration. The football bounced into the penalty area and was cleared by the red team's defender. The ball fell to the feet of the red team's number 17 player who was waiting outside. He took the ball and started a counterattack. In this way, the two sides started to attack each other back and forth. In this fast-paced offensive and defensive battle, Lin Ran's shortcomings in basic skills were exposed. He always stops the ball too far, his passes are not going to the right place, and his defensive steals are even more amateurish. After making a few mistakes, his teammates finally stopped passing the ball to him because his performance was so distrustful. However, Clara and the other player who was also assigned to the red team performed quite well. Especially Clara, this guy has solid basic skills and is good at passing the ball. As a midfielder, he has organized the red team's offense quite well. Flores, who was off the court, now looked a little unhappy. He was now doubting whether his action of giving the Hyuxia boy a professional contract yesterday was correct. Judging from the opponent's performance on the field today, they were completely amateurish. They were like sleepwalking throughout the game and there was almost no shining point. The midfielder is quite good, with accurate passing, active running, and the ability to quickly develop a tacit understanding with his teammates. He is a promising talent. In Moya's little notebook, the page about Lin Ran was already full, and he was writing on the second page. All the above records are Lin Ran's shortcomings. If Lin Ran himself saw them, he would probably collapse. Lin Ran on the field was also anxious at this moment. More than 10 minutes into the game, he hadn't received a few decent passes. This is mainly because he is not yet used to playing with a group of professional players. He hadn't practiced football for a long time before coming here, except for yesterday's game. Many movements are more or less deformed. This led to a lot of mistakes on his part. Once there are too many mistakes, teammates will be unwilling to pass the ball to you. As a striker who needs to rely on teammates to deliver ammunition, it would be uncomfortable if no one passes the ball to you. So Lin Ran had to increase his running range and often return to the center circle to receive the ball. Finally, his efforts paid off. During an attack by the yellow team, Lin Ran's active fighting finally snatched the ball from the yellow team's midfielder. Then he quickly passed the ball to Clara on the side, and he ran quickly towards the yellow team's penalty area. At this time, since it was the yellow team's attack, most of the yellow team's players were in the front court, and there were only 2 central defenders defending in the backcourt. On the red team's side, not only Lin Ran rushed forward, but another forward number 10 also rushed towards the yellow team's penalty area. For a moment, the yellow team's half was in chaos. Several yellow team backcourt players who were originally participating in the attack ran back like crazy, but they were too deep in the front court and could not catch up in a while. After Clara got the ball, he took 2 steps forward and was immediately pursued by pursuers. He didn't dare to carry the ball any further, so he just passed it straight to Lin Ran, who was running forward at full speed. Seeing the ball coming, Lin Ran chased after it like an arrow. At this time, there was only a central defender from the yellow team left in front of him. Chapter 12. When the yellow team's number 8 defender saw the ball being intercepted in the front court, he was already panicking. However, when he saw that the red team's vanguard rushing towards him was Lin Ran, he suddenly felt relieved. It was really because Lin Ran's performance just now was a bit poor, which gave the defensive players of the yellow team a psychological advantage when facing him. This kid from Daxia is basically useless in every aspect except that he is a little fast. With his strong body and excellent positioning, he can always steal the ball from the opponent. Another defender who originally wanted to come over to assist in defense saw that it was Lin Ran who had the ball, so he stopped moving forward and instead ran towards the forward of the other red team to prevent Lin Ran from passing the ball. In his opinion, one of his teammates was more than enough to deal with Lin Ran. All you need to do is guard against the opponent's pass. He thought that if Lin Ran passed the ball to another forward, the threat would be much greater than if he broke through himself. So the two central defenders of the yellow team faced the two attackers of the red team respectively. At this time, Lin Ran had already caught up with the ball, controlling the rolling speed and direction of the football with his feet. Not far in front of him was the big central defender number 8 of the yellow team. At this time, the other party was staring at him with a joking look on his face, as if saying, "Come on, come over to me." To be honest, Lin Ran was actually a little panicked, as he was facing the defense of a professional defender alone. With his limited skills, it is still very difficult for him to get past the opponent. Just when he was hesitating whether to pass the ball or just use his speed to eat the opponent alive, suddenly, an instinctive reaction spread throughout his body. All of a sudden, his originally hesitant actions became firm. Then he started his performance. He skillfully controlled the ball in front of his body, making the football roll towards the yellow team's defender. The speed of the ball was neither fast nor slow under his control, and it was always under the control of his feet. When he was about 1 meter away from the yellow team's defender, without waiting for the yellow team's defender to react, Lin Ran suddenly started his performance. He took a step forward with his right foot, which landed on the right side of the football. At the same time, his body leaned slightly to the right, making a breakthrough to the right. The yellow team defender immediately moved his body to block Lin Ran's right side. At this moment, Lin Ran's left foot also took a step forward and landed on the left side of the football. At the same time, his body suddenly leaned to the left and made a breakthrough to the left. This happened suddenly, and the yellow team's defender quickly stretched out his foot to block Lin Ran's left side. However, he moved too hastily and failed to control his body's center of gravity. He lost his balance and fell onto the grass. At this time, Lin Ran raised his right foot again and lightly flicked the side of the ball, and the football slid lightly past the right side of the yellow team's defender. Lin Ran followed the ball and broke through from the right side of the yellow team's defender. All that was left behind was the yellow team defender lying on the ground with a look of horror on his face. After passing the yellow team's defender, Lin Ran dribbled the ball into the penalty area, with only the nervous yellow team's goalkeeper left in front of him. At this time, Lin Ran could score the goal with just one shot. With his perfect shooting skills, there is basically no possibility of him missing when facing the goalkeeper alone. But he did not choose to shoot, but continued to dribble the ball forward, trying to pass the yellow team's goalkeeper. The feeling of passing the opponent's defender just now was so great that he wanted to experience it again. The yellow team's goalkeeper had already left the goal and was very close to Lin Ran. He was somewhat glad that Lin Ran did not choose to shoot after passing his own defender. Now that I have blocked the opponent's shooting angle, it will not be so easy for the opponent to shoot. This made him despise Lin Ran. He was indeed a rookie. Although he had just passed the defender very neatly, his ability to seize opportunities in front of the goal was still lacking. Such a good opportunity was wasted by the other party. But soon, he realized he was wrong. The same exaggerated movements, even though I know that the other party's movements are fake, my body unconsciously follows the changes in the other party's movements. Then, of course, unsurprisingly, the goalkeeper fell to the ground with a look of frustration on his face. Lin Ran flicked the ball lightly and easily broke through from the left side of the goalkeeper. Facing the empty goal, Lin Ran stopped showing off his skills and instead lightly pushed the ball into the net. This series of changes actually took place within just a few seconds. When Lin Ran dribbled past two players and pushed the ball into the net, both the players on the field and the coaching staff off the field were still a little stunned. Is this still the usse boy who kicked the ball so badly just now? If we hadn't really looked at Lin Ran's black hair and yellow skin, we would have really doubted whether it was Ronaldo himself who scored the goal. 2 consecutive pendulum passes, while running at high speed, probably only Ronaldo in his prime could do it. After a moment of silence, the audience burst into warm applause. The applause came from the players on the field as well as the spectators off the field. Gustavo, another forward of the red team who was closest to Lin Ran, was the first to run over and high-five Lin Ran. Then it was Clara who ran over and hugged Lin Ran, saying in an exaggerated tone, "Lin, that move just now was so cool. You really surprised me. Thank you for the pass, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to perform." Lin Ran said modestly. In fact, it was true. Clara's pass just now was just right, which gave him enough time to prepare and finally perform the pendulum pass perfectly. All things are difficult at the beginning. Although the system gave Lin Ran the extraordinary skill of pendulum, when he first used this skill, he always needed a slightly more comfortable environment, otherwise he would not be able to use it. Now that I have experienced it for the first time, I will be more relaxed the next time I use this skill. At this time, the yellow team's defender and goalkeeper who were passed by Lin Ran also came over. The yellow team defender first extended his hand to shake Lin Ran's, then said somewhat depressedly, "Hey! Man, that dribbling move you just did was amazing. You fooled me, but next time you try to use the same trick, I'm sure I'll be able to see through it." The goalkeeper next to him said, "Come on, haven't you seen Ronaldo's dribbling videos? This move is unstoppable. No matter which direction you block him, he can make a fake move. When you think it's a fake move, he suddenly changes the fake move into a real move and breaks through immediately." He turned to Lin Ran and said, "Man, even though I'm really upset that you just scored against the goal I was guarding, I still have to say that your performance was fantastic. I really hope you can play in this weekend's game." Lin Ran felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that his teammates would be so open-minded. After being passed by him on the court, they came up and took the initiative to talk to him. In fact, this is normal. Sports competitions have always emphasized strength. Only when you can crush your opponents with your strength will your opponents respect you. If Lin Ran had been easily stopped by the opponent just now, do you think the defender and goalkeeper of the yellow team would pay any attention to him? It would be good enough if they didn't come up to ridicule him. Just as a group of players were talking and laughing, a roar came from the sidelines, "Damn it! The game isn't over yet, hurry up and continue, don't even think about slacking off." Hearing this sound, a group of players shrank their necks in fear and hurried back to their positions, ready to kick off again. Seeing the players return to their positions, Flores finally stopped yelling and called the red team's main midfielder, number 11, to the sidelines, instructing him, "Pass the ball to that usse kid more often. I want to see his true level." Chapter 13. Flores is now feeling a little excited and a little confused. Just now, he saw Lin Ran use the pendulum to dribble past the yellow team defender and goalkeeper twice in a row and score into the empty goal. He almost dropped his jaw in shock. He had only seen this kind of difficult move being performed so smoothly at high speed on Ronaldo during his prime. Now that he has passed his prime and is still playing for Real Madrid, Ronaldo himself has long been afraid to use this move due to injuries. This movement places very high physical demands on the players. They must have strong core strength and sturdy knees, otherwise they will definitely be injured due to the huge pressure they bear when performing the movement. The Hyuxia kid just now actually used this move twice in a row, and the range of motion was very large. This was too demanding on the body. He didn't expect that this Hyuxia boy who looked a little thin actually had such strong physical conditions. If given time, would he become the next Ronaldo? Flores was a little afraid to think about it, the picture was too beautiful. That's why he instructed the red team's midfielders to pass the ball to Lin Ran more often. He wanted to see what potential this kid from Daxia had. Moye, who was in charge of recording, began to write quickly on the page of Lin Ran in his little notebook. He has excellent breakthrough skills, is physically strong, and is very calm in front of the goal. This was the first advantage of Lin Ran recorded in his little notebook. The game on the field resumes and the yellow team kicks off. Because they had just lost a goal, the yellow team played more actively this time, especially the three new players in the yellow team, who all wanted to perform well to attract the attention of the head coach. It's just that the levels of these three are limited, so their performance has always been lukewarm. A few minutes later, due to a mistake made by one of the new players, the ball was intercepted by the red team's backcourt, and then the defender passed the ball to the midfield, and the red team's number 11 midfielder received the ball. He stopped the ball lightly, turned around, and passed the defensive player of the yellow team, and headed straight for the front court with the ball. He was very fast and in just a few seconds he had the ball at the front of the penalty area. The yellow team's defender came up to intercept immediately. The red team's number 11 glanced at the yellow team's penalty area and saw that Lin Ran had already rushed in. He immediately made a straight pass, and the ball slipped past the yellow team's defender and went straight in the direction of Lin Ran. Lin Ran stretched out his foot to receive the ball, then led it forward and faced the goal. The two central defenders of the yellow team immediately rushed forward. After the lesson just now, they dared not face Lin Ran alone this time. Both of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy, with their eyes fixed on the football under Lin Ran's feet, ready to guard against Lin Ran making another dribbling move at any time. They don't want to be passed by Lin Ran again. What they didn't expect was that this time Lin Ran didn't continue to dribble the ball forward, but instead kicked the ball from where he stood and shot directly at the goal. Seeing this scene, the two yellow team defenders breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, as long as it was not an overtake. The two of them had already blocked almost all shooting angles. If they had kicked the ball hastily in this situation, 9 out of 10 times they would have missed the target. And even if the ball hits the goal, it is not easy to break through the goalkeeper behind. But just as this thought formed in their heads, they were stunned by the scene before them. Lin Ran's shot was neither a powerful volley nor a lob shot, nor a push shot with the instep. He actually used his toes to poke the football forward, and then the football passed through the wide-open legs of a yellow team defender like a bullet and went straight to the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper in front of the goal did not see Lin Ran's movements clearly because his vision was blocked by the defender. By the time the football passed through the defender's legs and arrived in front of the goal, it was too late for him to react. He only had time to move his body slightly before the football had already stuck to the inside of the goal post and went into the lower right corner of the goal. Beep. The temporary referee on the field blew the whistle to signal that the goal was valid. At this time, the defenders and goalkeeper of the yellow team realized that the goal they were guarding had been lost. Thinking about the weird goal just now, several defenders were speechless. This goal was so frustrating. Before I could react, the ball went in. It was like a mysterious assassin who quietly thrust out a fatal sword. The target of the attack died without knowing what was happening. It makes people feel extremely depressed. The red team was equally surprised, especially number 11 who passed the ball to Lin Ran. He was just following the coach's instructions to pass the ball to Lin Ran more often. He hadn't expected the opponent to score this goal at all. After all, there were two defenders in front of Lin Ran, who were not to be trifled with. What surprised him was that Lin Ran actually kicked the ball into the goal in such a strange way. But it was a goal after all, so he quickly ran over to high-five Lin Ran and praised him, "Huxia boy, that goal was awesome." Other red team teammates who were nearby also came forward and patted Lin Ran on the shoulder to express their congratulations. "Oh my god! How did this guy do that? No one blocked it. He actually found such a small opening. No one else can do that. Find the psychological shadow area of the yellow team's goalkeeper. Haha. You're so funny, man. I think I should also ask about the psychological trauma of the defender who got shot in the groin." A group of coaching staff were also discussing the matter off the court. At the moment Lin Ran scored, Flores clenched his fists and swung them violently to vent his excitement. He said to Moya beside him with some excitement, "Moya, I think we have got a super shooter. This guy will definitely become a headache for the enemy's defense." Moya, who was still recording Lin Ran's performance, was a little surprised. "It's just a goal, how can you be so sure? This goal reflects many issues, including the choice of shot, the calmness in front of the goal, and the sense of smell in front of the goal. If any of these aspects were not done well, this ball would definitely not have gone in." Listening to Flores' analysis, Moya nodded slightly. Then he wrote a sentence in his little notebook. "Natural-born killer." The game continued, and due to Lin Ran's 2 goals, the yellow team obviously strengthened their defense against him. This made it difficult for Lin Ran, who had poor basic skills, to catch the ball again. Even if he occasionally caught it, it would be quickly destroyed. However, this provided opportunities for other offensive players of the red team. In the final moments of the game, another forward of the red team who was not guarded finally scored a goal. The game ended with the red team winning with a score of 3-0. Chapter 14. The players who walked off the field were called together, and Flores commented on some issues in the game. "Gonzalez, didn't you eat today? Why didn't you even run during the game? Kunsta, you dribbled too much today. You need to pay more attention to your teamwork. Remember, football is not a one-man sport. Roglian, remember you are a defender, not a striker. Don't always think about going forward. Your first priority is defense, not scoring goals." Flores commented on each one. The people whose names he called out hung their heads in dejection, not daring to breathe, fearing they would anger the tyrant before them. At the end of the conversation, Flores found Lin Ran in the crowd. He stared at Lin Ran for a few seconds, and Lin Ran looked back at him without looking away. After more than 10 seconds, seeing that Lin Ran didn't flinch, Flores nodded imperceptibly and said, "You, Linear Ran, although you scored 2 goals today, I have to say that your basic skills are really shit. I've never seen a professional player with such poor skills. If it weren't for your good shooting skills and that pendulum dribbling technique you learned from somewhere, I would have kicked you out of my team. You need to practice your basic skills more in the future. Otherwise, even if you have superb shooting skills, I will drive you away." After hearing Flores's impolite words, Lin Ran felt relieved. From his words, Lin Ran knew that at least he had something that the head coach liked, so he could stay for the time being. "As long as you stay, you will have room to stand out quickly with your own system." After commenting on the players, Flores arranged for his specialized coaches to start training the players individually. Lin Ran was arranged to work with several players who were considered to have poor basic skills, and they began to train with a coach on basic items such as ball control, dribbling, and body coordination. Atletico Madrid's youth training level is indeed not to be underestimated. The coaching staff will conduct targeted training based on the characteristics of each player. Those who are not in good physical condition will be guided by fitness coaches to train. For those with poor basic skills, there are also special coaches to help them improve their basic skills. Goalkeepers have dedicated goalkeeper coaches. There are also coaches who specialize in shooting and defense practice. The head coach is mainly responsible for formulating training plans, arranging the team's tactics, and then placing the right people in the right positions. There are dedicated people to take charge of daily training. Everyone has their own responsibilities and the entire training is arranged in an orderly manner. This is unimaginable in Daxia. Not to mention the youth teams, even the first-tier teams in the A-League may not have such detailed divisions. This may be the reason why they can become a football powerhouse. The whole morning passed in training. At 12 o'clock noon, Flores blew the whistle to end the training. All the youth team players were exhausted. When the head coach ordered the team to disband, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. There is a half-hour break at noon, and the club will provide lunch at noon. Lin Ran and Clara followed the main group towards the restaurant. The lunch meals are all high-protein, low-fat foods, such as chicken breast, eggs, milk, whole wheat bread, various vegetable salads, etc. It's no problem to want to eat enough, but the taste is just barely edible. Lin Ran didn't care about that. A morning of training had consumed a lot of his energy. He just wanted to have a good meal to replenish his energy. I filled my plate with all kinds of food, found a seat and prepared to feast. At this time, someone came over and sat down opposite him. Lin Ran looked up and saw that it was assistant coach Moye. He looked at the food on Lin Ran's plate, frowned and said, "Lin, you are a little thin. You should eat more chicken breast, eggs, milk and other things." There was only a small piece of chicken breast on Lin Ran's plate, and the rest were vegetables, bread and other things. The main reason was that he really had no interest in boiled chicken breast, and his appetite was used to Hyuxia food, so when he ate these foods, they tasted like chewing wax. Hearing Moye's suggestion at this time, Lin Ran nodded and said, "I think you are right, I will adjust it." Then he picked up the plate and went to the food pickup area, picked up 2 pieces of chicken breast, 2 eggs and a bottle of milk. He sat back in his seat, grinned at Moya, and started eating. Seeing Lin Ran listen to his advice, Moya was very pleased. While eating the food in front of him, he said, "Diet has a great impact on a player's physical fitness. I know you Hyuxia are all gourmets, but many times, those delicious foods can have an impact on your body. If you want to be a great player, you must pay more attention to your diet. If you are unsure about something in the future, you can consult the team's nutritionist. I think he can give you good advice." "I understand, Mr. Moya, thank you." Lin Ran thanked him sincerely. He was really grateful to the other party for providing him with such sincere guidance. This is especially valuable in an unfamiliar environment. Moreover, the other party's advice was very pertinent. He was indeed a little thin, which was a disadvantage in the European arena full of strong men. Maybe I really need to consult a nutritionist. For lunch, Lin Ran ate 3 chicken breasts, 2 eggs, 3 slices of bread, and a bunch of vegetables, and finally drank a bottle of pure milk. The physical strength consumed in the morning was also quickly replenished. After dinner, Lin Ran went to the players' lounge to rest. Instead of chatting and joking with others, he found a corner and dozed off on the table. While no one was paying attention, he called out the system panel, only to find that there was another item on the panel. Training value, 3.5. Seeing these extra projects, Lin Dong was very curious. Try asking the system in your mind. "System, what's going on with this extra training value?" This time, the system didn't remain silent. It replied, "This training value is used for leveling up. You gain 1 training point for every hour of training. Your technical abilities can be upgraded by consuming training points. 1 training point can be used to advance from entry level to elementary level, 10 training points can be used to advance from elementary level to intermediate level, 100 training points can be used to advance from intermediate level to advanced level, 1000 training points can be used to advance from advanced level to master level. 10,000 training points can be used to advance from master level to perfect level. After listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Ran understood that this training value can be said to be the money in the system, except that this money is not used to buy physical objects, but to improve one's own technical ability. This can definitely be said to be a super plug-in. In the future, as long as you are diligent enough, your technical ability will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After the excitement, Lin Ran suddenly remembered that the system said that it would take 10,000 points to upgrade from master level to perfect level. This means that you need to train yourself for 10,000 hours to upgrade an ability to the perfect level. By this calculation, even if I train every day except for eating and sleeping, it will still take 2 to 3 years. And this is just one technical capability, but there are more than 10 technical capabilities in my system. Doesn't that mean that I need 20 or 30 years of continuous training to bring all my skills to perfection? This is simply impossible. 20 years later, I guess I should retire. Thinking of this, Lin Ran suddenly felt a little upset. He tried to communicate the system in his mind. System, besides daily training, are there any other ways to obtain training points? System. Is there really such a thing? Give me a definite answer. Lin Ran continued to ask without giving up. System. The system fell silent again. No matter how Lin Ran asked, there was no response. FK. Pretending to be dead again. Lin Ran was so angry that he cursed. But the system never responded, so Lin Ran had no choice but to give up. Thinking that he could exchange one training point for 1 hour of training, Lin Ran immediately became restless. Then he walked out amidst everyone's strange gazes and headed straight for the training ground. Chapter 15. Arriving at the training ground, Lin Ran began training under the scorching sun at noon. As the weather was too hot, Lin Ran did not dare to do any strenuous exercise. He just followed the method taught by the coach in the morning and did some juggling and stopping exercises. By the time the coach and other players arrived at the training ground in the afternoon, Lin Ran had already been training for more than half an hour. Lin, didn't you take a break at noon? Flores asked in surprise. I don't have the habit of taking a lunch break at noon, so I came here early. Lin Ran made up an excuse. Flores nodded with satisfaction. He liked hard-working players very much. In his opinion, no matter how talented a person is, if he is not hard-working enough, his achievements will be limited. A hard-working person, even if he has average qualifications, can achieve success through acquired efforts. Of course, it would be even better if you are talented and willing to work hard. The afternoon training mainly consists of some tactical drills, which is easier than the morning training. Spanish teams all focus on the team's overall teamwork, so tactical drills and teamwork training are also top priorities. The entire afternoon was spent practicing these contents. During this process, the level of tacit understanding between Lin Ran and his teammates was slowly improving. At 3:30 in the afternoon, with the head coach's whistle, the day's training ended. Many of the players in these youth teams play football here part-time. The salary of the players is not enough to support them, so many of them will find another job to support themselves besides playing football. In order to take care of these people, the team's afternoon training usually ends early so that other part-time workers can do their own things. The players left in 2s and 3s, and soon the court became quiet. But Lin Ran didn't leave. He found Flores and said, "Sir, can I stay here and continue practicing?" Flores was a little surprised because few players would voluntarily stay and practice after a day of hard training. This made him feel a little more favorable towards this hard-working Hyuxia boy. So he nodded and said, "You can stay, but the coaches are all going to be off work, so you can only practice here by yourself. But I can leave some of the training equipment here with you. Just return it to the warehouse after you finish your training." Hearing the coach agree and that she could continue to use the training equipment, Lin Ran was very happy and quickly thanked him. "Don't thank me. I like hard-working people. Work hard and I believe you will achieve success." Flores patted Lin Ran on the shoulder to show encouragement. Then he turned to the staff member who was about to take away the training equipment and said, "Cavens, don't take these equipment away for now. Give Lin the key to the warehouse. He will take it away eventually." "That's great, I can get off work now." Cavens, who was packing up training equipment, said excitedly. He took a key from his keychain and handed it to Lin Ran, warning, "This is the key to the warehouse. Be careful not to lose it. Also, you'd better not damage these equipment, otherwise I will cause trouble for you." Lin Ran took the key, nodded to Cavens and said, "Thank you, I'll keep it safe." Then he ran happily and started training. Looking at the young man sweating, Flores nodded secretly and walked towards his office. Clara originally wanted to go home with Lin Ran, but when he saw Lin Ran ask to stay, he left on his own because he had a part-time job at KFC. Soon, Lin Ran was the only one left in the youth team's training ground. "I called my uncle and told him that I would be back late today, and then I started training. In this way, until 7 o'clock in the evening, for more than 3 hours, Lin Ran continued to carry out boring training alone. He stopped only when he felt very tired and his stomach started to growl. After feeling his physical condition, he knew that he had trained enough today and it would be easy to get injured if he continued. So after resting for a few minutes, he packed up the scattered training equipment and footballs and put them all in the warehouse. Finally, I locked the warehouse door and went to the locker room to change clothes. It was already 7:30 in the evening and it was getting dark. Feeling hungry, he went outside the training base, found a store, bought a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water, tore open the package and started eating. After eating the bread with mineral water, Lin Ran felt that he had strength again, and the fatigue in his body seemed to have disappeared for the most part. This made him sigh that being young is good. No matter how tired you are, just eat something and take a rest and you will recover. He was originally planning to take the subway home, but now that he has the strength again, he might as well run home and increase his training points. Lin Ran did it as soon as he thought of it. He squatted down, tightened his shoelaces, and then jogged towards his uncle's house. Lin Jianjun's home was 5 or 6 kilometers away from the training ground. It was already 8:30 when Lin Ran ran there. Lin Jianjun and Qin Jiajia had been waiting impatiently. Seeing Lin Ran come in sweating profusely, the two of them finally felt relieved. "Have you eaten? Why are you sweating so much?" Lin Jianjun asked. "I ate a piece of bread and ran all the way back." "Ah! Are you crazy? You ran back from so far away?" Lin Jianjun shouted in surprise. "It's okay, just treat it as training." Lin Ran smiled indifferently. After hearing his nephew's answer, Lin Jianjun was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Boy, you did the right thing. Professional players have to fight hard, otherwise they won't make it. Okay, go take a shower, change your clothes, and then come over for dinner." Lin Ran agreed, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then came to the restaurant. There were already several plates on the table, filled with some of the Huxia dishes he usually liked to eat. Seeing him coming over, Lin Jianjun said with a smile, "Eat, your aunt and I have already eaten. This is specially reserved for you. It has your favorite braised pork." Looking at the delicious dishes, Lin Ran secretly swallowed his saliva. However, thinking of Moya's instructions this afternoon, he immediately controlled his gluttony. After filling himself a bowl of white rice, he poured another bowl of water, then pulled a plate of Kung Pao chicken in front of him, picked out the chicken breast, rinsed it in water, and then put it into his mouth. Lin Ran didn't even glance at the plate of delicious braised pork. After taking 2 bites of the meal, Lin Ran said to the somewhat puzzled Lin Jianjun beside him, "The coach told me today to eat less greasy food in the future." Lin Jianjun finally felt relieved and nodded, saying, "Coach is right. Today's dishes are indeed a bit greasy. But don't worry. Our Huxia food culture is extensive and profound, and there are still some delicious and healthy foods. I will cook them for you in the future. That's great. Lin Ran was happy. To be honest, he was also afraid of eating those so-called nutritious meals that were hard to swallow every day. Of course it would be best if there were some food that is both delicious and healthy. Chapter 16. After dinner, Lin Ran chatted with his uncle and returned to his room. He couldn't wait to call up his system panel. The information is still on the system. Player name, Lin Ran. Player age, 18. Player height, 181 centimeters. Player weight, 72 kilograms. Basic abilities. Speed, 88, Strength, 65, Fitness, 72, Coordination, 58. Technical capabilities. Shooting, Perfect, Heading, Elementary. Grab the spot, Primary, Card position, Entry level. Ball control, Entry level, Passing, Entry level. Breakthrough, Primary, Steal, Entry level. Defense, Entry level, Confrontation, Primary. Stopping the ball, Elementary. Skill. The pendulum swings. Comprehensive assessment, Beginner advanced. Under this information, the training value has become 9.5. Thinking of the system's upgrade rules, Lin Ran tried to command in his mind, upgrade the blocking technique from entry level to elementary level. As the command was issued, the system's voice rang out in his mind, upgrading the host's blocking skill from entry level to elementary requires 1 training point. Host, would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrading the blocking ability consumes 1 training point. As the system prompt sounded, the entry level behind the card option on the system panel immediately changed to beginner level. Then the training value also changed from 9.5 to 8.5. Lin Ran felt himself and found that there was no major change. However, he tried to think about the technical essentials of positioning in his mind. Suddenly I found that my understanding of the technique of positioning seemed to be deeper than before. In the past, his concept of positioning was completely at the layman level. He just had a concept, but had basically no idea how to do it specifically. But now, some technical essentials of positioning techniques suddenly appeared in his mind, such as how to use the body to position and so on. Although his understanding of this knowledge is still at the theoretical level, he thinks that if he were to use it in actual combat, he might be able to use it subconsciously. These additional changes made Lin Ran realize that his positioning skills had indeed improved, but because the level of improvement was still too low, the change was not obvious. But it doesn't matter. This is only the first day of training. After the training points accumulate, I will be able to reach a higher level, and I think the changes will be apparent. Then, Lin Ran upgraded several other technical skills that were only at the entry-level to the basic level. They are, ball control, passing, stealing and defense. Lin Ran spent another 4 points of training value. Now, all of Lin Ran's 11 technical abilities, except for shooting which was at perfect level, became elementary level. The training value now becomes 4.5. Looking at the various capabilities on his system panel, Lin Ran exclaimed in his heart that the system was awesome. After just 1 day of training, my technical ability has improved significantly. If there were no system, I wonder how long it would take to improve my technical ability to 1 level. It seems that I need to work harder, gain more training points, and strive to improve my technical abilities as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he stopped being dazed and immediately went to the bathroom, washed up, and went to bed. I still have training tomorrow, so I must take time to rest and recover my strength. Lin Ran got up early at 6 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, I ate some bread and milk and then went out. Today he also did not take the subway, but jogged to the training base. It was just past 7:30 when we arrived at the training base. The gatekeeper was surprised to see Lin Ran coming so early and running all the way here. Good boy, I dare say you are the most hard-working player I have ever seen. The bearded security guard said with admiration. Excuse me, uncle. I got up early and couldn't sleep, so I came here early. Please let me in. Lin Ran greeted the guard politely. The guard opened the gate. Lin Ran waved to him and walked into the training base. He first went to the warehouse and pushed the training equipment needed for training to the training ground with a cart. Then he took a football and started practicing. More than half an hour passed before players began to arrive one after another. When they saw that Lin Ran had already started training on the training ground and the training equipment was already set up, everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect that this kid from Daxia would fight so hard. This puts a lot of pressure on everyone. You know, the competition in professional teams is very fierce, and not everyone has the opportunity to play. In order to compete for the 11 main players on the field, everyone is actually competing secretly. Now that they have discovered that there are people who are so hardworking, of course they will have all kinds of thoughts. So these players stopped joking and playing with each other as usual, and immediately started warming up after changing their clothes. When Flores arrived, he was surprised to find that many players were training spontaneously. This made him a little confused. These guys weren't usually like this. Before training, they'd just do a simple warm-up, or sometimes even nothing at all, and just chat and gossip. But each one was more serious than the other, which made him curious. He waved over a player and asked, "What's wrong with you guys today? You all look like you've taken steroids." The player told the story again somewhat embarrassedly. When Flores heard that it was caused by that Huxia boy again, he couldn't help but laugh, and at the same time he had a better impression of Lin Ran. After waving the player away, Flores looked at the figure who was sweating profusely. He had a plan in mind, but he still needed to observe to see if the other party was just being enthusiastic for a moment. So during the daytime training session, Flores paid more attention to Lin Ran. But what made him happy was that Lin Ran completed his training very seriously. The coach's orders were carried out without fail. What surprised him was that he found that Lin Ran seemed to have made obvious progress in several technical moves compared to yesterday. This discovery made him feel a little incredible. He has made such great progress after just one day of training. Is this guy really a rare genius? Lin Ran didn't think too much about it. He was just simply training to the point of passing the time. He would train however the coach told him to. He just had to make enough time. After a day of training, Lin Ran stayed to practice until 7 o'clock as usual, and then ran home. When I got home and checked the system, I found that because I practiced for an extra hour and a half this morning, today's training value was as high as 11 points. Adding the points left over from yesterday, the total is now 15.5 points. I can finally upgrade one of my technical abilities to the intermediate level. Chapter 17. Looking at the more than 10 technical capabilities on the panel, Lin Ran was considering which one to upgrade. Now his position is forward, and as a forward, his most important task is to score goals. Now his shooting technique is perfect. It can be said that as long as he gets a chance in front of the goal, he can basically score. What bothers him now is that apart from shooting, his other offensive methods are useless, such as breakthroughs, dribbling, passing, scoring, etc. This resulted in him often not being able to catch the ball, or even if he did catch it, he couldn't create a good opportunity due to some poor technical skills, or even lost the ball directly. So his top priority is to solve this problem. As for those defensive stealing abilities, although they are also very important, you can take your time. Thinking of this, he had an idea in mind. Issue the command in your mind, upgrade the ability to seize points to the intermediate level. As the command was issued, the system confirmed it again, and then the level behind the technical ability grab the point on the panel became intermediate. The training value suddenly decreased by 10 to 5.5. As these changes occurred, Lin Ran gained a lot more knowledge about the technique of grabbing points in his mind. This time, his feeling was much stronger than the last time when he went from the entry level to the elementary level. He could clearly feel that his understanding of grabbing points had improved a lot compared to the beginner level, as if he had been practicing this ability in actual combat for a long time. Lin Ran felt it carefully and found that this intermediate level of technical ability roughly corresponds to the upper middle level of Spanish 3rd Division players or the lower middle level of Spanish 2nd Division players. There are probably many people in his Atlético Madrid youth team who have this level of ability. Thinking about it this way, if I can improve all my technical abilities to the intermediate level, and add perfect shooting skills, then there should be no problem in gaining a foothold in the Spanish 3rd Division or even the Spanish 2nd Division. To achieve this effect, you must train continuously and do everything possible to obtain training value. If possible, Lin Ran really wants to spend 24 hours a day training. But it's just a thought. Not to mention that I still have to eat and sleep, my body can't bear it. Now, after more than 10 hours of training a day, he is exhausted and all he wants to do when he gets home is lie in bed and rest. He estimated that this was his limit, and that this level of training intensity couldn't be done every day, there had to be 1 or 2 days of rest a week. By this calculation, you can accumulate about 50 to 60 training points a week, which means you can upgrade 5 or 6 technical abilities. It takes 2 weeks to upgrade all technical skills to an intermediate level. Lin Ran felt depressed when he thought about how long it would take. It takes 2 weeks to upgrade to the intermediate level. This time is too long. This system doesn't seem to be working well. Lin Ran thought so. If the system knew about this idea, it would probably be so angry that it would crash. It may take others a year or 2 to develop an ability to an intermediate level, and those with less talent may not be able to achieve it for several years. And now, Lin Ran only needs 2 weeks to upgrade more than a dozen abilities to the intermediate level, but he is still not satisfied. All I can say is that this person's desire is endless, and Lin Ran's desire is really too strong. The next morning, Lin Ran got up at 6 o'clock again, went out before 7 o'clock, and ran to the training base. Before the formal training, head coach Flores stood in front of the team and announced something. Tomorrow, Saturday, we will face Osasuna B at home. I will announce the 18-man squad shortly. Those whose names I read will have their own tactical drills. The rest of us can continue with the training or choose to leave. After he finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to comment, he turned around and nodded at Moya. Moya came up with a piece of paper filled with names and said, "When I call out your name, please stand to my left." Then the list of names was announced. Goalkeepers, Arcio Balanza, Gonzalez Bianco. The 2 players walked out with happy faces and stood in the open space on Moya's left. The other 2 goalkeepers in the team lowered their heads with a look of disappointment. There were no names for them, which meant they could only wait or leave. Moya continued to read off the list. Left back, Bendavilla, Caballero Badia. Right back, Bioco Artos, Astorga Cabeza. Central defenders, Bellaro Angulo, Salazar Bronto, Bubrira Aruda Hagel. Defensive midfielders, Borja Martinez, Moko Embiid, and Cava Izas. Left midfielder, Valeriona, Igarian. Right midfielder, Canals Loredan, Clara Bernio. When Clara heard his name, his face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be selected. When he walked out of the queue, his head was completely confused. He even tripped and almost fell. But no one laughed at him, because being on the roster was equivalent to having 1 foot on the path to becoming a professional player. As long as he was diligent enough and performed steadily, he would eventually achieve something. This is what every player dreams of, so it's no surprise that they are so excited. Moya continued his announcement without pausing. Forwards, Aguilar Brasso and Morales Borja. The last one. Moya paused before continuing, Lin Ran. Hearing this name, everyone's attention was focused on the Huxia boy in the team. There was envy and jealousy in their eyes, but no one said anything. Everyone actually had a hunch that this Hyuxia boy would be selected. After all, this guy's shooting skills are obvious to all, as well as his abnormal pendulum pass. The most important thing is that the opponent is still so hard-working. As long as the head coach is not blind, there should be no problem in making the roster. Lin Ran was a little excited in his heart, but he appeared calm on the surface. He slowly walked out of the queue and stood in the crowd on Moya's left. After reading the list, Moya continued, "Now the remaining people can choose whether to stay or leave." After a period of silence, 6 people finally chose to leave. In this way, the team of 35 people was reduced to 29 people. The players on the 18-man roster began to conduct group competitions under the leadership of the head coach, practicing special tactical training to prepare for tomorrow's competition. "Moya, did you feel the change in that Hyuxia boy today?" Flores looked at the players who were conducting offensive and defensive drills on the field, and suddenly asked Moya next to him. Moya looked at Lin Ran running down the court in confusion, and after a moment, he replied, "It seems like nothing has changed." No, his awareness of scoring in front of the goal is much stronger than the past 2 days. If you look closely at his movement, when his team is attacking, he can consciously run to the key position and be ready to shoot at any time. Although his skills are still a little immature, he has made a qualitative leap compared to a few days ago. It's really unbelievable that he has made such great progress in just a few days. After hearing Flores's suggestion, Moya observed carefully again, then nodded and said, "Indeed, Lin's awareness of scoring in front of the goal has indeed improved. This is good news for us." "Well, but his other skills are still the same, so he can't be a starter." Flores seemed a little regretful. Chapter 18. When he returned home in the evening, Lin Jianjun was fiddling with a set of Atletico Madrid team jerseys. Seeing Lin Ran coming back, he immediately smiled and said, "Xia Ran, tomorrow is Atletico Madrid's away game against Santander. Come with me? Let me give you a taste of the La Liga game scene." Without waiting for Lin Ran to answer, he slapped his head again and said, "Oh, I forgot. It seems that your team also has a game tomorrow. As a member of the team, even though you are not on the roster, you must go to watch the game." "Uncle, how can you be so sure that I can't make the roster?" Lin Ran asked a little depressed. "That's not so hard to guess. You've just joined the team and you're not familiar with anyone. How are you going to cooperate with them? If the head coach isn't stupid, there's no way he'd let you on the roster." Seeing his uncle's sure look, Lin Ran said a little embarrassedly, Uncle, the coach announced the roster today, and I'm on it." "What?" Lin Jianjun was in disbelief. He was stunned for a long time before he screamed, "You kid didn't lie to me, did you?" After getting Lin Ran's reaffirming nod, Lin Jianjun rushed over and picked up the somewhat bewildered Lin Ran, shouting excitedly, "FK! Awesome! I knew, Xia Ran, you can do it." Lin Jianjun's shouting startled Qin Jiajia in the bedroom. She pushed the door open and saw the uncle and nephew hugging each other. She was immediately stunned and scolded, "Lin Jianjun! What's wrong with you? Xia Ran is on the team's roster and he has the opportunity to play in the game." Lin Jianjun said excitedly. "Really? That's great." Qin Jiajia was also very excited. He had been influenced by Lin Jianjun for many years, so he naturally knew what it meant to be on the big list. Besides being surprised, he was also very happy for his nephew. After calming down a bit, Lin Jianjun let go of Lin Ran, and then said as if he had made a decision, "I've decided not to go to Santander tomorrow. I'm going to watch your game in person." "You've already bought the tickets, haven't you? You'd be at a loss if you don't go." Lin Ran teased with a smile. "It's okay. I'll transfer the tickets. There are more people who want them. Maybe I can make some money." Lin Jianjun said proudly. The next morning, because there was a game today, in order to save energy, Lin Ran did not run to the training ground, but took the subway. The morning training content mainly involves ball training so that the players can maintain their ball feel. After returning home yesterday, Lin Ran weighed the pros and cons again and again, and finally used the training points gained during the day to upgrade his dribbling technique to the intermediate level. With this and his own master-level skill pendulum pass, it should be easy to break through the opponent's defense. After lunch, the team went to their home stadium, Shanzailing Stadium, to get accustomed to the venue. Shanzailing Stadium is a small stadium that can accommodate more than 5,000 people. It is usually used as one of the training grounds for Atletico Madrid's first team. Looking at the small stadium, Lin Ran felt a little discouraged. He used to watch the broadcasts of European leagues on TV, where there were tens of thousands of fans cheering at the scene. That kind of momentum was really exciting. And now, looking at the sparse crowd in the stands, there are probably only 1,000 or so fans. It was far from the crowded scene he had imagined. However, he did see Lin Jianjun, Qin Jiajia, and the old Clara couple in the crowd. At this time, several people were wearing Atletico Madrid jerseys and cheering hard in the crowd. Seeing Lin Ran's lost expression, assistant coach Moya smiled and said, "Lin, you have to understand that this is a C-League match, not a La Liga match. Most people won't pay attention to a C-League match like this." Lin Ran nodded in understanding. Actually, if you think about it, there are so many first-class leagues to watch, who would pay attention to the low-level third-class league? The fans who came to the scene today probably came because of the cheap tickets. The audience was sparse and the competition ceremony was simple. Players from both teams come on the court and shake hands and greet each other, and then the captains of both teams go up to guess the coin. In the end, Osasuna B team got the right to kick off and Atletico Madrid got the right to choose the side. Atletico Madrid captain Arcio chose the east goal. The reason for choosing this place was after careful consideration. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun is still high. There is basically no big difference between the east and west sides. But when the first half ended and the second half began, it was already 5 o'clock. At that time, the two sides changed sides and Atletico Madrid switched to the west goal. At this time, the sun is due west, and the attacking side will attack facing the sunlight, which will be affected to some extent. At this time, the starting lineups of both sides were in position, and several substitute players such as Lin Ran and Clara were sitting on the bench, waiting for both sides to kick off. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and the game began. In this game, Atletico Madrid's opponent Osasuna B is a mid-table team in the Spanish third division. As the reserve team of La Liga powerhouse Osasuna B team is relatively young overall, but its strength should not be underestimated. This team is good at defensive counterattacks. Last season, they conceded the second fewest goals in the entire Spanish third division, while the number of goals scored ranked above the middle. It can be seen that this team's defense is very solid, but its offensive ability is not weak. What they are best at is taking advantage of the enemy's unstable footing at the beginning of the game, and using rapid attacks to tear through the enemy's defenses and take the lead. Then they will shrink as a whole, use defense to wear down the opponent's patience, and then wait for an opportunity to continue to expand the results. He used this tactic in many games last season, causing many teams to suffer heavy losses. The two teams met twice last season, with Atletico Madrid losing once and drawing once, and gaining no advantage. It is also worth mentioning that Aguirre, the head coach of Atletico Madrid's first team, was the head coach of Osasuna's first team before coming here. Moreover, the league results are very good. Last season, Osasuna's first team ranked 4th in the league, which also qualified Osasuna to play in the Champions League. This result is obviously much better than Atletico Madrid. Last season, Atletico Madrid did not even qualify for the Europa League, let alone the Champions League. As the whistle sounded, Osasuna B team striker Herrera passed the ball back to the team's midfielder Magna. And he rushed forward quickly. After receiving the ball, Magna was not in a hurry. He slowly moved forward, waiting for other players on his team to come forward and support. Atletico Madrid's left winger Valeri immediately stepped forward to intercept Magna. Magna's footwork was very delicate. With just a pull and a flick, he easily dodged Valeri's attempt to steal the ball, then suddenly accelerated forward and made a long pass to the winger Himmler, who was frantically running in from the right before Atletico Madrid's fullback Caballero came up to intercept him. Himmler was a black player with amazing explosive power. After receiving the ball, he used his speed to get rid of Atletico's defenders and went straight to the bottom. Then he made a cross and kicked the ball into the middle of the penalty area. At this time, in Atletico Madrid's penalty area, Osasuna striker Herrera had already jumped high. Herrera, who is nearly 1.9 meters tall, is obviously a master of heading. Looking at the direction of the ball, Herrera relied on his physical advantage to hold his position. He jumped high while being double-teamed by two Atletico central defenders. The football changed direction over his head and flew towards the goal at an extremely tricky angle. Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Arcio didn't even have time to react before the ball went into the upper right corner of the goal. Beep. The ball went in. Just 1 minute and 15 seconds into the game, Osasuna B team scored the first goal. After scoring the goal, Herrera excitedly rushed towards Himmler, who passed the ball to him and hugged Himmler warmly. Then more Osasuna B players joined in and celebrated in Atletico's half. On the Atletico Madrid side, everyone was dejected and at a loss. Chapter 19. What the hell is that? Are those two central defenders dead? How could they let the other team receive the ball so comfortably in the penalty area? Atletico Madrid B team is really getting worse and worse. I won't come to watch it next time. Didn't the defender eat today? How could he let that NR get away so easily? It's a shame. Hurry up and counterattack. I hope the team's forwards can be more powerful today, otherwise there will be nothing to watch. The fans at the scene began to criticize. On the sidelines, head coach Flores angrily threw his water cup and shouted at the court, "Damn it! I told you before the game to pay attention to the opponent's quick attack after the opening. What's wrong with you? How could you let the opponent break through so easily?" Flores was really angry. He was hit hard by his opponent at the beginning of the game. Before the game, he specifically emphasized the need to prevent the opponent's sneak attack at the beginning, but he didn't expect that he still failed to defend it. It seems that these guys turned a deaf ear to his words. He must teach them a lesson after the game. Osasuna B team's celebration ended only after the referee's intervention, and then they ran back to their own field to wait for the restart. Beep. With a whistle, the game continues. This time Atletico Madrid kicked off. Having conceded a goal first, Atletico Madrid was eager to equalize the score, so they pushed their defense forward. Even the two central defenders were almost pressing towards the center line. On the other hand, Osasuna quickly withdrew their defense line. All players retreated to their own half and formed an iron bucket formation, leaving only one forward in the front. Judging from the situation, they were planning to defend to the death. They had a 1-goal advantage, so they played calmly. On the other hand, the players on Atletico Madrid's side were a little impatient. In the 12th minute of the game, Atletico Madrid striker Aguilar received a pass from his teammate at the edge of the penalty area. He chose to shoot directly and the football flew high into the stands. In the 19th minute of the game, Valeri passed the Osasuna fullback and made a high-quality cross pass. Unfortunately, Aguilar, who was making an outflanking move, started too late and could only watch the football slip past him. In the 28th minute of the game, it was Aguilar again. Facing the double team of two Osasuna defenders, he chose to break through, but the ball was tackled by the opponent's defender, causing the opponent to counterattack quickly and almost score a goal. This caused Borja, who had already run out of space to ask for the ball, to feel dissatisfied. "Aguilar, if you're not in shape, pass the ball to others instead of forcing yourself." In the coaching booth, Flores was already somewhat dissatisfied with Aguilar's performance. Hearing Flores roar, Aguilar lowered his head feeling guilty. The fans around were booing. What a lousy striker! He even missed such an opportunity. My dog can play better than him. Hurry up and get someone who can score a goal. Atletico Madrid is really getting worse and worse. It's so disappointing that a striker like this can be a starter. That striker, get out of here. Listening to the shouting and cursing of the fans around him, Lin Ran, who was sitting on the bench, was sweating profusely. These fans were really crazy. Judging from the situation, if the players on the field didn't play well again, these fans might come down and beat them up. Clara, who was sitting next to Lin Ran, saw Lin Ran's expression and said with a smile, "How about it, Lin, do you feel the enthusiasm of our Atletico Madrid fans? Passionate? Well, it is indeed very passionate, so passionate that it makes people scared." Lin Ran said jokingly. "Haha. You'll get used to it. Actually, they are all very nice people," Clara said with a laugh. The game continued on the field. Atletico Madrid, who had been besieging Osasuna's goal for more than half an hour, failed to score a goal and became more and more impatient. But Aguilar did not learn from the lesson just now. As if to prove himself, when the ball came to his feet, he either chose to break through or shoot directly. Sometimes his teammates are clearly in a better position, but he just turns a blind eye and chooses to do it himself every time. The result of doing this is, of course, that you will be interrupted frequently, and then your opponent can take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. This made the other players very dissatisfied with him, and they would not pass the ball to him unless it was absolutely necessary. This time, Atletico Madrid is one man short and can no longer threaten Osasuna's goal. On the contrary, Osasuna seemed to be more and more adept after blocking Atletico Madrid's waves of attacks. Their defensive counterattacks were very smooth and they had several threatening shots. If Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Balanza hadn't performed well today, they probably wouldn't be leading by 1 goal now. Flores on the coaching bench was extremely angry. He was very disappointed with the team's performance today, especially the forward line. They lacked coordination and their individual abilities were not good enough to make the final decision. They were all restricted by the opponent. Moreover, the opponent often intercepts the ball in the front court, and then launches a quick counterattack, which makes the team's defense line panic. Especially forward Aguilar, this guy's performance was simply disastrous. Not a single shot hit the frame and almost no breakthrough was successful. That's fine. If you don't feel anything, just pass the ball to your teammates. But he refused to do so. He had to prove himself. Every time he got the ball, he would either shoot directly or force a breakthrough. It doesn't matter whether your position is good or not, or whether your teammates have a better position. This resulted in almost no coordination in Atletico Madrid's front court, relying entirely on individual ability. But Osasuna's iron bucket formation is least afraid of this kind of individual breakthrough. Flores is already considering making a substitution. Aguilar must be substituted, but who should he replace him with? There is still Lin Ran who can be substituted on the front line, but Lin Ran has just joined the team for a few days and still needs to adapt to the team as a whole. The original reason for including him in the roster was that if the team had a lead in the last few minutes of the game, he could be put on the court to feel the atmosphere of the game. But now the team is in trouble, and Flores is in a dilemma as to whether substituting him will be effective. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left in the first half, he decided to wait until the halftime break to reorganize the team's front court. If the strikers could learn from their mistakes in the second half, he would let them continue to play. If not, he would replace them with Lin Ran. But his idea was quickly dashed. This time it was Atletico's defender who cleared the ball with a long kick, and Aguilar in the front court received a header from his teammate. However, the opponent's fullback was following him. Aguilar made 2 consecutive feints but failed to get rid of the opponent. At this time, his best choice was to pass the ball to Borja on the other side. Because Borja had already run out of position, he could shoot directly after receiving the ball. However, Aguilar, who finally got the ball, did not choose to pass it, but continued to force his way through the opponent's defender. However, Osasuna's defenders were not easy to deal with. Aguilar had just pushed the ball to the right, preparing to rely on his speed to force his way through the opponent's right side, but his intention was seen through by the opponent in advance. A blocking move made Aguilar lose control of the ball. Then a cross pass was made and the ball was handed to his own midfielder. Osasuna midfielder Himmler made a long pass and found Herrera, who had already sped up in the front court. Since no one expected to lose the ball so quickly in the front court, Atletico's overall defense line was moved forward, and the two central defenders were almost pressing near the center line. When Herrera received the ball, he had already used his speed to get behind Atletico's defense. Seeing this, the Atletico Madrid defender raised his hand to signal the referee that the opponent was offside, while frantically chasing Herrera. But Herrera had already started to speed up, and the defenders were already a step slower, and now they were being left further and further behind. The linesman did not make any comment on the ball, which means it was a successful offside trap. Without any surprise, Herrera did not waste this good opportunity. He dribbled the ball straight into the penalty area. Facing Atletico's goalkeeper Balanza, he calmly kicked the ball with his instep. The ball went into the lower right corner of the goal at a tricky angle. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the goal was scored, and the score became 2-0. Chapter 20. This goal caused the entire stadium to plunge into a sea of boos. Although there were only 1,000 fans watching the game in the stands, the noise they made was quite loud. Lin Jianjun was also booing crazily along with the other fans around him. Qin Jiajia beside him complained with a look of disgust, "This is the team you like. They play so badly. I don't know what's so good about it." Hearing his wife's complaints, Lin Jianjun explained with a depressed look on his face, "This is Atletico Madrid B team. I like the first team. If I hadn't come to watch Lin Ran play football today, I wouldn't have come. Why doesn't Xia Ran play? Look how badly that guy on the field plays. Why doesn't the coach let Xia Ran go up and replace him?" Qin Jiajia said indignantly. "That's right. Honey, you're absolutely right. We should ask the coach to make a substitution." Lin Jianjun's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly, "Substitution! Substitution! Substitution!" As his voice spread, the people around him were inspired by him and began to shout, "Change! Change!" Then, the sound spread like a plague, instantly spreading throughout the entire stadium, and finally the entire stadium was shouting, "Substitution! Substitution!" Hearing the cheers of the fans around him, Aguilar's face on the field became extremely ugly. He felt very aggrieved. He just wanted to prove himself and made a small mistake. "Do you have to mock him like this?" Flores, who was off the court, was completely disappointed with Aguilar. He angrily kicked over a bottle of mineral water on the ground, walked back and forth twice, and as if he had made up his mind, he said to Lin Ran beside him, "Lin, go warm up." Hearing Flores' words, Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, but it was Clara beside him who pushed him and said, "Lin, what are you stunned about? You're going to play in the game, congratulations." Lin Ran reacted and felt ecstatic. He quickly agreed, took off his coat, and ran out to warm up. Seeing Lin Ran get up to warm up, Lin Jianjun in the stands was overjoyed and said to Qin Jiajia excitedly, "Xia Ran is going to warm up. It seems that he will be able to play soon." "Really? That's great." Qin Jiajia was also very excited. Old Krilla on the side also said in amazement, "Lin, your nephew is going to play. He is so lucky today." "What kind of luck is that?" "That's called strength." Lin Jianjun corrected dissatisfiedly. "Haha. You are right, luck is also a kind of strength. I really hope that little Clara can have this kind of strength." Old Clara said with a smile. At this time, the whistle for the end of the first half sounded, and Atletico Madrid B team was 2 goals behind Osasuna B team. Atletico Madrid's players walked off the field dejectedly, in stark contrast to the high morale of Osasuna's players. Flores turned around and walked towards the locker room without saying a word. The players behind him didn't dare to breathe, for fear of angering the extremely unhappy head coach. After the 15-minute halftime break, the Atletico Madrid players who came out again all had expressions of having survived a disaster on their faces, as if they had just experienced something terrible in the locker room. Aguilar, who performed poorly in the first half, sat on the bench with a grim expression, looking at Lin Ran, who replaced him with some reluctance. Yes, at the beginning of the second half, Atletico Madrid B replaced Aguilar with Lin Ran. Lin Ran, who was standing on the court at this moment, was absent-mindedly thinking about something. He looked as if it was his first time on the court, and he was so nervous that he didn't know what to do. This made Flores, who was staring at him, feel a pang of anxiety. Damn! Was his decision to let this rookie play right? Don't let him down. The other players were also a little worried when they saw Lin Ran's expression. Borja, another striker who was standing with him waiting for the kickoff, patted Lin Ran on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous, Huxia boy. If you're unsure about the ball, pass it to me. Let's go kick those bastards at Osasuna together." Lin Ran looked up at the other person in confusion. Seeing the worry on his face, he smiled and said, "Okay, I will help the team win." Hearing Lin Ran's arrogant words, Borja laughed and said, "Haha. You have a good idea, I like it." At this moment, a whistle sounded and the second half of the game began. Borja passed the ball back to Martinez behind him and ran forward himself. Lin Ran also rushed forward. In fact, the reason why Lin Ran was stunned just now was because the system suddenly sent him a message in his mind. The latest mission is perfect first time. The host needs to help the team win and score a goal in the second half. After completing the mission, the host will receive the reward Master Level Football Skill Card. Hearing this voice, Lin Ran was excited. Finally, there were tasks to complete. Completing tasks would earn rewards. Last time, he got the Master Level Football Skill Pendulum Pass. I wonder what this time? Lin Ran was looking forward to it. At this time, Lin Ran had already run to the front court near Osasuna's defense line. If he ran any further in, he would be offside. After several passes, the Atletico Madrid midfielder finally made a long pass and kicked the ball to the position of Lin Ran in the front court. It was a half-high ball with a very fast speed. Lin Ran raised his right leg and wanted to take the ball directly with his foot. But he forgot that his ball-stopping skills were only at a beginner level. The ball did not stop in front of him as he had imagined, but bounced off his ankles and flew high. When he tried to find where the ball landed, he was suddenly blocked by someone in front of him and the ball was intercepted. Lin Ran took a look and saw that it was Osasuna's central defender Swarincha. Swarincha took the ball down from the air, used his body to hold off Lin Ran, who wanted to steal the ball, and then made a horizontal pass to another defender of his team. After the defender received the ball, he made a long diagonal pass and passed the ball to his own midfielder. Then it was time for Osasuna to attack. Suyelincha, who passed the ball, glanced at Lin Ran with some disdain and ran to the side. Lie. Seeing Lin Ran's performance, there was a series of boos from the stands. Some fans even started swearing. What the hell is this? This guy who came on is worse than the one just now. Flores, you old man, can't you just replace him with a reliable player? Why do you let him bring up all this trash and embarrass himself? Isn't that an Asian? I told you there aren't many reliable Asian players. It's really unbearable to watch. I will never watch this kind of rubbish game again. Listening to the insults around him, Lin Jianjun was embarrassed, but he still chose to believe his nephew. He said to the white burly man next to him who was cursing the most, "Hey! Stop cursing, Man! Maybe the players just came on the court and haven't adapted to the rhythm of the game yet. Maybe they will score a goal soon. The white man turned around and gave Lin Jianjun a strange look. Seeing that he was also Asian, he said with disdain, "Kid, what did you say? You said that guy can score a goal? If he can score, I'll go and apologize to him after the game. But if he can't score, I'll go and beat him up after the game." Damn it! Lin Jianjun got angry when he heard it. Damn, you said you wanted to beat him in front of his uncle, how arrogant are you? Okay, remember what you said. I will keep an eye on you, and you must go and apologize to him. Lin Jianjun said fiercely. Don't worry, Angie Doyle, will always keep my word. The strong white man said arrogantly. The commotion here attracted the attention of a group of fans around. After hearing the content of their conversation, several more fans joined in and said that if the Asian guy could score a goal, they would collectively apologize to the other party and would also invite Lin Jianjun to the bar for a drink. And if Lin Ran fails to score, he will ask Lin Jianjun to treat them to a drink at the bar and to cause trouble for the Asian player. Although Lin Jianjun was nervous, he agreed to it despite the risk of losing. He looked at Lin Ran on the field and prayed in his heart, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless Lin Ran and let him score a goal, otherwise I will be in trouble. Chapter 21. At this moment, Lin Ran on the field naturally didn't know that his uncle had already made a bet with him. He was very upset about the goal he had just lost. His basic football skills were really not up to par. So he started to fight actively, intending to make up for his technical shortcomings with active running. The attack launched by Osasuna just now ended with the opponent's cross from the bottom of the wing being cleared by the Atletico Madrid defender. Although this attack did not result in a goal, it made Atletico Madrid's already nervous backfield even more tense. After the football was pushed out of the penalty area by the defender, the midfielder Martinez received the ball and kicked it directly to the front court. No matter what, keep the ball away from your own goal first. Seeing this big kick without any purpose, Flores in the sidelines couldn't help but cover his forehead. He already had a headache. But at this moment, he heard cheers from all around. He looked up in surprise, only to see that it was Osasuna's midfielder who had headed the ball. The football hit the ground and bounced back up again. However, Lin Ran, who was hiding behind him, was the first to rush to the spot where the football landed. Without waiting for the football to fall to the ground again, he swung his right leg and kicked the side of the football hard. It looked like he was going to shoot directly at the goal. Seeing this scene, Flores covered his forehead again. This ball is 40 meters away from the goal, give me a volley. Do you think you are a powerful Vajra foot? He had basically given up hope on this ball and felt that it was a mistake to replace Lin Ran. He is now considering whether to keep Lin Ran on the roster after this game is over. On the field, the Osasuna midfielder, who was originally upset about his header, was relieved when he saw Lin Ran choose to shoot directly after getting the ball. If I could get in through the door here, I could go and live stream myself eating shit. The Osasuna goalkeeper looked at Lin Ran's performance with a mocking look on his face. In his opinion, he didn't even need to move the ball, it would definitely fly away. Then he suddenly discovered that the football was flying towards his goal at an abnormal speed. By the time he realized something was wrong, the football had already traveled dozens of meters and was very close to the goal. He only had time to move his body slightly, and the football went into the upper right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Beep! The whistle sounded. The referee turned around and raised his hand to point to the kickoff point in the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Seeing the ball go in, Lin Ran quickly rushed to the corner area, did a front flip, rotated his body 360 degrees in the air, and stood steadily on the grass again. Then he clenched his fist and waved his right hand violently a few times to vent his excitement. He chose to shoot at that position just now completely subconsciously. At that moment, a strong desire to shoot came over him, and he knew that it was his perfect shooting technique that was taking effect. So he chose to follow his feeling and directly shot the ball from that position. Sure enough, the effect of following your feelings is so great, a world-class shot directly broke the opponent's goal. His excitement at this moment was beyond words. This was his first goal in a professional match, and it was such a groundbreaking and impressive goal. This was definitely a moment worth remembering. At this time, Borja, who was closest to him, had already rushed to his side and hugged Lin Ran tightly with a bear hug. While patting his back, he said excitedly, "Lin, this goal is so beautiful. I knew you could do it." At this time, other teammates also ran over and hugged Lin Ran. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and shock. It's no wonder, such a world-class shot would shock anyone. Everyone started celebrating in Osajuna's half. The audience seats around were silent for a moment, and then burst into warm applause. So beautiful! This is a world-class goal. I swear, this is definitely the most beautiful goal I have ever seen in my life. I didn't expect that usse, a kid, to be so powerful, haha. Atletico Madrid has found a treasure. Oh my god! What did I just see? A fairy from the sky? This is even more amazing than Zidane's fairy from the sky. The fans in the stands exclaimed in admiration. In the coaching booth, Flores had already hugged Moya. Flores patted Moya's back and said excitedly, "I knew this kid could do it." Moya was grimacing at the slap, but his face was also filled with a happy smile. He nodded vigorously and said, "Boss, I've always seen that kid is special." In the stands, Lin Jianjun proudly said to the white man next to him who had just made a bet with him, Hey, did you see that? That's my nephew. He scored a goal." The strong white man had a conflicted look on his face. He loved and hated Lin Ran's goal. What he loved was that Lin Ran's goal was so beautiful and helped the team catch up to 1 point. What he hated was that Lin Ran scored a goal, so he had to fulfill his promise. Not only did he have to apologize to Lin Ran after the game, but he also had to treat the Asian guy next to him to a drink. His expression was uncertain as he said, "Humph. Don't be too happy too soon. This goal was just good luck. If he doesn't perform well in the next game, I will keep my promise, but I will also scold him. You are just trying to be stubborn. Just wait for a slap in the face." Lin Jianjun said with disdain. "Let's wait and see. It's still unclear who will win or lose in the end." Directly south of the stadium, in the stands close to the stadium, there were several people holding video equipment and notebooks in their hands, with pens in their pockets, watching the game boredly. These are a few reporters from Sports Weekly who are here to cover this Spanish Third Division match. Generally speaking, an ordinary Spanish Third Division match will not attract many reporters to report. However, this game is still worth watching. One side is the reserve team of Atletico Madrid, a former La Liga giant, and the other side is the reserve team of Osasuna, a La Liga team that just entered the Champions League this year. The clash between these two teams was quite interesting, so several newspapers sent their reporters to watch the match, hoping for something worth reporting. Casey is an intern reporter for Marca and was sent by the newspaper to cover this event. She is 23 years old, a typical Western beauty, tall, fair-skinned and pretty. She just graduated from Complutense University this year. Influenced by her father since childhood, she was very interested in football, so she found this job as a sports reporter after graduation. She felt a little bored now. Although the two teams played very fiercely in the first half, for her who was used to watching La Liga games, this third-level league still could not arouse her interest. Moreover, Osasuna took a 2-goal lead early in the first half, which made the game no longer suspenseful. She was just waiting for the competition to end quickly, so that she could go back and write something and hand it in, and that would be considered completing her work. It was only after the start of the second half that the usse players who came on for Atletico Madrid aroused her interest. If she remembered correctly, this should be the first Hyuxia person to appear in the Spanish league, which is a news highlight. Well, after the game is over, I can find out more about this Hyuxia guy. However, after she saw Lin Ran's first mistake in stopping the ball, she lost interest in this Hyuxia man. It seems like another fake. She had heard that although Daxia has a large population, it is a football desert and there are no outstanding football players there. It is estimated that the reason why Atletico Madrid B team wants this Hyuxia player is that they are attracted by the Hawaii market behind him. That's nothing to report. Just as Casey was thinking this, Lin Ran on the field scored a world-shattering goal. Kathy opened her already large eyes wide in disbelief. Then he couldn't help but jump up and cheered with the fans around him. At this moment, she was no longer the elegant newspaper reporter, but turned into a fan who was crazy about the wonderful goal. That was my instinctive reaction to a wonderful goal as a veteran football fan. After a while, Casey gradually calmed down. At this time, she seemed to remember something and quickly picked up the camera in front of her to check. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the wonderful moment of the goal was fully recorded in the camera. Then I felt a burst of ecstasy in my heart. She was already certain that her report today would be outstanding. The young man from Daxia scored a world-class goal that is enough to be selected as the best goal of the week. If Atletico Madrid can turn the defeat into victory later, with so many breaking news, it will be hard for his report not to be popular. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked forward to Atletico Madrid turning defeat into victory. Chapter 22. At this time, the Atletico Madrid players on the field had finished celebrating and returned to their own half, waiting for the kickoff. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game continued. Thanks to the goal just now, the morale of the entire Atletico Madrid team was instantly boosted. Facing Osajuna's attack, they fought more aggressively. Soon, Osajuna's ball in the front court was intercepted, and then the defender made a long pass to find Atletico Madrid striker Borja. Borja had already started at this time, using his speed to pass the Osasuna defender and getting into a one-on-one situation. It's a pity that the angle of the last shot was too straight and was blocked by the goalkeeper directly out of the bottom line. This ball made the Osasuna players break out in a cold sweat, and also made the Atletico Madrid players and fans very upset. Borja grabbed his hair in frustration. Flores and Moya in the coaching booth were ready to celebrate the goal, but when they saw the ball was blocked, they covered their heads in disbelief. Osasuna's head coach, Bavar, walked to the sidelines with an angry look on his face and loudly scolded his players. He was getting a little anxious. Ever since the Asian kid who had just come on scored a world-class goal, Atletico Madrid seemed like a completely different team. Their morale was high and their attack was sharp. If this continues, we will lose the ball sooner or later. We must find a way to prevent this situation from continuing. With a plan in mind, he raised his hand and beckoned a player on the bench, saying, "O'Brien, go warm up." In the 58th minute of the game, Osasuna took advantage of a dead ball and raised his hand to signal a substitution. A defender was substituted for a forward. The formation also changed from 4-4-2 to 5-4-1, which meant they were planning to defend the advantage of that one ball. Flores, who saw Osasuna change its formation, immediately made adjustments, replacing a central defender with an offensive midfielder, and the formation changed from 4-4-2 to 3-5-2. Flores decided to go all out and attack the opponent's goal. After Atletico Madrid increased the number of midfielders to 5, the offensive firepower of the front court was greatly enhanced, while the defensive blocking ability did not decrease much. Now on Osasuna's side, the ball basically can't cross the center line. However, because there were too many people in front of Osasuna's goal, Atletico Madrid did not have many good scoring opportunities for a while. The two teams were in a stalemate. But as time went by, the situation became more and more favorable for Osasuna. There were still 20 minutes left in the game. After more than 10 minutes of fierce attacking, the Atletico Madrid players' physical strength had obviously decreased. It was already difficult to continue. On several occasions, Osasuna transferred the ball to their own backcourt. If Osasuna had not had only one striker in the front court, Atletico Madrid would probably have conceded a goal. Another Atletico Madrid attack was broken by Osasuna and out of bounds. Valeri, who was waiting for the throw-in, suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. He turned around and saw the Huxia boy who had just scored the goal. "What's wrong, Lin?" Valeri asked curiously. "Valeri, when you see me in the penalty area, pass the ball to me and I will do the rest," Lin Ran said, staring into Valeri's eyes. Valeri was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have not expected that Lin Ran would dare to say that. You have to know that what he said means he is taking on a responsibility. If others really do what he said, but he ultimately fails to complete the task, then all the responsibility will be borne by him. However, thinking of the amazing performance of the guy opposite him just now, Valeri decided to try it according to his request. Anyway, there was no better way now, so he might as well give it a try, just in case he succeeded. So he nodded and said, "Okay, Lin, but you have to seize the opportunity, otherwise I won't be able to pass the ball to you all the time." "Don't worry. I won't waste your pass," Lin Ran said firmly. Then he ran to several other front court players and said the same thing to each of them. The players had different reactions, some nodded in agreement, while others shook their heads in rejection. Not everyone will choose to trust him. After all, he is just a newcomer, and those old players will not be willing to be commanded by him. What is Lin doing? What did he say to others? Flores asked Moya beside him curiously. Moya also shook his head with curiosity and said, "I don't know, maybe he is cheering others up." "I don't think so. Look at those people, some are nodding, some are shaking their heads. It should be that Lin is asking them to do something. But what is it?" Flores was a little confused. At this time, the out-of-bounds ball had already been sent out. Martinez, who received the ball, was unable to turn around due to the close pressure from the Osasuna defender and had to pass the ball to Valeri, who was running in from the wing. As soon as Valeri received the ball, Osasuna's defenders came up to press him. He used his speed to make a strong breakthrough, leaving the defender behind, and then went straight to the baseline. At this time, he had already seen Lin Ran quickly moving forward and entering the penalty area. It's just that there are too many people in the restricted area, so it seems a bit chaotic. At this time, the Osasuna defender following behind him had caught up with him. If he didn't pass the ball, the attack would probably be destroyed. There was no other way, Valeri had to pass the ball high into the penalty area. Looking at the incoming ball, players from both teams in the penalty area jumped high, ready to head the ball. However, no one noticed that a figure was running quickly towards the far corner of the goal. He was like a ghost, moving silently in the penalty area where there were many tall people. The cross was so powerful that it flew over the heads of all the players in the penalty area. The football flew high over everyone's heads, but no one could touch it. Judging from the direction the ball is flying, it is very likely to fly out of the penalty area. Just when Osasuna's defenders breathed a sigh of relief and thought the crisis was temporarily resolved, a figure suddenly appeared in the direction where the football was falling. Then the figure jumped up and kicked the football with his right foot in the air using a martial arts flying kick. Then everyone heard a loud bang, and saw that the football, which was originally floating outside the penalty area, was kicked like a cannonball, changed its direction and flew straight to the upper right corner of the goal. This happened suddenly. Players from both sides did not expect this to happen. By the time everyone reacted, the football was already lying quietly in the goal. Beep. The whistle sounded and the referee pointed to the center circle kickoff point, indicating that the goal was valid. Chapter 23. That figure was Lin Ran. Just after the corner kick was taken, he seemed to have a premonition and quickly moved towards the right side of the penalty area. Then, just as expected, the football passed everyone and flew straight towards him. Driven by his perfect shooting instinct, he used a martial arts move to volley the ball into the goal. Seeing the ball go in, Lin Ran ran towards the corner area like crazy. After a series of front flips, he stood steadily after several flips in the air, then jumped high, waving his right fist and roaring loudly. Borja, who was closest to him, rushed over frantically, pounced on Lin Ran like a hungry tiger, and then pressed his whole body on him. Other Atletico Madrid players also ran over and pounced one after another. A group of players formed a pyramid in the opponent's half. This goal was so difficult that all the players went crazy at that moment. Lin Ran, who was pressed at the bottom, was almost going crazy at this time. Damn it! A bunch of muscular men were ravaging him, and he felt like he was almost out of breath. You bastards! Get up quickly, I'm almost crushed to death! Lin Ran yelled frantically, but no one listened to him. Everyone was partying to their heart's content. The moment Lin Ran scored, Flores raised his hands wildly and waved them back and forth vigorously. Moya hugged Flores from behind and had a great time with him. The entire stadium had exploded at this point. The fans cheered wildly. Oh my god, that guy scored again, and it was such a beautiful goal, I can't believe it. I love this guy. What's his name? Linr. I think he's Hyuxia. His name is Linear Lin. I love you. This is the Atletico Madrid youth team in my mind. Just like this, kick those Osasuna guys' asses hard. Haha. I wonder what the expressions of those guys who left early will be like when they find out about this situation. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing their expressions. One more goal and send these Osasuna bastards back home. Lin Jianjun was also cheering at this time, but he quickly thought of something. He turned his head and stared at Angie Doyle, the white strong man next to him and said, "Brother, you have nothing to say now, right?" Angie Doyle was also roaring crazily at this time. Hearing Lin Jianjun's question, he suddenly stopped shouting and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, Okay, I take back what I said just now. That kid on the court was really powerful. I will go and apologize to him after the game." "That's pretty good," Lin Jianjun said with some pride. "Well, it would be even better if that kid could score another goal and help the team win," Angel Doyle said shamelessly. Lin Jianjun was speechless. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. He looked at the other person with contempt until Angie Doyle was at a loss. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "You're really a talented person." "I think so too." "Haha. Yeah, that's what I said, we are the same kind of people," Angie Doyle said with a laugh, and turned around to hug Lin Jianjun. Looking at this gay scene, Qin Jiajia felt a chill. She really didn't understand what was so good about two grown men hugging each other. On the other side, Casey was holding a camera in one hand and waving the other hand wildly. He was shouting madly. Her exaggerated figure, as her body swayed, turned into a beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of many men. But she didn't care. At this moment, she was completely impressed by Lin Ran's goal. She didn't expect that this inconspicuous Hyuxia boy could bring her such a big surprise. After calming down a little, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, she said into the phone, "Mr. Baidia, I need you to reserve a space on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. I have some very valuable news." After a brief explanation to the person on the other end of the phone, Casey put down the phone and continued to cheer with the fans at the scene. The Atletico Madrid players on the field didn't get up from Lin Ran's body until the referee came over to chase them away. Only Lin Ran was left on the ground with his eyes rolled back. He barely got up with the help of Borja, who laughed heartily. The game restarts. This time it was Osasuna's turn to be anxious. Osasuna B team head coach Balver was extremely angry about the goal just conceded. He paced back and forth on the sidelines, swearing non-stop. The players on the bench were so frightened that they dared not breathe. After walking back and forth for several minutes, Balver suddenly stopped and said to a player on the bench, "Halger, go warm up." At this time, the Atletico Madrid players on the field had physical problems because they had fought too hard in the previous period. Just now during an attack by Osasuna, midfielder Martinez suddenly suffered a thigh cramp and fell to the ground. Several other players also showed signs of being unable to run. If Osasuna's attacking ability in the front court was not weak, the score might have been changed. Flores, who was watching from the sidelines, was very anxious and quickly asked several substitute players to warm up. He plans to replace players who are physically exhausted. In the 76th minute of the game, taking advantage of a dead ball, Osasuna replaced a defender with forward Gareth. It seemed that Bavar was unwilling to accept a draw and wanted to strengthen the attack. On the Atletico Madrid side, Flores also replaced the exhausted Martinez with Cabezas. As soon as Gareth came on the pitch, Osasuna launched a fierce attack on Atletico Madrid. For a moment, Atletico Madrid's backcourt was in a panic, and all the players returned to their own half to defend. Lin Ran also returned to his own half to assist in defense. However, his defensive ability is rubbish and has little effect. Instead, it becomes the opponent's main breakthrough point. In the 79th minute, Osasuna's newly come striker Gareth got the ball in the front court, passed the wooden-like Lin Ran, went straight to the right of Atletico Madrid, and then made a cross. Another Osasuna striker, Herrera, who was lurking in front of the goal, jumped high and headed the ball into the side of the ball. The football hit the crossbar and flew out, making Atletico Madrid players break out in a cold sweat. In the 83rd minute, Gareth made a comeback. This time he made a short two-pass cooperation with Herrera in front of the penalty area, directly entered the penalty area from the middle, and then pushed the ball into the penalty area. Unfortunately, it was slightly off target and the football brushed the right goal post and slipped out of the bottom line. 2 minutes later, the Osasuna defender took a long shot from outside the penalty area. The ball hit the outside of the crossbar of the goal and flew out of the bottom line. Several consecutive threatening shots caused chaos in Atletico Madrid's backcourt. Chapter 24. Seeing his team so passive, Flores in the coaching booth could no longer sit still and began to shout at the players on the field to pay attention to defense. However, the situation on the field did not seem to change. Atletico Madrid was still suppressed by Osasuna, and for a while the ball could not even cross the half-court. Seeing the home team so passive, the surrounding fans also started to make noise and cheered loudly for the home team. In this situation, the game time reached the 90th minute. The fourth official has announced 2 minutes of added time in the second half. That is to say, if no goal was scored in the next 2 minutes, the game would end in a 2-2 draw. The players on both sides of the field seemed to have exhausted their physical strength and seemed to have accepted the result, and began to play lukewarmly. At this time, Osasuna players were still pressing in Atletico's half, but their attacking power had weakened a lot. After all, humans are not machines and cannot maintain high-intensity exercise all the time. 1 minute after stoppage time, Atletico Madrid defender Bronto got the ball outside the penalty area and was about to kick it out of the sideline. In this case, the game will probably be almost over by the time Osasuna takes the throw-in. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from the front, "Bronto, here. Give me the ball." Bronto looked up and saw that it was the Huxia boy Lin Ran who scored 2 goals today. Lin Ran shouted and raised his hand to ask for the ball. At this time, Osasuna's defenders were not closely marking him. Seeing this, Bronto did not hesitate and made a long pass, pushing the ball in front of Lin Ran. As the football was passed, Lin Ran moved. His sneakers slammed against the grass, and his body shot out like an arrow. Following the direction of the football's roll, he caught up with it in just 3 or 2 steps. Then he took advantage of the situation and passed the Osasuna defenders who came up to defend in a hurry. After passing the defender, the space in front of Lin Ran was empty. Because all Osasuna players, except the goalkeeper, were crowded in the front court. This gave Lin Ran the opportunity to attack alone. He dribbled past Osasuna's lagging defenders and started to accelerate. His speed advantage also showed up at this time. Just give the ball a hard push and then run as fast as you can after it. Osasuna's defenders tried their best to chase after Lin Ran. But what terrified him was that the other party was getting further and further away from him, and no matter how fast he sped up, he could not catch up with him. At this time, Lin Ran had already reached the restricted area. Facing the goalkeeper who had left the goal, Lin Ran did not choose to shoot at the first time. Although he has perfect shooting skills, this kind of shot can be said to be a sure win. But he thought that was too boring. So he chose to pass the goalkeeper. Lin Ran first controlled the rolling speed of the ball with his feet, then moved his right foot first and stepped on the right side of the football. At the same time, the center of gravity of his upper body swung to the right, making a breakthrough from the right side. Osasuna's goalkeeper was shaken by this action and made a diving motion to his left. At this time, Lin Ran's left foot suddenly stepped on the left side of the football again. At the same time, the upper body suddenly swings to the left, making a breakthrough to the left. At this moment, the goalkeeper's body, which was originally rushing to his left, suddenly stopped. Subconsciously, he lunged to his right side. But he forgot that his steps were not adjusted properly. His supporting leg was still on the left, but his body had turned to the right. This left his right side without support. Then his body fell sideways. At this time, if Lin Ran continues to break through to the left, it doesn't matter. Even if the goalkeeper falls to the ground, he can stretch his body and destroy the ball at the opponent's feet. But obviously Lin Ran's actions are more than that. He raised his right foot again, pushed the left side of the football with the outside of his foot, and then knocked the football past the left side of the fallen goalkeeper. Then the poor goalkeeper could only watch Lin Ran follow the ball and pass by him. After passing the goalkeeper, facing the empty goal, Lin Ran did not try any fancy moves, but gently pushed the ball with his right foot, and the ball went into the net. Beep. The whistle blows. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The whole audience was boiling. Lin Ran opened his arms and ran excitedly towards his own half, where his teammates were running towards him frantically. The two sides soon met, and a group of teammates immediately overwhelmed Lin Ran. The picture of a group of grown men hugging each other is so beautiful. Flores and Moya in the coaching booth hugged each other warmly again, and both sides patted each other's backs hard to vent their excitement. There were exclamations and gasps in the audience. Oh my God! What did I see? Is that Ronaldo's pendulum pass? That Hyuxia kid actually used this move. It's incredible. You read that right? That's the alien's signature move. I never expected to see such a gorgeous technique from a youth team player. It's totally worth coming here today. Look at the Osasuna goalkeeper who was fooled. He didn't get angry at all. I absolutely love this Hyuxia kid. I didn't expect that we would overtake at the last moment. It really felt like a dream. This Hyuxia kid will be my idol from now on. I'm going to ask him for his autograph later. Listening to the praises from those around him, Lin Jianjun felt as refreshed as if he had drunk a glass of ice-cold beer in the dog days of summer. He said loudly to the fans next to him, "That's my nephew. Did you see it? That's my nephew. I'm his uncle." Hearing his shout, many fans around looked at him. Seeing that Lin Jianjun also had an Asian face, I believed his words a little more. Instantly, several fans came over and asked excitedly, "You said that Hyuxia kid is your nephew?" "Yes, you can tell by looking at our appearance," Lin Jianjun said proudly. In fact, although Lin Jianjun and Lin Ran are uncle and nephew, they don't look very similar. But foreigners can't see it. They see all Asians as looking the same. Now after hearing what Lin Jianjun said, I suddenly feel that Lin Jianjun really looks similar to Lin Ran. So I became more convinced of Lin Jianjun's statement. Lin Jianjun immediately became the center of attention among all the fans in the area. Everyone came over to try to get close to him. Hey! Buddy, I'll take you to the bar for a drink after the game. Can you introduce me to Lin? Can you help me get Zhang Lin's autograph? I think I've become his fan. I'll invite you to a nightclub for a party. The beauties there will definitely fascinate you. I just need you to talk to Lin for me and take a photo with me. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun immediately looked at Qin Jiajia next to him with a guilty conscience. Seeing that she was staring at him with a frosty face, he quickly waved his hand and said, I'm a good man and I don't go to nightclubs. Really? I like nice men, haha. I can introduce my sister to you. The man just now was persistent. Lin Jianjun broke out in cold sweat after hearing this. After a while of noise, everyone agreed to go to the bar for a drink after the game. Then Lin Jianjun started handing out business cards to everyone and took the opportunity to introduce his restaurant. This guy never forgets to attract business for himself. And that strong white man, Angel Doyle, was cheering wildly the moment Lin Ran scored the goal. Lin Jianjun didn't stop until he was surrounded by the crowd. When Lin Jianjun finished his work and turned to look at him, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, I will go to apologize to Lin and ask for his autograph. Lin Jianjun found it a little funny to see the guy's lazy look. He no longer cared about the guy's initial rude remarks, so he also gave him a business card. Angie Doyle carefully put away the business card. He had already made up his mind to go to Lin Jianjun's restaurant for dinner whenever he had nothing to do. Maybe he could meet the Huxia boy again. Kathy over there was so excited that she turned into a trembling beautiful scenery, attracting the men around her to keep their eyes on her. She felt that she was so lucky today. An ordinary Spanish third division match actually allowed her to discover such big news. And they also discovered a treasure boy named Lin Ran. She will try to find a way to interview the other party to find out more about him. He feels that his report will definitely be the headline of Marca tomorrow. Chapter 25. On the field, Atletico Madrid players' celebrations reluctantly stopped after the referee's intervention. The game time had already passed at this time. As soon as Osasuna kicked off, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. In the end, Atletico Madrid conceded 2 goals in the first half, but relied on Lin Ran's hat-trick in the second half to successfully reverse the game at home with a score of 3-2. Flores and Moya rushed onto the court the moment the game ended and hugged their players. The fans in the stadium were also excited and all stood up to cheer for the home team. And people started shouting Lin Ran's name continuously. Lin! 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 Eventually, these voices merged together to form a tsunami-like sound. In the eyes of the fans, today's game was entirely saved by Lin Ran alone. He is the hero of the team. And those 3 goals were more exciting and explosive than the last. This made the fans full of curiosity about this young Huxia boy who appeared in their sight for the first time. Facing the cheers from the audience, Flores said to the excited Lin Ran, Lin, did you hear that? That's the fans' recognition of you. Lin Ran was also very excited. This was his debut performance and he didn't expect it to be so perfect. The cheers of the fans around him sounded like the most beautiful music to him. This feeling of being the center of attention immediately made his adrenaline surge. He really enjoys this feeling now. At this moment, he seemed to have found his own stage. Finally, Flores led all Atletico Madrid players to bow and thank the fans, and then returned to the locker room with the fans' farewell. As soon as he returned to the locker room, Lin Ran couldn't wait to go to the shower room. Because the system had already sent a prompt sound when the game ended just now. His reward arrived. Opening the system panel, Lin Ran saw that there was an extra card on the panel, floating in the middle of the screen. Lin Ran casually clicked on it and saw the card flipped over. On it were a few large characters, Master Level Soccer Skills Fried Meatballs. Seeing that it was the skill fried meatballs, Lin Ran smiled. The system was really considerate. Knowing that his current ball control level was poor, it gave him such a powerful weapon. You should know that fried meatballs are the famous skill of Barcelona superstar Iniesta. It is with this trick that Iniesta has become so powerful in the La Liga. Although this move is simple, it is an effective and deadly move when used for breakthroughs. Now I only have one breakthrough method, which is the pendulum, which is too simple. Now that I have one more means, I can be more relaxed in the front court. At this time, the card has disappeared, and on the system panel, behind the last host skill option, in addition to pendulum pass, there is another one fried meatballs. Lin Ran suddenly discovered that there was another item on his system panel, competition points. There is a number 6 following this item. Competition points, 6. What the hell is this? Lin Ran was a little confused. At this time, the system's voice came. Competition points are awarded to the host based on their performance in each official competition. The specific rules are as follows. A win earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point, a loss earns 0 points, a goal earns 1 point, and an assist earns 1 point. In this match, the host scored a total of 3 goals, had 0 assists, and 1, so according to the rules, the host is awarded 6 points. The purpose of the competition points is to use them for the lottery. Each lottery will consume 1 competition point. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Ran finally understood the purpose of the competition points. At this time, he also discovered that there was an additional lottery option in the lower right corner of the system panel. Out of curiosity, Lin Ran reached out and tapped on it. A large turntable immediately appeared in the middle of the system panel. At the same time, there is an additional option below the big turntable lottery. Lin Ran reached out and tapped it. Then the number behind the game score changed from 6 to 5. At the same time, the big turntable began to rotate rapidly. After a few seconds, the big turntable slowly stopped. Then an item appears on the screen. It was a bottle that looked very similar to an oral solution bottle, and contained an unknown liquid. Then a line of words appeared on the screen. Item name, Physical Strength Recovery Potion. Item function, used to restore the player's physical strength, it can restore the player's physical strength to the state before exercise. How to use, drink directly. There is also an option below the bottle, extract. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Ran became excited. The product of the system is indeed extraordinary. This thing is very useful for football players. Just imagine, if at the last moment of the game, everyone else's physical strength is almost exhausted, but you can rely on this thing to instantly restore your physical strength to its original state, the picture would be so beautiful. And it is useful not only in competitions, but also in daily training. The reason why I could only train for about 10 hours a day a while ago was because I didn't have the physical strength to keep up. Now that I have this thing, when I feel tired during training, I can just drink a bottle and my strength will be restored instantly. Then I can train all the time except for eating and sleeping. How much can this increase my training value? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lin Ran reached out and clicked directly on the extraction option. The bottle that was originally on the screen disappeared. At the same time, a bottle suddenly appeared in Lin Ran's hand, which was the bottle on the screen just now. Holding the bottle, Lin Ran hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank it. The liquid in the bottle had no taste when I poured it into my mouth. Lin Ran felt a coolness flowing down his throat into his stomach. Then a feeling of comfort spread throughout my body. The physical fatigue caused by the game just now disappeared in an instant, and my whole body returned to the state before the game. Lin Ran was very happy as he felt the changes in his body. Seeing that there were still 5 points left in the competition, Lin Ran clicked on the lottery without hesitation. This time it was another bottle of stamina recovery potion. This time Lin Ran did not extract it, but stored it in the inventory on the panel. Then continue with the draw. Then 3 bottles of stamina recovery potion appeared in succession. At this time, there was only 1 point left in the game. In other words, Lin Ran has 1 chance left to draw a lottery. Once this chance is used up, he will have to wait until the next competition to earn points. Lin Ran clicked on the lottery again without any hesitation. I thought it was still a stamina recovery potion, but after the turntable stopped, another thing suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. Chapter 26. The object that appeared in the middle of the screen was a pair of knee pads. Lin Ran saw the following item description. Item name, Diamond Leggings. Item function, can help the host become immune to external physical attacks on the legs, and can provide appropriate reaction force based on the size of the external attack. Item usage, after extraction, it will be directly equipped to the host. Because this item is a virtual item, its shape cannot be seen, and it does not affect any movements or feelings of the host. Seeing this introduction, Lin Ran was excited. As a football player, the thing I fear most is probably injury. An injury has ruined the careers of countless talented players. And now this diamond leg guard can actually be immune to external attacks and can even fight back. This is amazing. Just imagine that during the game, all the malicious fouls against him can be immune and can even be directly reacted to. How cool would that be? And the best part is, when you put this thing on, no one can see it, and it doesn't affect your movements or sense of touch. Like an invisibility cloak. Lin Ran couldn't wait to click the button at the bottom of the screen to see if he wanted to extract the data. The shin guards disappeared from the screen, and then he felt as if there was an extra layer on his legs, but it was not obvious. And when he reached out and touched it, there was nothing unusual. This made him marvel at the thought. To verify the effect, Lin Ran raised his leg and kicked the pillar beside him hard. Ouch! Lin Ran screamed. Lin Ran felt a sharp pain in his leg because he had used too much force just now. He couldn't help but howl, and he bent down and kept rubbing his calves. It was obvious that it hurt a lot. Lin Ran was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be immune to all physical attacks? Why was it still hurting so much? Was the system lying to him? Just as Lin Ran was puzzled, the system's voice sounded, "Reminder host, the diamond leggings can only protect the host from physical attacks from the outside, but cannot protect the host from the reaction force when attacking others." After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Ran felt terrible. Nah. System, do you have to be so clear about the distinction? Doesn't this mean that I can only passively take kicks, and can't actively kick others? Just as this thought came to mind, the system spoke again, "This is to prevent the host from intentionally hurting others and to maintain social harmony." Lin Ran could only smile bitterly. This had something to do with social harmony, so what else could he do? But on second thought, this is not a bad idea. I don't want to use this thing to hurt people, so just using its protective power is enough. Now all 6 competition points have been used up. If you want to participate in the lottery, you can only wait until the next competition to earn points. After checking the system panel again to make sure there was nothing else missing, Lin Ran simply rinsed up and came out to reunite with his teammates. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Flores announced, "You did a good job today. I've decided to give you a day off tomorrow. Guys, you can have a good rest for the day. Long live the boss." A group of young players immediately cheered. The group of people dispersed excitedly, all discussing where to go tomorrow. When Lin Ran walked outside, he was suddenly stopped by someone. He looked up and saw a very beautiful foreign girl looking at her with a very curious look. "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Casey, a reporter from Marca. I'd like to interview you. Do you have time?" "Reporter? I just finished playing a game of football and a reporter wants to interview me. Lin Ran was a little strange. Seeing Lin Ran in a daze, Casey thought that the other party didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again. Lin Ran finally reacted, but he was in no mood to deal with reporters. So I said to Casey apologetically, "I'm sorry, I don't really want to be interviewed for the time being." After saying that, he turned around and left without any regrets. Looking at Lin Ran's back, Casey stomped her feet in anger. He didn't expect that despite his good looks, he would be ignored by this little boy. This made her feel a little frustrated. Didn't her appearance conform to the aesthetic standards of Oriental people? Are my breasts too big or my butt too big? After gritting her teeth for a long time, Casey seemed to remember something, took out her cell phone from her bag, and dialed a number. A steady male voice soon came from the other end of the phone, "Kathy, my baby. What's wrong?" "Dad, I have something to trouble you with." Casey simply told the other party his request and then hung up the phone. Putting the phone in her bag, Casey showed a triumphant smile on her face and muttered, "Let's see where you run this time." On the other side, Lin Ran didn't know that he had been locked up. He didn't remember anything else about the female reporter just now, he just remembered that the two big balls were quite dazzling. This made him sigh that these foreign women were so well nourished. I was about to run home when the phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Lin Jianjun calling. Lin Ran pressed the answer button and heard Lin Jianjun's excited voice coming from the other end. "Lin Ran, are you done? If you have nothing to do, come to the old Harris bar near the stadium. I'll wait for you here." "What are you going there for?" Lin Ran was a little curious. "Just come, you'll know when you get there." Lin Jianjun didn't explain much, just asked him to come quickly. Lin Ran had no choice but to agree and walked towards the bar. Lin Ran knew the location of the old Harris bar that Lin Jianjun mentioned. It was very close to where he was. A few minutes later, Lin Ran saw the old Harris bar, which was decorated in a somewhat retro style. When he walked in, he saw that the bar was packed with people. Most of the people were wearing Atletico Madrid jerseys and were obviously Atletico Madrid fans. When these people saw Lin Ran walk in, they immediately quieted down and looked at him in unison. Until Lin Ran felt a little scared and wanted to turn around and run away. Everyone suddenly shouted in unison, "Lin! Lin! Lin! Our Atletico Madrid hero!" Hearing the crowd's shouts and seeing the eager looks in their eyes, Lin Ran understood that these fans were expressing their respect for him in their own way. Lin Ran raised his hand and greeted everyone, which drew an even more enthusiastic response from everyone. For a moment, the whole bar was filled with a warm atmosphere. At this time, Lin Jianjun appeared out of nowhere. "This guy must have drunk a lot, his face is red and he is a little unsteady when he walks." Seeing Lin Ran, he walked up quickly, came to Lin Ran's side, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "I said he is my nephew, do you believe it now?" After hearing what Lin Jianjun said, Lin Ran finally understood that Lin Jianjun asked him to come over just to show off. This made him feel a little amused and helpless. But looking at those foreigners, each with envious eyes towards Lin Jianjun, Lin Ran really couldn't say anything else. At this time, another strong white man came over. Coming to Lin Ran, he said awkwardly, Lin, I'm sorry. I apologize for what I said in the stands today." "Hey? What's going on?" Lin Ran was a little confused. Why did this strong man want to apologize to her? Seeing that Lin Ran was confused, Lin Jianjun hurried to explain to him. Lin Ran then realized that this guy looked like this because he lost a bet with his uncle. This made him smile, and he said to the white man, "Angie Doyle, it's okay, I don't mind." Seeing that Lin Ran was so easy to talk to, Angie Doyle became bolder. He immediately put on a fanboy expression and came up to ask Lin Ran for an autograph. Lin Ran did not refuse and quickly wrote his name in Angie Doyle's autograph book. Now other people gathered around, some asking for autographs, and some taking pictures with Lin Ran. For a moment, Lin Ran became the center of attention in the entire bar, feeling like the moon surrounded by stars. Chapter 27. The revelry in the bar continued until 8 o'clock in the evening, when the TV started broadcasting the La Liga match between Atletico Madrid and Racing Santander away, and a group of fans began to watch the game attentively. Atletico Madrid had a hard time in this game. Amid the boos from the home fans, Atletico's players seemed a little nervous. Santander was under pressure throughout the first half. The team's main striker Maxi was a little timid, probably because he was afraid of getting injured. As a result, his partner Torres was also unable to handle the team alone. Several attacks ended in failure. Fortunately, Atletico Madrid's backcourt defense is still solid. Despite Santander's fierce bombardment, they were able to keep the goal intact. The fans watching the game in the bar were all nervous, and from time to time they let out nervous gasps, mixed with some curses and complaints. This Maxi is such a jerk. He even missed that one-on-one shot just now. Did he go out to visit PRST Utes all night last night? I heard he just recovered from a knee injury last season, so it's understandable that he's not in great shape, but why did the coach choose to start him? Does Atletico really have no one left? Our Torres has also been dragged down by him, it's really depressing. After watching Atletico Madrid's game, I have lost hope for the team's performance this season. Lin Ran was also watching the game on TV carefully. Seeing the shock of tens of thousands of La Liga fans shouting in unison, he couldn't help but imagine that if he were in the same situation, the feeling would definitely be wonderful. It was not until the second half that Atletico Madrid stabilized the game, and Torres scored a goal in the 78th minute of the second half by taking advantage of an offside opportunity. Marvelous! Long live Torres! Our golden boy is still reliable. You bastards from Santander! You can shut up now. The bar fans were all excited when they saw the goal. Lin Ran also stood up from his seat and cheered with other fans. At this moment, he felt the joy that came from the heart, which was a sense of collective honor. Perhaps it is this simple happiness that makes so many fans cheer and cheer for their favorite teams. This score remained the same until the end of the game. Both sides had opportunities to change the score later, but neither of them seized it. In the end, Atletico Madrid ended the game with a score of 1-0 and gained 3 points away from home with great difficulty. Atletico Madrid fans are actually not very satisfied with this result. Although the team won, the opponent was just a weak team like Santander Athletic, and the game was so ugly that it really didn't make people happy. But after all, they won the game. Although the fans were a little dissatisfied, they were generally calm. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. As the game ended, fans began to leave the bar in twos and threes. Lin Jianjun drank a lot today and was finally helped back by Lin Ran. After arriving home, Qin Jiajia couldn't help but scold him. Lin Ran had no choice but to endure the scolding together with Lin Jianjun. After being scolded for more than 10 minutes, Lin Ran was finally allowed to go back to his room to sleep. Although the next day was a holiday, Lin Ran didn't want to take a day off. I got up at around 6 in the morning, tidied myself up, had a simple breakfast, and then continued running to the training base. It was only 7:30 when they arrived at the training base. When the gatekeeper, old Jamie, saw Lin Ran, he was a little surprised and said, "Hey, Lin. It's a day off today. Didn't Flores tell you? I have nothing to do, so I might as well come over and practice. Can I come in?" Lin Ran said with a smile. "Of course, I have to say, you are so hard-working. I think God likes hard-working people, and I believe you will succeed." Old Jamie exclaimed. "Thank you for your well wishes and good luck to you too." Lin Ran said this and ran in through the open small door. When I arrived at the training ground, I went to the warehouse to get some training equipment as usual, and then started free training. He practiced for more than 2 hours, and around 9 o'clock in the morning, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Ran ran over and saw that it was head coach Flores calling. Lin Ran was a little curious and didn't know why the head coach was looking for him now. He pressed the answer button and leaned over to her ear and said, "Hello, Mr. Flores." "Hello, Lin, where are you now?" Flores' voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm at the training ground." "Training ground? Didn't I say today is a holiday? What are you doing there?" Flores was obviously surprised. "I was bored staying at home, so I came here to train." "Oh. Boy. I have to say, you surprised me." Flores couldn't help but exclaimed. "You're such a compliment. Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Hearing Lin Ran's question, Flores suddenly remembered the business and quickly said, "There's something. A reporter from Marca wants to interview you. Do you think it's convenient for you?" Hearing this, Lin Ran was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the female reporter actually had connections with Flores. In fact, he did not agree to the reporter's interview request yesterday. On the one hand, he was afraid of trouble, and on the other hand, he was worried about the team's attitude. After all, he didn't know whether the team would object to the players giving interviews privately. Now that the head coach has called personally, there must be no problem with the team. And we always have to give face to the head coach. So Lin Ran didn't hesitate too much and said readily, "Then I'll wait for her over here at the training ground. You can ask her to come over here. I've accepted her interview." Flores was also very happy to hear Lin Ran was interviewed. He agreed repeatedly and hung up the phone. In fact, Flores was also a little surprised. Early this morning, the club president, Mr. Silesia, called him. The only content was to ask him to arrange for his player Lin Ran to be interviewed by Marca reporter Miss Casey. Flores was a little surprised to hear this request, but he did not dare to neglect it. I immediately called Lin Ran. After confirming this, he made another call. After the call was picked up, he immediately said respectfully, "Hello, Miss Kathy. I am Flores, the head coach of the Atletico Madrid youth team. I have already agreed with Lin Ran that he will accept your interview." A sweet female voice soon came from the other end of the line, "Mr. Flores, thank you very much for your help. I wonder when Lin will be available for an interview. If you have time now, we can go directly to our team's training ground. Lin is training there now." "That's great. I'll be there right now. Let's meet outside the training ground." The person on the other end was obviously very excited. After agreeing on a meeting place, both parties hung up the phone. Chapter 28. After Lin Ran hung up the phone, he threw the phone aside and continued to train. So when Flores and Casey arrived, what they saw was a solitary figure on the grass of the training ground, doing slalom training over and over again. At this time, when Lin Ran was circling the pole, he was using the fried meatballs technique he had just acquired. Using this technique to do slalom is very spectacular. I saw his feet moving at a very fast frequency like a butterfly flying through flowers. Over and over again, doing boring and repetitive actions. Because he was so focused on practicing, Lin Ran did not notice the arrival of Flores and Casey. Flores was about to say hello but was stopped by Casey. Casey took out the camera he carried with him and started taking pictures of Lin Ran. It was just past 10 in the morning and the sun was already beginning to spew out heat waves. The scorching sun shone on the sweaty figure, making every bead of sweat on his face sparkle. Casey's figure, who was filming, suddenly stopped. She slowly put down the camera and quietly admired the masculine scene before her. At this moment, her heart suddenly felt a little throbbing. At this time, Lin Ran also noticed the two people on the sidelines. So he stopped. Seeing Lin Ran stopped, Flores hurried over. He said with a smile on his face, "Lin, let me introduce you, this is Miss Casey from Marca. Miss Kathy, this is Lin from Daxia. Hello. Lin, we meet again." Kathy stretched out her white and tender little hand and shook hands with Lin Ran. Lin Ran felt the tenderness in his palm, and his heart was also distracted. However, he had lived 2 lives, so he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Kathy. I'm really sorry for what happened last time." Hearing the greetings from both sides, Flores asked in surprise, "Have you met before?" "It was just a one-time meeting. Mr. Lin might have been a little shy last time, so he rejected me," Casey said with a smile. Hearing Kathy's somewhat teasing tone, Lin Ran could only smile bitterly. This girl was not easy to deal with. "Okay, let's go to the office. It's too hot here." Flores tried to smooth things over. "It's okay. I think it would feel better if we interviewed here. What do you think, Mr. Lin?" Casey looked at Lin Ran. "No problem for me. This way I can continue training after the interview." Lin Ran agreed readily. Seeing that the 2 men insisted, Flores had to compromise. "Then you 2 can chat. I have some other things to take care of. When you're done, just come find me in the office." With that, Flores turned and left, leaving the place to the 2 of them. After Flores left, Casey took out a recorder and found a shady place with Lin Ran to start the interview. "Mr. Lin, I heard that the team is on holiday today. Why are you still here for training?" At the beginning, Kathy asked this question that she was very interested in. "I felt that resting at home during the holidays was a bit of a waste of time, so I came to train," Lin Ran said honestly. "Instead of resting at home, it is more cost-effective to train and increase your training value, which can actually improve your strength." "Then you are really hard-working," Casey exclaimed. "Now, tell us about your feelings after playing in the game. After all, you scored a hat-trick and helped the team win." Hearing Casey start to ask about the last game, Lin Ran organized his words and then slowly said, "First of all, I am very grateful to the coach for giving me the opportunity to play. I am of course excited to score a goal, but what is even more exciting is that the team finally won. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the players. I just did what I was supposed to do." "What a humble person. I heard you're from Daxia. Could you tell me about your time there? For example, which team you played for and what achievements you made?" "I'm sorry, I only studied football at a sports school in Daxia before coming here, and I've never been selected by a professional team." "Oh. Do you mean you never played a professional game before joining Atletico Madrid B team?" Casey looked surprised. "Yes, yesterday's game should be my first official game." Hearing Lin Ran's answer, Casey widened his eyes in disbelief. "Oh. Wow. This is incredible. You achieved such an amazing result in your first professional competition. I have to say, you are really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. I was just lucky." Lin Ran felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this. "Is it just luck?" "No. I don't think so. I prefer to believe that it is your natural talent." Casey continued to praise him, then changed the subject and said, "In the next game, your opponent seems to be Athletic B, a team that is not easy to deal with. Are you confident that you can beat them?" "I don't know if I can beat him, but I know I will give it my all." "Of course, that's only if Mr. Flores lets me play. I don't think Mr. Flores would let a talented player like you sit on the bench. I really hope the next game comes soon. I can't wait to see your performance again. You know what? Your goals yesterday were really amazing. I think your goals will definitely be included in tomorrow's goal of the week." Casey said affirmatively. "Thank you for your love. I will continue to work hard and try my best to live up to the fans' expectations," Lin Ran said sincerely. "Have you ever thought about playing in La Liga? After all, La Liga represents the highest level of football." "Of course I have thought about it, but I think it's better for me to train steadily in the Spanish third division for a while. After all, with my current strength, it's still a bit early for me to go to La Liga." "Of course, I believe that day will not be too far away. Lin Ran said confidently. I think you'll succeed. The interview lasted about half an hour. During the interview, Casey not only talked to Lin Ran about the team and the game, but also asked Lin Ran a lot of personal questions. Lin Ran also answered them one by one. The interview ended quickly and Casey was very satisfied with it. Through this interview, Casey obtained a lot of personal information about this hard-working young Hyuxia man. This made her more confident that she could write an eye-catching press release. Lin Ran said goodbye to Casey and continued training. Although he had some feelings for this beautiful reporter, the most important thing for him now was obviously not love. Instead, you should improve your training value through training as quickly as possible so that you can perform better in the next competition. He knew that the reason why he had such an amazing performance in yesterday's game was because of it. On the one hand, it depends on his perfect shooting skills. On the other hand, it is mainly because my opponents know nothing about me, so they have no corresponding way to restrain myself. However, as my performance becomes more and more outstanding, my team's opponents will definitely conduct targeted research on me. By then, it will be difficult for me to perform well. Therefore, you must keep improving to surprise your opponents time and time again. Only in this way can one continue to achieve success in the professional arena. The day was spent in boring and monotonous training. In the middle of the training, when his physical strength was exhausted, he used a physical recovery potion. Therefore, his final training time for that day was 14 hours. What Lin Ran didn't know was that the news about him suddenly became popular on the front page of the next day's morning edition of Marca. Chapter 29. Saval is a newsstand owner and has been in this business for more than 20 years. His daily job is to put the freshly published newspapers on the counter in the morning before people go to work so that people can read them. As the best-selling sports newspaper in Madrid, Marca is of course an indispensable feature on his newsstand. As a football fan, Savarandi has the habit of reading football reports, and Marca is the newspaper he reads most often. The headlines on the front page are of course the results of the teams in the first round of La Liga that just ended. He already knew the results of most of the games when he watched the live broadcast yesterday, so he just glanced at them and skipped over them. Following is some news and gossip about stars and coaches. As a veteran football fan, I really enjoy watching these things. Suddenly an eye-catching news headline attracted him. An 18-year-old talented Hyuxia teenager scored a hat-trick in his first professional match to help his team win. Seeing this title, Savalandi became interested. Because this title contains several eye-catching elements. Hyuxia teenager, first professional game, hat-trick. So he read on without any hesitation. Marca reported on August 28, 2006. In the Spanish Third Division League match held on August 26, Atlético Madrid B played against Osasuna B at home. In front of more than 1,000 spectators, an exciting scene took place. An 18-year-old young player from Daxia from Atlético Madrid's B team came on as a substitute in the second half and scored 3 goals in a row, helping the home team, after conceding 2 goals in the first half, to turn the tide and secure all 3 points. The following are photos taken by reporters on the scene. The pictures below are the photos of Lin Ran's 3 goals, and the moments when Lin Ran kicked the ball. The picture was taken very cleverly, capturing Lin Ran's movements and expressions when shooting very vividly. Beneath the picture, the reporter continued. In this match, each of the 3 goals scored by this young Hyuxia player was truly spectacular and world-class. Each one of them made the fans' blood boil. In my opinion, each of these 3 goals could be selected as one of the top 10 goals of the week. I've already sent the goal videos to the weekly football highlights program. If they make the cut, everyone will be able to see them tonight. And the key figure in Atlético Madrid B's victory is undoubtedly this 18-year-old Hyuxia teenager. So who exactly is this young Hyuxia man? How did he end up in the Spanish Third Division? With this question in mind, our reporter conducted an exclusive interview with him. The following is what the reporter learned through the interview. I have to say, this ordinary young Hyuxia man surprised me. It is understood that this Hyuxia teenager named Lin Ran only received 3 years of professional football training in Daxia, but was not selected by the local professional team. And this time I came to Madrid and got the chance to be selected for Atletico Madrid's B team by chance. Fortunately, Lin seized the opportunity this time and was selected from the 47 players who registered to join Atletico Madrid's B team. That's why he had the opportunity to come on as a substitute in the league game this Saturday. We were lucky enough to witness his wonderful performance. That is to say, before this match, Lin had never played a single professional game, and this match where he came on as a substitute was actually his debut. This is unbelievable. A young player without a single day of professional game experience has become the hero who saved the team. This is something that only appears in storybooks, but it actually happened in reality. Then, a very interesting question arises: what exactly is the reason that enables Lin to have such a brilliant performance? To clarify this issue, the reporter went to the training ground of Atletico Madrid B team and personally experienced the life and training of this young Hyuxia man. It was the second day of the competition, and since the team had won, the head coach decided to give the team a day off. But when the reporter contacted Lin, he was at the training ground. When we arrived at the training ground, the opponent was doing monotonous and boring slalom training alone. The weather was very hot and Lin was soaked all over, but he performed every move very seriously. When reporters asked him why he came to train alone during his holiday, his answer was very interesting. He said that since he felt that resting at home was a waste of time, he might as well come to training. Did you hear that? This might explain why Lin was able to succeed. For such a hard-working young man, why wouldn't he be favored by the goddess of fate? We all know that Daxia has a population of over 1 billion, but this populous country has never produced any great football stars. I have to say this is very hard to accept, but now I see Lin. Who knows, maybe Lin will be the one who changes history. Of course, the performance of one game can't tell us much. If Lin wants to be truly successful, he still has a long way to go. Let's wait and see if he can continue to create miracles in the next game. Our reporter will continue to pay attention to the following games. If you also want to see how a young man, through his own efforts, went from being ordinary to becoming successful, please follow him with me. Reporter, Enrique Casey. After reading the report in one breath, Savolandi couldn't help but become interested in the young Hyuxia people in the report. Looking at the image of Lin Ran shooting in the newspaper, Savolandi muttered to himself, "Where did this guy come from? He's quite interesting." At this moment, a voice came from the front of the newsstand, "Savolandi. Bring me a football newspaper. What's the news today?" Savolandi looked up and saw that it was his old customer, Tato. This was a loyal Atletico Madrid fan, so he recommended it to him. "You can read today's Marca. It introduces a young Hyuxia guy who plays for your Atletico Madrid B team. He looks very capable. Maybe you will like him." "Really? Then I'll have to take a closer look." Tato paid for the newspaper and took it from Savolandi. Then I couldn't wait to watch it. A few minutes later, Tato suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration and said, "What a shame. I also went to watch the game that day, but left during halftime. I never thought Atletico would win in the end." There was a thick layer of annoyance in his voice, and he was obviously regretting it. Hearing his sigh, Savolandi laughed out loud and asked curiously, "Did Atletico Madrid perform so badly in the first half? It even made you, a die-hard Atletico Madrid fan, walk out midway. Bad. Really bad. Especially that striker number 15, it was a disaster. I really can't bear to watch it anymore. Who would have thought that we would turn the tables in the second half? If I had known, I would have been more patient." After hearing what he said, Savolandi became even more curious about the young Hyuxia man in the newspaper. According to Tato, Atletico Madrid's comeback in the second half was entirely due to this kid who changed the situation. That's amazing. Tado sighed for a moment and continued, no, I'm going to watch Team B's game next week. I have to see what kind of person that Hyuxia kid is. He had already made up his mind to go to the scene to see it next week no matter what. At this moment, he had already developed a strong interest in the Hyuxia boy mentioned in the newspaper. At this time, someone else came to buy a newspaper, and Savalandi started to get busy. Tado also left with the newspaper. But a name called Lin Ran quietly spread with the report of Marca. Chapter 30. In the morning, Lin Ran got up at 6 and went out at 7 as usual. He was still jogging towards the training base. He is already familiar with the road from home to the training base. Since the training base is located in the suburbs, the closer you get to it, the less populated it is. But at the beginning this road was quite busy. Around 7 o'clock is the time when people start to leave their homes and go to work. The number of people bustling on the road gradually increased. Many passers-by would subconsciously take a second look at Lin Ran, a young Hyuxia man who was running with sweat all over his face. Lin Ran was already used to this kind of look and didn't care too much about it. It was the same a few days ago. People took a curious look and generally didn't care. But today is clearly different. Lin Ran met several people on the road, and they kept staring at him as if they had discovered some new world. Even after he ran a long way away, he could still feel those gazes. Just when he was a little confused, someone finally called him. He was a man in his 30s, holding a newspaper in his hand and raising his hand to greet him. Hey! Hello, are you the Lin from Daxia? You did a great job in last Saturday's game. Hearing someone greeting him, Lin Ran had to stop and reply. Thank you for the compliment, but I have to go to the training base now. He said and was about to continue running. Of course. I know you are very busy and I won't bother you too much. I just want to say, you are awesome. Keep it up. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. Thank you. Lin Ran nodded to the other party, then waved goodbye and continued running forward. He thought to himself that this must be a fan who had watched his game, so he didn't take it too seriously. But in the following time, people kept greeting him, and a few even asked him for his autograph. Only then did he realize that he seemed to be really famous. But this way, he had to stop from time to time to deal with those who greeted him. This completely disrupted his running plans. Because we were delayed on the road, it was already past 8 o'clock when we arrived at the training base. At the entrance of the training base, I happened to meet Flores who was driving over. Flores rolled down the window and called out to him. Hey! Lin! Have you read today's newspaper? Lin Ran shook his head blankly. He didn't know what was worth reading in the newspaper Flores was talking about. Seeing Lin Ran's expression, Flores took out a newspaper from the car, handed it to Lin Ran and said, Here. Take a good look at it. You are a celebrity now. After Lin Ran took the newspaper, Flores drove into the gate first. Lin Ran curiously unfolded the newspaper and began to read. When he saw the report about him, he finally understood why so many people on the street were looking at him. I feel like I'm being praised by others. By the time the training session started, all the teammates had obviously known about Lin Ran being in the newspaper. The way they looked at Lin Ran was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. As a professional player, who doesn't want to be famous? The result was that during training, everyone seemed to be energized, working harder and more seriously than before. Because everyone wants to become famous overnight like Lin Ran. If you want to become famous, you must work hard and sweat. Of course, everyone is stimulated now, and everyone is holding back their energy. Once this momentum passes, most people will probably return to their previous state. Not everyone can work tirelessly for a long time. They will find all kinds of excuses for themselves, such as I am not talented enough and no matter how hard I try, it will be useless. For example, I am unlucky, my body can't handle it, I am too old, I don't have enough time, etc. There are plenty of excuses like this anyway. Therefore, only a few people can ultimately achieve success through hard work. But no matter what, the players completed the training session very seriously that day. This made Flores very happy. He didn't expect that Lin Ran's matter could have such an effect. He was now looking forward to Lin Ran's performance. So when the groups were competing today, he assigned Lin Ran to the red team representing the main lineup. Correspondingly, Aguilar, who performed poorly in the last game, was naturally squeezed into the yellow team. For this reason, although Aguilar was very depressed inside, he did not dare to show it on the surface. Flores is not a good guy. If he dares to stab him, Flores will make him know what thundering wrath is. So he can only try his best to perform on the court, hoping to regain the trust of the head coach. So he was very active on the court today. He runs frequently, the ball is no longer stuck to his feet, and he cooperates very well with his teammates. This kind of performance can be regarded as an excellent performance. What made him despair was that Lin Ran on the other side performed even more amazingly. Knowing that Lin Ran was a strong shooter, he became the focus of the yellow team's defenders. Often, as soon as he got the ball in the front court, 2 or 3 people would come to double-team him. At this time, Lin Ran's new master skill fried meatballs came into play. Except for the beginning, when I was a little nervous, the opponent's defender intercepted the ball twice. When Lin Ran gradually calmed down, his master-level skills began to show their power. Lin Ran received a half-high ball from his teammate in the front court from behind. Since his training value yesterday was enough to upgrade 2 skills to the intermediate level, he chose stopping the ball and passing the ball. So when he received the pass today, he just stretched out his leg and gently cushioned the ball with the arch of his foot, and then he easily took the ball off. Although the stop is still a little bit too big, it is no longer like before, where the plane either has to stop flying or cannot stop. With the ball under his feet, Lin Ran immediately rushed towards the penalty area. At this time, the 2 defenders of the yellow team had already come up. Seeing that the 2 people blocked his way, Lin Ran was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Just as one of them stretched out his foot to steal the ball, Lin Ran moved. He quickly pushed the football to the side with his right foot, then followed up with his left foot and knocked it forward. Then his whole body suddenly rushed out in the direction of the football and drilled out from the gap between the 2 defenders. After breaking through the defense of the 2 people, the road ahead will be smooth. Lin Ran took a slight step forward and entered the penalty area. Before the goalkeeper could block it, he took a low shot. The ball flew into the lower right corner of the goal at a very tricky angle. Oh my god! That's fried meatballs? When did Lin learn this trick? And it looks like he's very skilled at it. Look, he even managed to fool Lavazza and Hagel's double team. Flores said in surprise. It's indeed a fried meatball. He used it beautifully. And his passing and ball control seem to have improved. Look at the way he just controlled the ball. Although it's not as good as those players with excellent skills, it's already on par with most people. It's incredible. Remember, he was still a rookie last week. Moya on the side was also amazed. It seems that he can take on more important tasks. Flores murmured. Boss, you want to? That's right. I will let him start in the next game. Flores' eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 31. Ren Xiaofeng is a reporter for Daxia Sports Channel based in Madrid. One of his most important tasks every day was to collect the day's sports news from Madrid, especially football news, and then compile and send it back to Daxia. Today was the same. As soon as he got to work, he began to read the major sports newspapers that had been delivered a long time ago. The front pages of these newspapers mostly report on major sports events. The most important event this weekend is of course the first round of La Liga. However, most of the news about the first round of La Liga had already been reported back to the country the day before. After all, these events are broadcast live, so you can basically know any news first. What he is actually doing now is to check for omissions and see if there is any valuable news that has been missed. Maybe you can find it in these newspapers. I read several newspapers in a row, but didn't find any special news. Just as he was about to take a break, a report suddenly attracted his attention. An 18-year-old talented usse teenager scored a hat-trick in his first professional match to help his team win. When Ren Xiaofeng saw this title, he immediately became excited. I read the report carefully. A few minutes later, Ren Xiaofeng put down the newspaper and blurted out, "FK. Big news this time." He first took photos of the report, then opened his computer, packaged the photos and sent them by email. Then he picked up the phone on the table and called back home. It was afternoon in Daxia at this time, and Wang Xiang, the producer of the sports channel World Football, had just started work when he received the call. He yawned and said, "Hey! Lao Ren, you just got to work, right? Are you calling so early? Is there some big news?" Ren Xiaofeng's voice on the other end of the phone was very excited. "This is really big news. I've sent you the details via email. Take a look first, and we'll talk after you've finished." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound coming from the phone, Wang Xiang shook his head helplessly and hung up. Then he slowly turned on his computer and logged into his email. Found the email sent by Ren Xiaofeng. Wang Xiang opened the email and started reading it. A few minutes later, Wang Xiang anxiously picked up the phone and called Ren Xiaofeng again. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Xiang said anxiously, "Old Ren, is this news you sent true? Why haven't I heard of someone like Lin Ran? I don't know about that either, but seeing how people describe it, it seems pretty accurate." Well, you should investigate over the next couple of days. If this news is true, it's truly big news. A hat-trick. Even though it's in the Spanish third division, it's still glory for the country. Wang Xiang's tone was filled with excitement. "I understand. I'll be investigating this matter over the next 2 days. There's a match this Saturday, so I'll be there to see it. I'll know if they really have the talent." "Yeah, you're right. Also, that Marca reporter said he has a video of the game. It would be great if we could contact him and get the video. That would be perfect." "Okay, I'll do it. If this is true, then Lin Ran would be the only player from our country in the Spanish league. This would be quite newsworthy," Wang Xiang said with shining eyes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Casey finished a day's work and returned to her home in the northern district of Madrid. "As soon as I entered the door, I saw my father reading a newspaper on the sofa in the living room." Casey discovered that it was a copy of Marca, and the content his father was reading was the report he had written about Lin Ran. Seeing his daughter come in, Salazar put down the newspaper in his hand, looked up and said, "Kathy honey. I was just reading the report you wrote about that young Huxia man. I have to say, your news insight is very good. This report is well written. It even made me interested in him." Kathy didn't seem very interested when she heard her father's praise. She forced a smile and said, "As long as you like it." Seeing his daughter's expression, Salizuo was a little surprised and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Did you encounter any troubles?" "Nothing much. The video of Lin's goal I sent to the TV station was simply ignored. They have no interest in a player from a Spanish third division team. These arrogant guys are so annoying," Casey said indignantly. Hearing about this, Salizuo couldn't help but smile. He smiled and said comfortingly, "It's not their fault. After all, there are so many stars in La Liga to report on. How could they have the extra energy to pay attention to a player from the third division? Even if the player is a genius. Unless this player can play in the first division one day." Casey knew his father was right, but he was still angry. Thinking about the young man I met yesterday, who trained so hard and was so humble. Moreover, his performance in the competition was so outstanding, but he could not get the honor that belonged to him, and she felt unfair in her heart. But then she thought of what her father had just said, unless Lin Ran could play in the first-class league, her heart moved. She walked over to her father and sat down. She reached out and picked up a grape from the coffee table, peeled it, and handed it to her father, saying in a sweet voice, "Dad, have some grapes." Salizuo was a little confused as to why his daughter suddenly became so gentle, but as a daughter slave, he still happily ate the grapes in his daughter's hand. Seeing his father eating the grapes, Casey spoke up, "Dad, I think you should recommend Lin to Mr. Aguirre. After all, you are the chairman of Atletico Madrid." Hearing his daughter's words, Salizuo frowned and said, "Although I am the club president, the club has regulations and I cannot interfere with the daily management of the team. If I give Aguirre direct advice, he will think too much. This isn't interference. You're just recommending a talent to him. Ultimately, the decision on whether or not it's feasible is still his. Besides, you know there are good players being overlooked in the youth team. Shouldn't you let the head coach know this?" Salizuo hesitated. "What's this? Did you eat my grapes for free?" Kathy said with a pout. "I knew it. Your food isn't that delicious." Salazar was helpless and finally had to give in. "Okay, I'll call Aguirre tomorrow, but I can't guarantee he'll listen to me." "I knew you were the best, Dad," Casey said excitedly while hugging his father's arm. "Don't be so quick to flatter me. You are so eager to speak for that guy. Are you in love with him?" Salizuo said with some doubt. "What are you thinking?" "I simply think Lin is a talent, and I'm thinking about your club." Casey blushed slightly. "That's good. I don't want my daughter to marry a foreigner," Salizuo said quietly. Chapter 32. In the head coach's office of Atletico Madrid's first team, head coach Aguirre hung up the phone. He thought for a moment, then shouted to the door, "Race! Come in." The door was pushed open and the first team's assistant coach Race walked in from outside. "Boss!" Race greeted. "There's something you need to do. Team B has a game this Saturday, so go watch it. They have a usse player named Lin Ran, so keep an eye on him and see if he has the potential to be promoted to the first team." "Usse? What good talents can there be there?" Race seemed a little disdainful. "I don't know either. This is what the chairman recommended to me just now on the phone. You should go and take a look. We have to give the chairman some face." "Well, I hope he won't let me down." Hearing that it was the chairman who recommended it, Race had no choice but to agree. At this time, Lin Ran had no idea that he had become the focus of attention from all parties. His daily life remains the same. He leaves home at 7 in the morning and runs to the training base. In addition to completing the training content prescribed by the coach during the day, he also has to do additional training after everyone else leaves. Thanks to the stamina recovery potion, his extra training usually lasts until 8 o'clock in the evening, and then he runs home. In this way, his daily training time is basically more than a terrifying 13 hours. It was not until there was only one bottle of potion left that he adjusted the training time to less than 9 hours. So by Friday, he had used the training points he had gained to upgrade all his technical abilities to the intermediate level. The coaching staff seemed to have become accustomed to Lin Ran's terrifying rate of improvement. They no longer made a fuss about it, but only sighed that this guy was so talented. Before the start of Friday's training session, Flores announced the starting lineup for tomorrow's game. As expected, Lin Ran replaced Aguilar and became the starting player. Aguilar can only accept this silently unless he chooses to leave. This is professional football, strength is king. If you don't have the strength, you can only watch others take over. After announcing the roster, Flores began to analyze tomorrow's opponents. Tomorrow, your opponent is Athletic Bilbao B, a team that plays a tough style of play. Most of their players are very strong and they often use their physical advantages to crush their opponents during the game. And they also have the highest number of fouls in the Spanish third division. So when you face them, you must be decisive with your kicks and play more with your teammates. And be careful of your opponent's fouls. I don't want any of you to miss the season due to injury. Listening to Flores' analysis, the players below were a little nervous. As a player, the thing I fear most is encountering a team that likes to commit fouls. After all, everyone is afraid of getting injured due to a foul. But Lin Ran didn't feel anything. He had diamond leg guards, so as long as the opponent didn't kick him in the upper body, he would be fine. After Flores finished speaking, he asked the team members to start targeted training. The next day's competition still started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. However, the difference between this competition and the last one is that the number of spectators this time is obviously much larger than the last time. The stands at the Hawthorns Stadium were almost full. The reason for this situation is because of Casey's report. That report made more people know about Lin Ran, a usse, and his Atletico Madrid B team. Everyone wanted to see whether this usse boy who was praised as a miracle boy in the newspaper was really that amazing. So many people actually came to today's game with a scrutinizing eye. In a stand very close to the bench, Ren Xiaofeng and his assistant holding a handheld camera were standing there. They are going to record the entire game today. He didn't go to interview Lin Ran these days because he wasn't sure what level Lin Ran was at. After all, he only had that one match, which didn't mean much. He also didn't want his interview to affect Lin Ran's training and preparation. So he chose to wait until the second round of the league started and go directly to the game site to observe, so that he could know Lin Ran's level more intuitively. In order to avoid preconceived notions, Ren Xiaofeng didn't even ask Casey for the video of the last game. On the other side, Casey also arrived at the scene early. She excitedly sang and twisted her body with the fans around her, cheering for the home team. This is the competition she has been looking forward to for a long time. She is looking forward to seeing that figure continue to shine on the court. And to her delight, she had already seen the first team's assistant coach race. He was currently sitting in an inconspicuous stand, and it was obvious that the other party was here to inspect Lin Ran. It seems that my father's recommendation worked. At this time, players from both teams have entered the field. Casey immediately became excited when he saw that figure was in the starting lineup. On the court, Lin Ran looked at the big guys from the opposing team. He was a little surprised as to how the other team found so many big players. It was visible to the naked eye that there were at least 5 or 6 players on the opposite side who were over 1.9 meters tall. The rest are all over 1.8 meters tall. With their well-developed muscles, they looked like a group of armored monsters standing there. This group of muscular men, all with ferocious looks, looked at the Atletico Madrid players opposite them like wild wolves looking at a group of poor lambs. Under the gaze of their opponents, these young players of Atletico Madrid all showed hesitation on their faces. Obviously, they were a little nervous. In terms of momentum alone, Bilbao did overwhelm Atletico Madrid's players. But Lin Ran is not afraid of this. He met the unfriendly looks from the opposite side and glared back fiercely. Finally, his eyes landed on the most ferocious-looking guy on the opposing team. He was a white man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build, like a bear. His face was covered in beard and flesh, and his eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a wild animal. Noticing Lin Ran's gaze, his eyes instantly locked onto Lin Ran, like a beast seeing its prey. If it were an ordinary person, under such a stare from him, they would probably collapse in an instant. But Lin Ran didn't care about this. He stared at the other person with the same fierce eyes. The two men stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Finally, the burly man grinned coldly and turned his head away. Lin Ran snorted disdainfully and stopped looking at the strong man. At this time, his teammate Borja leaned over to his ear and said, Lin, you have to be careful of that guy. That guy is Athletic Bilbao's defensive midfielder, Harks. He's a notorious tough guy in the league. He was sent off several times last season for malicious fouls, and several players in the league have been injured because of him. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of him. Lin Ran said nonchalantly. Seeing Lin Ran's attitude, Borja shrugged and said no more. Soon the captains of both teams finished guessing the sides, and Atletico Madrid got the right to kick off. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game begins. Chapter 33. In this match, Atletico Madrid B team attacked from west to east, while Bilbao B team attacked from east to west. Both sides set up in a traditional 4-4-2 formation. The difference is that Atletico's midfield is in a diamond shape, while Bilbao's is in a disc shape. From this we can also see the technical characteristics of both sides. Atletico Madrid focuses more on short passes in the front court, while Bilbao focuses more on long passes. This is indeed the case. Before the game, Flores formulated a tactic based on Bilbao's characteristics, which was to make full use of short passes and footwork to break through the opponent's hardcore defense. Because if we compete physically, we will have no chance against the tall and strong Bilbao. As soon as the game started, Atletico Madrid players faithfully implemented the coach's tactics in the front court. Lin Ran knocked the ball back to midfielder Martinez, and then ran forward with Borja. After getting the ball, Martinez took 2 steps forward and before the opponent's forward Valencia came up to press, he passed the ball diagonally to right winger Loretan. Raritan continued to advance with the ball. Encountering an interception by the opponent's left winger Rodrigo, he made a feint to shake off his opponent and passed the ball to the central midfielder Mbike. Mbike is not tall, but he has good footwork and a wide field of vision. He had already seen Borja running into the gap in front. When he receives the pass, he only needs to adjust the angle slightly, and then a straight pass can create a great attacking opportunity. Just when he stretched out his foot to stop the ball and was about to turn around, suddenly, a huge force came from his side, knocking him flying and falling heavily to the ground. It was Bilbao's midfielder Halks who made a fierce charge from the side, knocking Mbike directly out. Mbike's small body could not withstand the impact of Halks, who was nearly 2 meters tall. The impact was serious. He rolled on the ground in pain for several times, holding his lower back, but he could not stand up. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Players from both teams gathered around. Seeing Mbike's miserable state, Atletico Madrid's players surrounded Harks angrily. "BD! Do you want to kill someone?" Borja yelled angrily at Yarks. "Do you want to fight, kid?" Faced with Borja's questioning, Yarks didn't take the other party seriously at all. At this time, other Bilbao players also rushed up and refused to give in to the Atletico Madrid players who surrounded them. Seeing the tense situation between the players of both teams, the head coach quickly stood between the two sides to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Then he signaled the team doctor to come up quickly. Atletico Madrid's team doctor rushed over and checked Mbike, who was still groaning in pain on the ground. Soon, the team doctor shook his head at Flores on the sidelines, indicating that Mbike could no longer continue the game. This result made Flores so angry that he kicked a bottle of mineral water next to him away. At the beginning of the game, his team lost a main player, and the next game would be difficult. Soon, a stretcher was brought up and Mbike, who was lying on the ground, was carried down. But the referee did not give a card to Harks for the foul, but just warned him. Now Atletico Madrid players are not happy with this. Borja even went up to question the head coach directly. "Didn't you see how bad that foul was? My teammate was nearly killed by him." The referee ignored him and signaled him to get back to the game. Borja was enraged. He surrounded the referee and insisted on getting an explanation from him. The referee took out the yellow card from his pocket and raised it towards Borja. Borja was completely furious this time. He was about to go up and cause trouble for the referee, but was stopped by Lin Ran from behind. Lie! The audience booed, expressing their dissatisfaction. This damn referee! Is he blind? Rubbish referee! Son of a BCH referee! Flores on the sidelines was even more angry, but he didn't have time to care about the referee. He was explaining things to Cabezas, who was about to be substituted. When you come on the court, take over Emiad's position. Remember what I said before the game, kick quickly and pass the ball decisively. Also, take care of yourself. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Cabezas nodded to show that he understood, and then ran into the field after the fourth official raised the substitution sign. The game continued and Atletico Madrid won a free kick in the front court, but the ball was at least 40 meters away from the goal and was not a big threat. Martinez took a free kick and the ball flew towards the crowd in front of the goal. Bilbao, with its many tall players, is not afraid of this kind of high ball at all. The tall and strong Harks headed the ball out of the penalty area with a light touch. However, because he headed the ball hastily and failed to control the direction, the ball somehow flew towards Lin Ran, who was wandering outside the penalty area. When he was heading the ball in the penalty area just now, Lin Ran knew his heading level, so he didn't go into the penalty area. Instead, he stayed outside the restricted area. This is the opportunity he was waiting for. I didn't expect the opportunity to come. Looking at the incoming ball, Lin Ran's brain was already working at high speed. The perfect shooting talent began to play its role at this moment. He took a step forward with his left foot, bent the bow and drew the arrow with his right foot, and made a shooting posture. Oh my God! Is he going to shoot? How can it possibly go in from such a distance? Is this Huxia kid kidding me? If this gets in, I'll eat shit live. The fans around saw this scene and started to cheer. Lei Yisai, who came to inspect Lin Ran, also shook his head in disappointment. In his opinion, shooting from that position with so many people in between, and especially a volley, had basically no chance of success. What a pity! Such a great offensive opportunity was wasted. This Huxia boy doesn't look that great. Flores in the coaching booth had the same idea. Seeing Lin Ran's actions, he hugged his head in frustration. He was still complaining, damn! How can we shoot from here? We should stop the ball and organize an attack. At this time, Lin Ran on the field had already swung his right foot towards the ball flying in the air. Bang! The flying football was visibly deformed after it touched Lin Ran's feet. Then it changed direction, like a cannonball, drawing a graceful arc and bypassing the dense crowd in the restricted area. Just when everyone thought the ball would fly over the goal, the football suddenly fell rapidly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the ball went into the upper right corner of the goal. Falling leaves slash. The ball goes in. Chapter 34. Beep. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. After only 5 minutes of the game, the score became 1-0, with the home team Atletico Madrid taking the lead. The scene was quiet for a moment, and then erupted into thunderous cheers. Oh my God! The ball actually went in. It must have been more than 30 meters away. It's incredible. He can get in like this. Who would have thought? This shot is incredible. It's like a falling leaf slash. It's simply incredible. The one who just said the ball went in and ate shit live, I happen to need to go to the bathroom right now, do you want me to save my excrement for you? I promise it's warm. In the stands, Casey, who was filming with a camera, suddenly jumped up. Just now, she was probably the only one who had confidence in Lin Ran's shot. Now that she saw the ball had actually gone in, she was more excited than anyone else. Ren Xiaofeng, who was also there to take the photo like Casey, was also shocked and opened his mouth wide. Then there was a burst of ecstasy, he knew that he might have caught big news today. This shot is definitely in the top 10 of football. This is a goal scored by a Huxia player in a foreign league. If it were sent back to Daxia, it would definitely cause a sensation. Have you taken pictures of everything? Ren Xiaofeng confirmed with his assistant with some concern. Don't worry, everything has been filmed. The assistant's tone was also excited. On the other side, Race, who had just looked down on Lin Ran, was now stunned. Lin Ran's skull completely overturned his cognition. After being stunned for a long time, he muttered to himself, "It must be a guess. This guy is too lucky." He firmly believed that Lin Ran's goal was a lucky shot. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to score. Let's continue watching. This one ball doesn't mean anything, he thought to himself. At this time on the court, Lin Ran was surrounded by his teammates. Borja rubbed Lin Ran's hair and said excitedly, "Lin, this goal is so beautiful." The other teammates also ran up to hug Lin Ran. Everyone celebrated in front of the opponent's goal. The Bilbao players were all heartbroken. This kind of goal is very detrimental to the team's morale. Haux, who had been so arrogant just now had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He stared at Lin Ran, who was surrounded by the crowd, with his bull eyes, emitting rays of hatred. This goal was equivalent to his assist to Lin Ran, which was a great humiliation for him who was so proud and arrogant. Flores in the coaching booth was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Thinking about how I was complaining that Lin Ran shouldn't have shot there, my face felt hot. Moya couldn't help laughing when he saw his boss's embarrassing look. Seeing Moya making fun of him, Flores immediately threatened, "Moya, if you dare to make fun of me again, I will make you run laps." Hearing Flores' words, Moya shrank his neck and said quickly, "Boss, we scored a goal. We should celebrate." As he said this, he hugged Flores and shook him hard. In contrast to the lively atmosphere in Atletico Madrid's coaching bench, in Bilbao's coaching bench, their head coach Hedlam was walking back and forth on the sidelines with an angry look on his face. Obviously, the goal just now made him very angry. However, this kind of goal left him speechless, because there was simply no solution. So I can only rely on constantly walking to relieve the depression in my heart. At this time, Atletico Madrid's players had finished celebrating and returned to their own half, waiting for the kickoff. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game resumed. Having just conceded a goal, Bilbao was eager to equalize the score, so all their front court players pressed forward. Bilbao's style of play was extremely simple and crude. After the two defensive midfielders got the ball, they passed it long to the two wingers. The wingers went straight to the bottom and then passed it in. The two center forwards in the middle pose a threat to the opponent's goal with their height advantage. Although this move is simple, it is very suitable for Bilbao, which has a tall center forward. In just over 10 minutes, Atletico Madrid's goal was in danger several times. On one occasion, the ball hit the crossbar and almost went into the goal. This made Atletico Madrid's goalkeeper Balanza very angry and very dissatisfied with his own defense. Flores, who was off the court, saw his team was so passive, so he stood up from his seat and ran to the sidelines, shouting and urging his players to actively participate in defense. His shouting seemed to have an effect. In the 18th minute of the game, Bilbao's midfielder Joyce got the ball and wanted to pass it to right winger Romeri, who had already started to accelerate towards the baseline. However, his intention was predicted in advance by Atletico Madrid's midfielder Martinez. The moment he kicked the ball, Martinez suddenly appeared in his passing route and intercepted the ball. Martinez, who stole the ball, immediately launched a fast break. He made a long pass to find Valeri near the center circle. After receiving the ball, Valeri did not choose to dribble the ball himself, but passed the ball diagonally. The ball passed over Bilbao's defenders and directly found Lin Ran, who was rushing towards the front court. Lin Ran took the ball and was directly facing Bilbao's defense line. Because Bilbao's attack was so fierce just now, most of its players were in the front court. At this time, there were only two central defenders on the back line, and one of them had to be separated to defend Atletico Madrid's other striker Borja. So the only one left to defend Lin Ran was the centre-back Occam. Occam is also a big man with a height of nearly 1.9 meters. He is strong, but his footwork is a bit rough. Lin Ran simply flicked his right foot to the left, then quickly followed with his left foot forward, passing him. Because the speed was too fast, Occam's idea of relying on his physical advantage to block Lin Ran's body failed. It also caused his body's center of gravity to become unstable and he fell to the ground. Wow! The fans at the scene were excited when they saw this scene. Oh my goodness! Those are croquettes! He uses them so beautifully. That big guy was fooled by him. Huxia boy, score another goal. Kill them. On the court, after passing Occam, Lin Ran had a smooth road ahead. At this time, the other central defender no longer cared about Borja. He quickly rushed towards Lin Ran. At this time, Lin Ran has many options. He can continue to break through with the ball. He can also shoot directly before the opponent pounces on him. With his shooting skills, although there is a certain distance from the goal, the probability of scoring is still relatively high. Another option is to pass the ball to Borja on the other side. His side is open, and passing the ball to him means he has a one-on-one opportunity. Just when he wanted to pass the ball to his teammate to create a scoring opportunity, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from the side. Before he could react, his entire body was knocked flying. Chapter 35. Lin Ran felt like he was hit by a truck and his whole body almost fell apart. His body rolled several times on the grass before the force was offset. Even so, he lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. Lin Ran had already seen that it was the big man Halks from the other side who knocked him away. At this moment, this guy was looking at Lin Ran who was knocked away by him with disdain on his face, and said coldly, "Boy, how do you feel?" Beep. Seeing the situation here, the referee quickly blew the whistle and ran over quickly. "How are you?" The referee came to Lin Ran who was still lying on the ground and asked. Lin Ran struggled to get up from the ground, stretched his body, and signaled to the referee that he was fine. Seeing that Lin Ran was fine, the referee no longer cared and signaled Atletico Madrid to come over and take the free kick. But he did not draw his card for the person who hit him. This made Flores, who was watching the situation in the coaching booth, throw the mineral water bottle in his hand. Rushed to the fourth official and protested loudly. "Is that referee blind? He didn't even give a card for such a serious foul." Facing Flores' roar, the fourth official warned with a deadpan expression, "Sir, please calm down. If you continue to say these irrational words, I will ask the referee to expel you." After hearing the other party's warning, although Flores was still very angry, he endured it out of consideration for the sake of being a good man and not suffering a loss in front of him. He glared at the fourth official fiercely before walking back to the coaching seat in anger. Lie. The fans around also booed to vent their dissatisfaction. However, Lin Ran, the person involved, remained calm and did not ask the referee for an explanation. He also stopped his teammates from taking any extreme actions and urged them to take the free kicks quickly. The set piece was quickly taken by Martinez. But unfortunately, his direct free kick was too high and the ball hit the top of the crossbar and flew out. Goal kick for Bilbao. Bilbao's goalkeeper kicked the ball forward with a big kick and the game continued. Because two conflicts occurred, the players on both sides were a little angry. This resulted in more fouls on both sides. In the subsequent games, the referee's whistle sounded frequently and the game was interrupted many times. The yellow cards that the referee had been reluctant to use before were also frequently shown. In the 21st minute, Bilbao's right winger Lopez dribbled the ball towards the right bottom line, but was tackled fiercely by Martinez, and both he and the ball were tackled out of the sideline. Lopez lay on the ground for a long time before he could barely get up. 2 minutes later, Atletico Madrid's Borja had just received the ball when he was knocked to the ground by a physical collision with Occam. This collision also resulted in Occam receiving a yellow card. Afterwards, Atletico Madrid's central defender Bronto and the opponent's centre forward Hag collided with their heads while competing for a header. This resulted in both of them having their heads broken and bleeding. Fortunately, both sides returned to the field after simple bandaging. At this time, both sides were already bloodthirsty and their actions were becoming more and more violent. In this situation, of course, Bilbao, who had a more obvious physical advantage, gradually took the initiative. In the 33rd minute of the game, Bilbao finally scored a goal. The ball was originally in Atletico Madrid's front court, and winger Loriton rushed forward with the ball, preparing to go to the bottom line. But suddenly, Halks made a sliding tackle from the side and intercepted the ball. And miraculously, this defense didn't result in any fouls. Seeing that the referee did not blow the whistle, Halks was stunned for a moment, and then quickly launched a counterattack. He made a long pass to find Rommeri in front. At this time, most of Atletico Madrid's players were participating in the attack, so there were fewer people left in the backcourt. This gave Rommeri space to rush forward. By the time Atletico Madrid defender Villa came up to intercept, Rommeri had already rushed to the baseline. Facing Villa, he simply made a feint, created an opening, and then kicked the ball into the middle. Because at this time, Bilbao's two centre forwards Hag and Husmans were already in position in Atletico Madrid's penalty area. Atletico Madrid only has 3 defenders. Without any suspense, Hag, who had an absolute advantage in height, jumped high, overpowered Atletico's defenders, and used his bandaged head to head the cross directly into the lower left corner of the goal. Beep. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. After scoring the goal, Hag was very excited. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and roared at the Atletico fans. Other Bilbao players also gathered around and celebrated with Hag. On the other hand, the players of Atletico Madrid were a little dejected. Although the opponent only equalized by 1 goal, the pressure put on them by Bilbao players was enormous. They had tried their best in the fight just now, but their physical disadvantage could not be compensated. Now that they have conceded another goal, you can imagine the psychological loss they feel. Flores on the sidelines was furious at this time. Is the referee blind? That tackle clearly hit my player's foot, but he didn't even blow the whistle. This sentence was heard by the 4th official and conveyed to the referee on the field through the headset, so Flores received a yellow card warning from the referee. Flores calmed down now, but the anger in his heart was about to make him explode. Soon, the game resumed. However, Atletico Madrid's situation has not improved much. They were completely at a disadvantage in the physical confrontation with Bilbao players. Moreover, the players were afraid of getting injured, so they were much more careful in their movements both on offense and defense. This led to Bilbao's momentum becoming even stronger. Finally, in the 44th minute of the game, Bilbao took advantage of a corner kick and scored another goal. The goal was scored by Halks. This guy is so tall that he stands out from the crowd when heading the corner kick. The Bilbao server easily found his big head in the crowd. After scoring the goal, Halks clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Other teammates also came up to congratulate him. Bilbao's head coach Hedlam finally smiled. The fans in the stands booed. This time they were not booing the visiting team, but were very dissatisfied with the performance of the home team. What kind of crap has Atletico Madrid been playing lately? Look at them, they're like frightened lambs, trembling under the siege of the wolves of Bilbao. This game is unbearable to watch. I want to quit. That Huxia kid hasn't shown much since he scored a goal at the start of the game. It seems he's been scared. Reis, who was sitting in the stands, curled up his lips slightly. It seemed that his judgment was correct. The Huxia boys' initial goal was indeed a fluke. Looking at the subsequent games, apart from the good use of the fried meatballs, there was no other performance. The opponent's level may be enough for a Spanish third division team, but it is still a bit lacking if they want to make it to La Liga. Ren Xiaofeng and Casey, who were still filming on the other side, were a little disappointed. The scene they imagined of Lin Ran killing everyone did not appear, but they were caught in a bitter battle. Facing Bilbao's tough defense, Lin Ran's magic seemed to have faded. Beep. At this time, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. In the first half, Bilbao, playing away, temporarily led the home team Atletico Madrid with a score of 2-1. Players from both teams walked towards the locker room at the same time. But all the players on the Bilbao side were in high spirits. The players on Atletico Madrid were all dejected. Flores' face turned pale and he returned to the locker room without saying a word. He was about to explode with his anger, and now he urgently needed an outlet. Chapter 36. Damn it! Were you all sleepwalking just now? Did you all go out to hire a prostitute yesterday? Otherwise, why are your legs so weak? You guys actually forgot all the tactics I arranged before the match and actually arrogantly challenged the other team in a physical confrontation. It would be fine if you could win. But can you win? It's okay if we can't win, after all, they are just a bunch of beasts, but why did we forget all our own tactics? I told you to do more short passes, play more ground offense, and compete with the opponent's footwork. Why is no one listening? You're engaging in physical competition and committing fouls, which means you're playing into their rhythm. You're using your weaknesses to attack their strengths. How can you possibly win? In the home team's locker room, Flores roared wildly, venting all the anger that had been pent up in his heart in the first half on his players. All the players lowered their heads and dared not speak or look their head coach in the eye. Flores cursed for a while, venting the anger in his heart, then he slowed down his voice and began to arrange the tactics for the second half. In the second half, we must continue to stick to ground attack, play more short passes, and use our footwork to break through the opponent. If the opponent commits a foul, you should be smarter. Do you think you could dive? Act a little exaggerated, show some pain, and try to gain the referee's sympathy. Also, the opponent now has several players with yellow cards, so their defensive actions will be restrained accordingly. You must take advantage of this opportunity. Make more breakthroughs on those defensive players with yellow cards. Flores was also infuriated by the opponent's rough foul in the first half and even told his players to dive. But this is professional football. No matter what, the ultimate goal is only one, and that is victory. At this time, Lin Ran, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand to indicate that he had something to say. After Flores nodded in agreement, Lin Ran stood up and said, "You can pass the ball to me more in the second half. I have a way to deal with their big defensive midfielder. And I guarantee I can score a goal." As soon as these words came out, all the players looked at him in surprise, including Flores, who was also a little surprised. "Lin, do you have any way to deal with that guy?" "I'll keep it a secret for now, but please believe me, I can do it," Lin Ran said confidently. Flores stared into Lin Ran's eyes for a few seconds, then finally nodded and said, "Okay, I believe you. But don't let me down, or I'll replace you." "No problem, sir." Hearing Lin Ran's affirmative answer, Flores no longer hesitated and said to the other players, "After he comes on the court, Lin will be the offensive core in the front court. Whenever it's appropriate, pass the ball to him." Although the other players were a little confused, they all nodded in agreement. Soon the halftime break was over and the second half of the game started again. Lin Ran also secretly took out the physical recovery potion in his system. Bilbao kicked off the second half. At the beginning of the game, Bilbao started to use long passes and launched a tide of attacks on Atletico Madrid's goal. Fortunately, after midfield adjustments, Atletico Madrid players seemed to have regained some confidence. In response to Bilbao's long passes, Atletico Madrid's players chose to press closely. In the end, Ramiri's cross was headed out of the penalty area by Atletico Madrid's central defender Bronte. Martinez got the ball outside the penalty area and made a diagonal pass directly to Loriton in the midfield. After receiving the ball, Loriton did not stick to it for too long. He saw Lin Ran moving forward and thought of what the other team had said during halftime, pass the ball to him if he had one. Without hesitation, he kicked the ball towards Lin Ran. Lin Ran stretched out his foot to stop the ball, and just as he turned around, the ferocious Harks rushed towards him. Lin Ran, however, was not afraid at all and also rushed towards the other party. The two of them soon bumped into each other, and Lin Ran used his feet to move at a very fast frequency, like a fried meatball, and with a flick and a knock of his left and right feet, he passed by Halks's side. Halks wanted to grab the corner of Lin Ran's clothes, but he didn't expect Lin Ran to be so fast that he couldn't pull it. Now he was anxious. If the opponent broke through like this, he would be facing the defense line directly, and the goal would be in danger. So in a hurry, Halks didn't care about anything else. He immediately chased after Lin Ran for 2 steps, then fell to the ground and slid, sweeping Lin Ran's right leg from behind. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding could be heard. Halks kicked Lin Ran with great force, and he fell to the ground like wheat being harvested by a sickle. Since Lin Ran had already accelerated at this time, his body rolled forward for several weeks under the action of inertia before stopping. Wow! The fans who saw this scene went crazy. Butcher! Executioner! Red card! Oh my god! Is that Hyuxia kid okay? They expressed strong indignation at Kharkov's actions. At the same time, he was also very worried about Lin Ran's condition. He had just been tackled from behind, which could easily have caused serious injury. Flora stood up anxiously and was about to rush into the field despite the 4th official's dissuasion, but was stopped by Moya. Casey, who was filming, screamed, "Ah!" and clenched his fists nervously. Ren Xiaofeng was filled with indignation and followed the fans in cursing Harks for the injury. Race didn't show much expression, but he shook his head slightly, showing that he also despised this kind of foul. Beep! On the court, the referee rushed over while whistling to indicate a foul. He first took out a yellow card without hesitation and gave it to Harks, who was still lying on the ground with a painful look on his face, and then began to check the situation. What surprised him was that Lin Ran, who was tackled, had already stood up from the ground, while Halks, who had tackled him, was still lying on the ground, holding his calf with a painful expression. What's going on? Was I dazzled? Did they swap places? The referee couldn't help but have deep doubts about himself. At this time, not only him, but everyone at the scene was very confused. Flores had stopped struggling. He looked at Lin Ran standing on the court and could hardly believe his eyes. But he reacted immediately and asked the team doctor to go up and check the situation. The team doctor came to Lin Ran, briefly checked Lin Ran's legs, asked a few more questions, and then made an okay gesture to the audience, indicating that Lin Ran was really fine. Flores was relieved, but he immediately muttered with a grimace, "This guy, can't he just put on a show? If you act a little more painful, maybe the referee will give him a red card." Listening to his boss's complaints, Moya covered his forehead with his hands, feeling a bit amused and helpless. On the other side, Bilbao's team doctor also came up to examine Harks. The most depressed person on the field right now is probably Harks. The foul he committed just now was purely intended to hurt someone. He had long disliked the Hyuxia boy, but he had never found a good opportunity to take action. Just now, this guy actually used his footwork to trick me. This is intolerable. Even if I get sent off, I have to let him know how powerful I am. So he used the shovel from behind without hesitation. This is not the first time he has done this. Last season, Deportivo La Coruña's talented striker Vaninza had his ankle broken by his own tackle from behind. And he only paid the price of being suspended for 3 games. He believed that this time the Hyuxia boy would be no exception, and he was looking forward to seeing him wailing on the ground. But this thought changed after his legs collided with the opponent's legs. He felt that he had kicked not a person's leg, but an iron rod. Then a sharp pain came from his calf. He had never felt pain before, but this time he deeply felt the pain he had inflicted on others. He was puzzled as to why the Hyuxia boy's legs were so strong. Could this guy know Kung Fu? Of course he does. I heard that everyone in Daxia knows some mysterious Kung Fu, so this guy must know it too. Damn it! I actually provoked a Hyuxia kid who knew Kung Fu. Halks felt very upset when he thought of this. At this time, Bilbao's team doctor had completed the examination and the final result was a calf fracture. He shook his head at Hadlam, who was watching the situation from the sidelines, indicating that the opponent, Halks, could no longer compete. Upon hearing this news, Hadlam's good mood disappeared in an instant. While carrying the player on a stretcher, he looked at the bench and finally had to let the 17-year-old young player Oblid play. Halks was carried onto a stretcher. When he passed by Lin Ran, he clearly heard what Lin Ran said to him. Remember today's lesson. Be careful next time you play football. Don't hit the wall again. You despicable fellow. You actually used such despicable means to plot against me. I won't let you go. Halks, lying on the stretcher, was furious. He immediately sat up and wanted to cause trouble for Lin Ran. But as soon as he moved, the pain in his calf made him break out in a cold sweat, and he fell back onto the stretcher. Don't move, otherwise your leg won't heal. The accompanying team doctor quickly warned. Halks had no choice but to lie on the stretcher in frustration, turning his head away and not looking at the hateful guy. Chapter 37. Looking at Halks being carried off the field, Lin Ran couldn't help but look down at his legs. He didn't expect that his diamond leg guards were so powerful. When he was tackled from behind just now, Lin Ran didn't feel any pain at all. However, the diamond leg guards could not offset the impact of the opponent's tackle, so he was tripped and fell several times. Under the circumstances at that time, he could have simply fallen to the ground, pretended to be in great pain, and then won the referee's sympathy and got a red card. But he didn't want to do that. It's not that he is so noble, but after he has the King Kong leg guards, if he still has to use some exaggerated acting skills to gain sympathy, that would be too low. The consequence of using the diamond leg guards is that he will definitely not be injured by other people's tackles on the field in the future. And this characteristic will surely become known to everyone as his career becomes more brilliant. If now every time he was kicked down by someone, he had to pretend to be in great pain to gain sympathy. Then after the opponent was punished, he miraculously recovered to normal. After a while, everyone will know that he is a big liar. This kind of personality is not what he wants. The character he wants should be a tough guy with a strong character. Even if he is attacked from behind, even if he falls miserably on the court, even if he is treated like a fool, as long as he can still stand up, he will stand proudly on this green field. It was precisely because of this consideration that in the situation just now, he could have used his acting skills to get the referee to give his opponent a red card, but he did not do so. Just because that is his pride, that is the pride of a real man. At this moment, in the stands, thousands of fans looked at the figure who had just been tackled from behind but stood up proudly, and all of them gave their applause without hesitation. This guy is so fierce. I never thought that it was the Bilbao guy who broke his leg, but the Hyuxia kid was fine. Could it be that he really has Kung Fu skills to protect himself? Of course it is. I heard that every Hyuxia person knows Kung Fu. Do you know Bruce Lee? That's Hyuxia. He could have feigned injury to get a red card, so why did he stand up so quickly? That would have left the opponent one man short. He seems to be too inexperienced. Maybe you're right, but I don't like that kind of liar. Tough guys like Lin are my favorite. Listening to the discussions of the fans around him, Casey, who was originally very nervous because Lin Ran was tackled, suddenly laughed. He looked at the standing figure in the field, his eyes becoming more and more blurred. Ren Xiaofeng on the other side turned around and asked his assistant. Did you capture all the footage just now? I took a picture of it. The assistant replied helplessly. Just take a picture. Ren Xiaofeng muttered to himself. The moment Lin Ran was tackled just now, he felt a little panicked. Daxia has finally produced a good player who can play football abroad, and he doesn't want the player to leave the field because of injury. He didn't feel relieved until he saw Lin Ran stood up as if nothing had happened and the opponent who had tackled him was carried on a stretcher. Meanwhile, Race in the stands became more and more interested in Lin Ran. He saw the scene just now clearly. As a former professional player, he knew clearly the damage that the opponent's kick would cause to the player who was tackled. When Haux tackled, he was aiming to hurt people, and the shiny soles of his shoes were shining brightly. No matter who gets hit like this, it's probably over. What he didn't expect was that the guy who made the tackle was the one who was finished in the end. Lin Ran, who was tackled, was not hurt at all. This was an eye-opener for him, a veteran who had been in professional football for decades. He thought about it over and over but couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Lin Ran was just too lucky. The game on the field finally returned to normal after Haux was carried off. This time it was a free kick in the front court for Atletico Madrid. The penalty spot is about 30 meters away from the goal, so you can shoot directly. Martinez took the penalty kick for this one. But unfortunately, the kick was a little straight and was blocked by the goalkeeper. Then it was Bilbao who launched a counterattack. It's just that what happened just now may have affected their morale. This attack was no longer as sharp as before. The ball was blocked by Atletico Madrid's defender before it even reached the penalty area. In this way, Bilbao's good counterattack opportunity was ruined. In the next few minutes, the two sides engaged in a positional offensive and defensive battle. No one had a good chance to threaten the opponent's goal. Lin Ran drank a potion to restore his strength during the halftime break, so he was full of energy at the moment. He often shuttles back and forth between the front court and the back court, running very actively. This put a lot of pressure on Bilbao's defenders. Lin's stamina is excellent today. You can't tell, he's already been playing for over 50 minutes. Look at that athletic Bilbao defender following him, he can barely run anymore. Flores, who was sitting in the coaching booth, said to Moya beside him. Yeah, this guy is really perverted. He is like a machine that never gets tired. Moya also sighed. Race, who was sitting in the stands, shared the same view. He had already opened the small notebook he carried with him and started writing in it. Player Lin has outstanding physical strength and runs actively. He has good footwork. Note, the fried meatballs are very skilled in technical moves. He should be very strong and can stand up quickly after being tackled. After writing this, he thought about it and added another one. Shooting skills. He put a question mark behind his shooting technique, because he is not sure whether the goal he saw at the beginning by Lin Ran was a lucky one. This needs to be further observed. Just as he closed the notebook, something new suddenly happened on the court. This time it was Bilbao's attack. Newly come Oblad dribbled the ball through midfield. Perhaps the 17-year-old had just come on the pitch and was still a little unaccustomed to the pace of the game. When the energetic Lin Ran came up to steal the ball, he was a little flustered and passed the ball that was originally intended to be passed to his teammate Joyce directly to Martinez. Of course, Martinez would not miss this great gift that was delivered to his door. He made a long diagonal pass and found Lin Ran, who had already left Oblad and started running towards the front court. Lin Ran turned slightly to the side to take the ball, then with a dribble, he dribbled past the oncoming Occam and headed straight for the penalty area. Faced with the energetic Lin Ran, Occam, who was already struggling to run, could only chase after him, but was left further and further behind. At this time, there were only two central defenders left in Bilbao's defense. Seeing Lin Ran coming towards them with such an aggressive momentum, both of them were ready to defend themselves as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Faced with the two central defenders on guard, Lin Ran was not afraid, but broke through with the ball at high speed. He moved his right foot to the left, dribbled past the first defender, then followed up with his left foot and took a light step forward, while his body quickly rushed forward. Just like that, before the two central defenders could react, he squeezed through the gap between them. Seeing this scene, the fans at the scene became excited and started shouting loudly to cheer for Lin Ran. Flores also stood up from his chair and stared at the court nervously. Lin Ran did not disappoint them. After breaking through the defense of two central defenders, he faced the attacking goalkeeper at the top of the penalty area. Lin Ran calmly lobbed the ball, which drew a beautiful arc, passed over the goalkeeper's head, and went directly into the net. 2-2. The score is tied. Chapter 38. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and pointed his right hand to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Lin Ran ran madly towards the corner area, did a front flip, rotated his body 360 degrees in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it out suddenly. His teammates also came forward to congratulate and hug him. This ball is so beautiful. Lin. You are such an amazing guy. You fooled all those defenders of Bilbao. The teammates praised him in unison. A group of people started celebrating in the opposing half. The fans around were also going crazy. Lin Ran's goal just now was truly stunning. He dribbled past 3 players and then calmly lobbed the ball into the net. This was a goal that couldn't be more beautiful. It is rare to see such a wonderful performance in the Western Third Division. Yes, in the eyes of the fans, that goal was a performance. An incredibly wonderful performance. A performance they would never forget. Everyone was amazed. This ball is so beautiful. He dribbled past 3 players. So powerful. I like the last shot more, it's so elegant. I love him so much. An absolute killer. He's so calm in front of the goal. With this kind of mentality, he's definitely the best striker. Have you noticed? Lin's energy is still so abundant that the defenders defending him can't keep up with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily broken through. Remember, he's been running for over 50 minutes. Yet, it's like a perpetual motion machine. Won't he get tired? Listening to the discussions of the crowd around him, Reyes, who was sitting in the stands, remained calm on the surface, but his eyes were shining. He quickly took out his little notebook and wrote on it. He is very calm in front of the goal, has excellent shooting skills, is physically strong, and is very fast. Casey had already gone crazy at this time. She waved her arms and wiggled her amazingly small waist and plump buttocks. He shouted and screamed with ecstasy to vent his excitement. The scene of the goal just now made her blood boil instantly, and it felt like an electric current was flowing through her body. The throbbing in her body made her only able to relieve it by screaming and twisting her body. Ren Xiaofeng, who is also a reporter, was much calmer. He just cheered a few times, then looked back at his assistant with excitement and continued to ask the questions he cared about most. Did you record the video just now? The assistant was already annoyed by his questions and said weakly, I took the photo. If I didn't get it, I would have told you. Well, that's fine. I'm just asking casually. Please continue. Then he ignored his assistant, turned around and continued to cheer for Lin Ran with the fans around him. He could already imagine what a sensation these images would cause if they were transmitted back to the country. At this time, the Atletico Madrid players on the field had finished celebrating and retreated to their own half, waiting for the kickoff. Flores and Moya also returned to their seats in the coaching booth, both with relaxed smiles on their faces. In contrast, on the Bilbao bench, their head coach Hedlam had a gloomy face and was loudly scolding the players on the field. Akam. Are you FG weak? Keep a close eye on that Hyuxia guy. And Oblad. You have to help defend him too, Don't let him charge. Hearing his head coach's shout, Akam on the field couldn't help but roll his eyes. You say it so easily, is that Hyuxia kid so easy to target? I don't know where this guy got so much strength from, he keeps running around everywhere. I ran with him for half the field and now I'm so tired that I'm about to vomit blood, but he acts like nothing happened. How can I keep an eye on him? However, he did not dare to refute the coach's words, so he had to grit his teeth and continue to follow Lin Ran after the kickoff. Lin Ran already felt that the big man who had been following him had some physical problems. So he deliberately moved frequently in a large area in the front court to make the opponent run around with him. As a result, Akam, who already had very little strength left, felt even more uncomfortable. He could already feel his strength rapidly draining away, his legs becoming heavier and heavier, and his chest becoming more and more painful. Lin Ran listened to the heavy breathing sound beside him, which was like pulling a broken bellows, and knew that his chance had come. So he deliberately ran to the right side with all his strength, pretending to go to the wing to meet Raritan who had already dribbled the ball across half the court. Akam had no choice but to follow Lin Ran closely to prevent him from getting the ball. At this moment, Lin Ran suddenly ran back and changed direction, heading towards the middle penalty area. Akam, who had just exhausted all his energy from the sprint, could no longer keep up with Lin Ran and could only helplessly watch the other party slip away from him. Lin Ran, who had created an opening, immediately waved to Raritan for the ball. Raritan didn't hesitate and made a precise diagonal pass, and the ball landed at Lin Ran's feet. When Lin Ran received the ball, he was already at the edge of the penalty area. He just made a simple fake move and dodged Oblad who came to defend him. Then he pushed the ball to the right, created a gap, and shot directly from the spot. The shot was very sudden. Neither the Bilbao defender nor the goalkeeper expected that Lin Ran would shoot directly from outside the penalty area. By the time the football drew a big arc and flew towards the upper right corner of the goal, it was too late for the goalkeeper to save it. Under his gaze, the football flew into the upper right corner of the goal in a standard parabola. In the 76th minute of the game, Lin Ran scored with a powerful shot from outside the penalty area. The score became 3-2. Atletico Madrid takes the lead. And Lin Ran also completed his second hat-trick. After scoring the goal, Lin Ran ran madly to the corner area, then knelt on the ground with both hands, and slid violently, leaving 2 long marks behind him. He raised his hands high, looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, expressing his excitement. At this time, Luo Litan had already rushed up, knocked Lin Ran to the ground, and pressed on him excitedly. Then there are Borja, Martinez, Valeri. All Atletico Madrid players ran over excitedly and formed a pyramid in Bilbao's half. Flores and Moya on the sidelines were hugging each other madly. They slapped each other hard to vent their excitement. The fans in the stands were already going crazy at this point. This goal completely ignited the fans' emotions, and everyone stood up and cheered for Lin Ran. Lin! Bang bang bang! Lin! Bang bang bang! Lin! Bang bang bang! People were shouting Lin Ran's name and clapping their hands. A huge wave of sound formed above the stadium. At this moment, Lin Ran is the hero of the entire Hawthorn Tree Stadium. He is their king. Chapter 39. At this moment, among this cheering crowd, the only person who can still remain calm may be Race. However, from his clenched fists and excited eyes, it can be seen that this man is not as calm as he seems. Lin Ran's goal made him realize that he had found a treasure this time. He was now almost impatient to call Aguirre and ask him to transfer this Hyuxia boy to the first team. A player of this level should not waste his time in the low-level Spanish third division. He should have a higher stage to show himself. Unlike Race's calmness, Casey and Ren Xiaofeng, 2 media professionals, were all there excitedly shouting Lin Ran's name and clapping along with the surrounding fans. They were all very excited. Lin Ran's second hat-trick in the game was definitely something worth writing about. Casey looked at the young figure on the court who was pinned down by his teammates, his eyes already filled with obsession. Ren Xiaofeng turned back to look at his assistant and said, "Just now. It's all been filmed." The assistant answered before he could finish. Ren Xiaofeng opened his mouth before finishing his words, scratched his head awkwardly, then chuckled and continued to cheer for Lin Ran. The Atletico Madrid players on the field ended their celebration reluctantly with the intervention of the referee and slowly ran back to their own half. The Bilbao players who were stunned by this goal seemed to have just come to their senses. Amid the roar of head coach Hedlam, the team finally reorganized and took their positions. The most depressed person on the field at this time was Occam. He was like a dog just now, and was slipped away by Lin Ran until he had no strength left. So after the game resumed, he was replaced by Hedlam. The person who was marking Lin Ran became Giltu, who had just come on the field. This is a young man with a thin build, but looking at his long legs, you can tell that he is very good at running. It is estimated that Hedlam wanted to use his running to limit Lin Ran's performance. This is indeed the case. After Giltu came on the court, he followed Lin Ran closely like a dogskin plaster. No matter where Lin Ran ran, he could always see this guy. This made Lin Ran feel a little uncomfortable. Apart from his shooting skills, his other skills are only at an intermediate level. Faced with such close defense, he really has no good solution for the time being. Seeing that Lin Ran seemed to be restricted, Bilbao's backcourt players also began to press forward gradually. The long pass that had been restricted just now began to show its power again. In the 80th minute of the game, Ramari of Bilbao made a high-quality cross from the right, which found Hag, who was covering the middle. Hag overpowered Atletico's two central defenders and head-butted the ball with his bandaged head. But unfortunately, his header was a little too high and the football hit the crossbar and flew out of the bottom line. Everyone in Atletico Madrid was so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. This is not over yet. 2 minutes later, Bilbao got a corner kick. Ramari's corner kick flew into the penalty area, causing chaos. Bilbao's other centre forward, Husman, grabbed the header. It's just that his header was a little straight, and the goalkeeper Balanza blocked it with his hand. But the football didn't bounce far and landed in the penalty area. There was chaos in the penalty area, and players from both teams were caught off guard and surrounded the football. Bilbao players took 3 consecutive hasty shots, all of which were blocked by Atletico players in front of the goal. In the end, it was Balanza who, despite the risk of being kicked in the head, used his body to hold the ball down, thus ensuring the goal was not lost. Looking at the passive situation of his team on the field, Flores could no longer sit still. He stood on the sidelines, constantly directing the players to defend. The Atletico Madrid players on the field were also a little confused at this time. The situation seemed good just now, but it changed so suddenly in the blink of an eye. Many people haven't adapted to it yet. But this does not include Lin Ran. In the past few minutes, he has been thinking about countermeasures. Taking advantage of the dead ball time, Lin Ran found Borja and whispered in his ear for a while. Borja nodded to show that he understood. Then the two separated and returned to the game. This time it was an Atletico Madrid throw-in, which was near the center line, and Martinez threw the ball to Loredan. Under pressure from the opposing players, Loredan protected the ball and then passed it to Martinez, who came up to receive it. After Martinez got the ball, facing the opponent player who was pressing him, he made 2 fake moves, but failed to get rid of the opponent, so he had to pass the ball to Loredan, who had already moved forward to receive the ball. Loredan had already started moving and was rushing to the right. Bilbao's Obrid also followed up quickly, sticking to Loredan's left side and constantly squeezing his space. At the same time, another Bilbao defender had rushed over and was about to be attacked by 2 people. At this moment, a voice came from his left, "Here." Loyolitan turned his head and took a look, and saw that it was Lin Ran, who came running over to support him. Behind him followed that useless Giltu. Raritan didn't hesitate any longer and immediately made a diagonal pass, pushing the ball to the left front where Lin Ran was. At the same time, he also ran to the baseline to help Lin Ran distract the defender who came to assist him. After Lin Ran received the ball, Giltu, who was following behind him, immediately stepped forward to disrupt it. Lin Ran turned his back to him, protecting the ball and not rushing to attack. At this time, Lin Ran's position was at the upper left corner outside the penalty area. If Lin Ran turned around at this position, he would have a chance to shoot. Given Lin Ran's terrifying shooting skills, none of Bilbao's defenders dared to be careless. Giltu alone would definitely not be able to stop Lin Ran. So Oblad, who was defending Raritan just now, and Seth, another central defender who was defending in the middle, all rushed towards Lin Ran. Soon, the three of them surrounded Lin Ran completely. At this time, Lin Ran had difficulty even turning around, let alone shooting. This made the fans, who were quite expectant when they saw Lin Ran get the ball, instantly nervous. In this situation, Lin Ran would most likely lose the ball. Just when everyone was in despair, Lin Ran suddenly moved. Suddenly, his left foot tapped the left front of the ball, and the football rolled lightly behind his right foot. Then he suddenly lifted his right foot and swung it back, and his heel hit the side of the football that was already behind him. The football suddenly changed direction as if it had eyes, and flew out from the gap between the two defenders behind him, rushing towards the open space inside the penalty area. Just at this moment, a red and white figure appeared there. This figure took the passed ball forward a little and faced the Bilbao goalkeeper head-on. Then, without any hesitation, he took a low shot and the football went into the lower left corner of the goal from the left side of the goalkeeper's body. In the 88th minute of the game, Atletico Madrid scored again. The scorer, Atletico Madrid striker, number 19, Borja. The one who assisted him was Lin Ran, who was surrounded by three people and could not turn around. This was also Lin Ran's first assist in an official match. The score at this time became 4-2. Atletico Madrid extended the lead. Chapter 40. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and pointed his right hand to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. At the same time, Borja, who scored the goal, immediately flew over and hugged Lin Ran warmly. He said excitedly, "We succeeded. Lin, your pass just now was amazing." The reason why Borja said this was because what Lin Ran had just said to him was that he would attract the opponent's defenders, and then Borja would come in from behind, Lin Ran would pass the ball to him, and he would finally complete the shot. At the beginning, Borja was a little skeptical about this tactic because he was not sure whether Lin Ran could pass the ball. After all, he had only seen Lin Ran shoot, but had never seen Lin Ran pass the ball. "I just didn't expect Lin Ran to be able to pass the ball with such a creative pass." In fact, most of the credit for scoring this goal should go to Lin Ran. If Lin Ran hadn't attracted the attention of three opposing defenders and made such a good pass in the end, the goal would never have gone in. At this time, other Atletico Madrid players also ran over and celebrated the goal with the two of them. The players of Bilbao on the opposite side seemed to have their backbones broken by this goal and became dejected in an instant. This made them feel discouraged. With only a few minutes left in the game, they were 2 goals behind their opponents. How could they catch up? At this time, the fans in the stands were all excited after seeing this goal. Everyone sang Atletico Madrid's team song loudly, singing and dancing like crazy. "We won! That was a beautiful pass. I didn't expect that Usse kid could pass the ball. It seems he also used fried meatballs to pass the ball just now, but this time he did it with his heel. How creative! Now that you put it that way, it really is. That's amazing." Many people suddenly became interested in the passing move that Lin Ran had just made. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Lin Ran's heel pass just now really looks like a variant of fried meatballs. It was still a push and a knock, but this time Lin Ran used his heel. Maybe Lin Ran himself didn't realize that he had inadvertently incorporated the action of frying meatballs into the previous action. He just subconsciously thought that this was the most appropriate way to kick, so he used it unconsciously. The final results also proved that doing so did produce miraculous effects. In the coaching booth, Flores and Moya were already celebrating their victory. There was no suspense in this match anymore, and he should consider the next opponent. He would give Lin Ran 99 points for his performance today. The 1 point missing was because he was afraid that the other party would become proud. He didn't expect that this Hyuxia kid was actually the biggest treasure he had picked up this season. He is good at passing and shooting, and has the ability to break through. He is so useful. He has decided that after 2 more games, if Lin Ran can maintain his stable performance, he will recommend him to the head coach of the first team. Such a good seedling should join the first team to receive higher level training. What he didn't know was that the first team's assistant coach, Race, was sitting in the audience and witnessed Lin Ran's incredible performance today. After seeing Lin Ran's assist, Race quietly stood up and started walking out, because he didn't want to squeeze out with the main group after the game was over. And there is no need to read any more now. He couldn't be more satisfied with Lin Ran. He is now eager to recommend Lin Ran to his leader. This kind of good seedling must be grabbed into one's own hands as soon as possible, otherwise it will soon be snatched away by others. After seeing this goal, Kessie knew that Atletico Madrid would definitely win today. She decided to go to the sidelines to interview Lin Ran as soon as the game was over. So he began to move forward slowly, preparing to enter the court as soon as the game was over. Ren Xiaofeng also has the same idea as her. This time, he did not ask his assistant whether he had taken a picture of what had just happened. Instead, he and his assistant began to move forward slowly. There was little time left on the field. By the time Atletico Madrid celebrated their goal and kicked off again, it had already entered injury time. 3 minutes of stoppage time, Bilbao lost the will to equalize. Atletico Madrid is also deliberately delaying time. So 3 minutes passed quickly. Beep. 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 2 short and 1 long whistles sounded, and the game ended. Flores and Moya, who had been waiting on the sidelines, immediately rushed onto the court and hugged their players. The surrounding fans did not leave immediately, but stood up and gave warm applause and cheers to the victorious home team. Flores also led all the players to bow to the fans to express their gratitude. The defeated Bilbao team left the field in a hurry and dejected. With a somewhat stiff expression, Hadlam walked up to Flores, shook hands symbolically, and then hurried away. Atletico Madrid's players and coaches interacted with the fans for a while before leaving the field. Lin Ran, who had just reached the sidelines, was stopped by Casey and Ren Xiaofeng, who had just climbed over the fence. Casey spoke first. "Mr. Lin, we meet again. Your performance today was outstanding. Could you accept my interview?" "Hello, Lin Ran. I'm Ren Xiaofeng, a reporter for Daxia's World Football program stationed in Madrid. Can I interview you?" Ren Xiaofeng was not willing to be outdone and hurriedly spoke. After saying that, he didn't forget to glance at Casey. From the conversation between the other party and Lin Ran just now, he knew that the other party was most likely the reporter who wrote the report in Marca. "I was just about to ask him for the video of Lin Ran's last competition." Seeing this situation, Lin Ran was a little confused. He had seen Casey before and knew that he was a reporter from Marca. But he really didn't expect that World Football also sent a reporter over. He might not be that famous yet. He looked at Flores beside him with some embarrassment, asking for his advice. After all, he is just an ordinary player. If he wants to be interviewed, he must obtain the consent of the head coach. "Lin, go ahead, don't worry about anything," Flores said thoughtfully. He couldn't help but agree. Casey was someone the big boss had personally instructed. If he agreed to Casey's interview, then he had to agree to the other media that came with him as well. Seeing the head coach agreed, Lin Ran nodded to the two of them and said, "How about this, each of you ask a question at a time, taking turns. I don't have much time, so let's make it short, okay? Casey and Ren Xiaofeng looked at each other. Although they were a little unhappy that their interview time was taken away by the other party, they had no other choice but to nod in agreement. The three of them came to the mixed interview area and began the interview with Lin Ran. Chapter 41. Lin, you completed another hat trick this time. How do you feel? Casey asked first. Of course I'm excited, but compared to this, I'm happier that the team can win. Seeing Lin Ran answer Casey's question, Ren Xiaofeng couldn't wait to ask, Lin Ran, first of all, congratulations to you and your team on your victory. I really want to know about your career experience. Why didn't I hear your name when I was in Daxia? When he heard this question, Lin Ran gave a brief introduction of his experience. In fact, Ren Xiaofeng had roughly seen this information in the report written by Casey last time. Now I just want to hear Lin Ran confirm it in person. Although Ren Xiaofeng already knew this information, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard the other party say with his own ears that he had never participated in a professional team before. At this time, Casey began to ask the second question. Lin, you're performing so well, have you ever thought about joining the first team? Of course I've thought about it, but I think I may need to continue training in Team B for a while. After all, I just joined the professional team. Lin Ran said modestly. Lin, you are so modest. I believe you will be called up to the first team soon. Casey said with certainty. Impossible, right? Lin Ran has only played 2 games. How could the first team transfer him so quickly? Ren Xiaofeng said with some disbelief. How about we make a bet? If I lose, I'll give you the video of Lin's match I filmed last time for free. If you lose, then have your production team make a video compilation of Lin and broadcast it on your TV station. Okay, I'll take the bet. Ren Xiaofeng said without any hesitation. In his opinion, it was unlikely that he would lose, and even if he lost, it would not be a big loss to him. On the contrary, it would be beneficial to him. Why not make such a bet? Lin Ran on the side looked at Casey strangely. He didn't understand why the beautiful reporter in front of him wanted to bet with him, and the content of the bet was obviously in his best interest. Seeing Lin Ran looking at her, Casey blushed slightly and said, Lin, don't think too much. I just couldn't think of a bet at the moment, so I took you as the one. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Casey in front of him, Lin Ran nodded and said, It's okay, I won't think too much about it. Ren Xiaofeng on the side looked at the 2 people in front of him with some suspicion. He always felt that the atmosphere between the 2 people was a bit subtle, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But he didn't think too much about it and continued his interview. The interview didn't last long, just over 10 minutes. Finally, Ren Xiaofeng put away his recorder with satisfaction, shook hands with Lin Ran, exchanged contact information, and then said goodbye and left. But Casey did not leave immediately. Instead, after Ren Xiaofeng left, she extended an invitation to Lin Ran. Lin, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to coffee. Lin Ran was a little stunned. What was going on? Was he really that charming? He actually had a beautiful woman take the initiative to invite him. Without any hesitation, Lin Ran nodded and said, Okay, but I don't really like coffee. How about I treat you to Hyuxia food? Hearing Lin Ran's agreement, Casey, who was a little nervous at first, immediately agreed happily. So Lin Ran found Flores, said hello to him, and left the court with Casey. At this time, most of the fans had left and the area around the stadium had returned to normal. Lin Ran took Casey with him, and the 2 of them took a taxi and went straight to Lin Jianjun's shop. Yes, the place where Lin Ran invited us to dinner was Lin Jianjun's small restaurant. Because he doesn't have that much money to go somewhere else. He now has only a few €100 in savings. This is the goal bonus and winning bonus given by the club last week. The goal bonus is €100 per goal, and the winning bonus is 5,000 euros per goal. When it comes to Lin Ran, he also gets 200 euros. So last time he took a total of 500 euros. This is already higher than his salary. However, considering the prices in Madrid, this amount of money is not enough for him to live a luxurious life. So he is still trying to save as much as possible now. After all, making money is not easy. Casey had no objection. As long as she was with Lin Ran, she would do anything. Just now when she was in the stands, she had made a plan to invite the other party after the game. Now that she has achieved her wish, her heart is filled with joy. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of Lin Jianjun's hotel. The two got out of the car, Lin Ran paid the fare, and then led Casey into the restaurant. When the waitress Zina saw Lin Ran leading a beautiful woman in, she immediately came forward and said, "Lin, you're back. How was the game today? This lady is... This is Kathy. Kathy, this is Zina, if you need anything here you can talk to her." After introducing the two parties and waiting for them to say hello, Lin Ran said, "We won today's match 4-2. By the way, where's my uncle?" "Oh. Congratulations. Another victory. Your uncle went to Valencia. Today is the match between Atletico Madrid and Valencia. He went to cheer for Atletico Madrid." "Oh." Lin Ran then remembered that the first team also had a game today, away against Valencia. "Let brother Zhang cook some of his specialties for us later. I haven't eaten yet." Lin Ran said with a smile. "Okay, you guys sit down for a while, the food will be ready soon." Zina agreed and went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Lin Ran and Casey found a dining table in the corner and sat down. Only then did Casey look at the restaurant carefully. Just now in the car, she had learned from Lin Ran that this was a restaurant opened by his uncle. As the daughter of the club chairman, the restaurants and hotels she usually goes to are all relatively high-end places. "I rarely come to this kind of small Huxia restaurant that is only frequented by ordinary people. At this time, I looked at everything around me with curiosity." Lin Ran poured 2 glasses of water, and the two of them drank and chatted while waiting for the food to be served. After a while, the food was served one after another. Zhang Heping prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup for them, and the staple food was 2 large bowls of rice. "Take your time eating, and call me if you need anything," Jinya said after bringing up the last soup. "Thank you. Zania, you go ahead and do your work. We can handle it ourselves." After Jinya left, Lin Ran made a gesture of invitation and said to Kathy, "Miss Kathy, please come in. How about trying our Huxia cuisine?" Kathy looked at the food on the table, feeling a little curious. She picked up the chopsticks and asked, "Are these the chopsticks you use in Daxia? How should I use them?" Lin Ran couldn't help laughing when he saw the other person holding one in each hand and pretending to use a knife and fork. He picked up his chopsticks and demonstrated to the other party. Soon Casey learned it well. Finally she succeeded in picking up a piece of chicken. She was so excited that she screamed and attracted the attention of people around her. Both of them were very satisfied with the meal. Lin Ran was really hungry, while Casey was completely conquered by the Huxia food. What was unexpected was that this delicate girl, Casey, actually loved spicy food very much. She almost finished the whole plate of mapo tofu on the table by herself. I ate and exclaimed that Huxia cuisine was so delicious. During this meal, Casey actually ate 2 large bowls of rice by himself, which made Lin Ran a little dumbfounded. You know, Lin Ran, a grown man, only eats 2 bowls of rice. After finishing her meal, rubbing her slightly round belly, Casey exclaimed, "Ah! I think Huxia food is the most delicious thing in the world, especially that mapo tofu. I'm going to come back to eat it next time. Lin, will you join me? You can come anytime, but I'm a professional player and can't eat these things often." "Oh, that's a pity. You can't eat such delicious food." Casey sighed. Actually, these dishes are just ordinary Hyuxia food. If you have a chance next time, you can go to Daxia and I'll let you try the dishes my mother cooks. That's what I call delicious. Lin Ran missed his mother's cooking. In his opinion, his mother's cooking skills were the best. Really? I will definitely go, and you are not allowed to cheat then. Casey said excitedly. Don't worry, I mean what I say. I'm really looking forward to this day coming soon. Well, Lin, thank you for your hospitality. I've had a great time today. I think I should go home. Kathy said goodbye to Lin Ran. Lin Ran didn't try to persuade Casey to stay any longer. He offered to take Casey back, but Casey refused. She didn't want her father to see her with this Hyuxia guy. I really don't understand why my father doesn't like foreigners. After seeing Casey off, Lin Ran said goodbye to Xenia and went home. Now he couldn't wait to see what he had harvested today. Chapter 42. Lin Ran returned to his room and impatiently called up the system panel. Then his current information appeared on the panel. Player name, Lin Ran. Player age, 18. Player height, 181 centimeters. Player weight, 72 kilograms. Basic abilities. Speed, 88, Strength, 65, Fitness, 72, Coordination, 58. Technical capabilities. Shooting, perfect, heading, intermediate. Grabbing a spot, intermediate, positioning, intermediate. Ball control, intermediate, passing, intermediate. Breakthrough, intermediate, steal, intermediate. Defense, intermediate, confrontation, intermediate. Stopping the ball, intermediate. Training points, 9. Match points, 7. Overall assessment, intermediate. Host skills, pendulum/master, fried meatballs/master. Host equipment, Vajra leggings. Host item, physical recovery potion X0. Looking at the information on the panel, Lin Ran felt a sense of accomplishment. After 2 weeks of non-stop training and competition, he has now successfully improved his overall ability from the beginner level to the intermediate level. I believe that if I work hard for a while longer, I will be able to reach an advanced level. At that time, I will probably be able to prove myself on a higher stage. My competition points have increased by another 7 points, which means that I have gained 7 points in this competition. This way I will have 7 more chances to draw the lottery. Without any hesitation, Lin Ran started today's lucky spin. Then I heard the system prompt sound. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of stamina recovery potion. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of stamina recovery potion. Lin Ran drew 5 times in a row and obtained 5 bottles of stamina recovery potions. This gave Lin Ran a toothache. Although this potion is good, it is inevitable that I will feel a little aesthetically fatigued when seeing this kind of thing all the time. It's like delicacies from land and sea. Even if you eat them every day, you will get tired of them. Can you give us something new, like the King Kong leg guards from last time? That would be so cool. While thinking about this, Lin Ran clicked on the lottery option again. Likewise, the big turntable started spinning again as it passed by. Just when Lin Ran thought it was another stamina recovery potion, something new appeared on the screen. It was a card with a few words on it, Basic Ability Enhancement Card. Here is its introduction. Basic Ability Enhancement Card. Use this card to increase the host's basic ability. The specific enhancement rules are as follows. If the host's basic ability is below 80 points, each card used will increase 10 points, if it is between 80 and 90 points, each card used will increase 3 points, if it is between 90 and 95 points or above, each card used will increase 1 point, above 95 points, each increase of 1 point requires 2 cards. Looking at the instructions, Lin Ran became excited. He had been worrying about how to improve his basic ability points, and now it's here. It turns out that the system actually has such a good thing. In his system, there are 4 basic abilities in total, namely, speed, 88, strength, 65, physical fitness, 72, and coordination, 58. According to the instructions for using the card, this card can be used to increase 10 points in the other 3 items except speed. The speed can only be increased by 3 points. So which ability should I enhance? There is no need to increase the speed now. The current level is already very high. You can wait until other values come up before considering increasing its value. The remaining 3 items are all important. Which one should I choose? I just skipped the option of physical fitness. I now have physical fitness recovery potions, so the need for physical fitness is not very urgent. As for the remaining 2 items, Lin Ran understood strength, but he had no clear idea of what coordination was. The coordination score is only 58 now, which is indeed a bit low. How about improving this score first? In this way, you should be able to roughly understand what coordination is based on the changes in your body. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and issued a command in his mind: use the basic ability improvement card to improve your body coordination ability. Received. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Then the card on the screen disappeared instantly, and the number behind my coordination changed from 58 to 68. At this moment, Lin Ran felt that every part of his body seemed to have suddenly changed. It felt like an old machine that had been lubricated, making its various parts run more smoothly and flexibly. Lin Ran stood up, tried to lift his legs, and waved his arms, and instantly knew what changes had taken place in his body. He found that when he was doing the movements, the coordination of various parts of his body became more reasonable, which allowed him to use less effort but accomplish more things. For example, when he used to throw a punch, it was just his arms that were swinging. But now I can unconsciously use the strength of my waist and abdomen. This caused his punch to be more powerful, but he didn't use more strength. This made him understand the role of coordination at once. To put it simply, coordination means that you can use various parts of your body more reasonably, do the most with the least effort. When used on the field, it can enable you to coordinate your various parts more closely, make your movements more reasonable, and consume less energy. Lin Ran was delighted to understand the role of coordination. But it's a pity that he only has this one card. Otherwise, if he had a few more, he could directly increase his coordination to 80 or 90 points. Then he probably wouldn't need to use stamina recovery potions throughout the entire game and would be able to hold on. Moreover, this will greatly improve the viewing experience and rationality of your own actions. Looking at the remaining 1 competition point, Lin Ran held high hopes and clicked on the lottery again. He hopes that another basic ability improvement card will be released, so that he can make a lot of money today. However, the system did not intend to let him get what he wanted so easily. Then, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of stamina recovery potion. This voice made Lin Ran deflate. Place a few bottles of stamina recovery potions into the system's storage compartment. In this way, the information on his system panel becomes: basic abilities. Speed, 88, strength, 65, fitness, 72, coordination, 68. Technical capabilities. Shooting, perfect, heading, intermediate. Grabbing a spot, intermediate, positioning, intermediate. Ball control, intermediate, passing, intermediate. Breakthrough, elementary, steal, intermediate. Defense, intermediate, confrontation, intermediate. Stopping the ball, intermediate. Training points, 9. Match points, 0. Comprehensive assessment, intermediate advanced. Host skills, pendulum/master, fried meatballs/master. Host equipment, Vatra leggings. Host item, physical recovery potion x6. It was only then that Lin Ran noticed that his overall evaluation had become intermediate high. This surprised him a little. He didn't expect that just by improving his coordination by 10 points, his overall strength would be improved by 1 level. It seems that basic abilities are very important to a player's overall strength. I just don't know when I can get another basic ability improvement card. But Lin Ran is not in a hurry. As long as he keeps scoring goals on the court and the team keeps winning, he will always be able to get more cards. After checking it again to make sure there was nothing missing, Lin Ran logged out of the system. He needs to go to bed early. We still have to continue training tomorrow. Chapter 43. Tonight was definitely a bad night for Atletico Madrid first team head coach Aguirre. Because the team lost. In the second round of La Liga, Atletico Madrid will challenge Valencia away. The final result was 1-0, with the home team ahead. Of course, losing is normal. Even the best teams will make mistakes sometimes. But today, even though they had all the advantages, they were counterattacked by their opponents and lost the game. Throughout the game, Atletico Madrid had 23 shots and 65% ball possession. As for the opponent, they only had 5 shots. But the final result was that the opponent had the last laugh. This couldn't help but make Aguirre angry. Atletico Madrid's forward trident, Torres, Maxi, and Petrov, all failed to perform. At least 3 sure goals were missed in the game. Especially Petrov, who, during the game, faced the opponent's empty goal and shot it directly away. You know, it's a much harder ball to hit than to score. This also made Aguirre throw the cup directly in the coaching seat. At the post-match press conference, when Aguirre was asked about the team's performance, he couldn't help but lose his temper and finally left the venue in anger. When he returned to his hotel room and was about to take a rest, he received a call from his assistant Reis. Only then did he remember that today Reis went to inspect the Huxia players recommended by the chairman. So he calmed down and asked, "Reis, how is the situation over there?" "Boss, I think we should move that Huxia kid to the first team," Reis suggested without any hesitation. "Oh? Are you so sure? Tell me in detail what happened today." So, on the other end of the phone, Reis recounted the details of today's match and added some of his own judgment. Finally, he concluded, this Huxia kid's other technical abilities may be average, but his shooting ability is absolutely top-notch. Given time, he will definitely become a top striker. We can't miss him. If we let him play in the Western Third Division, sooner or later other teams will find him, which will definitely be a huge loss for us. Hearing that his assistant was so optimistic about the Huxia boy, Aguirre couldn't help but become serious. Then he thought about the poor performance of the team's forwards tonight. If there was a striker with excellent shooting ability, today's game would definitely not have ended like this. So he seemed to have made up his mind and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "When I get back tomorrow, I'll watch his game video. If there's no problem, we'll give him a first-team contract." "Okay, boss. Then I'll prepare the game video first," Reis said with excitement in his tone. "Well, go ahead." After hanging up the phone, Aguirre leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. "At the same time, I was thinking about the problems the team is facing. He just took over the team this season, and through the team's performance in the first 2 rounds of the league, he has already roughly understood the team's current situation. As a quasi-giant club, Atletico Madrid has many big-name stars in its team. Torres, Maxi, Manaki, Petrov, and the young player Agüero who just transferred to the club this year for a club record fee of €23 million. These players are all key players in their respective national teams. It can be said that they are all extremely capable. Such a team has a chance to qualify for the Champions League next season. But beneath this prosperous appearance, various crises are hidden. First of all, these big-name stars each have their own problems. First of all, the team's top star Torres is rumored to be seeking a transfer and may leave next season or even during the winter break. Who will replace him after he leaves becomes a new problem. Then there is another forward, Maxi, who just returned from injury this season and his form has been unstable. Moreover, his body is not fully recovered and he may be injured again at any time during intense games, which will always be an unstable factor. And there is Petrov, the guy who performed well last season, but seems to have lost his magic this season. There has not been any good performance in these two games. In today's game, there was even an empty goal that was not scored. And there was Manaki. Agir got a headache just thinking about this bad-tempered guy. This guy is notoriously bad-tempered and often gets yellow or even red cards on the field because of arguments with opposing players or even referees. Agir always felt nervous when he was on the court, fearing that this guy would start a fight with his opponent if they disagreed with him. Another one is the young player Aguero who just arrived. It is undeniable that he is a genius, but he has just arrived and it will take time for him to integrate into the team. In both games, he came on as a substitute. In addition to these stars, other players also have some problems to varying degrees. For example, older age, injuries, and other issues. All these problems need to be bridged by Agir. Thinking about the task given to him by the club chairman Mr. Salezzo when he took office at the beginning of this season. At least they have to rank in the top 6 of the league and qualify for the League Cup. He had bouts of headache. Atletico Madrid has not qualified for European competitions for more than 10 years. This is unacceptable for a traditional La Liga giant. If I can't lead the team to qualify for the European Cup this year, then my dismissal is inevitable. Maybe it's time to inject some fresh blood. I hope that Hyuxia kid won't let me down. Agir thought to himself. Newsstand owner Savarandi also went to watch the match between Atletico Madrid and Bilbao yesterday. He would go to watch the game purely because of Marca's last report on Lin Ran. But he didn't expect that yesterday's game would bring him such a big surprise. It was indeed a surprise. The two teams combined to contribute 6 goals to this game. And each of these goals was spectacular. Especially those goals scored by Atletico Madrid, each one made Savarandi excited. And these goals scored by Atletico Madrid are all related to that Hyuxia boy. This made him instantly fall in love with this passionate Hyuxia player on the court. So this morning, as soon as he arrived at the newsstand, he couldn't wait to find a copy of Marca. He wants to see if there is any report about yesterday's game. Sure enough, he soon found what he wanted to see. The headline read, Hyuxia player Lin Ran once again scored a hat-trick, helping Atletico Madrid B team to a 4-2 victory. But this time the news was much shorter. I just gave a brief introduction to yesterday's game and Lin Ran's performance in the game. Then there were a few photos of Lin Ran shooting. The following is the content of some reporters interviewing Lin Ran. Savalandi read the report eagerly, his body tensed unconsciously, as if he was back on the court yesterday. Chapter 44. Just as Savalandi was reading the newspaper intently, a voice interrupted him. Savalandi. Is there any report about that Hyuxia player in today's newspaper? Savalandi looked up and saw that it was his old customer, Tato. I remember that last time he saw the report about that Hyuxia boy, he was very excited and said he wanted to go to the scene to support him. I don't know whether the other party has gone. So he said, Tato. Did you also go to watch the game yesterday? Of course, that Hyuxia kid is amazing. I feel like I'm already his biggest admirer now. Tato said this in a somewhat exaggerated manner, which made Savalandi smile. He handed the newspaper to the other person and said, Here, his report is here. Take a look, this guy looks pretty handsome in the photo. Tato quickly took the newspaper and began to read it carefully, while still admiring it. Oh! Look at that! These photos are really great. They capture Lin's movements and expressions when he shoots the ball so vividly. His action quickly attracted the attention of people around him. Then several more people came to buy newspapers. These people are also fans. They watched the report and chatted with each other. This young man from Daxia is truly amazing. He scored 6 goals in 2 games. That's incredible. I think he should play for the first team. With his level, he would be a bully in the 3rd division. Yet, I don't know why Agir didn't recruit him to the first team. I reckon it's going to be soon. He's performing so well, there's no way the first team coaches won't notice it. I think this guy will definitely become a superstar in the future. Should we go ask for his autograph now? If he becomes a big star later, it won't be so easy for us to get his autograph. That's a great idea. Let's go. Let's go wait outside the training base now. So a group of people started to make plans to go to the training base of Atletico Madrid B team. Lin Ran also ran to the training base today. When he ran to the training base sweating profusely, he found that there were at least dozens of people gathered at the gate of the training base. These people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing something excitedly. From time to time, some people looked towards the road outside the training base, as if they were waiting for something. But soon, Lin Ran knew what these people were waiting for. When he approached the group, someone with sharp eyes had already spotted him. Lin is here. Let's go over there quickly. With a loud shout, dozens of people quickly ran over and surrounded Lin Ran. Lin Ran was startled, but soon these people made their intentions clear. Lin, you were amazing yesterday. Can you give me an autograph? Lin, you're my idol, please sign an autograph for me too. And me. I'm here on behalf of my son, he's a big fan of yours. Everyone was talking in a chaotic manner. But Lin Ran finally realized that these people were actually his fans and came here just to wait for him. After figuring out the situation, Lin Ran felt a little excited. I am already a small star and I have already started to have my own fans. So he also greeted everyone enthusiastically. Hello everyone. Thank you very much for your support. As he spoke, he took the pens handed to him by the people around him and signed his name on some jerseys, posters, and other items they brought. This busy process lasted for more than half an hour before the fans were satisfied and allowed him to enter the training base. Watching Lin Ran disappear through the training base gate, Savalandi, who was in the crowd of fans, said with some emotion, Lin is so hard-working. He actually came so early. No wonder he can succeed. Yes, and judging from his condition, he must have run here from home. It's really admirable. Tado also sighed. The rest of the fans nodded in agreement, with expressions of admiration on their faces. When Lin Ran arrived at the training ground, Flores had already arrived. When he saw Lin Ran coming over, he smiled and said, "How does it feel to be chased by someone for an autograph?" It turned out that he had seen what happened to Lin Ran at the gate just now. Lin Ran scratched his head a bit embarrassedly and said, "How should I put it? It's wonderful. But at the same time, I also feel a lot of pressure." Haha. It's good to feel pressure, it means you're not floating. Flores said with a laugh. After laughing for a while, he said seriously, "Lin, remember. The greater the fame, the greater the responsibility. If you want to maintain your fame for a long time, you need to pay a lot, otherwise, it will only be a flash in the pan." "I remember. Coach, I won't let you down." Lin Ran nodded. "It's about not disappointing the fans." Flores corrected. "Yeah." Lin Ran nodded seriously. The morning training is mainly based on recovery training. The team members did some low-intensity activities such as jogging, passing, and catching the ball. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a staff member came to Flores and whispered a few words in his ear. Flores was surprised, but he quickly calmed down and shouted to Lin Ran, who was practicing passing with Clara, "Lin, come here." Hearing the head coach's call, Lin Ran hurried over and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" "Come with me, someone is looking for you." After saying that, he spoke a few more words to Emoya beside him, and then led Lin Ran towards the office building. Although Lin Ran was a little confused, he did not ask any questions, but followed Flores honestly. Flores led Lin Ran to the door of a conference room and knocked. "Come in." A man's voice soon came from inside. Flores and Lin Ran pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Ran saw that the person in the conference room was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Seeing them come in, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, Flores." "Hello, Lin." Flores politely greeted the visitor and turned to Lin Ran, saying, "Lin, this is Mr. Reyes, the assistant coach of the first team. He wants to discuss something with you. You two can talk. I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, he nodded at Reyes, turned and walked out of the room, and closed the door for them. Seeing the door closed, Reyes looked at Lin Ran and said, "Lin, I'm happy to inform you that from today on, you have been transferred to the first team." Chapter 45. You've been transferred to the first team. Hearing Reyes's words, although Lin Ran was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This is the first team. La Liga. Europe's top 5 leagues. The world's top league. One name after another flashed through my mind. It made him feel a little dazed. Seeing Lin Ran's expression, Reyes smiled slightly. He had seen this situation many times. When a young player is suddenly selected by the first team, the joy he feels can easily make him lose his composure. "Okay, Lin, now follow me to Mr. Aguirre's office. He's waiting for you," Reyes reminded. After hearing what Lei Yisai said, Lin Ran finally came back to his senses, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll change my clothes, please wait for me." He was still wearing his team uniform, and because of the training he had just done, he was covered in sweat. He had to go change his clothes. Soon, Lin Ran, who had changed his clothes, and Reyes arrived outside Aguirre's office. After obtaining the permission of the office owner, Lin Ran met the first team head coach Aguirre under the introduction of Reyes. This is an old man in his 50s, with short silver hair and slightly dark skin. He looks very energetic. Lin Ran still had some memories of this guy from his past life. He was a member of the Mexican national team and later served as the team's head coach. He was later dismissed due to poor performance in the World Cup. He then coached Osasuna in La Liga for 4 years before joining Atletico Madrid this year. He is best known for being involved in the La Liga match-fixing scandal in 2015 when he was the head coach of the national team, which led to his dismissal. Although it was finally found out that it had nothing to do with him, his reputation was still ruined. Aguirre beckoned for the two to sit down on the reception sofa. Then he looked at Lin Ran and said, "Lin, I've watched your game videos and I'm very optimistic about your skills, so I'm planning to transfer you to the first team. Do you have an agent? If so, you can ask him to negotiate the contract. There's no rush for the contract. I'd like to confirm a few questions first, okay?" Lin Ran said slowly. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Aguirre and Reyes were a little surprised. In their view, when a youth team player hears that he is going to be transferred to the first team, he will sign the contract immediately and will not bargain at all. But the guy in front of me actually looked like he wanted to ask clearly before saying anything. Aguirre couldn't help but feel curious, so he nodded and said, "Of course, what's your question?" "I want to ask, if I am transferred to the first team, will I have a chance to play?" Lin Ran asked the question that concerned him most. After all, whether he could play or not was directly related to his accumulation of game points. Hearing this question, Aguirre pondered for a moment and said, "Lin, I have to be honest with you. You've just been transferred here, and it will take time for you to integrate with the team. I have to see your actual situation before deciding whether you can play. I can't promise you anything right now. All I can guarantee is a fair competitive environment. As long as you can meet my requirements, I will let you play. Is that so?" Lin Ran felt a little disappointed after hearing what Aguirre said, but what he said made sense. He couldn't just ask the other party to guarantee that he would play as soon as he arrived. That was not realistic. But what about my competition points? Lin Ran was in a dilemma. Seeing Lin Ran hesitate, Race on the side spoke up and advised, Lin, you don't have to worry about not being able to play. As a strong team in La Liga, we have a lot of games. In addition to the league, we also have cup competitions. The King's Cup is about to start, and we will definitely have to rotate then. As long as you train hard, there will always be a chance to play. That's right. After hearing what Race said, Lin Ran suddenly realized that the competition of this first-class team is not just the league, La Liga also has a King's Cup. Atletico Madrid did not enter the European competition zone this year, otherwise they would have played in the Champions League or Europa League. It can be said that the competition is very intense. Every team will have to use rotation players at that time. If you use the same lineup to conquer the world, you will basically get nothing. If I enter the first team, I will always get a chance to play. As long as I perform well, I will definitely have so many games in the future that I will be sick of it. In addition, the most important point is that if you enter the first team, you will be able to compete with the best players in the world. This is much more interesting than bullying the weak players in the Spanish third division every day. What would it matter if I scored a hat-trick in every game in the Spanish third division? There are only a few people who pay attention to themselves. If I can perform well in the first team, I will be world famous. That's the kind of life I should aspire to. Thinking of this, Lin Ran no longer hesitated. He told Aguirre, I'm fine, Mr. Coach. Hearing that Lin Ran no longer had any questions, Aguirre was very happy. He stood up, walked in front of Lin Ran, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Lin Ran. He smiled and said, well, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Ran also held Aguirre's hand tightly. Lin, since you have no problem, then ask your agent to come and discuss the contract. Race on the side also said with a smile. I don't have an agent. Lin Ran felt helpless. He has only been a professional player for less than a month, so how could he have an agent? But he immediately thought of something and said to the two people in front of him, I'll let my uncle talk to me. He has an agent certificate, and I want him to be my agent. This is your own business, we don't care. Just ask him to come to me directly. Race shrugged. Then he left his contact information for Lin Ran and asked him to contact him directly after finding an agent. Lin Ran took the note with Race's phone number and said goodbye to the two people in the room and left. Then he ran to Flores and asked for leave. Flores already knew that Lin Ran would be transferred to the first team, so he readily agreed to his request and gave him some encouragement. Lin Ran is a promising young player that he discovered with his unique vision and is now about to join the first team. Although he was a little reluctant, he also knew that the third-level league could not keep this talented young man, and he needed a bigger stage to show himself. As Lin Ran's mentor, he believed that one day he would be proud of her. And that day is not too far away. After saying goodbye to Flores, Lin Ran took a taxi to Lin Jianjun's restaurant. When we arrived at the restaurant, Lin Jianjun was there. Seeing Lin Ran, Lin Jianjun asked in surprise, Xia Ran, didn't you go to training today? I remember you went out this morning, didn't you? I just came back from the training base. Uncle, do you still have your agent's license? Lin Ran said straight to the point. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Jianjun became more and more puzzled. Nothing, I was transferred to the first team, and now the coach asked me to find an agent to negotiate a contract with the club, so I thought of you. Lin Ran explained. Then he saw Lin Jianjun's eyes suddenly widen, with a dull expression on his face, staring at him blankly. Chapter 46. Xia Ran, what did you say? You were transferred to the first team. Lin Jianjun was stunned for a long time before he uttered a word in disbelief. Seeing Lin Ran nod in confirmation, Lin Jianjun suddenly let out a strange cry. Holy crap! Awesome! Then he hugged Lin Ran. This news really shocked him. His nephew was actually spotted by Atletico Madrid's first team. The team he loved so much and the stars in it were all people he looked up to. Now his nephew is about to become one of them. How can I describe this excitement in words? It made him happier than if he had won a $5 million jackpot. This is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. The noise he made immediately attracted the attention of several other people in the store. Qin Jiajia angrily scolded, Lin Jianjun. What are you crazy about? Xia Ran has been spotted by Atletico Madrid's first team and they want to transfer him over. Lin Jianjun explained loudly to his wife. Upon hearing the news, several people in the store became excited. Really? That's great. Qin Jiajia's face was full of surprise. Genia, who was busy wiping the dining table, also put down the rag and ran over to congratulate Lin Ran. Xiao Lin, I knew you could do it. Even Zhang Heping, who was busy in the kitchen, ran out when he heard the noise. After hearing about Lin Ran's story, he was also very happy. Lian asked Lin Ran to sign for him. After a while of commotion, Lin Jianjun finally remembered the serious matter that Lin Ran had just mentioned. He quickly asked, Xia Ran, what did you say just now? You want me to be your agent? Yeah, I don't know anyone else now. Don't you have a broker qualification certificate? Just help me. Lin Ran said pitifully. This. Lin Jianjun hesitated. Xia Ran, although I have the qualification certificate, I have never signed a player and have no experience at all. I'm afraid I will mess it up for you, and then it will be troublesome. Lin Jianjun said with some concern. Nothing, just discussing the contract terms. It's mainly about salary and contract term. It's pretty simple. If I had the time, I could have negotiated it myself. And if you're unsure about anything, you can call me. As for experience, you'll gain it after doing it a few times. Lin Ran encouraged Lin Jianjun. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Jianjun was a little moved. He looked up at Qin Jiajia beside him. Qin Jiajia said angrily, Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, go ahead. Who can stop you? Hee. I knew my wife was the best. Lin Jianjun said with a smile. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he said, Okay, then I'll be your agent for the time being. When you become famous, I'll find a more professional one. Thank you, uncle. Let's talk about it later. Maybe you can become a big agent by then. Then I will have to rely on you. Lin Ran flattered him, causing Lin Jianjun to laugh and scold him. In this way, Lin Jianjun became Lin Ran's agent. Although the two are uncle and nephew, at Lin Ran's insistence, they signed an agent contract. The contract stipulated that Lin Jianjun, as Lin Ran's agent, would receive a 10% commission and be solely responsible for negotiating Lin Ran's contract, advertising, endorsements, and other related activities. After signing the contract, Lin Ran handed Race's phone number to Lin Jianjun and clarified the general contract framework with him. First of all, regarding salary and benefits, Lin Ran has no special requirements on this point. As long as it is within a reasonable range, it doesn't matter if it's more or less. Anyway, the salary is temporary. As long as he performs well, the club will have to adjust it according to the actual situation, otherwise they will not be able to keep him. The most important thing is the contract term and penalty clause. Lin Ran's requirement is that the contract term must be a maximum of 3 years, any longer would be disadvantageous to him. As for the penalty for breach of contract, as long as it does not exceed 50 million, we can agree to it. Because Lin Ran felt that if he couldn't reach a net worth of 50 million within 1 or 2 years with the help of the system, he would be a failure. Finally, there is the division of portrait rights. Lin Ran requires a minimum share ratio of 60%, the higher the better. With these general frameworks, Lin Jianjun felt more confident. Then he contacted Race according to the phone number on the note. Finally, under the guidance of Race, I met Club Atlético Delgado. Delgado had long known that Lin Ran had been spotted by Aguirre and transferred to the first team. This surprised him for a while. He still clearly remembered that more than half a month ago, he had just signed the lowest level professional player contract with the other party. I didn't expect that after such a short time, the opponent would be transferred to the first team. However, out of trust in Aguirre, he faithfully fulfilled his duties as team manager. Negotiated with Lin Jianjun about Lin Ran's new contract. What delighted him was that the tall and mighty man opposite him was easy to talk to. The other party agreed to the matters he proposed regarding Lin Ran's salary, liquidated damages, and contract term without much fuss. It was only when they finally discussed the division of portrait rights that the two sides encountered a disagreement. Atlético Madrid offered a 50% share, but Lin Jianjun demanded a minimum of 80%. This made Delgado very unhappy. The two sides argued back and forth for a long time, but neither could convince the other. In the end, it was Delgado who called the club's president, Cerezo. After obtaining the other party's permission, the share of portrait rights was increased to 65% on the condition that the amount of Lin Ran's liquidated damages was increased. In the end, Lin Jianjun had no choice but to pretend to be helpless and agreed. In fact, his heart was already filled with joy. The final contract terms determined by both parties are: Lin Ran signed a 3-year contract with Atlético Madrid, with a €20 million penalty clause, which Delgado felt was a safe amount. In his opinion, a young usse player would be worth at most 10 million. As for 20 million? No kidding, that's the price of a superstar. In addition, the salary is €5,000 per week, the goal bonus is €10,000 per goal, and the assist bonus is €5,000 per assist. There is also a winning bonus of €50,000 per game. Of course, this is for the entire team. How much you can get depends on your specific performance. Finally, the portrait rights are divided into 65%. Lin Ran will receive 65% of the sales revenue from all jerseys, posters, and other peripheral items printed with Lin Ran's name and number. After signing the contract, Lin Jianjun and Delgado shook hands and said goodbye. Subsequently, the official website of Atlético Madrid club also updated a message. The club's first team has just signed Lin Ran, a player from Daxia. Then there is a brief introduction to this usse player. This piece of news was insignificant and did not cause any waves. No one noticed that an inconspicuous usse player had already signed up for La Liga, one of the 5 major leagues. And this inconspicuous player will surely stir up the world in the future and become the one standing at the forefront of world football. Chapter 47. In the capital of Daxia, in the office of Wang Xiang, the producer of the program World Football on the We2 Sports channel. Wang Xiang and program host Zhang Xian were watching a video intently in front of the computer screen. The video content is the second round of the Spanish Third Division that just ended, the match between Atlético Madrid B team and Athletic Bilbao B team. This was just sent by Ren Xiaofeng. Wang Xiang still remembers the uncontrollable excitement that Ren Xiaofeng had when he called him just now. Lao Wang, we've got some big news this time. Daxia is finally going to have a big star. Thinking of Ren Xiaofeng's words, Wang Xiang couldn't help but laugh. He's a grown man, yet he gets so excited easily. A big star? It's not that easy to find one, especially in the Spanish Third Division. What's the use of his incredible performance? Although he thought so, Wang Xiang still called Zhang Xian to come over and watch the game video that was sent to him. As soon as the game started, they saw a scene that stunned them. Lin Ran scored a goal with a volley from more than 30 meters away from the goal outside the penalty area. This ball immediately piqued the interest of both of them. Holy crap! That's awesome! Such strength! Such kicking skills! Absolutely world class! The two continued to watch with great interest while marveling at the scene. Then Lin Ran used fried meatballs to pass the ball cleanly and quickly, but was knocked down by the opponent's defender. The two were amazed at Lin Ran's gorgeous footwork, but were also angry about Bilbao's foul. Then Bilbao scored 2 goals in a row, which made both of them feel anxious. In the second half, Lin Ran was tackled from behind by Halkis, which brought these emotions to a climax. Fortunately, Lin Ran was not injured. On the contrary, it was Harks who was injured and left the field because of this foul. This made both of them feel relieved and at the same time amazed. When I saw Lin Ran pass 3 people in a row, face the goalkeeper, and finally lob the ball into the net. The 2 people finally vented their emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Great! This ball is awesome! A terrifying killer in front of the goal. Lin Ran handled this ball so calmly. Both men stood up from their chairs at the same time. Finally, Lin Ran shot from outside the penalty area and once again penetrated the opponent's goal, completing a hat trick. The 2 people were completely impressed by Lin Ran's performance. And at the last moment of the game, it was Lin Ran who stood up when the team encountered difficulties. One person attracted the defensive attention of 3 opposing players and finally assisted his teammate to score with his heel. Thousands of words between the 2 people finally turned into just one sentence. Awesome! After watching the video, Wang Xiang looked at Zhang Xian and asked, "Old Zhang, how do you feel? Is that even a question? That was incredible. I think these goals from Lin Ran will definitely be in the top 10 for tomorrow night's game." Well, that's possible. Wang Xiang obviously agreed with Zhang Xian's statement. So Wang Xiang called the program's video editor and started editing the competition video. He has decided that tomorrow night's show must show these wonderful goals to the fans. He could already imagine the enthusiastic response these goals would trigger. It's not easy for Hyuxia football fans. They really need a local superstar to rally their morale. Lin Ran's wonderful goals can undoubtedly soothe their wounded hearts to a certain extent. Lin Ran, who was far away in Madrid, had no idea that his goal video would soon be featured on the sports channel of our website. After completing the re-signing with the club, he came to the first team training ground the next day, Monday morning. The training ground for the first team and the training ground for the B team are separated by a wall. Just separated by this wall, they are 2 completely different worlds. The training facilities on the first team's side are more complete and professional, and the grass quality is also better. The most important thing is that the value of any one player here is equal to the value of the entire team of Team B. When Lin Ran arrived, he first went to report to head coach Agir. Then Agir led the way and introduced him to all members of the team. "Guys! Let me introduce a new member, Lin from Daxia. He will train with us from now on." Then he introduced the team members to Lin Ran. "This is Torres, the captain of the team and our striker." Agir first introduced the team captain. "Hello, Torres." "Hello, Lin." Both sides shook hands and greeted each other. Lin Ran looked at the handsome boy in front of him and felt a little emotional. Who would have thought that this boy next door with long blonde hair and a shy smile would be the most feared striker in La Liga? "This is Cuellar, our goalkeeper. This is Lucen, the team's defensive midfielder. This is Maxi, the team's left midfielder." Agir continued his introduction. The players who were introduced all politely shook hands and greeted Lin Ran. "This is Petrov, our striker." At this time, Agir introduced a tall man with a slightly bald head. This player named Petrov seemed to be somewhat hostile towards Lin Ran. When Lin Ran shook hands with him and said hello, he did not extend his hand. Instead, he said arrogantly, "I'm sorry, I don't shake hands with Hyuxia people." Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Lin Ran's hand froze in mid-air for a moment, then slowly put it down. He didn't know how he had offended the guy in front of him. However, there was no need for him to try to please such a guy who was unfriendly to him. He chuckled and ignored the idiot opposite him. Agir next to him was also a little embarrassed, and he was very annoyed by Petrov's behavior. This is equivalent to not giving him face. However, he did not get angry on the spot, but secretly kept this account in mind. He continued to introduce Lin Ran. This is Manaki, the team's defensive midfielder. A short guy with long hair appeared in front of Lin Ran. He greeted Lin Ran enthusiastically. Hey! Hello, Hyuxia boy! I've never been teammates with a Hyuxia person before, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Hello, Manaki, I think we will have a pleasant cooperation. Of course, Lin Ran responded to other people's enthusiasm with kindness. This is Aguero, a striker. He's about your age, and I think you two will have something in common. Hello. Lin. Hello. Aguero. The two held hands together. Lin Ran looked at the short but energetic young man in front of him. This person will become a football superstar in the future, and he is also the son-in-law of the football king Maradona. But now he still looks like a young boy. It's really a dream when you think about it. Soon, Agir introduced everyone. Lin Ran counted and found that there were 25 people in the first team, which made 26 people including himself. This number is not too large for a La Liga team. Some big teams have 30 or 40 players and can put together 2 or 3 lineups at any time. Let Lin Ran stand in the team, and then start today's training session. Chapter 48. At the beginning of today's training, Agir asked the players to jog around the court a few times to warm up. After all the players were active, Agir divided them into 2 teams and had a training match. This kind of training match is basically held every day, lasting 30 minutes each time. Used to discover problems among the players so that the coaching staff can make targeted corrections. The basic grouping is one group of starting players wearing red vests, and one group of substitutes wearing yellow vests. As a newcomer, Lin Ran was of course assigned to the substitute group. He was in the same group with Aguero, the future superstar who was now only a poor substitute in the team. The game will start soon. The red team attacked first, using a 4-3-3 formation. Torres is in the middle, Maxi is on the left, and Petrov is on the right. At the beginning of the game, the red team showed its impressive offensive power. After 2 or 3 passes in the midfield, the football quickly advanced to the edge of the yellow team's penalty area. At this time, Maxi on the left received the ball. This Argentine international has very delicate footwork. With just a simple pass, he passed Pablo, the yellow team defender who came to defend him, and then quickly entered the penalty area. After successfully attracting another defender Perea to come over for defense, he passed the ball to the middle with a cross. There, Torres had already made a high-speed run, and before the yellow team goalkeeper Falcon came up to block, he took a low shot, and the ball accurately went into the lower left corner of the goal. The game had just started for less than 2 minutes. The red team has opened the scoring. After scoring the goal, Torres waved his fist to celebrate, and then ran to his own half surrounded by his teammates. Looking at the blonde figure from behind, Lin Ran couldn't help but nod secretly. As expected of Torres, this shot was exquisite in terms of angle, strength, and timing. No wonder this guy has been able to occupy the main striker position of the Spanish national team for a long time. He is really capable. In addition, the Argentine international Maxi attracted 2 defenders by himself and then assisted, which also demonstrated his outstanding personal ability and broad vision. Is this the strength of a Class A team? Compared to his teammates in the B team, the ability level of these first-team players is undoubtedly several levels higher. It is not easy to stand out in such a team. However, this also aroused Lin Ran's fighting spirit even more. It would be more interesting to compete with such an opponent. Lin Ran couldn't help but get excited. The yellow team kicks off again. Lin Ran knocked the ball back to midfielder Barrera, who controlled the ball and slowly moved forward. Maxi came up to press, but Barrera did not choose to dribble past him. Instead, he quickly passed the ball to his teammate Miguel next to him, and he himself ran forward quickly. Miguel did not stick to the ball, but passed the ball back to Barrera the moment he received it, and the two made a beautiful two-pass combination. After receiving the ball, Barrera began to accelerate and rush forward. Before the red team's midfield defenders came up to intercept, he found an opening and passed the ball diagonally to Mista, who was on the other side. After receiving the ball, Mista faced the red team's defense line, dribbled the ball horizontally, and moved towards the middle. After successfully attracting the attention of two defenders, he made a diagonal pass and found Agüero, who had already run into an open space on the right. After receiving the ball, Agüero made no further adjustments but just made a cross and sent the ball towards the red team's goal. There are 3 players from the yellow team there. Lin Ran was also among them. And this cross was coming towards him. Lin Ran was delighted. Although his heading skills were not very good, they were at least at an intermediate level. He should be able to score a comfortable cross like this one. Just as he was about to jump and try his heading skills, suddenly, he felt a sense of pressure from his side, and then he felt as if he had hit a wall, and his body was squeezed to the side uncontrollably. Naturally, the header didn't hit the target. The one who got the header was the red team's central defender, Sidorides from Greece. It was this 1.85-meter tall guy who squeezed Lin Ran out of the way and headed the cross ball out of the penalty area. Looking at the other person's physique that could rival that of a bodybuilder, Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. It seems that my small body needs to be strengthened. It seems that next time I have the opportunity to improve my basic abilities, I have to increase my strength attribute, otherwise I will be beaten when I try to score in front of the goal. Then he made an apologetic gesture to Agüero, who passed the ball to him. Agüero smiled kindly and said it was okay. It looked very harmonious. Head coach Aguirre, who saw this scene on the sidelines, also shook his head and said to Race beside him, "It seems that Lin's body is still too thin. He needs to strengthen his strength training." Race nodded and began to record in the small notebook in his hand. This little notebook records all the problems found during the competition. After the game, the head coach will make targeted training based on these records. The game on the field continues. This time the yellow team's attack was blocked, giving the red team an opportunity. The red team's forward Maxi received the ball from the top of the penalty area and launched a counterattack. He accelerated forward with the ball and was sandwiched by 2 defensive players from the yellow team near the center circle. He did not want to fight, but instead made a straight pass to Torres, who was running in the middle. Torres continued to advance towards the yellow team's goal. His breakthrough caused chaos in the yellow team's defense. In the midst of this chaos, Torres accurately passed the ball diagonally to Petrov, who was coming from behind. At this time, since the entire defense line of the yellow team was attracted by Torres, Petrov entered the penalty area with almost no obstacles. Facing the goalkeeper who was coming out, he kicked the ball with all his might. Just when everyone thought the ball was going to go in, they heard a bang, and the ball actually hit the outside of the goal post and bounced out. Seeing this situation, Petrov was so angry that he threw his hands hard, feeling very annoyed. Flores on the sidelines frowned and said to Race, "Petrov needs to practice his shooting more. He missed an open goal the day before yesterday and missed such a good opportunity today." Race hurriedly recorded it in the notebook. In this way, while the 2 teams were playing on the field, Aguirre off the field kept finding problems and then asked Race to record them. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. Apart from the first goal scored by the red team, neither side scored any more goals. It's not that there was no opportunity, but that neither side seized it. The defensive intensity of this kind of training match is not very high. If we perform normally, it is relatively easy to score 5 or 6 goals in a game. Especially Petrov from the red team, his mentality seemed a little unbalanced since his shot hit the post just now. In his eagerness to score, he sometimes took the ball reluctantly even when the chances were not very good. His luck seemed to be a little bad, as none of his shots hit the goal frame. This made his face look extremely ugly. As the saying goes, wasted opportunities will be punished. Soon, Team Yellow's counterattack came. Chapter 49. This time it was Petrov again, who barely managed to kick the ball while being closely guarded by two defenders in the penalty area. This causes the shooting action to be deformed and lack of force. The soft shot was directly confiscated by goalkeeper Falcon. Then Falcon threw the ball and started a fast break. The ball was thrown to Agüero, who was wandering in the midfield. Agüero took the ball from mid-air, took it and started to advance quickly. Most of the players of the red team were participating in the attack in the front court at this time, and only two central defenders and the defensive midfielder Manica were left in the backcourt to defend. Manica quickly stepped forward, trying to block the ball directly. It's just that Agüero didn't give him this opportunity. Before he rushed forward, he made a diagonal pass and passed the ball to Lin Ran, who was running at high speed on the right. After Lin Ran received the ball, he rushed into the penalty area. Seeing this, the red team's central defender Seterides rushed forward to block the attack. He planned to continue to use his physical advantage to trap Lin Ran. In his opinion, this thin Hyuxia man was easy to deal with. As long as you can hold your position, the opponent will not be able to get away with it no matter what because of your physique. But this time he was destined to be disappointed. After Lin Ran got close to him, he just fried the ball like a simple ball, flicked it sideways with his right foot, knocked it with his left foot, and then his body quickly rushed past him with the football. This made Seterides, who wanted to use his body to eat Lin Ran, unable to even grab the corner of Lin Ran's clothes. After being passed by, Seterides was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and turned around to chase back. But how can I catch up? He watched Lin Ran dribbling the ball into the penalty area and shooting before another defender Lopez could come to defend. The perfect shooting technique did not disappoint. The football passed through the gap between Lopez and goalkeeper Cuellar at a very tricky angle and went directly into the lower left corner of the goal. Seeing the ball go in, Lin Ran raised his right arm, swung it violently, and ran towards Agüero, who had passed the ball to him. He hugged him and then smiled and praised. "Nice pass, man." Agüero was also very excited. He patted Lin Ran on the shoulder and said, "Your shot was amazing." After saying that, both of them burst into laughter. Flores on the sidelines saw this scene and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Hyuxia kid has integrated into the team very quickly. He can already chat and laugh with his teammates so quickly. Race, who was standing by, said excitedly, "It seems the Hyuxia kid's shooting skills are really good. And that dribbling pass was really beautiful." Hearing his assistant's praise, Flores nodded slightly and said, "It's indeed good, but we need to continue observing. After all, this is just the beginning." Race nodded in agreement and continued looking at the field. The game started again at this time. The red team conceded a goal and was obviously getting anxious. After all, the opponent only has substitute players. If the game ends in a tie, it will be really embarrassing for these main players. So after the kickoff, the red team pressed forward and launched a fierce bombardment on the yellow team's goal. Especially Petrov. The goal we lost just now actually had something to do with him. If his shot had not been caught by the goalkeeper, thus launching a fast break, the opponent would not have had a chance to score. So he is more eager to score a goal as soon as possible to prove himself. What made him frustrated was that the more anxious he was, the worse his shot became. This made him even more impatient. In the 21st minute of the game, Manica made a straight pass, and after Petrov got the ball, he kicked it high due to the interference of Pablo, the defender of the yellow team. But he ignored Torres, who had already run into the open space on the other side. This caused Torres some dissatisfaction. As the captain, he found Petrov and said, "Hey, man, if you don't feel good about shooting, you should know how to pass the ball." Petrov also knew that it was his own problem, but in a hurry he ignored Torres and turned away. This made Torres spread his hands to show his confusion. Aguirre on the sidelines was a little angry when he saw Petrov's performance. He shouted loudly to the field, "Petrov! You have to learn how to cooperate, don't always do it by yourself." Hearing the coach's call, Petrov did not dare to show too much emotion. He walked back with his head lowered, but his fists were clenched tightly. Petrov's mentality is a little unbalanced. His temper is a big problem, Aguirre said helplessly. The game continued, and the red team continued to attack the yellow team's defense line. The yellow team was suppressed in its own half as a whole, and the formation was compressed very flat. However, the yellow team's defense is still relatively tight. Although the red team launched a fierce attack, they were still unable to break the goal. Aguirre on the sidelines shook his head repeatedly, thinking that the team still lacked a player who could make the final decision. At this time, the time was almost up to 30 minutes and the game was about to end. Aguirre was already thinking about how to comment on the problems exposed in the game. Just then, he suddenly heard a burst of noise on the field. He looked up and saw that the football that the red team had just lifted into the penalty area was cleared away by the yellow team's defender. The ball that was cleared fell right at Lin Ran's feet. Lin Ran was located near the center line, with only two red team defenders in front of him. After Lin Ran got the ball, he pushed it forward with force, and just before the two defenders rushed over, he rushed through the gap between them. After breaking through this line of defense, the road ahead will be smooth. Lin Ran increased his speed and dribbled the ball straight towards the opponent's goal. The red team was now anxious. The two central defenders closest to Lin Ran were desperately chasing after him, and the other players also returned to defense. On the yellow team's side, the players also started running to the front like crazy, ready to support Lin Ran. At this time, you can see that everyone swarmed from the yellow team's backcourt to the red team's backcourt, like a storm, and the scene was extremely spectacular. And Lin Ran, the instigator, is now at the center of this storm. His speed has reached the limit, like a wild horse running out of control, creating a whirlwind of speed on the court. However, the place where Lin Ran received the ball was close to the right side, so the red team defender in the middle position still relied on the distance advantage to catch up to his left side. Two defenders blocked Lin Ran's inside route. In this situation, it became difficult for Lin Ran to cut inside and shoot. Just when everyone thought the defense was successful, Lin Ran kicked the ball. However, he did not shoot, but kicked the ball sideways, and the ball was kicked directly to the middle. At this time, a yellow figure appeared there at the right time. It was the young Argentine player Agüero. He is also very fast. When he saw Lin Ran dribbling the ball on the wing, he started running as fast as he could in the middle. It turned out that his running position was correct. He had just reached the top of the penalty area when Lin Ran passed the ball to him. Agüero didn't even need to adjust himself. Facing the attacking goalkeeper Cuellar, he just shot directly. The football brushed past Cuellar's sideways body and flew straight into the net. The ball goes in. The game time was up at this time, and the yellow team representing the substitutes finally defeated the red team representing the main players 2-1. Chapter 50. Seeing the ball go into the net, Agüero cheered and rushed towards Lin Ran who passed the ball to him. He picked up the other person. He said excitedly, "Man! Your pass was great. Your shooting skills are pretty good too." Lin Ran responded. After they finished speaking, both of them laughed, as if it was a replica of the previous goal. The two people's positions were just swapped. At this time, the game was over. The red team, as the main force, was defeated by a group of substitute players, which was very frustrating. The whole group of people looked unhappy. The hot-tempered Manica glared at Petrov who missed many opportunities throughout the game. Petrov looked at Lin Ran and Agüero who were chatting and laughing on the yellow team, and his face became increasingly gloomy. After letting the players take a short break, Aguirre called them to assemble. We began by commenting on some issues in the competition. I'm really dissatisfied with the game just now. What the hell did I see? A group of superstars with the club's highest salaries were actually defeated by their substitutes. Aren't you ashamed of such a poor performance? Having said that, he paused for a moment, waiting for the red team members to lower their heads in shame before continuing. Petrov, why didn't you pass the ball just now? Do you think your breakthrough ability is better than Ronaldo's? Petrov, who was named, lowered his head even more. Cedrides and Lopez, you two need to improve your defense. Both goals you conceded were due to your slow reactions when switching from offense to defense, which caught the opponent off guard. From now on, you need to work on your speed and footwork. The two central defenders of the red team were a little depressed. They did not agree with what the head coach said, that they were slow to react. On the contrary, they feel that there is nothing wrong with their response, and the problem lies with their opponents. The two guys on the opposite side are simply too fast, and their footwork is so strong. Not to mention myself, even the big guys on the back line like Puyol and Thuram may not be able to gain any advantage if they come over. But they didn't dare say this out loud, otherwise they would be killed by the old man. Aguirre's venomous tongue continued to spew. And Torres, apart from that shot at the start, you didn't perform well afterwards. Is it because no one passes the ball to you that you can't play football? You should think more about how to steal the ball from your opponent instead of waiting for others to pass it to you. Torres lowered his head after being told that. In the previous game, he was indeed a bit lazy and did not actively participate in the defense. This was unacceptable for Aguirre, who advocated all-out attack and defense. Aguirre continued to comment on several players from the red team. No matter what the players were thinking, they all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. At this time, Aguirre changed the subject and began to comment on the members of Team Yellow. The yellow team performed well this time, but don't get too proud. The red team was careless this time, and you took advantage of the opportunity. In fact, your hard power still needs to be strengthened. Lin and Aguero, although you two scored 2 goals, you also exposed some problems. He has poor physical confrontation and needs to improve his heading ability. This is just a training match. In a real match, other players' defense won't be as gentle as it was today. So you need to train more in a targeted way in the future. Only in this way can you avoid being blocked on the court. After hearing the head coach's warning, Lin Ran and Aguero, who were originally a little complacent, instantly fell in expression. After commenting on several players, Aguirre finally stopped his verbal attacks. The players who were criticized harshly finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then the specialized coaches of the coaching team took their athletes to do targeted training. There are training sessions for shooting, defending, passing, and goalkeepers. Lin Ran was assigned to go to the gym with a coach to do strength training. With him were Aguero and a few other players who were a bit thin. The coaching staff will develop a training plan based on his physical condition. From now on, Lin Ran will train according to the training plan. I have to say that the training of this top European team is indeed professional. A detailed training plan will be formulated based on the different characteristics of each player. The players just need to follow the plan. After a day of training, Lin Ran felt much more tired than when he was in Team B, but the results were indeed much better. The first team's afternoon training ends at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the head coach briefly commented on today's training issues and then announced the disbandment. The players left in 2s and 3s. Soon the training ground became empty. Aguero called Lin Ran and said enthusiastically, "Lin, let's go have a drink later." "It's my treat." Lin Ran shook his head and said, "Sorry. Aguero, I have to continue training later, I'm afraid I won't have time to go with you." "Extra training?" Aguero exclaimed. "Are all the Huaxia people so hard-working?" Aguero was obviously a little surprised. It's just a personal habit. Lin Ran chuckled, patted Aguero's shoulder, and took a few quick steps to catch up with Aguirre who was about to leave. He told Aguirre that he wanted to stay and practice more. Aguirre certainly supports the player's request for extra training. In his opinion, a diligent player is more trustworthy. Just remind the other party to be careful not to overdose, otherwise they may get hurt. So Lin Ran successfully got the key to the warehouse. Today's experience in the first team made Lin Ran realize that his abilities still had a lot to offer. The reason why we were able to score in the morning's match was because the others were not familiar enough with him, and like the head coach said, this was just a training match and everyone did not give their full strength. If I were to go to a real competition now, I think my ability would not be enough. Therefore, he must seize the time to train and improve his training values so that he can raise his technical ability to a higher level. Now my technical abilities are already at the intermediate level. If I want to upgrade to the advanced level, I will need 100 training points for each ability. If we calculate based on 13 to 14 training points a day, it will take at least 7 to 8 days to improve a skill. It can be said that time is very tight. So he didn't waste any time. After getting the key, he extracted a bottle of physical recovery potion from the system, drank it in one gulp, and then started training on the court. Looking at the sweating figure on the green field, a hint of admiration flashed in Aguero's eyes. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he ran onto the court and said to Lin Ran, who was looking at him, "I happen to be wanting to practice more recently, but I just can't find a partner. Why don't we go together?" "Okay." Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. It's actually very boring to practice alone, and now it's great to have a partner to train with. So under the setting sun, two young figures began to sweat freely on the green court. Chapter 51. In an old residential area in Ximen City, the capital of Hebei Province, Daxia. After dinner, Lin Jiangguo sat down on the sofa in the living room early. I picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and tuned to the sports channel of my Rabbit TV. Seeing this, Ji Lan, who was cleaning up the dishes, couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you watching TV for? Go wash the dishes. Let's put it there for now. I'll go watch it after I finish watching World Football. Lin Jianjun begged. After hearing what her husband said, Ji Lan did not urge him anymore. He knew that as a die-hard football fan, her husband, Lin Jiangguo, would watch the program World Football at this time every Monday without fail. Although she didn't understand what was so interesting about football, he would not interfere with it. And sometimes she would watch it with her husband for a while, even though he didn't understand much. I washed the dishes silently and cleaned the kitchen. As soon as Ji Lan returned to the living room, she heard the unique music of World Football coming from the TV. She walked over and sat next to Lin Jiangguo, watching TV with her husband. On TV, the host of the program World Football Zhang Xian and special guest Wang Lu were introducing some major news that happened in the World Football last week. Watching the TV show about the top 5 European leagues, Ji Lan suddenly thought of her son. She turned around and asked, "Old Lin, is there a team here that our son plays for?" "My son is in the Spanish 3rd Division. The content here only introduces the major 1st Division matches. The league level our son plays in is not high enough." Lin Jiangguo was giving his wife some scientific knowledge. Ji Lan was a little disappointed when she heard this, and murmured to herself, "I can't see my son anymore, what's so good about it?" Lin Jiangguo found it a little funny when he heard what his wife said. At this moment, the TV was reporting the match between Atletico Madrid and Valencia away. Lin Jiangguo quickly pointed at the TV and said, "Look, that team wearing red and white striped shirts is my son's first team. If our son develops well in the future, maybe he will be transferred up, and then you will be able to see him." Hearing her husband's words, Ji Lan perked up a little. After staring at the TV for a few seconds, he suddenly said, "No one is as handsome as our Xia Ran." "Hey! Lin Jiangguo was left at a loss for words by his wife's sudden words. What the hell was going on? Women, their train of thought is so unique. This little episode passed quickly, and the first segment of World Football on TV was soon over. The next two sections are football music and Road to Superstardom. Ji Lan felt a little sleepy after watching it. She really couldn't understand why her husband was watching it with such gusto. This is worse than watching 2 episodes of an idol drama. So she closed her eyes and prepared to take a nap. At this time, the most popular section of the World Football Top 10 goals has been shown on TV. Accompanied by exciting music, the host began the introduction. Now let's enjoy this week's top 10 goals. Be sure to watch until the end, there's a surprise. Is there a surprise? Lin Jiangguo couldn't help but become more interested when he heard the host's nonsensical words. What is the surprise? By this time the TV had already started. First, let's look at Roberto Carlos from Real Madrid, who fired a powerful shot from 35 meters away. The 9th ball comes from. Watching the wonderful goals on TV, Lin Jiangguo exclaimed in amazement from time to time. This made Ji Lan next to him frown. Just when she was about to explode, she suddenly heard the host's introduction on TV. The 6th goal was a volley from Lin Ran, a usse player from Atletico Madrid B in the Spanish 3rd Division. At this time, the TV was broadcasting Lin Ran's volley shot at the beginning of the last match between Atletico Madrid B and Athletic Bilbao B. Hearing this name, Ji Lan opened his eyes suddenly. Then he saw the young figure on TV, the son he had been thinking about so much. Ji Lan's tears suddenly flowed out. He kept muttering, "Son. That's our son." Lin Jiangguo next to him was not much better. When he saw that it was his son who appeared on TV, he suddenly became excited. Seeing his son's beautiful shot again, Lin Jiangguo felt a sincere sense of pride. He wanted to tell the whole world right now, "That's my son. It's my son, Lin Jiangguo." However, this scene passed quickly and then the scene of the next goal began. This made the old couple extremely unhappy. "Lao Lin, can this be replayed?" Ji Lan asked with lingering interest. "This might be a little confusing, but it should be available online soon." "I'll look for it then." "Then hurry up and find it." "Don't we have a computer at home?" Ji Lan urged. "This just aired on TV. It will take time for it to be uploaded to the internet. Let's see if there will be any more reports about our son on TV. I guess there may be a special report soon," Lin Jiangguo said very experiencedly. After hearing what her husband said, Ji Lan finally stopped urging him and instead stared at the TV with anticipation. The 3rd goal came from Lin Ran, a usse player from Atletico Madrid's B team in the Spanish 3rd Division, who dribbled past 3 players and calmly chipped the ball. This introduction on TV immediately caught the attention of the old couple. Then we saw Lin Ran's goal where he dribbled past 3 players and then lobbed the ball into the net against the goalkeeper. When they saw Lin Ran scoring a goal and cheering to celebrate, the two of them stood up excitedly and cheered along. At this moment, pride filled their hearts, because the figure on TV was their son. The man being cheered by thousands of fans is their son. It wasn't until the next goal image appeared that the two of them calmed down a little. Soon, the Top 10 broadcast ended, and then host Zhang Xian said, "I believe everyone just saw that 2 of last week's top 10 goals were scored by our usse player Lin Ran in the Spanish 3rd Division. It was really exciting." You may not know much about Lin Ran, so our reporter in Madrid interviewed him. Lin Ran went straight to Madrid after graduating from our sports school, where he was spotted by Atletico Madrid's B team and joined them. So far, he's played 2 games in the Spanish 3rd Division and scored 2 hat-tricks, totaling 6 goals and 1 assist in 2 games. It's been quite impressive. The 2 goals you enjoyed today were scored in the 2nd round of the league between Atletico Madrid B and Bilbao B. Let us congratulate our usse players for their wonderful performance abroad. Our program team will continue to pay attention to Lin Ran's subsequent games in life. Fans, please be patient. Well, today's program is almost over, see you next time. As the host finished speaking, the music for the end of the show started playing. Lin Jianjun and Ji Lan both felt a little unsatisfied. After staring at the TV for a while, Ji Lan began to urge Lin Jiangguo, "You just said you could see our son online. Go and try it." Hearing his wife's words, Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan hurried to their son's bedroom, where there was a computer that they had bought for Lin Ran last year, which came in handy now. Lin Jiangguo and his son had learned how to surf the internet. He turned on the computer clumsily and opened the web page. Type Lin Ran into the search bar and a bunch of results will pop up immediately. Looking at the news on the web page, the old couple was a little surprised. Because the news about Lin Ran on the internet has completely exploded. Chapter 52. It exploded. Yes, the news about Lin Ran is exploding on the internet right now. The program World Football is watched every week by hundreds of millions of football fans in Daxia. The breadth of his audience is terrifying. This also led to the name Lin Ran becoming a household name overnight. Now there are major portals, BBS forums, blogs, and even some QQ groups on the internet. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the name Lin Ran and the two wonderful goals that had just been broadcast on TV. Awesome! Please forgive me for having to use only these two words to describe my feelings right now. Those two shots were just FG awesome. When I saw those two goals just now, I was stunned. I can't believe that such wonderful goals were scored by our Hyuxia players. The above person, I feel the same as you, it feels like a dream. Can anyone tell me where this Lin Ran came from? How come I've never heard of such a great player? I just checked, and there's no such person as Lin Ran on any of the national teams. Didn't they say on TV that he graduated from a sports school and went straight into Atletico Madrid's B team? You certainly won't find him in those national teams. Such a great player, why is he not on the national team? The person above, do you think you can make the national team just by having ability and talent? Don't be so naive. I was wrong. I forgot about that. I hope Lin Ran can develop well abroad and bring glory to our country. These are positive messages, saying that his performance abroad has brought glory to the country and that his football skills are first class, and everyone wishes him well. However, there are also some discordant voices, such as the Spanish third division is only the third-tier league in Spain, and its level may not even be as high as that of the Hyuxia Super League. So performing well there doesn't mean anything. This is hype. We really don't have anything good to report, so we brought in this unknown guy to fill in the gaps. One game doesn't mean anything, so it's better for everyone to stay calm. What if we don't perform well again? These are all questions that Lin Ran can only play in low-level leagues, or doubts about whether Lin Ran can continue to perform well. However, this is not the mainstream, and most of the reviews are positive. Looking at all the miscellaneous information on the internet, Lin Jiangguo and his wife were stunned. They didn't expect that their son would cause such a big response on the internet. At this moment, their hearts were filled with pride. They really wanted to stand on the street and shout, "Lin Ran, the one you are all discussing so passionately, is my son. My son." That night, the couple, who rarely went online, spent their time on various websites and forums, eagerly reading all kinds of reports and comments about their son. When they see positive comments, they can be happy and proud for a long time, but when they see negative comments, they both condemn them together. It was not until the second half of the night that the two of them were so sleepy that they had to go to bed. Lin Ran, who was far away in Madrid, had no idea that on that day, the domestic internet was in turmoil because of him. At this time, he was still practicing juggling the ball, sweating profusely. Aguero was so tired that he lay down on the grass. It started at 5 in the afternoon and it is already past 9. Except for the two of them who ate the bread and ham brought by Lin Ran and drank some water to replenish their energy. The rest of the time, both of them kept practicing. At the beginning, the two worked together to do some passing and defensive steals exercises. Until Aguero's physical strength gradually failed, Lin Ran asked the opponent to only pass the ball to him and pick up the ball. In the end, Aguero couldn't hold on any longer, so Lin Ran had to practice juggling by himself. "Lin, you're such a pervert, your stamina is too good. I won't train with you for such a long time in the future." Lying on the ground, Aguero weakly shouted at Lin Ran. At the beginning, he was still a little unconvinced of Lin Ran, so he tried to match Lin Ran's training volume during training. It wasn't until he saw Lin Ran still looking energetic after training for 2 or 3 hours that he felt defeated. "It's just because I trained too hard at the beginning, I ran out of energy and now I can only lie on the ground pretending to be dead." However, in his heart, he was already full of admiration for Lin Ran's physical fitness. Lin Ran took the ball off, stepped on it with his foot, and looked at Aguero. He was actually very tired now. The physical recovery potion only restored his physical strength to normal. After several hours of training, his physical strength was almost exhausted again. "If we can juggle another 500 balls, we'll retreat." Lin Ran's words caused Aguero to wail again. Regardless of Aguero's inner collapse, Lin Ran picked up the football at his feet and continued to juggle the ball. Aguirre did not leave after get off work today. He was in his office, looking at some team issues and player information sorted out during training during the day, and planning the training content for this week. It wasn't until he felt a pang of hunger that he suddenly realized it. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 9 in the evening. It was time for him to go home. He tidied up the documents on the table, picked up his briefcase and car keys, turned off the lights in the room, walked out of the room, closed the door and went downstairs. As soon as he walked outside the office building, he heard the sound of bang-bang of a ball being kicked coming from the training ground not far away. Aguirre was a little puzzled. Who was still playing football on the training ground so late? When he walked over, he saw that it was the Huxia boy and the Argentinian boy, who were practicing passing the ball. Looking at the two figures running back and forth, a smile appeared on Aguirre's face. "Two nice guys," he thought to himself. "Maybe I should give young people more opportunities." He didn't disturb the two of them. After watching for a while, he turned and left. The two people on the field were exhausted at this time. Just now, Aguero stood up again after resting for a while. After Lin Ran juggled the ball 500 times, he insisted on practicing another 100 passes before leaving. Lin Ran had no choice but to practice passing the ball with the other party again. After practicing 100 balls, both of them were a little unsteady. His whole body was soaked, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Both of them fell on the grass, stretched their limbs, and slowly recovered their strength. "Lin, do you think we will play in the next game?" Aguero asked with some anticipation. "I think so. After all, we have worked so hard," Lin Ran said while panting. "It would be great if I could play. Then I'll pass the ball to you." "Well, I won't waste your pass," Lin Ran muttered as he looked at the dark sky. Chapter 53. It was already past 10 o'clock when Lin Ran returned home. This time he didn't run back, but took Aguero's car back. He is now considering whether he should buy a car. "After all, I am now in the first team, so I have more opportunities to be exposed. To put it bluntly, I am a star. If I run on the road like before, I will easily be recognized and get into trouble. This not only affects your training, but is also unsafe. It would be much more convenient if we had a car. I'll buy a car when I get my salary," Lin Ran thought to himself. With his current salary, it is more than enough to buy a car. In the following days, Lin Ran would stay behind every day for extra practice. After 2 days of training, Agüero said that his body couldn't take it anymore and he wanted to rest for 2 days before continuing to train. So Lin Ran practiced alone for the next 2 days. Aguirre saw all of this and admired Lin Ran's professional attitude. In his opinion, a professional player may have less talent, but he must be hard-working. As a civilian coach, what he values most is the diligence of the players. Early this Friday morning, Aguirre gathered all the players and announced the roster for tomorrow's third round of the league. Tomorrow Atletico Madrid will face Athletic Bilbao at home. Lin Ran was a little excited. He had just finished playing against Bilbao's B team, and now he was going to play against his first team. It was really a fate. He really hopes to be selected, but he also knows that the chances are not very high. After all, he has just arrived and it will take time for him to integrate with the team. Reis took a list and began reading the names. Clara, Falco, Manaki, Torres, Maxi, Lucine, Petrov, Agüero. When he heard his name being called, a smile appeared on Agüero's face. He was now a little worried about Lin Ran. After these few days of contact, he felt that he could get along well with this guy from Daxia. Most importantly, he was completely impressed by Lin Ran's desperate spirit. He had never admired anyone before, but now he wanted to say that he really admired this Huxia boy. I couldn't stand it after 2 days of extra training with the other party, but he could do it every day. This is really terrifying. As the names were read out one by one, the rest of the people began to get nervous. Everyone wants to play in the game, but there are only 18 places, which means that many people are destined not to make the roster. At this time, Reis had already read out the names of 17 people, with only the last one left. Ray Easton paused before reading out, the last one, Lin. Hearing this name, all the players were stunned, only Agüero waved his fist happily and couldn't help shouting yet. Then, noticing that everyone was looking at him, he stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly. But the smile on his face couldn't be concealed. Lin Ran was also a little confused at this time. He didn't expect that he would be included in the big list. This is the La Liga roster. Even if you are a substitute, as long as you are on the roster, it means you have a chance to play. He felt excited at the thought of appearing in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Okay, boys, this time our opponent is Athletic Bilbao. As you know, this team is very difficult to deal with, so we have to train seriously before the game. This morning, I'll explain the tactics we'll adopt based on the opponent's characteristics, and then we'll conduct some targeted drills. I hope everyone will take this seriously. Okay, now, follow me to the tactical briefing room. He led the players to the tactical briefing room, and after everyone was seated, Aguirre began to explain the tactics he had formulated to the players while drawing on the whiteboard. Bilbao is a team that is very good at defending and counter-attacking, so when we play against them, we need to use positional warfare to suppress their position first. The passing and receiving of the ball must be as accurate as possible. If the ball is lost, we must actively launch a counter-attack. Even if we can't grab the ball immediately, we must follow the opponent and try to force them to the sideline. It is particularly important to ensure that there is no disconnect between the defensive midfielder and the central defender, and not to leave gaps for the opponent. Also, the forwards, when shooting, make sure every shot is of quality and don't waste any shots. Because you won't have too many chances to shoot. After explaining the tactics, Aguirre turned on the TV and played some videos of Bilbao's games. And when you see some key points, you should pause and explain in detail. Lin Ran listened to the head coach's tactical explanation and suddenly felt enlightened. Since he has not been involved in professional football for a long time, although he has perfect shooting skills, he does not have much understanding of the team's overall technical and tactical system. However, Aguirre's tactical explanation gave him a deeper understanding of the team's entire system. This is very helpful for his overall vision on the court. It can also help him integrate into the team quickly. After all, football is a group sport that requires teamwork. If an individual wants to play a greater role, he must integrate into the group and rely on his teammates. Otherwise, no matter how strong a person's ability is, he will not be able to go far. The tactical class of more than an hour was over quickly. The next step is to let the team conduct practical training. Lin Ran was not able to enter the main group. This is also normal. After all, it is very bold for the coach to let him enter the roster. If he is allowed to start again, it will probably cause others to rebel immediately. After completing a day's training, Lin Ran stayed behind for additional training as usual. Agüero, who was not selected in the starting lineup this time, also stayed. It is obvious that the Argentines have recovered. Lin, you're such a pervert. I heard you practice until around 10 o'clock every day. Aren't you tired? Agüero sincerely admires Lin Ran. In his opinion, in terms of physical strength alone, no one in the team can compare to Lin Ran. Lin Ran was very happy to see Agüero stayed. He had been training alone for the past 2 days without anyone to talk to. It was so boring. He smiled and said, "We usse have a saying that hard work can make up for lack of talent. I don't have much talent, so I can only make up for it with hard work." After hearing Lin Ran's words, Agüero was speechless. God damn, you're not talented. If you're not talented, then does that mean other people don't have any talent at all? In his opinion, Lin Ran's talent is not the best in the world, but it is definitely not untalented. You usse are too modest. Agüero said helplessly. But he then added. But I quite like that about you. After saying that, he burst into laughter. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. This guy was quite interesting. Chapter 54. Lin Ran returned home around 9 o'clock in the evening. The reason why we got up so early today was mainly because the competition was tomorrow, and Lin Ran didn't want to get up too late. In addition, after so many days of training, he finally accumulated 100 training points. Finally, I can upgrade another technical ability. Lin Ran was in a dilemma when he called up the system panel and looked at the more than 10 technical capabilities that could be upgraded. Which one should be upgraded? First of all, let's not consider the defensive abilities first. Which of the remaining offensive abilities should I upgrade? After struggling for a long time, Lin Ran finally decided to improve his heading ability first. This heading ability is equivalent to a powerful supplement to one's shooting ability. Sometimes in front of the goal, headers are more effective than footwork. Moreover, he is over 1.8 meters tall. Although not too tall, he cannot be said to be short either. If this heading skill is too poor, it would be unacceptable. Thinking of this, Lin Ran no longer hesitated and immediately issued a command to the system. Upgrade your heading ability to advanced. As Lin Ran issued the order, the system voice came. Upgrading the header ability to a high level will require the host to consume 100 training points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Okay, upgrade your heading ability to advanced. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. As the system's voice fell, the level behind Lin Ran's heading skill on the panel immediately changed from intermediate to advanced. Then the training value also changed from 101 to 1. At the same time, Lin Ran's mind was flooded with knowledge about heading, which deepened his understanding of heading techniques. This made him look forward to tomorrow's game even more. I don't know if I'll have a chance to play tomorrow. Thinking about this, Lin Ran slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Ran was sent to the training base by Lin Jianjun. Lin Jianjun already knew that Lin Ran was on the roster. He was very surprised that his nephew made it into the roster in such a short time. You know, it is almost impossible for a newcomer to make the roster as soon as he joins the team. Unless you're a superstar. And now his nephew has achieved the impossible. This made him extremely happy. He dropped Lin Ran off at the entrance of the training base, told him he would go and refuel for him tonight, and then started the car and left. Lin Ran waved goodbye to his uncle and turned to enter the training base. Since there is a game today, today's training content mainly consists of some small intensity passing and receiving exercises, as well as tactical drills. After lunch, the players rested for a while and then boarded the bus to the home stadium. They need to go there in advance to familiarize themselves with the venue. Atletico Madrid's home stadium is the Calderón Stadium, one of the earliest five-star football stadiums in Europe. The venue can accommodate more than 54,000 spectators watching the game at the same time. This is Lin Ran's first time at this stadium. Looking at the densely packed stands surrounding the stadium, he could already imagine the scene of these stands being filled with people while waiting for the game. This made him feel very excited. At this time, at the pre-match press conference, Aguirre was being interviewed by reporters. There were many reporters in the audience, including Casey. She already knew that Lin Ran was on the roster, so she came specifically to the pre-match press conference for an interview. She wanted to know more about Lin Ran as soon as possible. The person asking the questions at this time was Peruz, a reporter from AS, a short and fat man in his 40s. He started by asking an extremely pointed question. Mr. Aguirre, we've received information that your team's 18-man roster for today's match includes a usse national. Is this true? Yes, his name is Lin Ran, and he's a very talented young man. Aguirre admitted it directly without hiding anything. Hearing Aguirre's admission, Perez laughed and said, but as far as I know, this usse player named Lin has only played 2 games for your Atletico Madrid B team. It is said that he was not even a professional player before joining your B team. You actually let such a player directly into the first team's roster. Does this mean that you don't care about your opponent Bilbao? Hearing Peruz's words that were obviously meant to provoke trouble, Aguirre couldn't help but feel a little angry. He knew that the fat guy in front of him was a die-hard fan of Real Madrid, who often wrote articles to criticize Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid's arch-rival in the same city. I didn't expect that this time they would make a big fuss about the identity of their own players. He said in a somewhat cold tone, Mr. Peruz, I know my players better than you do. It is my power as the head coach to decide who plays and who doesn't. Please don't make malicious speculations. Of course. Of course. This is certainly your right. I'm just raising some reasonable questions based on the concern of a fan. I hope that usse player can have a good performance if he can play. There was a sarcastic smile on the corner of Peruz's mouth, and it was obvious that what he was thinking was different from what he had just said. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, as far as I know, this player named Lin is a very good player. He has performed very well in Team B. He has performed hat-tricks in 2 consecutive games. So I understand Coach Aguirre's approach. After all, such an excellent player can't be buried. It was Kathy who was speaking. When she heard someone questioning Lin Ran, she immediately became unhappy and started to refute. However, Peruz was no pushover. With a sarcastic smile, he said, Team B's results don't mean anything. After all, it's only the 3rd-tier league, and the level can't be compared with La Liga. I bet he'd be completely lost if he played. Hearing Peruz's unscrupulous ridicule, Casey was furious. How could a fat guy like you slander the man I like? So she said coldly, well, Mr. Peruz, let's make a bet. If Lin performs well on the court, you will apologize in the newspaper. If Lin doesn't perform well, I will apologize in the newspaper and admit that everything you said was right. How about it? Peruz hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of the information he had received, he immediately felt confident and said, Great. I'll make the bet. Everyone here can be a witness, so that no one will deny the loss later. The bet between the two immediately aroused the interest of others, and some people even joined in the fun. The entire press conference immediately became like a bustling vegetable market. This made Aguirre a little dumbfounded for a moment, and he had to call on another reporter to ask questions. Bilbao head coach Sarri Ugarte, who was sitting on the other side, had a smile on his face. He just heard that the opposing team actually included a usse player with only 2 third-tier league games experience in the roster. This gave him more confidence in today's game. As far as he knew, the performances of Daxia's so-called national team players in the 5 major leagues were only average. The usse player of Atletico Madrid is probably not a player of their national team yet. What can you expect from a player like this? It seems that Aguirre has lost his mind. Maybe there is really no one else available, so he lets a player like this to make up the numbers. Chapter 55. The capital of Daxia, our Rabbit TV sports channel. Zhang Xian, the host of the La Liga live broadcast, received a message. In Atletico Madrid's home game against Bilbao, the usse player Lin Ran's name appeared in Atletico's starting lineup. This news surprised Zhang Xian. Lin Ran knew, wasn't that a player from Atletico Madrid's B team? His 2 wonderful goals were just broadcast on World Football on Monday, which caused a sensation on the internet. I didn't expect that he would be transferred to the first team, and what's even more exaggerated is that he was included in the big list. This is amazing, definitely big news. You should know that there are no usse players in La Liga now, so Lin Ran has made history. Normally, matches involving usse players should be broadcast live. However, since the news was received too late, the Real Madrid match originally planned to be broadcast had already been announced, and it was not convenient to change it now. This makes it difficult for the program team. In the end, the top leader made the decision to broadcast the match between Atletico Madrid and Bilbao instead, and the preview was changed now. As for the Real Madrid match originally scheduled to be broadcast, the game situation can only be reported in between. So the sports channel made adjustments to its program schedule, changing the originally scheduled broadcast of Real Madrid vs Deportivo La Coruña to Atletico Madrid's home game against Bilbao. It was also explained that usse player Lin Ran appeared in the Atletico Madrid team's roster and was very likely to play in the game. As soon as the news came out, it caused a sensation. Fans following La Liga instantly became excited. This is the only usse player in La Liga. In the past, usse players were only seen in the Premier League and the Bundesliga, which made La Liga fans very envious. Now that usse players are also participating in La Liga, how can they not be overjoyed? So everyone spread the word, and soon the news spread throughout the entire internet. For a time, domestic fans were all looking forward to this ordinary La Liga game. At this time, at the Lin family, Lin Jianguo was also watching TV. As a football fan, he would watch the European League broadcast on the sports channel every Saturday without fail. Suddenly a piece of news caught his attention. The La Liga match between Real Madrid and Deportivo La Coruña originally scheduled for 2 a.m. has been changed to Atletico Madrid vs Bilbao. He also saw the explanation given by the TV station. When he saw the news, he couldn't believe it for a moment. This brat didn't even tell me such a big thing. Wife! Come here quickly. You will be able to see your son on TV soon. Lin Jianguo shouted towards the bedroom. After finishing the press conference, Aguirre returned to the home team's locker room with a somewhat grim look on his face. At the press conference just now, ever since that fat guy Peru said that he would include the usse in the roster. The questions asked by other reporters also revolved around this issue. And most people are skeptical about their decision. After all, usse football is discriminated against in this way. In the end, he was annoyed by the questions and had to leave the press conference early, using the excuse that he had something to do. Seeing that the head coach's face looked a little strange, the originally lively locker room immediately became quiet. Aguirre looked around at the players around him and said fiercely, "Play hard in this game later. I want Bilbao to go back crying. If anyone holds me back, don't blame me for being rude to him." Hearing the murderous words of the head coach, all the players held their breath and dared not make a sound. The old man was upset at the press conference, and it seems he wants to get back at them on the field. In this situation, anyone who fails in the upcoming game will have to bear the old man's wrath. The game was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, and at 7:45, players from both sides began to prepare to go on the court. A big battle is about to begin. Lin Ran walked out of the player tunnel with the team. As soon as he came out, he was shocked by the scene. The stadium, which can accommodate more than 50,000 people, was packed. The home team fans wearing Atletico Madrid's red and white striped jerseys sang Atletico Madrid's team song Atletico_Madrid. Tens of thousands of people singing together, the momentum and passion instantly ignited everyone present. Lin Ran was overwhelmed with emotion as it was his first time experiencing such a scene. This is the real big scene. Compared to it, the first 2 games I played in the Western Division were simply child's play. After a brief opening ceremony, the players from both sides shook hands, took a group photo, and the captains of both teams came forward to guess the sides. Then we were ready to kick off. Lin Ran sat on the bench, along with Aguero. He didn't start today either. At this time, the Daxia Sports channel has already started broadcasting this game. Host Zhang Xian and special guest Wang Lu will serve as commentators for this game. After the players from both sides took their positions, the referee blew the whistle and the game officially began. As usual, Zhang Xian began to introduce the starting lineups of both sides. Wo Rabbit TV! Wo Rabbit TV! You're watching the third round of the 2006-07 La Liga season, the match between Atletico Madrid and Athletic Bilbao at home. The team on the field wearing red and white striped jerseys, attacking from east to west, is Atletico Madrid. The team on the other side wearing blue and white jerseys, attacking from west to east, is Athletic Bilbao. The home team's starting player is, number 1 Cuellar. Defenders, number 2 Siderides, number 3 Antonio Lopez, number 4 Pina, number 14 Ze Castro. Midfielders, number 5 Lucen, number 7 Galletti, number 20 Manaki. Forwards, number 9 Torres, number 11 Maxi and number 17 Petrov. Their lineup today is 4-3-3. Our Huxia young player Lin Ran did not start today. He is sitting on the bench. The visiting team's starting lineup is, number 1 goalkeeper Lafuente. Defenders, Esposito number 2, Casas number 3, Usteris number 4, Amerbi no 5. Midfielders, number 7 Tico, number 8 Garmendia, number 10 Yest, number 11 Gabilondo. Forwards, number 9 Laurent, number 17 Etxeberria. Today Athletic Bilbao's formation was 4-4-2. Today both teams. Oh! Danger! Let's see Bilbao's attack first. Zhang Xian was about to talk about the prospects of the game, but was interrupted by the changes in the situation on the field. Just now, Bilbao's number 9 Laurent intercepted the ball from Atletico Madrid defender Lopez in the front court and launched a counter-attack on the spot. This position is very dangerous. He shot. Ah! The ball goes in. Just 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game, Bilbao scored the first goal. The goal was scored by striker number 9 Laurent. This goal was entirely the fault of Atletico Madrid defender Lopez. He was a little distracted at the beginning of the game and was sneaked up on by Laurent, who directly faced the goalkeeper. It's going to be tough for Atletico Madrid now. They suffered a heavy blow right at the start of the game. Chapter 56. At this time, there was a lot of booing in the field, which was the home team fans around expressing their dissatisfaction. Aguirre on the sidelines had a very ugly expression on his face, and was obviously very dissatisfied with the team losing the ball at the very beginning of the game. At this time, all the Bilbao players excitedly surrounded Laurent and celebrated the goal crazily. Their head coach Sari Ugarte also had a smile on his face, obviously very satisfied with the goal at the beginning of the game. The fans who were watching the live broadcast were all confused when they saw Atletico Madrid lose the ball at the beginning of the game. Holy crap! They conceded a goal right after the start of the game. This Atletico Madrid team is a bit weak. It's going to be difficult for Atletico Madrid now. Bilbao played a defensive counter-attack today. If they scored at the start, it would make their defense much easier later on. Hurry up and get our Lin Ran on the field. Atletico Madrid needs players who can score goals to step up now. The person above, Lin Ran, is not Atletico's main striker right now. If you want Lin Ran to play, you have to hope that the Atletico forwards on the field will be silent. Now that you mention it, I really hope Atletico Madrid never scores a goal. Zhang Xian and Wang Lu were also amused by the lively comments in the live broadcast room. It seems like the fans really want Lin Ran to play as soon as possible. However, as a young player who has just joined the team, it is not easy to get on the court. I hope that fans can face this fact rationally. Zhang Xian began to cool down the fans' somewhat agitated emotions. Then he continued the topic that was interrupted by the goal. Both teams in this match can be said to be strong teams in La Liga. Last season, Atletico Madrid ranked 10th and Bilbao ranked 12th. The strength of the two teams can be said to be very close. So this game can be said to be a close one. It's also worth mentioning that the visiting team, Athletic Bilbao, is known as the Basque Lions. They got this nickname because all the players on this team are from the Basque region of Spain. This team is very particular about bloodlines. Their players must have Basque bloodlines. Otherwise, no matter how good the player is, they will not sign him. The result is that, with the rapid development of football concepts today, Bilbao can only maintain a mid-table level in La Liga, and it will be difficult to go further. And the home team, Atletico Madrid, is actively integrating with the international scene and spends a large amount of money on signings every year. This season, they spent €23 million to bring in the young Argentine player Agüero, which is also Atletico Madrid's biggest signing in recent years. Atletico Madrid now has 2/3 of its starting lineup made up of international players, and only 1/3 are local players. So this match can be seen as a clash between tradition and modernity. Who will be more powerful? Let's wait and see. Zhang Xian's introduction also allowed many fans to understand some basic information about the two teams. I have a little more anticipation for this game. Let's look back at the game. It's Atletico's front court ball. Manaki is dribbling the ball, Tico comes up to defend, and Manaki fakes out Tico. Esposito came up to assist, Manaki passed the ball, Maxi on the left received the ball, he went down the bottom, okay. Pass. Oops. Petrov. The ball was headed high. Atletico Madrid missed a chance to equalize the score. Perhaps the expectations of Usse fans played a role. After Bilbao scored, although Atletico Madrid's counterattack was fierce, the last shot of each attack was always a little short of the target. Especially Petrov, the Bulgarian international, missed at least 3 chances to score in this game. If he had seized the opportunity once, Atletico Madrid would have equalized the score by now. Now the game has been going on for more than 30 minutes, but the score is still 0-1. Aguirre was extremely angry. He really wanted to strangle this guy Petrov. He had missed so many good shots. It was like God was playing a joke on him. Every time you thought the ball was going in, he would always hit it away in an incredible way. This is totally not what a world-class striker should be like. He planned to observe for a while longer. If the opponent continued in this state, he would have to consider changing players. He glanced at the bench, looking at the two young players, Lin Ran and Agüero. Who should he let play? Just as he was thinking about who to let play, new changes occurred on the court. The team's left winger Maxi suddenly fell to the ground in pain during a breakthrough. After examination by Atletico Madrid's team doctor, it was confirmed that he had a thigh strain and could no longer continue the game. This put Aguirre in a passive position. He hesitated for a few seconds and then said to Agüero, "Agüero, replace Maxi. There is no time to warm up. Pay attention to your own adjustment." Agüero was very excited when he heard that he was allowed to play, but then he thought that it was because his teammates were injured that he had the opportunity to play, and he became a little worried. But he didn't have much time to worry. When the fourth official raised the substitution number plate to signal the substitution, Agüero ran onto the field. The game continued and Agüero, who had just come on, was very active. He is short, has a low center of gravity, is very agile on his feet, and has very good dribbling skills. In an instant, Bilbao's left side was in chaos. In the 35th minute of the game, Agüero received a pass from Lucen near the center line. He took advantage of the situation and passed Bilbao's defensive midfielder Gabilondo, who came to defend. Then he rushed to the baseline at a rapid speed. Seeing this situation, centre-back Casas rushed forward to provide support. As soon as he came up, a gap immediately appeared in the penalty area. Agüero noticed the gap keenly, and without waiting for Casas to get close, he made a lob pass and passed the ball to his own player in the gap. The person at that position at that time was Petrov. At this time, he only needs to stop the ball and kick it. At such a close distance, the goalkeeper probably won't even have a reaction. But today Petrov seemed to be cursed. It was an easy ball, but he stopped it too far. The football landed on his feet, then bounced back like a naughty child and jumped 2 meters away. When he wanted to chase again, Bilbao's other central defender Usse had already blocked the position and controlled the ball under his feet. Now Petrov was anxious. If he lost the ball, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the adults? He got anxious and moved his feet more vigorously. Just when Usse was about to kick the ball away, he made a fierce tackle and knocked the opponent into the penalty area like cutting wheat. Beep. The referee immediately blew the foul whistle, then took out a yellow sapphire card from his pocket and showed it to Petrov. This idiot! Aguirre, who was off the court, was so angry that he cursed loudly. Then he said to Lin Ran beside him, "Lin, go warm up." Chapter 57. Hearing Aguirre's words, Lin Ran was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would have a chance to play so soon. Thanks to Petrov, he began to warm up seriously on the sidelines. Zhang Xian, upon seeing this, immediately said excitedly, "Great! Lin Ran is going to warm up. He'll probably be subbed in soon. We've finally been waiting for this moment." Then he turned to Wang Lu and asked, "Coach Wang, who do you think would be substituted if Lin Ran were to play?" Wang Lu chuckled a few times before saying, "Judging from the player's current performance and the situation, the player Lin Ran is most likely to replace is Petrov. After all, he has missed too many opportunities. Atletico Madrid is in urgent need of a striker with superb shooting skills to open the situation. And now Petrov has received another yellow card. So he is the most likely to be replaced." "Yeah, I think so too. I hope Lin Ran can perform well when he comes on stage. I'm looking forward to it too, but everyone should keep a calm mind. After all, Lin Ran was just transferred to the first team a few days ago, and it will take time for him to integrate with the whole team. We can't expect too much from him. As long as he can perform normally today and don't make any mistakes, I think he will be qualified." Wang Lu poured cold water on the fans on the side. "That's true. We can't expect a young player who has just joined the first team to have any magical performance as soon as he comes on the court. After all, that only appears in novels and stories. In reality, we still have to treat it calmly and objectively." Zhang Xian also echoed. Although the two hosts were happy about Lin Ran's upcoming performance, they did not have high hopes for his performance. After all, this was Lin Ran's first time facing such a large scene. The Huxia fans who were following the game also became excited when they saw Lin Ran warming up. "Oh my god! Lin Ran is finally going to play! I can't wait! Hopefully Lin Ran can pull off a hat trick or something, that would be awesome. Don't get your hopes up too high, or else everyone will be disappointed if Lin Ran doesn't perform well." What the above person said is right. After all, this is Lin Ran's first La Liga match. Just being able to play is already a victory. Don't expect too much from others. You're all right, but I'm really not happy with this. I really hope Lin Ran can just go all out and kill everyone. That would be awesome. At this time, on the sidelines of the court, Agir was giving Lin Ran some instructions. After you go up, you will replace Petrov and let Aguirodo pass the ball to you. You have to use your shot to knock on Bilbao's goal for me. Lin Ran nodded to show that he understood. At this time, taking advantage of the dead ball, the fourth official raised the substitution board, indicating that Atletico Madrid should make a substitution. Number 17 Petrov leaves and number 12 Lin Ran enters. Seeing himself being substituted, Petrov looked at Agir in disbelief and pointed at himself, asking, "Are you sure it's me? Are you sure?" Agir nodded expressionlessly. Seeing Aguirre's confirmation, Petrov's face suddenly darkened. He was obviously very dissatisfied with the coach's arrangement. But he had no choice but to walk off the court with a long face and a sullen look. When he arrived at the sidelines, facing Lin Ran who was about to come up to him and high-five, he chose to ignore him and walk straight past him. Seeing this, Lin Ran shook his head indifferently, then quickly ran onto the court. The media reporters who saw this scene became excited. They like this kind of thing, such as conflicts between players within the team, or conflicts between players and coaches. Even though these things don't happen normally, they still find ways to create conflicts. What's more, now that Petrov didn't high-five Lin Ran, it was obvious that he had something against this usse player. Someone is already thinking about the content of tomorrow's report. Standing in the middle of this group of people, Peruz even had a hint of mocking sneer on his face. He has already thought about what to write in his newspaper tomorrow. Atletico Madrid is plagued by internal conflicts, leading to the team being slaughtered by its opponents. Atletico Madrid's star player refused to obey the coach's arrangement, and the young usse player suffered an unexpected disaster, and his debut ended in failure. Atletico Madrid's main striker was in poor form and was substituted, but he had a conflict with his teammates, which led to the team's ultimate defeat. These topics were just conceived by him. In his imagination, in this game, Atletico Madrid's main players were in poor condition and were replaced by a young usse player with little experience. So Atletico Madrid has already doomed to fail in this game, it's just a matter of how much they lose. When the fans around saw that the home team had replaced a young player, and judging from his appearance, he was actually an Asian player, they all started to cheer. Who is this guy coming on the court? Why have I never seen him before? Who knows, it looks like he's an Asian kid, Korean or Japanese. But he's too young, is it okay? Agir has no one to replace him with, so he's replacing him with this guy. He probably hasn't even grown all his hair yet. I know this player. He seems to be a player of Team B. His name is Lin. I watched Team B's game last week. This kid played well. I didn't expect to be transferred to the first team. This is a fan who has watched Lin Ran's game. No matter how well he performs in the B team, this is La Liga, the top league in Europe, not those low-level competitions where he can just play as he pleases. Alas! It seems like there's no chance of winning today's game. Let's go during halftime so we don't have to worry about losing. Most fans were skeptical about Aguirre's substitution. But it's no wonder that for a young and unknown player like Lin Ran, fans definitely don't trust him. And it is very simple to gain the trust of fans, just prove yourself on the court. Lin Ran came to the court and told Aguero the coach's intention. Aguero nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lin, I will pass the ball to you." Lin Ran nodded and was about to run away to join the attack. Then I heard the system's prompt ringing in my mind, mission. In this game, score your first La Liga goal and help the team win. Mission reward, a gold treasure chest. Penalty for mission failure, deduct 10 match points from the host. Hearing this long-lost voice, Lin Ran was excited. Another mission. It seemed that he could get something good again. However, considering the mission, not only did they have to score a goal, but the team also had to win. Otherwise, points would be deducted. This was still quite difficult. After all, this was the top league, completely different from the third-tier league he had played in before. I don't even have any points in the competition now. If 10 points are deducted, it will become a negative number. It seems that I have to work hard today. Lin. What are you staring at? Lin Ran looked up and saw Aguero's strange look. It's okay, I was just distracted. With that he ran away. This time it was an Atletico Madrid throw-in in the front court. Lucen threw the ball out of bounds and Manica came up to catch it. The opponent's midfielder interfered with him from behind, preventing him from getting the ball comfortably, so he quickly passed the ball to Lucen who came up to receive it. After Lucen received the ball, facing the Bilbao defender who was trying to steal the ball, he did not dribble the ball, but directly passed the ball to Manica who had already gotten rid of the defender. Manica rushed forward with the ball, attracting Bilbao's fullback to come over for assistance. He found the right position and made a long cross pass to Aguero on the other side. Aguero flew to take the ball, dodged Casas who was trying to steal the ball, and then quickly rushed to the bottom line. Chapter 58. Aguero was very fast and Casas could not keep up with him at all, allowing him to easily kick a cross near the baseline. In the center penalty area, Lin Ran and Torres have already made up their positions. Looking at the incoming ball, Lin Ran had already cleverly positioned himself, squeezing Bilbao's central defender Usteras behind him. While they were pulling and tugging, the football was already whizzing towards them. In the end, it was Lin Ran who jumped first. He carried Usteras on his back, jumped high, faced the football, and shook his head. The football hit his forehead, changed direction and flew towards the upper left corner of the goal. Because the distance was too close, Bilbao goalkeeper Lafuente didn't even have time to react. He just moved his body slightly and the football passed him and flew into the upper left corner of the goal. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and pointed his right hand to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. In the 43rd minute of the game, Atletico Madrid equalized the score. It's in. A beautiful header. It's Lin Ran. Lin Ran, who just came on, scored an equalizer for Atletico. Aguirre's substitution worked wonders, it's incredible. In the studio, Zhang Xian shouted excitedly. This is also the first goal scored by a usse player in La Liga. Lin Ran has made history. Wang Lu, who was standing by, also had a look of surprise on her face and excitedly clapped her hands on the table. Just now, the two were still worried about Lin Ran, fearing that he would not be able to adapt to the rhythm of the game and perform poorly. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ran used the goal to tell them not to worry about anything, because he could handle it. How could the two of them not be excited? At this time, the live broadcast room has become agitated. This is awesome. Lin Ran scored a goal right after coming on the court. He's about to take off. Didn't you hear? This is the first goal scored by a usse player in La Liga. Lin Ran has made history. When I scored the goal just now, I couldn't help but wake up my wife. So exciting. I didn't expect our usse players to have such amazing players. I hope Lin Ran can hold on. If he scores another goal, that would be even more amazing. The person above, aren't you too greedy? In this situation, scoring a goal is already a great achievement. Don't have unrealistic expectations. Who can say for sure? Maybe Lin Ran has the ability. Don't be too pessimistic. I'm not pessimistic, I'm being realistic. Lin Ran might be able to steal a ball when he first comes on the court, but once the opponents start to guard against him, it becomes difficult for him to score again. I still think he can score one more goal. I don't think he can score. If he can score one more goal, I'll even run naked. If he can't get in, I'll go streaking. Looking at the fans' comments, Zhang Xian and Wang Lu shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They were about to run naked. These fans were too hot-tempered. At the Lin family's house, Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan, who was almost asleep, were sitting in front of the TV. When Lin Ran came on stage, Lin Jiangguo woke Ji Lan up. Look! My son is on the court. Ji Lan perked up instantly. She stared at Lin Ran wearing the number 12 Atletico Madrid jersey on the TV screen, and tears welled up in her eyes. My son seems to have lost weight and become darker. Is he not used to the food there? Hearing Ji Lan's words, Lin Jiangguo was speechless. How could he not see that Lin Ran had lost weight? She had clearly become much stronger. However, he didn't dare to refute his wife, so he could only comfort her. Son has to train every day, of course he will be thinner, it's healthier this way. Really? Then my son has suffered so much. Ji Lan said with concern. Lin Jiangguo was a little jealous. Why don't you care about me so much? Just then, they saw Lin Ran score a goal. Lin Jiangguo didn't care about being jealous anymore. He immediately jumped up from the sofa and shouted, "Wow! That's great! My son is amazing! That goal was awesome!" Seeing her husband's behavior, Ji Lan was a little puzzled. She was a ball addict and didn't know why her husband was so excited just because her son scored a goal. But he soon realized from the excited explanation of the host on TV that his son's goal was quite remarkable. So she jumped up belatedly. "My son is amazing! I knew he could do it!" Soon, the couple hugged each other and shouted excitedly. At this moment, a long-lost throbbing suddenly rose in Lin Jiangguo's body. He looked at Grana's face in front of him. Although she was no longer young, she still had a unique charm. Suddenly, he felt an impulse. Then his hands and feet started to become unruly. Ji Lan, who was already excited, also noticed Lin Jiangguo's abnormality. She shyly opened Lin Jiangguo's hand that had been stretched into her clothes. She said coquettishly, "Stop it. Let's watch the game first. After watching my son's game, we will." Listening to his wife's somewhat shy words, Lin Jiangguo was still a little eager, but he forced himself to hold back. So the two of them sat back on the sofa and started watching TV again. But this time, their bodies were tightly entwined with each other. At this moment on the court, after confirming that the ball had gone in, Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect it to go in so easily. In fact, when he saw the ball coming, he subconsciously carried the opponent's defender behind him, and then, as if he had practiced it thousands of times, he shook his head like a lion and headed the ball towards the goal. Then he heard the referee's whistle indicating that the goal was valid. He knew that this was the result of his heading ability being improved to a high level. But he didn't expect that the effect would be so great. He scored the goal with his first touch on the field. This has to be said to be a miracle. Lin Ran reacted quickly and immediately ran towards Aguero, who passed the ball to him. Half of the credit for this goal goes to Aguero. If it weren't for his precise cross, he wouldn't have been able to score. Running to Aguero, who was equally excited, he hugged him and patted him hard on the back. Said in the other party's ear, "Thank you, Aguero. This is a great pass." "It's nothing, I said I would pass the ball to you," Aguero said with a big laugh. At this time, other teammates also ran up and celebrated the goal with the two of them. Aguirre on the sidelines also hugged Race and laughed heartily. Race said with some admiration, "Boss, your substitution is amazing. He scored a goal as soon as he came on the field. Haha. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Lin to be so powerful at heading. He really didn't expect that Lin Ran would bring him such a big surprise as soon as he came on stage." At this time, Petrov, who was sitting on the bench, had an incredible expression on his face. After a moment, his face became gloomy again. Lin Ran's goal immediately put him in a passive position. He had just wasted so many opportunities on the court, and now that Hyuxia kid had scored a goal as soon as he came on the court. Didn't this make him seem too incompetent? At this moment, he felt a deep sense of crisis. At this time, the Calderon Stadium was drowned out by the cheers of the fans. Lin Ran, who had just come on, scored a goal with his first touch of the ball, tying the score between the two teams. All the fans were stunned, and then they cheered enthusiastically. Oh my god! That guy who just came on the field actually scored a goal. This is so cool! Damn it! Who just said that Lin couldn't perform in the game? Look at what he did! He scored a goal right away. Who can perform better than him? Look at that header just now! What a beautiful lion's head swing! The opponent's goalkeeper didn't react at all. This guy may look thin, but he's not weak in confrontation. Look at the defender on the other side just now, he was carrying him on his back, there was absolutely no way he could do anything. At this moment, the audience seats were filled with praise for Lin Ran, and there was no trace of the doubts that Lin Ran had when he first came on stage. And the reason for all this is simply because Lin Ran scored a goal. Chapter 59. In the media seats, Mr. Perez, who was drafting a press release, suddenly saw that Lin Ran had scored a goal. He opened his mouth wide in shock. At this time, his mind was a little confused. He had almost finished writing the press release, but with Lin Ran's goal, he could no longer write it. In other words, all his hard work was in vain. He had to rethink it. Hateful! Perez cursed in his heart. He was very angry that the Hyuxia boy did not act according to the script he had prepared. This was a lack of respect for him, the great reporter Perez. Perez is very angry and the consequences are serious. After gritting his teeth for a while, Perez finally calmed down. Looking at Lin Ran who was still celebrating on the field, he snorted in his heart, "What are you so proud of? It's just a goal scored by luck." Thinking of luck, he immediately became energetic again. Yes, it must be luck that the opponent was able to score this goal. Otherwise, how could a novice in such a game score a goal? Your own report should focus on this aspect. Instantly several titles popped into his mind. I won the opening game by luck, but lost the whole game by my strength. The praise he won by luck was eventually exposed by his true strength. La Liga has taught the Hyuxia a lesson, luck can't make them dominate. Thinking about these topics, he began to conceive his own ideas again. Casey, who was also in the media booth, looked excited at this moment. She also didn't expect that Lin Ran would score a goal so quickly. At this moment, her heart was filled with pride, because that was the man she liked. My vision is indeed unique and I didn't misjudge him. At this time, the players on the field have returned to their own half, waiting for the kickoff. With the referee's whistle, the game resumed. The goal conceded just now made the entire Bilbao team feel like they were screwed. Especially their defender, who was just blocked by Lin Ran and lost the header against Usteras. His defense just now was actually not very bad, but his reaction was a little slow, so the opponent seized the opportunity and scored a goal. This made him extremely annoyed. As a central defender, I lost to a skinny Hyuxia guy in such a header. It's really embarrassing. He already felt that there was something wrong with the look in the eyes of head coach Sari Ugard off the court. This made him a little panicked, as he didn't want to be substituted because of this goal. So after the restart, he kept a close eye on Lin Ran. He made up his mind that he must not let the opponent score again. Otherwise, he could really retire early. However, the first half of the game passed quickly. The score remained 1-1 until halftime. Seeing the referee blow the halftime whistle on TV, Lin Jiangguo, already a bit impatient, immediately threw himself at Ji Lan beside him. Amidst the other team's exclamations, he did something he hadn't done in a long time. At this time, the sound of commercials came from the TV. Mixed in with this sound were other sounds, so gentle and melodious that everyone who heard it blushed. In the visiting team's locker room, Bilbao head coach Sari Ugarte was giving a speech to the players sitting below with a gloomy face. "We played okay in the first half, but the second half was just rubbish. You gave your opponent too many chances. Even if that Hyuxia kid didn't score, someone else would have. Your defense is too weak. Have you forgotten that you are the Basque Lions? We Basques may lose the game, but we will never let our opponents have an easy time. In the second half, I ask you to increase the hardness of your defense and commit fouls when necessary. You have to make the Madrid players feel threatened so that they will be timid and we will have a chance to win." Listening to the head coach's instructions, Usteres, who was sitting in the chair, secretly clenched his fists. He silently swore in his heart that he would teach the Hyuxia boy a good lesson in the second half and let him know that La Liga is not as easy to play as he imagined. On the home team's side, Aguirre praised the performances of Lin Ran and Agüero. This combination gave him a big surprise in the first half. He didn't expect that the combination of these two little guys would have such a strong impact. This made him feel like he had found a treasure. However, it remains to be seen whether the two can continue to shine in the second half. So he also warned the two not to relax in the second half and to continue to do things well. Then he told other members of the team some things they needed to pay attention to. The halftime break is almost over. The players of both teams returned to the field, and with the referee's whistle, the second half of the game resumed. However, not long after the game started, the referee's whistle sounded frequently. In the 47th minute of the game, Agüero received a pass from the midfield on the left side. Just as he was about to go down the line, he was fiercely tackled by Casas, who rushed from the side, and was tackled out of the sideline with the ball. Agüero was tackled and rolled several times on the ground. It took him a long time to get up. Lin Ran quickly stepped forward to check the situation. Fortunately, most of the force was on the ball, so Agüero was not seriously injured. This also made him breathe a sigh of relief. The game continued, and 2 minutes later, Manique was pushed down from behind by Tico near the center circle. The hot-tempered Manique got furious at the time, and if he hadn't been stopped by his teammates, he would have fought with Tico on the spot. This foul also resulted in Tico receiving a yellow card. After that, Lin Ran got the ball but was also fouled by Usteres and knocked to the ground. However, the referee did not call a foul, which made Lin Ran a little annoyed. Usteres, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. He thought he had completely restricted this Hyuxia man. The continuous fouls also made Atletico Madrid players very annoyed, but it also made them a little timid. After all, no one is afraid of getting hurt. The result was that Atletico Madrid's originally smooth attack was abruptly interrupted. In contrast, Bilbao launched a massive counterattack. In the 55th minute of the game, Lucen was intercepted near the center circle. Bilbao midfielder Gabilondo got the ball. He didn't stick to the ball, but instead made a long pass to find Tico, who was wandering on the right. After getting the ball, Tico quickly went down the flank and then made a cross before the Atletico defender could get close. In front of the penalty area, Bilbao's centre forward Etxeberria overpowered Atletico Madrid defender Ciutarides and headed the ball. But unfortunately, the place he headed was a little off, and the football slid past the top of the crossbar and passed through the goal. Goalkeeper Cuellar was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. In the 61st minute of the game, Bilbao made a comeback. Laurent's powerful shot from the top of the penalty area hit the outside of the goal post and bounced out of the bottom line. Laurent held his head in frustration. For a while, the situation in front of Atletico Madrid's goal was very tense and they might lose the ball at any time. Chapter 60. Aguirre, who saw this scene on the sidelines, was a little anxious. He walked back and forth on the sidelines, looking very anxious. The current situation made him feel a little tricky. A physical confrontation with the opponent? Looking at the tall and strong players on the other side, Aguirre didn't think his team could beat them. Use technical coordination to mobilize the opponent? They won't play these games with you. They will just rush in with fierce collisions and tackles. Who can stand this? If you get hurt, you will be the only one who suffers. Is this the only way to passively take a beating? Sooner or later, we'll lose the ball. Damn Sari Ugart! Agir cursed the opposing team's head coach fiercely in his heart. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Seeing the home team fall into a passive position, the fans in the stands also became worried, and even the voices of cheering seemed to become quieter. Atletico Madrid is too passive. They are being suppressed by the opponent. If they continue like this, they will lose the ball sooner or later. The Bilbao players are so shameless. They actually used a terrible foul to stop our team's attack. Is this still a football game? I think we should just turn it into a wrestling match. Atletico's players are no match for those strong men from Bilbao. How can we play this game? The referee was too lenient today. If this continues, the game will be unbearable to watch. There were constant boos from the stands, expressing their dissatisfaction with Bilbao's tactics. However, the Bilbao players on the field turned a deaf ear and were instead somewhat complacent. This shows that their tactics worked and Atletico Madrid was restricted. So their confrontation became more fierce, and suddenly there was chaos on the field. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Xian and Wang Lu looked at the somewhat chaotic situation on the field and shook their heads. Atletico Madrid has been too passive recently. Some of their players are hesitant to open up the field, and only Lin Ran is still running upfield. But he alone can't hold the team together. Zhang Xian said helplessly. Bilbao has been playing too aggressively recently. I hope Lin Ran doesn't get injured. Wang Lu said with some concern. Lin Ran got the ball. He faced two Bilbao defenders alone, but he didn't choose to pass the ball. Instead, he dribbled forward himself. Zhang Xian, whose voice was a little low just now, suddenly became excited. Beautiful! Lin Ran's beautiful fried meatball passed two defenders. There was only one center back left in front of him. So beautiful! This is a pendulum pass. This move directly dribbled past the opponent's defender, leaving him no chance to kick before he was knocked down. Now he's directly facing the opponent's goalkeeper. Shoot! Goal! Ah! The ball hit the post. What a pity! At this moment on the court, Lin Ran, whose shot hit the post, shook his head in frustration. He just received the pass from Manaki and launched a personal attack. After passing three players, he took a low shot before the goalkeeper could make a move. The ball that was originally sure to go in was touched by Bilbao goalkeeper Lafuente with his fingertips, which changed the direction of the football, hit the outside of the goal post, and bounced out of the bottom line. Seeing that the ball didn't go in, Agir, who was about to celebrate, suddenly covered his head. Atletico Madrid fans in the stands also sighed in disappointment. Then there was warm applause. This is a compliment to Lin Ran for her wonderful performance just now. With the Atletico Madrid team now in a passive situation, Lin Ran's performance of passing several players and then shooting has greatly boosted the team's morale and suppressed the opponent's arrogance. Sari Ugart had already closed his eyes in despair the moment Lin Ran shot. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sound of celebration for the goal on the field, but there were sighs from the fans. He then opened his eyes and saw that the ball did not go in, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After calming his heart which was pounding with fear, he began to roar at the players who had just defended Lin Ran. Garmendia, Casas, what were you two doing just now? You actually let the other party break through so easily. Usteris, why did you act like a weakling just now? You fell down after being shaken by someone. If you were weak, I would have substituted someone else. Everyone, cheer up. The game isn't over yet. Hearing the head coach's roar, Usteris glared at Lin Ran fiercely. He was just fooled by the other party with a pendulum, which made him extremely angry. He secretly swore that he would not let the other party have an easy time next time. The game restarted, goal kick for Bilbao. The ball was kicked forward by Lafuente. However, this time the ball was headed back to Manica by Seterides. Manica got the ball and started to advance forward. When he advanced to the center line, he passed the ball to Lucen, who came up to receive it. Lucen passed the ball diagonally to Torres again. Torres was a little quiet in this game. After he got the ball this time, facing the aggressive attack of Garmendia, he did not dare to try to break through, but passed the ball to Agüero on the left. After receiving the ball, Agüero made a beautiful stop and passed Amorbieta, who came to defend. Quickly cut into the penalty area. And before the opponent's central defender came up to defend, an inverted triangle pass was passed to the middle of the penalty area. At this moment, there was a red and white figure moving forward at high speed. "It's Lin Ran!" In the studio, Zhang Xian exclaimed. He received the ball, but instead of shooting, he faked it and dribbled past Usteris. He's already created an opening. He's about to shoot. Ah! Usteris made a tackle. "Lin Ran, be careful. He's been tackled. Foul. Foul in the penalty area. This should be a penalty. How's Lin Ran?" Usteris's foul just now was terrible. "I hope Lin Ran isn't hurt." "Good. We see Lin Ran standing up." "Hey! Why is Usteris still rolling on the ground? He was the one who committed the foul just now." At this time, everyone at the scene was also very puzzled. Why was Lin Ran, who was kicked just now, fine, but Usteris, who kicked him, was still wailing in pain? At this moment, Usteris was also very upset. Just now, when he was defending Lin Ran, he was easily dunked by the opponent. This made him anxious all of a sudden. If he was overtaken by the opponent again and then shot at the goal in this position, he would lose face. So he didn't bother to think about anything else and just tackled Lin Ran's ankle. In his mind, even if he was sent off with a red card this time, he would still tackle the hateful Huxia opponent. So he had no intention of retracting his foot, and it looked like he was going to hurt someone. But as soon as his foot touched the opponent's ankle, he felt like he had kicked an iron rod. Because he used so much force, the recoil force was equally huge. It was like kicking an iron bar with all your strength. So our poor Usteris is in tragedy. Chapter 61. At this time, the referee had already run over. He took out a red card from his pocket without hesitation and showed it to Usteris, who was still groaning on the ground. Then he said to Usteris with a serious face, "Boy! Stop pretending. I saw it clearly just now. It was you who knocked someone down." "Ah! My leg is broken!" Usteris cried out in pain. Looking at the wailing Usteris, who didn't seem to be faking it, and then looking at Lin Ran, who looked fine beside him, the referee scratched his head in confusion. He was sure that he had not seen it wrong just now. It was indeed the guy on the ground who committed a malicious foul. But why is it that the person who is violated is fine, while the person who actively violates others seems to be in trouble? The referee thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. So he simply stopped thinking about it and waved to the Bilbao team doctor to come up and check. Soon, Bilbao's team doctor gave Usteris a simple examination. It was finally concluded that Usteris had a fracture in the big toe of his right foot and would probably need to recuperate for a while. The King Kong leggings showed their power again. Because Usteris received a red card, after he was carried off, Bilbao was left with 10 men. The most important thing is that Usteris committed a foul in the penalty area just now. In addition to receiving a red card, he will also be awarded a penalty kick. Lin Ran put the ball at the penalty spot and he was going to take the penalty kick himself. The other players had nothing to say about this. The player had earned the penalty himself, so it was only natural for him to take it. As the referee blew the whistle, Lin Ran took a run up and shot, all in one go. Although Lafuente judged the direction correctly, his speed was not as fast as Lin Ran's. The football brushed past his fingertips and went straight into the upper left corner of the goal. Beep. A whistle sounded. The referee pointed to the center circle with his right hand, indicating that the goal was valid. In the 72nd minute of the game, Lin Ran scored his second goal with a penalty kick, and helped the home team to overtake the score 2-1. Wow! The fans at the scene were excited. The frustration of being suppressed by the visiting team was swept away. Instead, there was a huge surprise. This ball is amazing. It's so powerful. The goalkeeper has no way to stop it. This usse kid has a big heart. He dared to take the penalty kick right after arriving. I have to admire his audacity. What happened to that Bilbao defender just now? He got injured after tackling someone? Is he that fragile? Who knows? Maybe he was too tired from going to the club last night. Haha. The stands were filled with admiration for Lin Ran and contempt for Usteras. When Perez saw Lin Ran score the penalty kick, he felt like he was screwed again. Just now, when he saw Atletico Madrid falling into a passive position, he felt very happy. I told you that the goal just now was a fluke. Now it's revealed. It seems that my judgment was correct. That usse kid was just a fake who scored a goal by luck. But his complacency did not last long. Lin Ran created the penalty kick himself and scored it himself, which plunged him into pain instantly. I finally came up with this report. Now I have to start all over again. Why is this usse kid so troublesome? Is it still possible to write a report happily? Poor Perez will have to rethink his news reporting again. At the Lin family, Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan, who had just finished a big battle, were cleaning up the battlefield when they saw Lin Ran being tackled in the penalty area. Now neither of them had time to clean up the battlefield, and they were both worriedly paying attention to the developments on TV. Is my son okay? He must have fallen very hard. Ji Lan said worriedly. It should be okay, right? Look, our son has stood up now. Lin Jiangguo comforted his wife when he saw Lin Ran stand up again. That's good. I was scared to death just now. Fortunately, my son is okay, otherwise I would have to take a plane to find trouble with that big guy who kicked my son. Ji Lan said fiercely. Hey! Why hasn't that big guy who kicked our son gotten up yet? He looks like he's injured. It was not until the referee came over and showed Usteras a red card, and then saw the big man who committed the foul being carried on a stretcher, that the couple finally felt relieved. Then Lin Ran scored the penalty kick, which made the two hug each other excitedly again. But they soon discovered that they seemed to have no clothes on. Ji Lan said shyly, how about we? I really have no strength left, let me rest for a while. Before Ji Lan could finish her words, Lin Jiangguo begged for mercy. The previous battle had already left him completely exhausted of ammunition and food, so how could he dare to fight again? Humph! Useless man! Ji Lan snorted disdainfully, then put on his clothes and continued to watch the game on TV. On TV, Zhang Xian was giving a passionate commentary. Lin Ran scored the penalty. Faced with such a powerful shot, Bilbao goalkeeper Lafuente was completely helpless. Although he judged the direction correctly, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the ball and could only watch the ball go into the net. With this goal, Lin Ran has scored twice in this game. This is an absolutely fantastic start. Lin Ran made history. He set the record for the fastest goal scored by a usse player in a European match, and also set the record for the fastest brace scored by a usse player in a European match. I don't know what words to use to express my feelings at this moment. I can only say thank you, Lin Ran. Thank you, Atletico Madrid. You presented us with such a wonderful game, allowing us to feel the passion we haven't felt in a long time this late at night. Zhang Xian seemed really excited. Once he opened his mouth, he showed no sign of stopping. This made Wang Lu, who wanted to interrupt, only giggle in response. But looking at his expression, he was also quite excited, and it was obvious that he was extremely satisfied with Lin Ran's performance just now. At this time, on the internet, with Lin Ran scoring twice, the fans who had been following the game were also excited. Haha! My Lin Ran scored again! This shot was so beautiful! I don't think scoring a penalty is a big deal, but the fact that he created it is truly amazing. The other team also lost a player for it, so it's a win-win situation. Bilbao has lost both the wife and the troops. Let's see if they dare to commit fouls again. That scene just now really p'd me off. Now, Lin Ran has directly killed them with a single sword strike. It's so satisfying. Whoever just said that if Lin Ran scores another goal, he'll go streaking. Remember to post a video later. I did say that, but Lin Ran's goal was just a penalty kick, so this doesn't count. Oh my god! You're playing a white horse with me, aren't you? How can there be such a shameless person like you in this world? Hey! Did you learn something new? I'll PS you off. Ah, I want to kill someone. With Lin Ran scoring twice, the internet was in an uproar, but it has nothing to do with Lin Ran for the time being. At this moment on the court, Lin Ran was surrounded by his teammates, celebrating wildly. It can be seen that with these two goals, Lin Ran has completely won the trust of his teammates. On the football field, strength has always been respected, and now Lin Ran has demonstrated his strength. Naturally, he won the respect of his teammates. Aguirre, who was off the court, had a face that looked as big as a chrysanthemum. My two substitutions now seem to be extremely correct. Especially Lin Ran, this young man from Daxia, who always stands up when the team is in trouble. He is simply the savior of the team. The most disappointed person now may be Petrov, who is sitting on the bench. He never expected that Lin Ran, who replaced him, would perform so amazingly. This suddenly gave him a strong sense of crisis. Judging from the head coach's current expression, his main position is in jeopardy. Petrov fell into deep worry for a moment. The celebration of Atletico Madrid players on the field ended only after the intervention of the referee. The game restarts. Bilbao coach Sari Ugarte immediately called for a substitution, replacing a forward with a defender. Now that Bilbao is one man short on the field, he no longer expects to win. I just hope we can maintain the current score and be thankful that the score doesn't get wider. So after the game started, Bilbao retreated completely, leaving only forward Laurent to wait for opportunities to find targets in the front court. Atletico Madrid launched a massive counterattack. They were so angry just now, and now it's finally their turn to take revenge. Chapter 62. For the next 10 minutes or so, the ball was in Bilbao's half, and Atletico Madrid's players surrounded Bilbao's goal and bombarded it. Since one of their players had just been sent off, the Bilbao players restrained their movements a lot, as they didn't want to be sent off again. However, due to the large number of people in the penalty area, although Atletico Madrid's attack was fierce, it was mostly just a lot of noise with little action. Often after multiple passes, when the ball is finally shot, it is no longer threatening. For a while, the whole game was in a stalemate. Due to Lin Ran's outstanding performance today, he became the focus of Bilbao's defense. Whenever he gets the ball, there will be at least two defenders sticking up to him. This resulted in him not having any good opportunities for a while. His breakthrough ability could not be fully utilized in the penalty area surrounded by dense crowds of people. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through, Lin Ran became a little anxious. The team was now only 1 point ahead of the opponent, and this score was not very safe. If the opponent succeeds in a sneak attack at the last moment, it would be a tragedy for me. Not only will you not get the reward, but you will also have your competition points deducted. He absolutely could not allow such a situation to happen. Then we have to find a way to score more goals. After thinking about it, Lin Ran had some ideas. He no longer looked for opportunities in the opponent's penalty area, but instead moved outside the penalty area and started trying long shots. Long shots are a good way to break through dense defenses. However, this places very high demands on the player's shooting skills and shooting power. And these are not a problem for Lin Ran. So Bilbao is in a difficult situation. In the 77th minute of the game, Lin Ran received a pass from Manaki at the top of the arc outside the penalty area. He did not choose to break through, but instead shot the ball with great force before the opposing players could come up to block him. The football made a sound as it flew in an arc, bypassing all the players in the penalty area and heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. Facing this shot, Lafuente maintained a high level of concentration. The moment the ball flew towards him, he stretched his body as far as he could and reached out to meet the football. However, because the ball was moving too fast, he only touched the football slightly with his fingertips. The football changed direction slightly and continued to fly towards the goal. Just when Lafuente was in despair, he heard a bang behind him and the sound of a football hitting the goal frame. This voice was undoubtedly the most beautiful voice to him at this moment. He quickly turned his head and saw the football hit the top of the crossbar and flew out of the bottom line. Lafuente, who escaped the disaster, fell to his knees, as if all his strength had been drained away, and it took him a long time to get up. Lin Ran held his head in frustration. Aguirre was even more incredulous. The fans in the stands collectively sighed in disappointment. On the other side, Sari Ugarte patted his chest with an expression of surviving a disaster. Then there was a burst of rage. He roared loudly. Casas! Esposito! You guys have lost the FG guy. Don't let that Huxia kid kick again. Casas and Esposito, who were scolded on the court, also felt aggrieved. That damn Huxia kid is such a thief. Seeing that there was no chance in the penalty area, he actually pulled outside to take a long shot. And the most terrifying thing is that this kid's long-range shots are of such high quality that he can almost score a goal with just a random kick. No. We absolutely cannot let this kid continue to shoot freely from the outside, otherwise the goal will be broken sooner or later. So when the game continued, Casas and Esposito also moved out of the penalty area to closely guard Lin Ran. Now Lin Ran felt uncomfortable again. He tried 2 more long shots, but they were all blocked by the 2. There was another ball that was destroyed by the opponent before he could stop it. This put Lin Ran in a difficult situation again. Seeing Lin Ran being restricted, Sari Ugarte on the sidelines finally let go of his worries. Among the opponents today, the Huxia kid is in the best condition. If we can restrict him, there will be no need to worry about the others. But before he could catch his breath, the scene on the court made his heart tighten again. This time it was Lin Ran who received the pass from Lucen. He had just controlled the ball when Casas and Esposito appeared in front of him. Facing the close pressure from 2 people, Lin Ran could only barely protect the ball and it was impossible for him to shoot. Just when he was about to lose the ball, Lin Ran saw a gap in the penalty area left by 2 people defending him. At this moment, a figure was moving towards the gap. Lin Ran didn't hesitate at all. With a fake move, he made Casas in front of him stretch out his foot to intercept. But Lin Ran quickly pushed the ball out with the arch of his foot. The football passed between Casas' wide-open legs and flew quickly into the empty space in the penalty area. At this time he also saw clearly that the figure who inserted into the gap was Aguero. The reason why Aguero made a forward run into the empty space was purely due to his instinct as a striker. He didn't expect Lin Ran to actually pass the ball to him. Because it is very difficult to pass the ball when being double-teamed by 2 defenders. But when he just reached the position, the football had strangely landed at his feet. As an excellent striker, he did not waste the opportunity. He just stopped the ball and then shot. Aguero's shot was very close to the goal, and Lafuente didn't even have time to move before the ball had already flown into the goal behind him. The ball goes in. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Pointing the right hand towards the center circle indicates that the goal is valid. In the 85th minute of the game, Lin Ran attracted 2 Bilbao defenders, created a gap, passed the ball to Agüero, and scored a goal. The score became 3-1, and Atletico Madrid had basically secured the victory. Agüero excitedly rushed to Lin Ran, who passed the ball to him and hugged him warmly. "Lin, this pass is so beautiful." "Nothing, I said I would pass the ball to you." Lin Ran said calmly what Agüero had said. His pass just now can be regarded as a response to the pass Agüero just gave him. At this time, other Atletico Madrid players also gathered around and celebrated the goal with the two. Aguirre on the sidelines saw the goal and waved his arms vigorously to express his excitement. "Now we are 2 goals ahead of the opponent, and the opponent is 1 man short on the field, which basically means that the game is secured." His 2 substitutions today now seem to be a stroke of genius. The 2 young players who came on the field were responsible for all 3 goals and attacks. It seems that the extra training they often do together after training has allowed them to develop a good understanding of each other. Thinking of this, an idea gradually formed in Aguirre's mind. Chapter 63. At this time, in the stands, the home team fans were already immersed in a sea of joy. Today, the 2 young players of Atletico Madrid who were substituted in later gave them too many surprises. This ball was played with such good coordination. These 2 little guys really have such a good understanding. I think Atletico's coach should give them 2 more chances in the future. Yeah, especially that Usse kid. He attracted 2 defenders by himself and even made such a beautiful pass. He's incredible. When did Daxia have such a talented player? The Argentine is not bad either. His movement just now was quite beautiful, and the first goal was also assisted by him. Now those guys who still occupy the main positions are old. Atletico Madrid's future depends on these 2 young people. For a moment, the fans were full of praise for the 2 young men who shined on the field today. As Perez listened to all this, it felt like 10,000 alpacas were roaring past him. This Usse kid is really a cause for concern. He completely ruined my good mood for the day. Looking at Lin Ran surrounded by players off the court, and then looking at the excited fans around him. He felt like he was a complete joke today. He came to the scene today to find a breakthrough point to criticize Atletico Madrid. But I didn't expect to be taught a good lesson by those 2 young guys. The press releases that were conceived several times were all ruined by that hateful Usse boy. Are the fruits of my labor so worthless? Thinking of this, Perez felt tired. Should he continue to think about it? It was really tangled. Unlike Perez's depression, at this time, the Sports Channel live broadcast room. Watching the slow-motion footage of the goal, Zhang Xian and Wang Lu discussed it excitedly. The main credit for this goal goes to Lin Ran. It was his breakthrough that attracted the attention of 2 Bilbao defenders, which gave Agüero the opportunity to take advantage. In addition, Lin Ran's final pass was also quite clever. I think Casas must be very depressed at this moment after being penetrated by the crotch. Zhang Xian praised Lin Ran highly. Wang Lu next to him nodded in agreement, but he also put forward his own point of view. Lin Ran's pulling was indeed powerful, but Agüero's penetration was equally astute. This young Argentine player has a great ability to spot opportunities. I'm sure he will achieve great things in the future. I noticed something very interesting. Agüero and Lin Ran, who just scored, are both 18 years old. They're working so well together, so it seems like they have a very good relationship within the team. Judging from their performance today, these 2 young players should become very important parts of the Atletico Madrid team that Aguirre is building. I believe we will see them frequently in Atletico Madrid's future games. This is undoubtedly very good news for our fans in Daxia. We also hope that Lin Ran can maintain his current form and bring us more exciting games. It's not easy for our Usse fans. They really need a star like this. Wang Lu's words were very sincere, which resonated with many fans who were watching the game. Come on, Lin Ran. You're our hope. I hope you can keep doing this. Even though I feel sleepy watching football games late at night, I will definitely watch any of Lin Ran's games from now on. Support Lin Ran. Go Lin Ran! In the backstage of the live broadcast room, many fans left their messages of support for Lin Ran. At this time, the game has resumed on the court. There are only a few minutes left until the end of the game, and Bilbao, 2 goals behind, has completely lost its fighting spirit. Atletico Madrid was too lazy to attack anymore and started to pass and control the ball in the opponent's half. Seeing this situation, the referee of this game did not give any extra time. As soon as the game time was up, he blew the whistle to end the game. As the whistle sounded, the whole audience burst into cheers and applause. After shaking hands with Sari Ugarte, Aguirre immediately ran towards his disciples. His substitutions today worked wonders, so he was in a very happy mood and wanted to celebrate the victory with his teammates. The game is over. In the third round of La Liga, Atletico Madrid defeated Bilbao 3-1 at home. Let's congratulate Atletico Madrid. At the same time, our player Lin Ran came on as a substitute in the game and contributed 2 goals and 1 assist to the team. He became the key to Atletico Madrid's victory. Congratulations to Lin Ran for such an outstanding performance in his first La Liga appearance. I would also like to thank all the fans who are following this game. Thank you for watching our program so late at night. Thank you. This broadcast ends here. See you next week. With Zhang Xian's closing remarks, the La Liga broadcast came to an end. Although the game is over, the impact it brought is huge. It made all the fans who watched the game remember the name Lin Ran. And as word of mouth spreads, this name will surely become known to more and more people. Everyone will remember the shock and excitement that the young Huxia boy brought to them with 2 goals and 1 assist on such an ordinary night. At this moment, on the court, Lin Ran was surrounded by reporters as soon as he walked off the court. Reporters from all walks of life came with their cameras and wanted to interview the young player who had just performed brilliantly. Lin Ran also gladly accepted the interview. Lin, are you satisfied with your performance in today's game? A middle-aged reporter in his 40s asked. I'm satisfied, after all, it's my first time playing in La Liga, and I'm very satisfied that I was able to score a goal. Lin Ran said it directly without any hesitation. So how do you evaluate your teammates? Especially Petrov, who you substituted off. I saw he didn't high-five you when he came off the court. Does this mean he's a little unhappy with you? Another reporter asked with some ill intention. This question is not easy to answer. If you are not careful, you will fall into the reporter's language trap. The other reporters also pricked up their ears, ready to listen to what Lin Ran had to say. My teammates are all very good, and you saw it on the court today. They gave me great support, otherwise I would not have scored the goal. As for Petrov, he is actually a very capable player. Maybe he had some problems with his form today. As you know, players' form always has ups and downs. As for the fact that he didn't high-five me when he was substituted, I don't think it's a big deal. Everyone overlooks things when they're anxious. It's nothing. Lin Ran's words were completely watertight, which disappointed the reporters who had hoped to find some loopholes in Lin Ran's words. After that, the reporter asked a few tricky questions. However, as a veteran who is already in his 30s, Lin Ran is more than capable of handling these. All the problems were resolved one by Lin Ran. This made the reporters present feel a little disappointed. The sophistication of the young man in front of them was completely beyond their expectations. Casey, who was watching these silently outside the crowd, also showed a look of surprise in his eyes. She was a little worried that Lin Ran would say something out of line. Now this worry has completely disappeared. Instead, there is a deep appreciation. The interview ended quickly, and Lin Ran, who returned to the locker room, was stopped by Aguirre. Lin, come with me to the post-match press conference later. Chapter 64. Press Conference. Lin Ran was a little surprised. But I'm just a newcomer. It's okay. You performed very well today. This is a good opportunity for you to show yourself. Agir was generous with his praise. Well, okay. Lin Ran nodded. At the press conference, Agir and Lin Ran walked up to the podium and took their seats in high spirits. On the other side, Bilbao's head coach Sari Ugart had been waiting there for a long time. Agir glanced around the room, then suddenly asked, "Is Mr. Peruz here?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone present laughed. They all knew that in the pre-match press conference, Peruz suspected that there was something wrong with Aguirre's lineup. The two of them exchanged sharp words for a long time. Now Agir has used facts to tell everyone that there is nothing wrong with his arrangement. On the contrary, it worked wonders. Going to Peruz now is like asking for a slap in the face. However, no one responded, and everyone realized that Peruz did not come to the press conference. It seems that this guy also knows that if he comes to the press conference, he will not get anything good, so he simply doesn't come. This coward! What a coward! He actually ran away. He made a bet with me. Casey in the crowd shouted in condemnation. Everyone then remembered that during the pre-match press conference, Peruz did make a bet with Casey. I didn't expect this guy to run away. This was a bet made in front of everyone. If this guy dares not to fulfill his promise, he will never be able to work in the Madrid journalism industry again. Suddenly, a burst of contemptuous voices denouncing Peruz was heard in the room. Seeing this, Casey and Agir both smiled with satisfaction. At this press conference, Lin Ran became a well-deserved star. Many reporters asked Lin Ran questions. There is no way around it. As the player with the most outstanding performance tonight, and a Huxia who has never appeared in La Liga, Lin Ran himself is a hot topic. Faced with a variety of questions, some well-intentioned, some tricky, and some malicious, Lin Ran's answers were flawless, leaving the media no chance to hype. However, when asked about Lin Ran's goals for this year, this young man who had just looked humble showed his edge. My goals? First, to help the team win the league title, and second, to win the La Liga Golden Boot. Well, for now, those are the two goals. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate commotion among the reporters in the audience. Damn! This Huxia guy is so bold. La Liga champion. La Liga Golden Boot. How big of a cheat is this? Do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you played a good game of football? So many stars in La Liga don't dare to say this, and you, a newcomer who has just played half a game, dare to make such a statement? He really doesn't know his place. Immediately, a reporter stood up and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Lin, do you know how many goals you need to score in a season to become the La Liga Golden Boot?" "I'm not sure about that, but I know I just want to score as many goals as possible, more than everyone else." Lin Ran's answer was quite domineering, but it caused a burst of laughter at the scene. This kid doesn't even know how many goals he needs to score in a season to win the La Liga Golden Boot, yet he dares to talk nonsense here. Do you really think that the La Liga Golden Boot is like cabbage in the field that can be picked up easily? Agir, who was sitting next to Lin Ran, looked unhappy. He didn't expect Lin Ran to make such a big move for him. This caught him off guard. But in front of so many reporters, he couldn't say much. I had no choice but to gently pull Lin Ran's clothes under the table. However, Lin Ran seemed oblivious and continued, "I know you think this goal of mine is arrogant, but this is what I truly believe. Whether it can be achieved will depend on the results after the season ends." After saying that, he sat down and stopped answering reporters' questions. With this episode, the press conference ended quickly, and reporters from various news outlets were now figuring out how to report Lin Ran's unrealistic remarks. Lin Ran's last words made them very unhappy. They wanted to report Lin Ran's remarks to the newspapers and then criticize him after the season was over. Then we must let this arrogant Huxia kid know that bragging comes at a price. When Peruz, who was hiding, heard the news from his friends, he immediately cheered up although he was originally depressed. That arrogant guy actually dared to say that he wanted to win the La Liga Golden Boot and help the team win the league championship. It's really ridiculous. Does he know what these 2 goals mean? Did he think this was the Spanish third division? He could just bully the weaker players. This is La Liga, which has the best teams in the world, Real Madrid and Barcelona. What is he thinking about when he wants Atletico Madrid to win the championship? There is also the La Liga Golden Boot, which is competed for by world-class forwards such as Raúl, Ronaldo, Eto'o, Van Nistelrooy, and others. You are a kid who has just been promoted to the first team and is not even a main player, but you dare to say that you want to win the La Liga Golden Boot. I really don't know who gave you the courage. So Peruz began to devote himself to his own news writing like a soldier. Soon, a lengthy article criticizing Atletico Madrid player Lin Ran was written. Looking at what he had written, Peruz whistled with satisfaction. He could already imagine the ugly expression on Lin Ran's face when he faced the overwhelming criticism. On the other side, Casey had also come out of the press conference. Just now, he was also shocked when he heard Lin Ran's bold words from the audience. However, she was not like others who thought that Lin Ran was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He is well aware of the other party's efforts and talents. If the other party can continue to improve at the current rate, they may be able to reach the highest honors by the end of the season. Moreover, when she saw Lin Ran's aura of "I am the best" on the stage, her admiration for Lin Ran grew even stronger. However, she also knew that Lin Ran's remarks would inevitably cause an uproar in public opinion. If not handled properly, it will have a great impact on Lin Ran's reputation. Faced with this situation, she could only help the other party to the best of her ability. So as soon as she got home, she started to think about the news report to be published tomorrow. At the same time, many media outlets were busy reporting on Lin Ran's remarks. A public opinion storm is brewing. Chapter 65. Lin Ran didn't know that his words had caused a huge uproar outside. At this time, he was being reprimanded by the head coach. Lin, your words just now were too impulsive. This will have a huge negative impact on you and the team. Aguirre felt a little regretful that he should not have brought this Huxia boy to attend the press conference. Now, Lin Ran's words not only put him in a passive position, but also put him on the fire. Others would think that Lin Ran said that goal of winning the league championship at his instruction. This made him very uncomfortable. Given Atletico Madrid's strength, his goal this season cannot be the championship, not even the top 3. His goal was simply to qualify for the League Cup, and that would be more than achieved. Now that Lin Ran said this, all his plans were ruined. When the season ends, I will definitely face overwhelming ridicule. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but feel resentful towards the young Huxia man in front of him. Coach, I'm saying this because I'm confident I can do it, as long as you let me start every game. Walter. Aguirre thought he had misheard. Who do you think you are? We can win the game just by starting you. Aguirre was a little amused. Can you give it a try? If I don't perform well, you can replace me. Lin Ran said with a grin, looking confident. Seeing that Lin Ran didn't seem to be joking, Aguirre hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, I hope you don't let me down, otherwise you won't be able to play again in the future. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Lin Ran said, patting his chest. The reason why he set those 2 goals at the press conference this time was to force the head coach to let him start. His idea is, if you don't want to be laughed at, then let me start. Even if the goal is not achieved, the main responsibility will be me. If you don't use me, then the main responsibility will be you. Now that he saw that the head coach had indeed given in, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile with a look of success. Seeing this smile, Aguirre shook his head helplessly. This cunning guy actually used this method to force him to put him in the main position. He didn't know whether his decision was right or not, so he could only wait and see. If it works wonders, I will make a fortune. Thinking of this, Aguirre's heart began to heat up. After dealing with the head coach, Lin Ran found a quiet place and called up his system panel. When the game ended just now, the system reminded him that the mission reward had arrived. Sure enough, he saw a golden treasure chest lying quietly on the system panel. The system prompt sounded, "Host, do you want to open the gold treasure chest now?" "Open." Without any hesitation, Lin Ran gave the order to open it. As the order was given, the lid of the treasure chest opened. I saw a card lying quietly in the box. Written on the card were a few words: King of Football Skill Card, Free Kick Master. The following is an introduction to the skills. The host can obtain the master level free kick skill through the card. After obtaining this ability, the host can choose to use the signature skills of any existing free kick master according to the actual situation during the game. Looking at this introduction, Lin Ran was excited. This is definitely a killer weapon. Imagine being able to use any free kick expert's famous skills. And at a master level. This is simply against the will of heaven. What about Beckham's crescent moon knife, Carlos's heavy artillery, Pirlo's falling leaf ball, Juninho's S-shaped free kick? It's exciting just to think about it. I happily accepted the card. Lin Ran's mind suddenly filled with a lot of knowledge about free kicks. A huge amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind, such as what footwork to use in what position, how to control the strength, where to receive the ball, etc. It took a while to digest this information. Then Lin Ran looked at his system panel. At this time, behind the host skill, there is another skill, free kick / master level. Then Lin Ran checked his other attributes. Basic abilities. Speed, 88, Strength, 65, Fitness, 72, Coordination, 68. Technical capabilities. Shooting, Perfect, Heading, Advanced. Grabbing a spot, Intermediate, Positioning, Intermediate. Ball control, Intermediate, Passing, Intermediate. Breakthrough, Elementary, Steal, Intermediate. Defense, Intermediate, Confrontation, Intermediate. Stopping the ball, Intermediate. Training points, 7. Match points, 6. Comprehensive assessment, Intermediate Advanced. Host skills, Pendulum / Master, Fried Meatballs / Master, Free Kick / Master. Host equipment, Vatra leggings. Host item, Physical Recovery Potion X1. Seeing that he had another 6 points, Lin Ran started the lucky wheel without hesitation. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of Stamina Recovery Potion. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of Stamina Recovery Potion. The 6 points were quickly drawn, and Lin Ran obtained 6 bottles of Physical Recovery Potions. Lin Ran's face looked a little ugly. Why were all these potions for physical recovery? The first 2 times, I was able to get something else no matter what, but now, all I got are Stamina Recovery Potions. Although this thing is not bad, it becomes a bit useless if you use too much of it. He has now roughly figured out some of the rules of the lottery. This Stamina Recovery Potion is more like a consolation prize. The other awards should be the first, second, and third prizes. Like the diamond leggings and basic ability cards that he won twice before, although he didn't know what prize they were, he knew that such prizes would not appear every time. Maybe after more draws, we will be able to know the probability of these things appearing. Lin Ran put several bottles of Stamina Recovery Potions into the inventory. Then closed the system panel. After the team returned to the training base by bus, Aguirre announced that tomorrow would be a day off, which won warm cheers from the players. Then they dispersed in groups of 3 or 4. Some went home, and some went to nightclubs to have fun. Anyway, they didn't have to train tomorrow, so they could have fun tonight. Aguirre quietly pulled Lin Ran over and said slyly, "Hey! Lin, let's go to a nightclub later. It's my treat." I know a really fun place, and I guarantee you won't want to leave once you get there. He scored his first goal in La Liga today and was very excited. He was very grateful to Lin Ran for assisting him, so he wanted to treat him. Looking at Agüero's excited expression, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. The nice place this guy mentioned is definitely not a serious place. He is so young and yet he is playing this. He is not afraid of kidney deficiency. No wonder this guy got divorced because of an extramarital affair in his previous life. Lin Ran thought about it and felt that he should save this lost lamb. So he said righteously, "Why are you going to a nightclub? We have extra practice tomorrow. If you dare go, I'll tell the coach." Ah! Agüero was completely stunned. He looked at Lin Ran in disbelief, and after a long while he recovered. He cursed angrily, "Madman! I shouldn't have called you." After saying this, he stomped his feet fiercely, turned around and walked out. Just when Lin Ran thought the other party was really angry, the guy turned around again and said through gritted teeth, "Remember. Extra practice tomorrow. I won't be polite to you." After saying this, he walked out quickly. Looking at Agüero's somewhat frustrated back, a smile appeared on Lin Ran's lips. Chapter 66. The next morning, as soon as Savolandi arrived at the newsstand, he couldn't wait to start reading today's sports newspaper. He also went to watch the match between Atletico Madrid and Bilbao yesterday. This game brought him a big surprise. Lin from Daxia was actually transferred to the first team, and scored 2 goals and had an assist in the game. This made him feel very magical. Although the opponent performed well in the Spanish Third Division in the previous 2 weeks, that was just the Spanish Third Division. Now that the opponent has reached La Liga, I didn't expect that he is still so vigorous. This is amazing. He thought that this kid from Daxia would become famous through this game. There will definitely be reports about each other in today's newspapers. So he came here early today, just to see how the media would praise the other party. It's a bit like when you know your child is excellent and you want to hear others praise him. But when he opened the newspaper, he was surprised to find that the front page headlines of all the newspapers were full of criticism of the young man. As Atletico Madrid's newcomer boasts of 2 main goals this season, winning the league title and winning the La Liga Golden Boot. Daily Sports, this arrogant guy from Daxia, having just scored 2 goals, is already dreaming of winning the La Liga Golden Boot. It's hilarious. Mundo Deportivo, Atletico Madrid's new player, in an effort to attract attention, boasted, "My goal, to win the La Liga title and the La Liga Golden Boot." It took Savolandi more than 10 minutes to finish reading the reports, and he felt angry. The reports in these newspapers were full of disdain and ridicule for what Lin Ran said in the post-match press conference yesterday about his 2 goals. In their eyes, Lin Ran is just an ignorant and arrogant kid. This made Savolandi very angry, and he was very disdainful of the comments made by these media. "What a bunch of self-righteous guys!" he muttered angrily. In his opinion, the 2 goals mentioned by Lin Ran are exactly what Atletico Madrid fans like them want. League Championship, how long has it been since Atletico Madrid touched that? And there's the La Liga Golden Boot, why can't a Huxia kid win it? His performance was so good that he scored 2 goals in 1 game. If this state can be maintained, the La Liga Golden Boot will be within reach. But what about the media? They only know how to laugh and ridicule. It was as if the remarks made by that young Huxia man were extremely evil. He knew that this was because Lin Ran's remarks had offended them. In their hearts, the league champion can be Real Madrid or Barcelona, but it cannot be Atletico Madrid. The La Liga Golden Boot could be won by Van Nistelrooy, Raúl, or Eto'o, but it would never be the turn of Lin Ran, a newcomer to La Liga who had just played half a game. That's why there is so much collective attack on a teenager by the media. Among these, only the report from Marca can be considered objective and fair. Marca's front page headline, La Liga Third Round, Atletico Madrid vs Athletic Bilbao. Lin Ran, a young usse player making his La Liga debut, came off the bench and scored twice, setting up an assist, helping the home team to a 3-1 victory. The report gave a detailed account of the process of yesterday's game and highly praised Lin Ran's performance. As for Lin Ran's post-match remarks, this is the evaluation. We shouldn't laugh at this young man who says he wants to win the league title and the La Liga Golden Boot. This is a young man's dream, even if it's a bit far-fetched. But the fact that he has this dream shows that he is full of confidence in his future. I believe that a young player with such confidence will have a bright future. Even if he doesn't achieve his dream in the end, as long as he has put in his efforts in the process, I think that is acceptable. Also, through his performance in yesterday's game, we can see his strength and the fighting spirit he displayed. Who dares to say that he can't achieve those 2 goals? Let's give him some time and see if this young man can really achieve the goals he says he will achieve. This report was written very sincerely, and it contained a lot of support and appreciation for the young man Lin Ran. At the end of this report, reporter Casey added another sentence. It's worth mentioning that Mr. Peruzov has made a bet with me before the match that if Lin performed well in the match, he would apologize to Lin in the newspaper for his remarks. Unfortunately, I didn't see Mr. Peruz at the post-match press conference. I hope that Mr. Peruz, who sees this report, will fulfill his promise. Seeing this, Savolandi couldn't help laughing. This reporter Casey is really a wonderful person. I wonder how Peruz will express his gratitude after reading this article. But after laughing, Savolandi sighed again. Such a report seems so insignificant among a pile of critical reports. Savolandi frowned in thought. To be honest, he really doesn't like the media's condescending attitude. But he didn't have any good way to solve this problem at the moment. At this time, several people came to buy newspapers, including his old customer Tato. Hey, Savolandi! Get a copy of Marca! Tato shouted from a distance. Savolandi handed him a copy of Marca. At the same time, several other people also asked for the newspapers they wanted. Several people started reading it in front of the newsstand. These people are also Atletico Madrid fans, and they all went to watch the game yesterday. I came to read the newspaper today, also to know more about the team and star players. But after a short while, a group of people started shouting indignantly. These reporters are so shameless. Lin just spoke his mind, and they called him arrogant and conceited. The usse kid is right. Our goal at Atletico Madrid is to win the league title. These reporters just can't stand us, okay? I really want to strangle these guys who spread rumors and cause trouble. I hope Lin won't be affected by these remarks. Everyone was talking about it. And after reading reports in other newspapers, Tato also learned what had happened. I was immediately filled with indignation. We can't just let these guys slander our players and our team. We have to do something. After hearing what Tato said, the others also echoed it. Right. We can't just stand there and watch. We must find a way to make these people pay the price. But what are we to do? We can't just beat these guys up, can we? Someone raised a question. Tato also had a headache for a moment. Savolandi, watching this scene, was moved and said, I think we should find Lin, give him encouragement, and let him know that we fans are supporting him. In addition, we must take action to fight back against those newspapers that speak ill of Lin. We must call on our Atletico Madrid fans to boycott these newspapers and no one should buy their newspapers. After hearing what Savolandi said, the group immediately felt that it made sense, so they all agreed and began to act separately. Chapter 67. While public opinion was raging outside, Lin Ran was training seriously on the training ground. Also training with him was Agüero. Agüero looked like he had lost all hope in life at this moment. He didn't know what had possessed him that he would follow this crazy usse kid to the training ground for extra training when everyone else was on vacation. Yes, in his opinion, Lin Ran was a madman, a complete training madman. This guy never seems to get tired. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, he began non-stop training like a machine that never stops. Aguero felt that if he trained with this guy, he would die from overwork sooner or later. After completing another set of 20 header exercises, Aguero, who was feeding the ball to Lin Ran, collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, unwilling to get up. Seeing this, Lin Ran smiled and ignored him, continuing to practice pole circling. It was not until noon that Lin Ran felt his stomach was starting to rumble, so he stopped practicing. He said to Aguero, who had been sitting aside to rest, "Let's go and have dinner." Seeing that Lin Ran had finally finished the practice, Aguero, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, stood up immediately. "Lin, you're such a pervert. Aren't you tired from working so hard?" Aguero complained, but one could still hear a hint of admiration in his tone. "I'm tired, but no matter how tired I am, it will only last for a while. I'll be fine once I get through it," Lin Ran said easily. Aguero curled his lips. This guy said it so easily, but how many people can do it? Since it was a holiday today, the team cafeteria did not provide lunch, so the two had to eat outside the training base. Aguero drove his Audi, pulling Lin Ran, and slowly drove out of the training base. But when they arrived at the door, they were all stunned. "I saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the training base." A rough count showed that there were at least a few hundred people. These people were holding banners. It read, "Lin. We always support you. Lin. We are with you," in other words. A group of people have been keeping an eye on the gate of the training base. Saw Aguero and Lin Ran driving out. A group of people immediately surrounded them. This scared the two of them. "Oh my God, what are you doing?" However, Lin Ran soon discovered that these people had no ill intentions. This can also be seen from the content of the banners held by the other party. Lin Ran rolled down the window and greeted these people with a smile. "Hey! Guys! What are you doing?" "Lin, we have been waiting for you," Tado said excitedly. "Oh? What are you waiting for me for? Do you need an autograph? But it seems there are too many of you here. I don't think I can sign all of them," Lin Ran joked. "We don't want autographs. We're here to tell you that no matter what others say about you, we Atletico Madrid fans will support you. You must not be influenced by those guys," Tado said sincerely. "Hey? What's going on?" Lin Ran was a little confused by what the guy in front of him said. It seems that what he meant was that someone was criticizing him, and these fans came to show their support for him. Seeing Lin Ran's confused expression, Tado told Lin Ran about the reports in today's newspaper. Lin Ran now understood that it was his remarks yesterday that had caused dissatisfaction among these news media. He attacked himself in the newspapers. These fans came to express their support after reading these reports and were afraid that they would be affected by them. This instantly touched Lin Ran. These fans are so cute. They actually support their team because of these things. In fact, when Lin Ran said those words yesterday, he had already anticipated this situation. He doesn't care about the criticism from the media. As long as I score more goals in the next games, those remarks will naturally disappear. But he didn't expect that these Atletico Madrid fans would come to express their support for him. He opened the car door, got out, and stood in front of the crowd. Facing hundreds of fans, he performed the usse, a traditional cup fist salute, and loudly declared, "Thank you all for your support. I will not be affected by those reports. And I will use my actual actions to fiercely counter their doubts. As for the 2 goals I mentioned yesterday, those are my true thoughts. I will definitely do my best to achieve them. Please rest assured." Wow! Someone in the crowd started clapping first, and then everyone started applauding. The crowd also kept shouting Lin Ran's name. "Forest! Forest! Forest!" After a long time, the applause and cheers gradually died down. After expressing their support for Lin Ran and seeing that Lin Ran was not affected at all, the fans gradually dispersed with satisfaction. Lin Ran also signed autographs for some fans who came up to ask for their autographs. Some fans also approached Lin Ran to take photos with him, and Lin Ran cooperated with them one by one. It took more than half an hour to finally send all the fans away. Sitting back in the car, Aguero said with some envy, "I didn't expect the fans like you so much. They like me because I bring them victory. If one day I can't bring them victory, they won't like me anymore." Lin Ran said lightly. Aguero was stunned for a moment, but he had to admit that what Lin Ran said made sense. Fans will only like players who bring them victory. Once you fail to bring victory to the fans, they will abandon you. At this moment he suddenly understood why Lin Ran trained so hard. Because only by working hard to make yourself better will more people like you. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt extremely fortunate that he did not go to the nightclub to have fun, nor did he waste his time on this day off. Instead, he came here to train with Lin Ran. He looked at Lin Ran and said solemnly, "Lin, thank you." "Hey." Lin Ran was a little surprised by his teammate's reaction, but he immediately realized that the boy was touched by his words. "Don't thank me, thank yourself. Everyone has to walk their own path," Lin Ran said with a smile. Aguero nodded, then said seriously, "Lin, don't worry. I'll pass the ball to you again in next week's game. Score a few more goals and shut up the media." "Yeah. I will. I will let those guys know that I am not joking." Lin Ran also nodded seriously. Then the two of them stared at each other for a few seconds and burst into laughter. The car started again and slowly drove away from the base. Chapter 68. Daxia time, 7:30 p.m. Monday. The World Football program started on time. The show is hosted by host Zhang Xian and special guest Wang Lu. As the music started, the show officially began. First, I introduced the major international events and some football news of the past week. When introducing La Liga, Zhang Xian smiled and said excitedly, "In the third round of La Liga, which ended in the early hours of last Sunday morning Beijing time, Atletico Madrid's Usse player Lin Ran scored twice in the match against Bilbao at home, helping the team to a 3-1 victory. It is worth mentioning that our Usse player Lin Ran had only played twice for Atletico Madrid's B team before. This game was his first game after being transferred to the first team. It's not easy to achieve such a result in the first La Liga game. Also, according to the information we have, Lin Ran's 2 goals were also the first and second goals scored by Usse players in La Liga. No Usse player has ever appeared in La Liga before. It can be said that Lin Ran's appearance has filled the gap for Usse players in Europe's top 5 leagues, and he has also made history. Our production team has produced a video highlight of Lin Ran in this match. Let's review his wonderful performance below. Then the video of Lin Ran's previous game started playing on TV. As soon as the video was broadcast, fans all over Daxia went crazy. Only a small number of people actually watched the game yesterday. After all, the La Liga games were broadcast too late and most people really couldn't make it. So 2 days ago, Lin Ran's name was only spread among a group of fans. But now that World Football has reported it, the audience is different. The number of fans who follow World Football is far greater than that of the La Liga broadcast in the late night. Basically in Daxia, as long as you are a football fan, even if you are a fake fan, you will watch this show on time every Monday. Therefore, the name Lin Ran has become a household name through World Football. It was only at this time that many people realized that such a powerful figure had appeared in their country. That's La Liga. A Usse player can actually score twice in a game. This is simply incredible. In an instant, the comments on the Usse internet and TV stations became lively. Holy crap! Is this true? Is Zhang Xian kidding? A player who has only played 2 games in the 3rd division scores 2 goals in his first La Liga match. This is too unbelievable. Even novels wouldn't dare write about it. You heard it right, it's all true. I watched the entire match live on TV the day before yesterday. Lin Ran not only scored 2 goals, but also had an assist. Wow! This is so cool. I can't help but worship it. Our country is finally going to have an international superstar. That's awesome. The guy above, don't be too happy too soon. This is just one game, it doesn't mean anything. If you want to become a superstar, you have to perform consistently. I don't care about that. Anyway, I performed well in this game, so I have to say awesome. Yes. Awesome +1. Awesome +1. Netizens happily built a high building. At the Lin family, Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan were entertaining guests for dinner at home. Lin Jiangguo and his wife are both employees of a machinery factory in the city. The guests they invited today were all old colleagues from their company. These colleagues have a common hobby, which is watching football. This is also the reason why Lin Jiangguo can play with them. A group of people were enjoying a good time when my colleague, Lao Zhang, suddenly said, "Lao Lin, turn on the TV. It's almost 7:30, and world football is about to start." Lin Jiangguo was waiting for this sentence and quickly asked Ji Lan to turn on the TV. Then I heard the music of world football starting. The group of people were immediately attracted by the TV program. At the beginning of the program, the various major and minor events of the week in international football were introduced, and a group of people watched with great interest. It would be nice if we could see news about our national players here someday. Old Zhang sighed. Alas! Who says it's not true? The performances of our country's overseas players are only average right now. This program can't keep reporting on them. Another colleague, Lao Li, shook his head and smiled bitterly, which immediately attracted a group of people to agree. At this time, Lao Zhang turned around and asked Lin Jiangguo, "Isn't your kid playing in that Spanish 3rd division? He made it into the top 10 last week. How's he doing this week?" "I don't know either. He didn't tell me. Let's watch the show and ignore him," Lin Jiangguo said helplessly. When Ji Lan heard this, his face twitched. Just then, the program began to introduce a report about Lin Ran. In the 3rd round of La Liga, which ended in the early hours of last Sunday morning Beijing time, Atletico Madrid played against Bilbao at home. Atletico Madrid's usse player Lin Ran scored twice in the game, helping the team beat their opponent with a score of 3-1. The group of people who saw the news were stunned. The originally lively room suddenly became quiet, with only the sound coming from the TV. Of course they knew the name Lin Ran. Isn't this Lin Jianjun's son? And looking at the real person in the video, it was clear why Lin Jiangguo called this group of people here today. This is his way of showing off. It's a blatant show-off. A group of people stared at the TV in a daze, then all turned to look at Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan. Lin Jiangguo felt uneasy being stared at. He said awkwardly, "Well, actually, I just found out about this, too. I don't believe you. I was wondering why you were so kind as to invite us over for dinner. It turns out you were waiting for us here," Lao Zhang said somewhat unhappily. "Old Lin, you're so dishonest. You didn't even tell us about such a big thing in advance, and you kept it a mystery to us." Old Li also complained. Hey, wasn't that what I wanted to tell you? I just found out about this the day before yesterday while watching the game. This brat didn't even tell us. Don't blame me, everyone. I just wanted to surprise you. I did something wrong this time, so I'll drink 3 cups as punishment, okay?" As he spoke, Lin Jiangguo picked up the wine glass on the table, filled it with wine, and drank 3 glasses in a row. After seeing Lin Jiangguo drink and apologize, the group let him go. In fact, people don't really blame Lin Jiangguo. After all, if a family has such a promising son, they have to show him off. Now the focus of everyone's discussion became Lin Ran. Lao Lin, your son has entered La Liga now, so he is considered a big star, right? You can't treat him to a meal. Lao Li joked. Okay, okay. I'll treat you to another meal in a couple of days. Let's go to a big restaurant. Lin Jiangguo said readily. I heard that European football stars have very high salaries. Lin Ran must also make a lot of money, right? Lao Zhang asked curiously. He just came up and doesn't have much. I heard from his uncle that it seems like he made about 5,000 euros a week. Lin Jiangguo said calmly. That's high enough. 5,000 euros is equivalent to 50,000 Huxia yuan. This is a weekly salary. If it is calculated as a monthly salary, it would be 200,000 Huxia yuan. Lao Lin, you are so lucky. Lao Li's eyes were red with envy. The others also looked at him with envy. Lin Jiangguo spoke modestly, but in fact he was grinning from ear to ear. Ji Lan's face was also flushed. Today can be said to be the most glorious moment for the couple. Chapter 69. Thanks to the promotion of world football, Lin Ran's name quickly spread across Huaxia. Most fans are appreciative of this young man who was able to score twice in La Liga. With other Huaxia overseas players generally performing poorly, Lin Ran's sudden emergence has been a shot in the arm for fans who care about Huaxia football. But there are also some different voices here. They think that Lin Ran has played too few games and the quality of one game does not mean much. It depends on Lin Ran's performance in subsequent games. They also expressed their views on the excessive attention of domestic fans. Everyone must view the Lin Ran phenomenon rationally. After all, Lin Ran is only an 18-year-old boy. His mind is still immature. Giving him too much attention and praise too early is not loving. On the contrary, this is a disguised form of flattery. I don't want our young players to carry a heavy burden that they shouldn't have to bear too early. So please be rational and don't put too much pressure on Lin Ran. Although these remarks are not mainstream, they still have considerable influence. Many fans have expressed their opinions online. Think about it, an 18-year-old only scored 2 goals in the game. Luck probably played a big part in that. So we must look at it rationally and not have too high expectations. Otherwise, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I really hope Lin Ran can keep performing well, but logic tells me that's unlikely. I should be content with scoring 2 goals in this match and not expect too much from anything else. I will definitely go to watch Lin Ran's next game. I don't expect him to score any more goals, but as long as he can perform well, I'll be satisfied. Let's see it together. I just want to see if he's just a flash in the pan. I don't believe that Daxia can't produce a football genius. It is not difficult to see from these remarks that domestic fans are actually very confused. On the one hand, I look forward to Lin Ran's continued excellent performance, but on the other hand, I am afraid that Lin Ran is just a flash in the pan and will return to silence. The reason they have this mentality is that they have seen too many such situations before. Too many so-called geniuses of Huaxia football have amazed everyone when they first appeared, but as time goes by, these geniuses have become ordinary people. They were afraid that Lin Ran would become one of these people, and their fragile hearts could no longer bear such devastation. So they chose to take everything lightly, learned not to express their opinions easily, and learned not to pour out their emotions easily. Just because they are afraid of disappointment and afraid of being let down again. However, these public opinion storms in Daxia did not affect Lin Ran. He is now fully preparing for the 4th round of the league. In the 4th round of the league, Atletico Madrid's opponent is Sevilla. This is a strong opponent. Sevilla won the UEFA Cup last season. Moreover, in the Super Cup at the beginning of the season, they defeated the mighty Barcelona and won the Super Cup championship. It can be regarded as a true double champion. Although there are no superstars in its team, they are all very capable players. Sevilla's team-building philosophy is to get cost-effective players at affordable prices. Under this concept, the players they choose are those who are not very famous but have absolutely outstanding strength. In the first 3 rounds of the game, Sevilla won 3 games and scored 8 goals, which shows how terrifying their offensive power is. It can be said that this is definitely a super tough opponent. So the entire Atletico Madrid team was in high spirits. Looking at Lin Ran and Agüero, who were training hard on the field, Aguirre nodded silently. After the last game, Aguirre has been worried. They are the 2 biggest contributors to the last game, Lin Ran and Agüero. Will these 2 people become proud and complacent because of their outstanding performance in one game? As a result, I relaxed my requirements for myself. You have to know that these 2 people are still teenagers. If you receive too much praise at once, your mentality will definitely change. Aguirre has seen too many examples of people who have become unbalanced due to receiving too much praise all at once and eventually become mediocre. He was very afraid that these 2 young people would become like that. However, his worries disappeared one day after the team returned to training. Because Aguirre found that the 2 young men did not relax at all during the team training. And after the training, he still took the initiative to stay and practice more, just like before. He also heard that the 2 young men were still training at the training base even though the whole team was off on Sunday. All this shows that the 2 young men not only did not become complacent because of their good performance in the last competition, but also worked even harder. This made Aguirre quite relieved. He just likes such hard-working players who can play football steadily. Seeing Aguirre's expression, Reis asked tentatively, "Boss, have you made up your mind?" Aguirre nodded and said, "We should give young people more opportunities. Maybe they can bring us more surprises." But Reis hesitated to speak. "There's nothing to worry about. Some people rely on their seniority to bully others. It's time to give them a sense of crisis," Aguirre said firmly. "Besides, Maxi's injury will take another week to heal. In this situation, we have no choice." Reis fell silent. He knew who the boss was talking about, and he was actually a little annoyed. Perhaps it was time for some fresh blood. Aguirre continued quietly, "I've given them a chance. It depends on whether they can seize it." After training on Thursday afternoon, the head coach gathered the players together. The squad for the home game against Sevilla in the 4th round of the league this Saturday has been announced. When the list of starting players was announced, Lin Ran and Agüero were on the list. The only ones who were squeezed out by the 2 of them, besides Maxi who was injured and unable to play, was Petrov, who had a bad performance in the previous game. Knowing that he could only play as a substitute, Petrov's face looked extremely ugly. However, he was not stupid enough to challenge the head coach's authority in person. He just looked at Lin Ran, who had knocked him down, with a look full of anger. Lin Ran was not too surprised that he was able to make the starting lineup. After all, his efforts and performance were there. As long as the head coach was not blind, he would have to consider letting him start. He didn't care at all about the unfriendly look Petrov gave him. And he really enjoys this feeling now, that even though you don't like me, you just can't get rid of me. He remembered Petrov's unfriendly attitude towards him when he first arrived. Lin Ran is very vindictive. Chapter 70. After finalizing the squad, Atletico Madrid held a day of training on Friday. On Saturday, they will face Sevilla, their opponent in the 4th round of the league. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the team bus drove to the Calderon Stadium. Fans wearing Atletico Madrid jerseys can be seen everywhere along the way, gathering in groups of 3 or 4. Seeing Atletico Madrid's bus, the fans spontaneously gathered on both sides and applauded. Lin Ran also saw fans holding banners that read "Lin. Come on! We will always support you." These should be the fan groups that went to support Lin Ran last week. Lin Ran opened the car window and waved to the fans. This caused the fans to cheer. Looking at this lively scene, Lin Ran felt a surge of emotion. For these fans, he will try his best today to bring them a victory. Today's game also starts at 8 o'clock in the evening. Our Rabbit TV sports channel broadcast the match preview between Atletico Madrid and Sevilla early on. The game started on time at 2 am Daxia time. Usse fans are paying unprecedented attention to this game. They all wanted to see whether Lin Ran could continue his hot form from the previous game in this match. Many people set their alarm clocks and go to bed early, only waiting for the game to start before getting up to watch. Lin Jiangguo and Ji Lan also went to bed early, but they couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Finally, I could only lie on the bed and close my eyes to rest. At this time in Madrid, the pre-match press conference was being held. Aguirre sat on the stage and answered reporters' questions. Peruz, the AS reporter who escaped after the last game, was asking questions at this time. Coach Aguirre, will you start Lin in this game? Yes, I plan to start him. Aguirre did not hide anything. There is no point in hiding it, these reporters will always find a way to get his starting lineup, so it is better to admit it openly. After hearing Aguirre's confirmation, the reporters below suddenly started whispering, mixed with some laughter. It was obvious that everyone was a little dissatisfied with his arrangement. Honestly, I really admire your courage. You dare to use a new player against a strong team like Sevilla. Do you think Lin will have the same luck as last time in this game? Paris continued to ask. Mr. Peruz, I think your choice of words is not quite appropriate. Lin's performance in the last game cannot be summed up as luck. On the contrary, I think it is a reflection of his strength. Aguirre corrected Peruz's wording. Hearing Aguirre's words, Peruz chuckled lightly, but he did not intend to correct his wording. Instead, he continued, in other words, do you think Lin will continue to score in this game? I didn't say that because no one dares to say they will score a goal before the game, but I am looking forward to Lin's performance. We are also looking forward to it. After all, Lin said last time that he wanted to win the La Liga Golden Boot. How can he win it without scoring a goal? Peruz said, but the sarcasm in his tone could not be concealed. The other reporters who heard his words also burst into laughter, as if he had told a very funny joke. Just then, a female voice rang out, Mr. Paris, I think you seem to have forgotten something. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and they all recognized her. It was Casey, the beautiful reporter from Marca. At this moment, he was staring at Peruz with a bad face, and Peruz felt a little scared by her stare. He said in a somewhat timid tone, what can I do for you? It seems you really forgot. Do you want me to remind you? At the last pre-match press conference. This. When Casey mentioned the last press conference, Peruz's face changed, and he obviously knew what the other party was talking about. He said somewhat bewilderedly, I will fulfill my promise. But he immediately rolled his eyes and said, how about this, let's make another bet. If Lin can score 2 more goals in this match, I will not only apologize to him in the newspaper, but also kiss the cow's butt on live broadcast. If Lin can't score 2 goals in this match, then our account will be written off. What do you think? Do you dare? After hearing about Peruz's bet, many people secretly cursed this guy for being so shameless. This is clearly cheating. When playing against a strong team like Sevilla, it is difficult for a young player who starts for the first time to score 1 goal, let alone 2. If you make this bet with him, you are obviously waiting to lose. Fortunately, the condition he offered was that if the other party lost, the previous debt would be written off, and there was no punishment for those who made a bet with him. And this is exactly where Peruz's cunning lies. If he asks Casey to lose something to him, Casey will definitely not be willing to make such a bet that seems impossible to win. Now, if he lets the person who made the bet with him have no loss, and motivates him, maybe he will agree. Sure enough, after just a moment's consideration, Casey nodded and said, okay, I'll make a bet with you. I just hope you don't break your promise this time. Okay. It's a deal. Peru's evil plan succeeded, and a smug look appeared on his face. Everyone around sighed secretly. That beautiful reporter was still too young. She had been tricked for nothing. But this is none of their business, so no one intervenes. And this little episode also makes the game more interesting. Everyone was looking forward to how the final outcome of this game would develop. Ren Xiaofeng, a Huxia reporter in the crowd, saw the whole scene. Before the press conference ended, he had already transmitted this information back to Daxia. Especially the bet. He knew that this was a major highlight of the competition and that it had to be hyped up domestically. At the end of the press conference, a reporter asked Sevilla head coach Ramos, who was sitting aside and was a little silent today. "Mr. Ramos, could you please share your thoughts on today's game?" Ramos, who is in his 50s and has white hair, said calmly, "Atletico Madrid is a very strong team. We will use all our strength to deal with them. Of course, I also believe that the final victory will definitely belong to us." Hearing this, a group of reporters were a little excited. Ramos looked like a harmless old man, but he spoke so powerfully. Saying in front of the head coach that victory will belong to them, doesn't this mean they don't take Atletico Madrid seriously? Everyone glanced at Aguirre and saw that his face looked a little ugly. The two head coaches started arguing before the game even started. Chapter 71. The pre-match press conference ended in this somewhat tense atmosphere. Ramos returned to the visiting team's locker room and faced his disciples without any extra words. "I just want victory today. I won't accept any other results." The Sevilla players instantly became nervous. Since the black-faced old man said so, if they really lose the game, then what awaits them will definitely not be a good thing, because their head coach is not a good person. Seeing that the players were getting nervous, Ramos nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the team captain, defender Navarro, and said, "Navarro. There's a Huxia kid named Lin in Atletico Madrid. Keep an eye on him and don't let him score, okay?" Navarro was a little surprised. He had never heard of the name Lin. Now the coach asked him to specifically monitor the opponent, which made him very confused. "Boss, what's so special about this guy? I haven't even heard of his name. Shouldn't I be keeping an eye on Torres? Torres has David to monitor, and that kid named Lin scored 2 goals and had an assist in the last game. If we don't pay attention, we might suffer a big loss." "Oh, I see." Navarro finally understood, and at the same time he became interested in this newly appeared Huxia boy. "Don't worry, boss, leave it to me. I promise I won't let him score." Navarro said this confidently. He has the right to say this. As the team's defensive backbone, Navarro is the team's most trustworthy defensive player. Ramos asked Navarro to defend Lin Ran. Obviously he had done some research before the game. Although he boasted at the press conference that he would definitely win, he did not underestimate his opponent in his heart. Instead, he took him very seriously. Otherwise, he would not have specifically studied a new player from the opponent. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, Aguirre was also making pre-war mobilization with a serious expression. "Our opponent this time, Sevilla, is the UEFA Cup champion last season and is very strong. But we are not weaklings who can be easily bullied. This is our home stadium and there are more than 50,000 of our fans supporting us. We have no way to retreat in front of them. There is only one way forward for us, victory." At the pre-match press conference, Sevilla's head coach said that the final victory would definitely belong to them. "But I have to say that he is wrong. The victory can only belong to us. It belongs to Atletico Madrid. Now, I only have one thing to say, charge forward and kill the opponent." These words made the players' blood boil. Led by their captain, all the players shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory!" Lin Ran was also shouting. No one wanted a victory more than him. Although the comments in the newspapers a few days ago did not affect him. But deep down in his heart, he was eager to slap the media in the face with a resounding victory. It was 7:45 in the evening and players from both teams came on the court. Coming to the stadium again, Lin Ran was able to calmly face the thunderous cheers of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm, as if the noise around him was from two different worlds. When the two players were shaking hands, it was Lin Ran's turn to shake hands with a burly man with long flowing hair on the opposite side. The man looked at him deeply and suddenly said, "You are Lin, right? I will keep an eye on you." Lin Ran was stunned when he heard this, looked at Navarro strangely, then nodded and said, "Then you have to be more careful." Lin Ran was a little confused. Why was this guy staring at him? He was just an unknown young man, so how could he deserve such a big fuss? Although he was a little confused, he didn't care much. No matter who comes to watch me, I can't stop myself from scoring. Since you are willing to come, I won't be polite. After the pre-match ceremony, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. In Daxia, the sports channel of our Rabbit TV also started broadcasting this game. The commentators for this game were again Zhang Xian and Wang Lu. Wo2 TV. Wo2 TV. What you're watching now is the La Liga 4th round match between Atletico Madrid and Sevilla, explained by me and Wang Lu. Let's first look at the starting lineups of both teams. The starting player for the home team Atletico Madrid is, number 1 Cuellar. Defenders, number 2 Cedarides, number 3 Antonio Lopez, number 4 Pina, number 14 Ze Castro. Midfielders, number 5 Lucen, number 7 Galletti, number 20 Manicky. Forwards, number 9 Torres, number 10 Agüero and number 12 Lin Ran. Their formation today was the same 4-3-3 they've always used. We see our Huxia player Lin Ran in the starting lineup this time, which is something that all our fans should be happy about. We are really looking forward to his performance in the game. In addition, striker Agüero, number 10, also replaced the injured Maxi and appeared in the starting position. In the last game, he also performed well, scoring a goal and assisting a goal. And it's said that he and Lin Ran have a very good chemistry and they have a very good relationship privately. I wonder if they can create sparks in this competition. Now let's take a look at the starting lineup of the visiting team Sevilla. Starting goalkeeper, number 1 Palup. Defenders, number 2 Javi Navarro, number 3 David, number 4 Alves, number 14 Escude. Midfielders, number 5 Duda, number 15 Navas, number 8 Poulsen, number 11 Renato. Forwards, Fabiano, number 10, and Kepa, number 23. They played in a 4-4-2 formation. Sevilla is quite strong this season. In addition to retaining the squad that won the UEFA Cup last season, they have also brought in French striker Canute and Uruguayan striker Chev Anton. It can be said that their attacking power is quite strong. They won all 3 of their first league matches, scoring 8 goals and conceding only 2, which shows they are very strong on both offense and defense. Their goal this season is to reach the Champions League zone. Atletico Madrid will face such a strong opponent and must be prepared for a tough battle. That's all we have to say about the starting players for both teams. Now let's watch the game. The team wearing red and white striped shirts and attacking from left to right is the home team Atletico Madrid, while the team wearing white shirts and attacking from right to left is the away team Sevilla. Let's look at Sevilla's attack this time. Duda has the ball, Manica comes up to defend, Duda passes the ball to Kepa, Kepa dribbles through, Cedarides and Lopez come up to defend, Kepa passes the ball straight. Fabiano. Oops. Castro missed a man. Fabiano goes in. Shoot. The ball goes in. Sevilla took the lead just 3 minutes and 54 seconds into the game. The goal was scored by Sevilla's Brazilian striker Fabiano. Chapter 72. At this time, the fans at the Calderon Stadium were booing loudly. Sevilla players are celebrating wildly in front of Atletico Madrid's goal. The Atletico Madrid players looked confused and puzzled. Losing the ball within 3 minutes of the start of the game was something none of the Atletico Madrid players expected. They were really a little panicked at this moment. Aguirre on the sidelines had a gloomy expression on his face. Losing the ball so quickly caught him off guard. On the other side, Sevilla's head coach Ramos had a smile on his face, looking relaxed, as if everything was under control. At this moment, the fans in the stands were all in disbelief that their team had fallen behind so quickly. This goal was lost inexplicably. Was Castro sleepwalking? He let the opponent's number 10 break through so easily. What a shame! They got scored so quickly. Is this still the Atletico Madrid I'm familiar with? Let's fight back quickly, hoping to equalize the score. The fans were talking about it and were obviously dissatisfied. Peruz in the media booth laughed. He didn't expect the start to be so wonderful. He just can't stand seeing Atletico Madrid do well, and now they've lost a goal at the start of the game. Is there anything more wonderful than this? He has already started thinking about how to humiliate Atletico Madrid if they lose at home. This is something to consider carefully. In the studio, Zhang Xian and Wang Lu were also a little surprised to see the ball lost. The Atletico Madrid defender didn't keep a close eye on the player, allowing Fabiano to break through so easily. Zhang Xian said with some regret. It is true that the Atletico defender missed a player, but this was related to Fabiano's erratic movement. It was because of his movement that the Atletico defender neglected him, and he seized this fleeting opportunity. This also shows Fabiano's ability. Wang Lu also began to comment on this goal from a professional perspective. At this time, the slow-motion replay was being played on TV. From the slow motion, it was indeed as Wang Lu said. Fabiano's back-and-forth running and pulling made Castro lose his position, and Copa also seized the opportunity to pass the ball, resulting in a goal. It's just as Coach Wang said. This goal reflects the ability of Sevilla's front court players. It's not unfair for Atletico Madrid to lose this goal. Zhang Xian said helplessly. Sevilla's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations, which made him worry about Atletico Madrid. Is this Sevilla? They are indeed very strong. Let's continue to see how Atletico Madrid responds. As he finished speaking, the game resumed. Lin Ran kicked off from the center circle, knocked the ball back to Luxin behind him, and then rushed forward quickly. Lucen passed the ball horizontally to Manaki on the wing, and Manaki made a long pass to Agüero in the front court. Agüero stopped the ball and without any unnecessary movement, he passed the ball to Lin Ran who was running in at high speed. After Lin Ran got the ball, he was about to rush forward and use his speed to pass the defender in front of him. But suddenly I felt a strong force coming from the side. The collision caused him to stagger and almost fall. The football that was originally under control suddenly lost control. Lin Ran looked closely and saw that Navarro, who had said he would keep an eye on him before the game, had already intercepted the ball. It was he who bumped into him from the side just now, causing him to lose his position. Lin Ran was about to go up to grab the ball, but the opponent had already passed it. At the same time, he gave himself a cold look as if in protest. Lin is too thin and weak, he was knocked away by someone. It looks like Navarro has set his sights on the Huxia kid. Now he's in trouble. That was a good opportunity just now, but it's a pity that Lin didn't seize it. It seems that he is not in a good condition today. The fans in the stands saw what had just happened and started talking about it. Peruz on the side was even more proud. That hateful Huxia boy had been targeted by the other party. This way I can feel more at ease. He stole a glance at Casey not far away. But what made him unhappy was that there didn't seem to be any change on the face of that hateful female reporter, as if the scene just now didn't cause her any ripples. I told you to pretend. Wait until the game is over and that kid from Daxia doesn't score a goal. Let's see if you can still remain so calm. Peruz thought viciously. At this time, the game on the field continues. However, the situation does not seem to be very favorable for Atletico Madrid. Having conceded a goal right at the start of the game, Atletico Madrid was eager to equalize the score. Therefore, a large number of troops were deployed in the midfield and front court to attack the opponent's defense line. But Sevilla's defense was very tight, the two defensive midfielders and four defenders were positioned very reasonably, and the coordination and cooperation between them was also very tacit. This means that Atletico Madrid's front court players often have to face the siege of 2 or 3 defenders at the same time after getting the ball. This makes it difficult for them to hold onto the ball. Moreover, Atletico's offensive players also lack patience, often passing the ball 2 or 3 times before trying to break through or take long shots. A lot of opportunities were wasted. Although the two forwards, Lin Ran and Agüero, have a good understanding of each other, they are relatively inexperienced after all, and they don't have a good solution for the situation at the moment. Torres, on the other hand, believes more in his own abilities. After getting the ball, he usually chooses to break through or take a long shot. I will only pass the ball when there is really no other way. So he also became the focus of Sevilla's attention. More than 20 minutes into the game, he had already taken 3 shots, but all of them were hasty and posed no threat. He also had more steals. Aguirre in the audience frowned. On the other hand, Sevilla, with the goal in hand, played the game calmly. After getting the ball, he often makes multiple passes in the midfield, tearing apart Atletico's defense, and then looking for an opening to suddenly launch an attack. Although this style of play is not fast, it is very deadly. In the first 20 minutes of the game, Sevilla used this tactic to create at least 3 threatening attacks. If it weren't for a lack of luck, the score would have been 2-0 or even 3-0. However, if the situation continues like this, it is only a matter of time before Sevilla scores a goal. During this period, Atletico Madrid was very passive. They seemed to be besieging Sevilla, but in fact they were unable to create any threatening opportunities. On the contrary, Sevilla, by constantly passing the ball, often created good offensive opportunities. In the studio, Zhang Xian said with some concern. Yes, Atletico's front court coordination is not very good. Lin Ran does not get any strong support in the front court. In this situation, Aguirre needs to think of a solution, otherwise today's game will be really dangerous. Wang Lu also began to worry. No one expected that Sevilla would be so powerful. For a moment, everyone on and off the field was worried about the future of Atletico Madrid. Chapter 73. While everyone was worried about Atletico Madrid, Lin Ran on the field was also thinking about countermeasures. Maybe the only thing I can do is try out my new skills, he thought to himself. However, he still has a lot of work to do if he wants to achieve his goal of using his new skills. Taking advantage of a dead ball, he found Agüero and whispered a few words in his ear. Agüero was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. We saw Lin Ran take the initiative to talk to Agüero. The two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. I just don't know what they can do in this situation, Zhang Xian said with some curiosity. At this time, the ball was thrown out of bounds and Agüero ran over to receive it. He protected the ball in front of him, and then used his low center of gravity to make David, who was defending him, lose his position with a fake move. Then he took the opportunity to turn around and started to break through with the ball. David, who was shaken off by him, quickly caught up and tried to use his body to trap Agüero. However, Agüero did not bother with him too much, but made a diagonal pass to Lin Ran who had already quickly inserted himself. Zhang Xian became excited when he saw this scene. Lin Ran received the ball, he dribbled forward, and Navarro came up. His defensive moves were very big, and Lin Ran made a breakthrough move. Beautiful. Fried meatballs. Lin Ran defeated Navarro with fried meatballs. Ouch! Navarro grabbed Lin Ran's collar and Lin Ran fell down. Foul. The coach blew the whistle. It's a pulling foul. Okay, the referee awarded a set piece in the front court, but this position is a bit far from the goal, nearly 40 meters, so it's not easy to shoot directly. And the referee didn't give Navarro a card, just a warning. What a pity for this ball. If Lin Ran had broken through, he could have gone straight to the penalty area, but he was ruined by such a foul. Zhang Xian said with some regret. At this moment on the court, Navarro, who had just used a foul to stop Lin Ran, looked at Lin Ran coldly. When the referee came up just now, his attitude was very good, so the referee did not give him a card. At this moment, he felt a little proud in his heart. He admitted that the Hyuxia boy had some skills on his feet and his breakthrough was very sharp. But so what? Facing a seasoned veteran like him, his skills would be greatly diminished. Just now, every time Lin Ran got the ball, he would use various small moves to harass Lin Ran. If it doesn't work, they will directly resort to foul tactics. The places he chose to commit fouls were all far away from the goal, and even if he was penalized, it would not have much impact on the goal. Moreover, his movements are very covered and the referee usually won't call any penalties. Even if a penalty is imposed, it will not be too severe, just a verbal warning. However, these methods are very effective and can often interrupt the opponent's smooth offensive rhythm. He has been playing football for so many years, and he often achieves miraculous results with these little tricks. So in the Sevilla team, although his footwork skills are average and his body is not particularly strong, he is extremely solid on the defensive end. He believed that this Hyuxia boy in front of him, who hadn't even grown all his hair yet, would be eaten to death by him today. He was a little hasty in committing the foul just now. There's no way, the breakthrough of that Hyuxia kid just now was too sudden. When I wanted to intercept, the other party had already passed me. However, he still used his rich experience and decisively grabbed the opponent's jersey to stop him. The price he paid was that he received a verbal warning and the opponent got a free kick in the front court in an average position. He felt that he had made a profit this time and a verbal warning was nothing. As for set pieces in the front court? As far as he knows, Atletico Madrid doesn't have any particularly outstanding set piece experts, and this position basically poses no threat to the goal. In the past, Torres usually took the penalty for Atletico Madrid's set pieces. Just as he was about to take the free kick, Lin Ran came over and said, "Torres, let me take this one. I'm feeling pretty good." Torres looked at him after hearing this, then nodded and said, "Come on, good luck." Then he passed the ball to Lin Ran and walked towards the penalty area, ready to score. The reason why he was so happy to let Lin Ran take the penalty was mainly because the free kick was created by Lin Ran. In addition, the position was really not threatening, so it didn't matter who took the penalty. In that case, he didn't insist on taking the punishment himself. Let's look at this set piece. Torres gave the penalty to Lin Ran. What's going on? Does Lin Ran have the ability to take free kicks? Zhang Xian said in surprise in the studio. According to the information we received, Lin Ran seems to have never demonstrated his free kick skills in a game. This should be his first free kick in an official match. Wang Lu was also a little surprised. The fans at the scene were also puzzled. Why did Torres give the ball to Lin? Did he let Lin take the penalty? Is Lin's free kick very good? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen him take a free kick. Maybe he's just been practicing it lately. You've just started practicing and you dare to use it in a formal competition? How bold! This is not a game. Alas! We finally got a set piece in the front court. Even though the position was average, it's such a shame to waste it like this. Most fans were puzzled by the fact that Lin Ran took the free kick, and some even mocked him. The truth is that people have never seen him take a free kick and don't trust him. Aguirre in the coaching booth was also a little worried when he saw this scene. He knew that Lin Ran and Agüero had practiced free kicks during their extra training sessions recently, but after all, it was still a short time, so their level was probably not that high. However, he did not intervene. After all, no matter who took the free kick from this position, it was not certain that they could kick it well. In this case, it would be better to let Lin Ran try. If we were to say who has the most confidence in Lin Ran right now, it would probably be Agüero. Looking at Lin Ran standing behind the football, Agüero couldn't help but think of the other party's superb free kick technique when they were practicing together. This was also the reason why he agreed immediately when Lin Ran asked him to help pass the ball and commit a foul in the front court. At this time, Sevilla's wall had been formed and Atletico Madrid's players had also taken their positions. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the game. Lin Ran, who was standing a few meters behind the football, began his run-up. He ran a few steps to the front of the football, stepped his left foot on the left side of the football, made his body at a 45-degree angle to the ground, and swung his right leg high. Then the right foot dropped suddenly. With a bang, the instep of his foot kicked the lower right side of the football. As the instep of the foot makes contact with the football becomes slightly deformed. The football, which gained kinetic energy, suddenly drew a big arc and flew out. The human wall in the middle jumped high, but was unable to touch the football at all. The football slid over the heads of the wall of people and headed straight for the upper right corner of the goal like a mortar shell. Sevilla goalkeeper Palop was a little careless at first when Lin Ran took the penalty kick. But when the football was kicked out by Lin Ran, his expression changed. When he saw the football bypass the wall and head towards his own goal, his face had turned into horror. He moved his body quickly, and when the football was about to reach the goal, he threw his body out with all his strength, stretched his body as much as he could, and tried to reach out to open the football. But the speed of the football was too fast and the angle was tricky. Although he tried his best, he still couldn't touch the football. The football slid through his fingertips with a strong spin and then plunged into the net behind him. The ball goes in. Chapter 74. In the 29th minute of the game, Lin Ran used a beautiful crescent moon shot to change the score to 1-1. When they saw this goal, the scene was quiet for a moment, and then erupted into thunderous cheers. Oh my god! What did I just see? Is that a crescent moon scimitar? Why does that Huxia guy know this? Is he possessed by Beckham? That was a beautiful goal. I didn't expect Lin's set-piece skills to be so amazing. I was still doubting him just now. Damn it! I think this shot can be in the top 10 this week. Such a long distance, such a tricky angle, it's simply amazing. Look at Navarro's expression. He looks like he's eaten shit. He never thought that a random foul of his would lead to Lin scoring such a goal. He must be regretting it now. Haha. I think so too. Let's see if he dares to commit another foul. Those dirty tricks he used just now really disgusted me. The fans around expressed their surprise and contempt for Navarro, who had just committed a foul. Beautiful. The ball goes in. In the studio, Zhang Xian clapped his hands excitedly on the table, while Wang Lu next to him widened her eyes in surprise. This ball was so beautiful, 40 meters away. The football was like a cruise missile, hitting the opponent's goal corner. This kick embodies the essence of Beckham's scimitar. Beautiful arc. Precise landing. Absolutely perfect. With this goal, Atletico Madrid equalized the score. When the team was in trouble, it was Lin Ran who stepped up. He continued his good form from the previous game. I think this is the best gift for us fans who stayed up late to watch the game. We saw that the fans' comments in the backstage of the live broadcast room were getting lively. Let's see what they said. The crescent moon scimitar appears again, and Sevilla is slain. Our Huxia players are awesome. Applause for Lin Ran. Is it really okay for you to make me so excited in the middle of the night? Oh my god! Am I seeing things? Is this really a shot from our Huxia players? Director, are you kidding me? Zhang Xian couldn't help laughing as he read the fans' messages. These fans are really naughty. Wang Lu next to him also laughed foolishly. At this time on the court, Lin Ran was surrounded by his teammates. Lin, well done. Torres said approvingly. When he saw Lin Ran's crescent-shaped scimitar kick just now, to be honest, he was really shocked. The Huxia kid in front of him was actually a free kick expert. This was really beyond his expectations. If he had kicked the ball just now, he would definitely not have achieved that effect. So he was not stingy with his praise. Thank you for your trust. Lin Ran said sincerely. He was indeed grateful to Torres for giving him this opportunity. If the opponent had insisted on kicking the ball himself, there would be nothing he could do. After all, Torres is the team's free kick taker designated by the head coach. Lin, tell me how you did it. The crescent moon scimitar. That's awesome. Manaki also came up and shouted. I practice regularly, but that kick just now was largely due to luck. I may not be able to kick it right again, Lin Ran said modestly. But in his heart, he sighed, this master-level free kick technique is really amazing. He just kicked such a beautiful crescent moon kick completely subconsciously. It's as if these skills are engraved in his bones. That's pretty impressive. No matter whether it was luck or not, we equalized the game anyway. Haha. Manaka said excitedly. The others nodded in agreement. A group of people excitedly surrounded Lin Ran to celebrate the goal. Agir on the sidelines was hugging Race at this time. The two people excitedly patted each other's backs, showing their excitement. Boss, Lin's free kick is so beautiful. You must know this trick of his. Right. Race shouted excitedly. Agir smiled but said nothing. He would not tell his assistant. In fact, he himself did not know the truth. Seeing that Agir didn't say anything, Race became more and more convinced that the other party must know, so he arranged this tactic. The boss is really awesome. It seems I still have a lot to learn. Race thought silently. At this moment, the most depressed people at the scene might be Peruz in the media seats and Navarro on the court. When Peruz saw Lin Ran's goal, his face, which was originally filled with sarcasm and disdain, immediately turned into shock. He opened his mouth wide and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It's a goal. It's a goal. How could you score a goal? What should I do if you score a goal? This is what Paris was thinking at this moment. He thought of the bet he had made with Casey. Although he had to score 2 goals for Lin Ran to lose, Lin Ran had only scored 1 goal so far. But there are still more than 60 minutes left in the game. If that kid scores another goal, I will be in trouble. Do you really want to go live and kiss a cow's butt? Are you shameless? At this moment, he was in deep worry. Navarro on the field had a look of shock and unwillingness on his face. He never expected that his ordinary foul would lead to the opponent scoring a goal. I'm so damn unlucky. Is that Huxia kid a monster? From such a long distance, he actually shot the ball straight into the blind spot of the goal. Look at Palup's miserable appearance just now. He tried his best, but still couldn't stop the ball from entering the net. And most importantly, how do I defend this guy from behind? Should I resort to fouling? If I do, what if I give him another chance? Navarro was in deep trouble at this time. The game restarts. Lin Ran's crescent-shaped kick just now greatly boosted Atletico Madrid's morale. So after the restart, Atletico Madrid players fought more actively and dared to make moves in front of Sevilla players, washing away the passivity at the beginning of the game. Sevilla played a bit dully, obviously affected by the free kick just now. They became cautious when pressing in the front court, for fear of giving Atletico Madrid another chance for a set piece. This greatly increased Atletico Madrid's breakthrough success rate, and they threatened the opponent's goal several times. For a moment, Atletico Madrid actually took the advantage on the field, causing Sevilla to be in a state of panic. However, there was not much time left in the first half of the game. Although Atletico Madrid had gained an advantage, it was not converted into a goal. Beeb. beep. The first half of the game ended with the referee's long and short whistles. The two teams entered the halftime break with the score at 1-1. Chapter 75. In the visiting team's locker room, Ramos was roaring angrily. What the hell was that in the second half of the first half? Were you all scared by that free kick from that usse kid? I'm telling you, that was just luck. What are you afraid of? If you let him try again, I'm afraid he'd just fire anti-aircraft guns. Especially you, Navarro. Why were you so afraid to make any moves in the second half of the first half? Were you scared by that kid? If you don't dare to face him, I can send someone else. After hearing the head coach's reprimand, Navarro lowered his head deeply. In the next 10 minutes, he did hesitate. He was afraid of committing another foul and losing the ball. However, the coach's wake-up call just now made him realize that the ball was just a lucky shot, and the opponent was able to score because of luck. He is the iron-blooded captain of Sevilla, how could he be scared by such a lucky shot? Thinking of this, his eyes gradually became firm. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, boss, I'll make that kid pay in the second half." Ramos nodded slightly. He was really worried that his beloved disciple would be affected. Now that he saw that the other party had cheered up again, he felt relieved. Remember what I said before the game. In this game, I only want one result. That is victory. I won't accept anything else. We need to play our Sevillian style in the second half. I don't want to see a bunch of softies embarrassing us Sevilla on the field. Ramos' sonorous words immediately ignited the team's morale. All the players' eyes lit up when they heard the head coach's murderous words. Yes, Sevilla is the champion of last Europa League and this season's Super Cup, a double champion. How can we be afraid of a small team like Atletico Madrid? And that usse kid, he just stole that one ball by luck, we are not afraid of him. Just wait, they will be in for a treat in the second half. This is the voice of all Sevilla players. On the other side, in the home team's locker room, Aguirre was also giving tactical instructions to his players. We played well in the second half of the first half, we need to keep up the momentum in the second half. But don't underestimate the enemy. Sevilla was just scared by Lin's free kick. They will definitely pounce in the second half. So you have to be careful and don't let the other party seize the opportunity. Especially the backcourt defenders, they need to stay focused at all times and not lose the ball like they did at the beginning of the game. Also, we must be brave enough to break through in the front court and draw fouls from our opponents. Remember, you have a free kick expert here. Haha. Hearing the head coach say this, a group of players looked at Lin Ran with a smile, and the atmosphere seemed very relaxed. Lin Ran was also somewhat helpless. He spread his hands and said, "All right. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a free kick expert. From now on, I'll take all the free kicks." Lin Ran's words made everyone laugh again. Seeing Lin Ran showing off, Aguirre couldn't help but smile. The more he looked at Lin Ran, the more he admired her. This player always brings surprises to me. As long as he is on the court, it seems that you can always rest assured. This feeling made Aguirre very pleased, as it proved that his vision was still very accurate. He is now extremely glad that he withstood the pressure and sent the opponent onto the court in the last game. This is how we got such a talented player. Thinking of this, he looked at Petrov in the corner of the locker room. The Bulgarian had a blank expression on his face at this time, and seemed to be out of tune with the atmosphere in the locker room. Seeing the other party's condition, Aguirre sighed in his heart. It seems that we need to consider sending the opponent away and buying another one during the winter break. Otherwise, with the opponent's mentality, there would be no way to compete. The halftime break passed quickly. Both sides returned to the field. At the beginning of the second half, everyone saw that the Sevilla at the beginning of the first half seemed to have returned. They seemed to have gotten rid of the shadow cast by Lin Ran and began to regain their vitality. Their defense became tough again, and Sevilla's defenders did not seem so afraid of Atletico Madrid's breakthroughs and cooperation. On the offensive end, they also regained their confidence and dared to seek some breakthroughs and cooperation in Atletico's half. Especially Fabiano, who scored a goal in the first half, was very active in Atletico's half. He kept running back and forth on the edge of Atletico's penalty area, looking for opportunities, which made Castro, who was defending him, very uncomfortable. Atletico Madrid seemed to be a little too relaxed and was suddenly faced with tough treatment from Sevilla. They were unable to react for a while. This put Atletico Madrid into a passive position again. In the 51st minute of the game, Fabiano finally got rid of Castro by running, and then received a pass from Copa. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and just shot the ball. The football went straight to the lower left corner of the goal along the grass. Just when everyone thought the ball was going to go in, they heard a bang, and the football hit the outside of the post and bounced out of the bottom line. Atletico Madrid escaped. In the 58th minute, Lin Ran dribbled the ball in the front court. Facing Navarro's interception, Lin Ran used the same trick again, trying to use fried meatballs to get past the opponent. But I didn't expect that the opponent had learned his lesson this time. He didn't watch the ball, but used his body to hold Lin Ran's body when the ball passed by. This caused Lin Ran to lose control of the football all of a sudden. The referee did not make any comment on this confrontation and signaled the game to continue. Another Sevilla defender, Alves, who came up to make up for the defense, quickly controlled the ball and then made a long pass to find Poulsen in the front court. Poulsen took advantage of the situation and launched a fast break, and finally Copa completed the shot. Unfortunately, the football was hit a little too high and hit the top of the crossbar before flying out of the bottom line. From the start to now, in just over 10 minutes, Sevilla has created several extremely threatening shots. For a time, Atletico Madrid fell into trouble again. At this time, the home team fans at the scene were also very worried about their own team, and even the voices of cheering were much quieter. In contrast, the visiting team's fans, numbering only more than 2,000 people, burst into cheers that grew louder and louder. Seeing this situation, Peruz felt that he was fine again. He secretly glanced at Casey, who had a serious expression on her face, and his signature smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. It seems that I don't need to kiss the cow's butt anymore. As for the team's predicament, Lin Ran on the field saw it and silently thought of a solution. After much thought, the only solution lies in my own skills. Looking at the defensive intensity of the opponents, fouling is a matter of time. As long as I seize one opportunity, I can turn the tables. So he became more active in the front court, frequently retreating to receive passes from the midfield. After getting the ball, he would boldly make various moves to break through, even toying with his opponent. The purpose is to irritate the opponent's defenders and make them foul them irrationally. Anyway, he has diamond leg guards, so he is not afraid of getting hurt. In addition, after drinking a stamina recovery potion during the halftime break, he was full of energy and had a considerable impact on Sevilla's defense. After his repeated attacks, the opportunity he had been waiting for finally came. Chapter 76. In the 69th minute of the game, Agüero retreated to the center circle to get the ball. Facing David, who came to defend him, Agüero simply dribbled and pulled past him. Then he continued to move forward with the ball. David chased him relentlessly, constantly forcing him to go to the side. Under his pressure, Agüero had no good way to get rid of it for a while. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a red and white figure rushing towards him from the middle road at high speed. So he stopped without hesitation, created a gap, and then kicked the ball sideways. The figure was Lin Ran. He saw Agüero blocked on the wing and was about to come up to support when Agüero passed the ball to him. Lin Ran stretched out his left foot to stop the ball, then stepped forward with his right foot and rushed into the penalty area. Seeing this situation, Navarro, who had been following him, hurried over. However, he was horrified to find that his speed could not keep up with the opponent. He saw that the opponent was about to break away from his defensive area and rush into the penalty area. At this time, in addition to the two defenders of his own team, Atletico Madrid's Torres was also trying to get a position in front of the goal. If Lin Ran is allowed to enter the penalty area, whether he chooses to shoot or pass, he will pose a huge threat to his own goal. We can't let him in. This was Navarro's only thought at the moment. So he quickly slid down and tackled Lin Ran's feet fiercely. Lin Ran had actually noticed Navarro's actions here. Normally, he should jump up quickly to avoid being injured by the tackle. Of course, if this happens, his attack will be over, and the referee may not even call a foul. But Lin Ran is obviously not an ordinary person. He has the diamond leg guards to protect himself, so why would he be afraid of the opponent's tackle? So just as Navarro's foot stretched out, he lightly lifted the ball up, and the football passed over Navarro's leg. However, he was also tackled to the ground by the opponent. The whole person fell forward and rolled over several times on the ground before he managed to stabilize his body. On the other side, Navarro suddenly felt as if he had kicked an iron rod, and waves of piercing pain came from his right leg. Fortunately, he was just running for the ball, and when his leg collided with Lin Ran's, he had already reduced his strength. Even so, he felt as if his calves were broken. He held his calves with both hands and rubbed them for a while before he slowly recovered. When he looked at Lin Ran again, he was surprised to find that he had actually stood up. As if nothing happened. Navarro tackled Lin Ran. This move was a bit dangerous, he deserves a card. Let's see how Lin Ran is doing. I hope he's okay. In the studio, Zhang Xian said with some concern when he saw Lin Ran being tackled. We saw Lin Ran standing up. He seemed to be fine. That's great. I'm glad he wasn't injured. The referee came over and showed Navarro the yellow card. Actually, this action could have been a red card, but it seems the referee showed mercy. What's interesting is that Navarro seems to have been injured during the tackle and hasn't gotten up from the ground yet. I've discovered a very interesting phenomenon. It seems that every time Lin Ran is tackled by an opponent during a game, the opponent is injured. I remember in the last game against Athletic Bilbao, the opponent's defender Usteris was injured because he tackled Lin Ran from behind. I wonder if this is a coincidence. Zhang Xian suddenly raised this question. After he said this, the fans who were watching the live broadcast also remembered that this was indeed the case. Every time Lin Ran was fouled, it seemed that the one who got hurt was the one who committed the foul. This made the fans excited as if they had discovered a new world. Damn! Doesn't this Lin Ran know any martial arts? Like the powerful diamond kick or something like that? You're such a jerk. What do you think of Shaolin soccer? I guess Lin Ran is just lucky. He always manages to evade the opponent in time. Then how do you explain why the opponent always gets hurt? Lin Ran's evasive maneuvers can't possibly cause the opponent to get hurt, right? Well, maybe God couldn't stand the opponent's foul and punished them. That's even more unreliable. Why didn't you say Lin Ran knows magic? You thought you were reading a fantasy novel? And you even mentioned magic. Don't you think Lin Ran's appearance is fantastical? Maybe we really are reading a fantasy novel. So what stage of cultivation is Lin Ran at? Nascent soul or chi refining? The online comments instantly went awry. Zhang Xian and Wang Lu were stunned by these comments. These fans really have such wild imaginations. They even think about fantasy. However, netizens can go off topic, but they cannot follow suit, and the live broadcast must continue. Wang Lu began to analyze from a professional perspective. Let's look at where the foul was committed. It was about 3 meters to the left of the penalty area. It's not easy to take a free kick here with the wall blocking the way. If the arc is slightly larger, it will be higher than the door frame. If the arc height is lower, it will be blocked by the wall of people. So when taking free kicks here, people usually choose to volley with great force. If they are lucky, they can go straight through the wall and into the goal. But most of the time, I'm not that lucky. Let's see who will take this free kick. Okay, we see Lin Ran standing in front of the ball, so he should still take the kick. I hope he can make the penalty, even though it's a little difficult. At this moment on the field, Lin Ran was standing in front of the football waiting for the free throw. Navarro, who had just tackled someone, had now stood up. After moving around a few times, he was able to move as usual. He still felt a slight pain in his calf from time to time, but it no longer affected his movements. He was mentally prepared for the yellow card and did not argue. He just looked at Lin Ran's legs strangely. He really couldn't understand why the other person's legs were so stiff. My legs are still aching, but the other person doesn't seem to feel anything. This made him even more curious about this young usse man. Seeing the opponent standing in the free throw position, Navarro curled his lips. He didn't believe that the opponent could make the free throw from this position. The opponent's crescent-shaped scimitar is not easy to use in this position. When he committed the foul just now, he actually thought about the opponent's free kick ability, so he let the opponent get closer before committing the foul, just to guard against the opponent's crescent moon scimitar. When the fans in the stands saw Lin Ran in front of the ball, they all started cheering him on. The crescent moon scimitar shot just now was still fresh in their memory, and they really hoped to see Lin Ran score another one. However, some more rational fans are not too optimistic about this goal. The ball is too close to the goal and there's a wall blocking it, so it's hard to get it in. I can only try my luck with this ball by kicking it hard. Trying to use the crescent moon scimitar won't work. I hope Lin Ran can surprise us. After all, he has always had good luck. However, these people's discussions were instantly drowned out by the cheers of the crowd and seemed insignificant. Peruz had already stood up from his seat, feeling a little restless and mumbling incessantly. If you get closer, you can hear him muttering, "God bless, this ball must not go in." Ever since he saw Lin Ran standing in front of the ball, he has been repeating it non-stop, as if only this could dispel his worries. At this time, the human wall has been formed, and then the referee blew the whistle for the free throw. Lin Ran moved. Chapter 77. The moment the whistle blew, Lin Ran moved. He started his run up from 3 meters away and took a few small steps to get in front of the football. Then he stepped on the ground with his left foot, and his right thigh did not swing greatly, but his calf suddenly swung up, and then swung down suddenly, like a whip, and suddenly hit the football. Then the football flew towards the side of the wall. Judging from the direction of the football's flight, the ball must have missed the target. But before people could show their disappointment, the football turned in the air, just bypassed the side of the human wall, and then went into the upper left corner of the goal. Because the speed was too fast, goalkeeper Palop had no time to react and the ball went into the net. Beautiful! The ball goes in! Zhang Xian roared when he saw the ball go in. Wang Lu next to him was also shocked. The ball went around the wall from the side and arced through the air. It was a sideways banana shot. Incredible! At this time, the Huxia internet also exploded. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? How did the ball go in? Didn't it fly to the side? Dude! That's called a banana ball, with a curve. Damn! He can even kick like that. How precise is the control of his footwork? Of course I need to say that. How can I possibly take on this job if I don't have the skills? Free kicks from this position are not easy to take. Everyone praised Lin Ran's free kick. At this time, the Calderon Stadium had become a sea of joy. Atletico Madrid players surrounded Lin Ran and celebrated the goal wildly. At this point, they were already completely impressed by Lin Ran's free kick skills. If the crescent-shaped scimitar shot just now could be considered a lucky shot, then this close-range horizontal banana shot completely conquered them. After scoring 2 wonderful free kicks in a row, if anyone dares to say that these were lucky goals, these Atletico Madrid players will be the first to disagree. The fans in the stands were also cheering wildly at this time. They stood up and gave Lin Ran a round of applause and cheers for his wonderful performance. Those fans who previously thought that Lin Ran's free kick was difficult to score also changed their minds at this time. Oh my god! This ball is amazing! It looks like a rainbow! Haha! I knew this kid wouldn't let me down. Hey? That's not what you said just now. I don't think anyone ever said this ball was hard to score. Haha, don't worry about these details. Just be happy about scoring a goal. Atletico Madrid fans were overjoyed. There was a special section of fans in the stands. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they all wore Lin Ran's number 12 jerseys and held up a banner that read, "Lin, we will always support you." It was Savolandi and Tato who organized the fan group supporting Lin Ran. They may be the happiest group of people at this moment. Before the game, no one expected that Lin Ran's performance today would be so incredible. The moment they saw the goal, they all stood up from their seats and shouted in unison. Lin! Bang! Bang! Lin! Bang! Bang! Lin! Bang! Bang! They shouted Lin Ran's last name and clapped their hands, and soon other fans at the scene were also infected. Finally, thousands of fans began to chant. Lin! Bang! Bang! Lin! Bang! Bang! Lin! Bang! Bang! Atletico Madrid's players heard the cheers from the fans and looked at Lin Ran with envy. This was the best compliment fans could give their favorite players. Lin Ran also heard the fans' cheers and ran to the sidelines excitedly. Waved to the fans in the stands, especially the group of his own die-hard fans. This caused the fans to react even more enthusiastically, and the cheers became louder. And in this joyful atmosphere, our Mr. Peruz has slumped in his seat. When he saw Lin Ran score the free kick just now, Peruz's already tense nerves instantly broke. His eyes were a little empty, as if he was stupid, and he just sat there stupidly. The hustle and bustle around him seemed to be isolated from him, forming two different worlds. I lost. I lost again. He kept repeating this sentence in his mouth, as if it was an unconscious tape recorder. I'm so stupid. I actually took the initiative to make a bet with others. At this moment, Peruz kept blaming himself for his arrogance in his heart. Then, thinking that he was actually going to kiss a cow's butt on live broadcast, he had an urge to escape from here, escape from Madrid. After a long while, he finally felt better, and then he glanced at Casey again. What embarrassed him was that he found that Casey was also looking at him. He probably saw all his gaffes. Then he saw Casey smile at him, and then use the fingers of both hands to support two horns on his head, making the shape of a cow. It seemed to be reminding him not to forget his promise. Seeing this scene, Peruz, who had calmed down somewhat, became upset again. While the home team players and fans were celebrating the goal enthusiastically, the visiting team Sevilla was collectively silent. All the Sevilla players looked at the Huxia boy who was surrounded by people with complicated expressions. This guy scored 2 free kicks in the front court. Everyone felt like they were screwed. Our team was just starting to gain momentum, and you came at us with a thrashing. Who could handle that? The most depressed person here is undoubtedly Navarro. He had recovered from the shadow of the first free kick during the halftime break, but now he was suddenly hit by the second free kick. This is like a person who falls into the water and finally climbs to the shore with great effort, but suddenly finds a gorgeous tiger on the shore staring at him. That kind of despair can really bring people down in an instant. Navarro is now a little desperate. Yes, it's despair. He now doesn't know how to defend this Huxia boy. With his footwork and speed, he is no match for the opponent. If you use physical force and small foul tactics, you may be called for a foul. If a foul is called, it will be a set piece in the front court. With that kid's free kick skills, that would be a free point for him. This is embarrassing. We can't win in terms of technology, and we give away points by committing fouls. This game is no longer playable. Sevilla coach Ramos on the sidelines also thought of this problem, and his face looked a little ugly. He had nothing to say about the free kick. He still approved of his disciple's performance on the court just now. The reason for the goal was not the poor performance of the players on the field, but that the usse kid was just too damn difficult. Who would have thought that the opponent could use two such amazing free kicks to deal two heavy blows to his team? He now realized that Navarro was unable to restrain the opponent at all. If he wanted to completely freeze the boy, he could only rely on multiplayer defense. So he waved over another defender on the field, escued. You and Navarro will be guarding that usse kid for a while. Watch your movements and try not to foul. Okay, boss. I will teach that usse guy a lesson. Iscut said confidently. In his opinion, with him and Navarro defending that kid, the opponent would definitely not be able to move an inch. Well, go ahead. Don't underestimate your enemy. Ramos patted the other's shoulder and said. Iscut returned to the court, found Navarro, whispered a few words, Navarro nodded, and ran to his position. Chapter 78. After the celebration, the game resumed. Thanks to Lin Ran's free kick just now, Atletico Madrid has taken the lead. So Sevilla is eager to equalize the score. Their head coach has said that he will not accept any result except victory. So as soon as the game started, Sevilla launched a fierce attack. The team's entire defense line began to move forward, supplying ammunition to the attackers in the front court. The offensive players in the front court also began to fight and run actively, constantly tearing apart Atletico Madrid's defense. For a moment, Atletico Madrid's backfield was in chaos. Fortunately, Atletico Madrid had a one-goal lead, and the beautiful free kick goal just now also boosted the morale of the whole team. So even though they faced Sevilla's strong attack, they did not seem too panicked for a while. Instead, while patiently defending, you can also wait for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. But overall, Atletico Madrid was still on the defensive, being pressed by Sevilla in their own half, and unable to devote too much energy to the attack. We've seen Atletico Madrid playing a bit passively lately. They've been trapped in their own half for several minutes, and the ball can't get across the halfway line. Even Lin Ran has retreated to his own half to help defend. They could lose the ball at any time if they continue like this. They are only one goal ahead of Sevilla, which is not enough to guarantee victory in this game. If they want to win at home, they must think of a way. In the studio, seeing Atletico Madrid's passive situation on the field, Zhang Xian said a little anxiously. From this match, we can also see that Sevilla is actually stronger than Atletico Madrid. If it weren't for Lin Ran's two brilliant free kicks, it would be difficult for Atletico Madrid to lead Sevilla. But this is football. You can't dominate just by being strong. Sometimes the performance of one or two talented players can change the course of the entire game. I think this is the charm of football. Wang Lu said with some emotion. He said this with pride. Because the one or two talented players he mentioned were players from his own country. He recalled that in the past he could only watch other teams' talented players perform amazingly on the field and drool inwardly. Although he was praising the other party, he actually thought in his heart, how great it would be if this was a player from his own country. And now this scene that I could only imagine before has really come true. The sense of satisfaction is really hard to express in words. The fans who were watching the live broadcast had the same idea. They are proud to be a team from a top foreign club in a foreign country. It is because of their compatriots that they can stay ahead of opponents who are stronger than them. I suddenly feel like screaming to the sky because I'm afraid my neighbors will come and beat me up. Lin Ran is amazing. I'm really proud to be his compatriot now. If only Lin Ran could score one more goal, it would be a hat trick. If he scores another goal, I won't tolerate it. Even if I get beaten up, I'll yell at him. The fans were discussing enthusiastically, hoping that Lin Ran could perform better. But at this time, Lin Ran was in some trouble. Now, no matter where he went, besides Navarro who always followed him, there was another big black man wandering around him. Whenever he gets the ball, he will face double teaming from these two people at the same time. With his current skill level, it would be a bit difficult for him to face the defense of two people at the same time. Several times, just as he got the ball, he was blocked by two people. After a few times, his teammates couldn't pass the ball to him anymore. This made him a little annoyed, and he had to find a way, otherwise he would be eaten alive. Taking advantage of the dead ball, he found Aguero again and whispered a few words in his ear. Aguero nodded to show that he understood. Then the two separated. Seeing this, Zhang Xian said with some anticipation, Lin Ran went to talk to Aguero again. I remember they had this conversation before the first free kick, and then Lin Ran created the free kick opportunity. So will this exchange create another opportunity like last time? Let's wait and see. Sevilla coach Ramos, who also saw this scene, called on his defensive players to pay attention to the possible cooperation between Lin Ran and Aguero. If you want to do this again, it won't be that easy. Ramos thought hatefully. Sevilla's defensive players also had the same idea. They would not let these two guys continue to cooperate with each other. It would not be easy to break our defense using the same method. So when Aguero went up to receive the pass, David stuck close to him, and Alves was also watching closely, ready to come up and assist at any time. On the other side, beside Lin Ran, Navarro and Escude were inseparable. Under such circumstances, it is really difficult for two people to cooperate with each other. Just when everyone thought that the tactical cooperation between the two would end in vain, Lin Ran suddenly moved. He first ran a few steps towards Aguero, leading Navarro and Escude to follow his movement. Then he suddenly turned and ran from the middle to the left. At the same time, Aguero also took the ball to the right. He also led David and Alves who were following him to move to the right. As the two of them ran, a large gap appeared in the middle. At this moment, a red and white figure suddenly came up from the middle road. That's Torres. At this time, there was no defender around him, and there was a large open space in the middle for him to roam freely. Now all he needs is for Aguero to pass the ball and he will face the goalkeeper directly. Aguero did not disappoint. He just stopped suddenly, created a gap, and then pushed the ball to the middle. At this time, Torres arrived on horseback. He gently moved the ball forward with his left foot, and then kicked it into the penalty area with his right foot. The penalty area was empty at this time, with only Sevilla goalkeeper Palop rushing out from in front of the goal. As Atletico Madrid's golden boy, Torres would certainly not miss this one-on-one opportunity. He shot the ball with his right foot, and the ball flew straight from the side of the attacking Palop into the lower right corner of the goal behind him. The ball goes in. In the 81st minute of the game, Torres received a pass from Aguero and changed the score to 3-1. Chapter 79. Torres was very excited after scoring the goal. He quickly ran to Lin Ran, picked him up, and said excitedly, "Lin, you are really smart. Thank you for this goal." He was very excited because his form has not been very good recently and he has not scored in 2 league games. Now this goal just broke his goal drought. You cooperated well, and Aguero's pass was also good. Lin Ran said modestly. At this time, Aguero also ran over. He put his arms around Lin Ran and Torres' necks and said happily, "Haha. This is so funny. Those stupid big guys from Sevilla were fooled by us." In the studio, Zhang Xian, who saw Torres score, said in surprise, "Torres scored. Why didn't he run towards Aguero who passed the ball to him, but ran towards Lin Ran instead? Is there something here that we don't know?" Wang Lu was also a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Now it's certain. Lin Ran's conversation with Agüero just now was a complete deception. The purpose was to lure Sevilla's defenders to focus their attention on the two of them. And the two of them used their movement to tear apart Sevilla's defense, and then Torres made the final move. Looking back now, this tactic has undoubtedly been successful. So it makes sense for Torres to go find Lin Ran to celebrate after scoring. After all, it was Lin Ran who initiated this tactic. What's puzzling is how Lin Ran informed Torres just now. After all, I didn't see any communication between them just now. Wang Lu was a little confused. However, the director on the scene seemed to be very curious about this question, so when he replayed the scene in slow motion, he showed the moment when Lin Ran and Agüero were whispering. Then everyone saw that after Lin Ran finished communicating with Agüero, he walked to the side. Then as he passed by Torres, he covered his mouth and said something quickly. Torres's expression seemed a little surprised, but he immediately returned to normal. If this detail is not replayed in slow motion, no one will notice it at all. Now, combined with the series of events that just happened, everyone can immediately understand the whole story. Lin Ran first went to talk to Agüero blatantly, making the Sevilla players think that they were going to repeat the same trick. Then they secretly told Torres their plan. After Sevilla's defenders were distracted by him and Agüero, Torres suddenly rushed out and delivered a fatal blow. After figuring this out, the Huxia internet suddenly became lively. FK. Lin Ran is so cunning. He's tricked Sevilla. What do you mean by cunning? This is called tactics. Do you understand? Lin Ran should be called a tactical master. Yes. Master of tactics. Haha. That's a resounding title. I think that's not bad. From now on, we can just call our Lin Ran the tactical master. Agree. Agree. I agree too. As the news spread online, the name Tactical Master became popular online. At this time at the Calderon Stadium. Seeing the actions of the three people on the field, everyone at the scene also realized that the series of cooperation just now was actually premeditated. Lin Ran and Agüero are both disguises to confuse Sevilla, but the real killer is Torres. The fans who understood the situation immediately gave applause to the three young men. Lin is such a cunning guy. I was fooled by him. I thought he was really going to continue cooperating with Agüero, but I didn't expect it to be Torres. I didn't see him and Torres having any conversation. How did Torres know to be there? Who knows, maybe they had a plan already made. Yet. Who cares? As long as Atletico Madrid scores a goal, that's all that matters. Now we're safe. I think the most depressed person right now should be the Sevilla coach. I just saw him directing his players to follow Lin and Agüero. Haha. I didn't expect him to be fooled by Linier. At this time, Mr. Ramos, the Sevilla head coach who was being laughed at by the fans, was looking at the three young men on the field who were celebrating the goal crazily with a gloomy face. He was actually deceived by these little guys. This was something he could never have imagined. Thinking about how he had just solemnly arranged several of his defensive players to closely guard the Huxia boy and the Argentine boy. But they forgot that there was another player in their team, Torres, who could give them a fatal blow. His face felt hot and uncomfortable. As an experienced head coach, this kind of mistake should never be made. And now he has committed it. The reason is that it's all that Huxia kid's fault. If this guy hadn't put too much pressure on himself. This causes him to pay too much attention to the other person, and he will not be led by the other person so easily. What a cunning and difficult guy. Ramos thought helplessly. On the other side, Aguirre fell into ecstasy after being surprised. In his opinion, the ball just now was the one he wanted. Although the two free kicks scored by Lin Ran's personal ability were very beautiful, they also made him very happy. However, as a head coach, the most important thing is the cooperation between the team. After all, no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible for him to do all the work. It still depends on the whole group. And the goal just now is, to a certain extent, a model of teamwork. Lin Ran and Aguero used their running to pull the opposing defenders apart, allowing Torres to break through the gap and eventually score. This series of cooperation shows the tacit understanding between the players. This is also where Aguirre is happiest. As the initiator of this ball, Lin Ran also made him attach even more importance to it. This guy can not only rely on his personal ability to stand up when the team is in trouble, but also knows how to rely on his teammates and use the team to achieve his goals. In addition, although this guy is young, he can make other team members listen to him, which shows his strong leadership and communication skills. From this point of view, it can be said that it is a great fortune for me to be able to dig out a player like Lin Ran. With a player like this on the court, you don't need to worry too much, he knows what to do. He can also motivate his teammates to follow him and move in the direction he wants to achieve. This is simply a treasure. He glanced at his opponent in the coaching booth next to him. Seeing the other person's frowning face, he couldn't help but feel proud. The distance between you and me is the distance of a forest. Aguirre thought happily in his heart. Chapter 80. The game on the field resumed. There are still about 10 minutes left until the end of the game. Theoretically, Sevilla still has a chance. But this is only theoretical. The goal scored by Atletico Madrid just now has completely crushed Sevilla's morale. They found that no matter how hard they tried, they seemed unable to narrow the gap with their opponents. And if you are not careful, the opponent may score another goal. It feels like you are encountering an enemy sniper on the battlefield. When you attack the enemy's position, you have to worry all the time that a fatal bullet may be fired from any direction at any time. How can we fight such a war? So after the game started, Sevilla's attack obviously began to become hesitant. After taking a 2-goal lead, Atletico Madrid played more relaxed. He often passes the ball back and forth dozens of times in the midfield and then, when the opponent comes up to press, kicks the ball forward with a big kick. If the players ambushing in the front court can grab the ball, they can launch a fast break. If they can't grab the ball, it doesn't matter, they can just slowly waste the ball. In this situation, time passed by minute, and soon it was 90 minutes. Seeing that there was no hope of a comeback, Sevilla gave up resistance. Seeing this situation, the referee only added a symbolic minute of extra time and then blew the whistle to end the game. In the fourth round of La Liga, Atletico Madrid played against Sevilla at home. In the end, Atletico Madrid defeated Sevilla 3-1 and won the second consecutive game. When the whistle sounded, all the fans in the stadium stood up and gave warm applause and cheers to the home team. After shaking hands with Ramos, Aguirre also ran towards his disciples. He wants to enjoy the glory of victory with his players. In the media booth, Peruz, who had recovered, was about to sneak away. He really didn't want to be slapped in the face. But before he took 2 steps, he heard someone calling him from behind. "Mr. Paris, where are you going? Are you trying to run away again?" Hearing this voice, Peruz stood still as if he had been cast into a spell. Then he slowly turned around, forced an ugly smile on his face and said, "Miss Casey, what are you talking about? I, Peruz, am a man who keeps his promises. How could I slip away? I'm going to the bathroom." "Really? Then I hope to see you at the post-match press conference later. But please don't let it be like last time, when Coach Aguirre couldn't find you," Casey said with a smile. Hearing this, Peruz's face turned even paler. He forced a smile and said, "Well, you know, I'm actually very busy. I might not be able to go to the press conference." "Oh? That's a shame. But you won't forget our bet, will you?" Casey continued to pursue. When Ting Casey mentioned the bet, Peruz could no longer hold back and his face became grim. He said viciously, "Don't worry, I will keep my promise. But don't be too happy. You were just lucky this time, you may not be so lucky next time." "Next time?" Haha. You should fulfill your bet first. I remember there are many bull rings in Madrid. You can choose carefully and find a relatively less aggressive bull to kiss. Maybe your experience will be better this way. Casey said teasingly. Hearing Casey's ridicule, Perusa's face became even uglier. He glared at the other party fiercely, turned around and walked out of the court. He wanted to escape from this sad place as quickly as possible. Looking at the other person's embarrassed back, Casey's mouth curled up slightly, and the resentment caused by Perusa's remarks in his heart was swept away in an instant. Now it all depends on how the other party fulfills his promise. She will put this matter in the newspaper. If the other party does not fulfill the bet, then he can forget about staying in the Madrid media circle. Turning around, she looked at Lin Ran, who was surrounded by his teammates on the court, with deep obsession in her eyes. This man shocked her so much. Before making the bet with Perus, she was a little nervous. If she didn't have much to lose even if the bet failed, she would never have made this bet with Perus. I just didn't expect that the usse man actually did it. Scored twice in 2 consecutive games. Moreover, in this game, when the team was clearly not in an advantageous position, he stepped forward and took on the burden of the team's offense. Using 2 extremely wonderful free kicks, the opponent was stunned. Then, like a wise tactician, he directed a wonderful cooperation and fooled the opponent's coach and players. This also directly determines the final outcome of the game. It can be said that the entire game was changed because of him alone. Who can not like such a magical man? At this moment, in the Wo2 studio, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. Zhang Xian said with a hint of lingering satisfaction, "Well, today's La Liga 4th round match between Atletico Madrid and Sevilla at home has concluded. In the end, Atletico Madrid won the match 3-1 thanks to 2 free kicks from Lin Ran and a goal from Torres. Let us congratulate Atletico Madrid and our player Lin Ran for such a wonderful performance in this match. This broadcast ends here. See you next week." Having said that, he seemed to remember something and added a sentence. "By the way, next week's game is Atletico Madrid away against Real Madrid. This is the Madrid derby second only to the Spanish national derby, so don't miss it." After saying this news, he ended the broadcast. The fans who heard this preview were all excited. The Madrid derby. It's already exciting, and now with Lin Ran joining the fray, it's even more exciting. There are travel agencies on the internet with a keen sense of smell that are already organizing a trip to Spain to watch the game next week. It's no wonder that quite a few people signed up to go to Spain to watch the game in the next few days. Even though it costs a lot to travel across the ocean, it cannot stop the enthusiasm of these fans. At this time, Lin Ran didn't know that he had become famous in the country. He was attending the post-match press conference with the head coach. The last time he attended a press conference, he made bold statements. This time, the reporters were all excited to see him coming again. Everyone was eager to try and discover some more explosive news from this young usse man. Chapter 81. Lin Ran, sitting on the rostrum, faced the cameras below with a smile on her face. Head coach Aguirre next to him also had a happy face. His team won today and he was in a very good mood. He randomly picked a male reporter and asked him to ask questions. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'd like to ask, is your first free kick in the game the same as Beckham's signature scimitar kick?" This first question pointed to the issue that everyone was most concerned about. Everyone immediately perked up and wanted to hear how Lin Ran would answer. "Theoretically, they should be about the same, but I haven't compared them carefully. After all, I haven't practiced for a long time," Lin Ran said lightly, which immediately caused a commotion among the audience. "FK. You call that a short practice time?" From 40 meters away, he shot straight into the net. "That's not how you act cool." So the reporter who had asked the question earlier continued, "You said you didn't practice for a long time? So how long was that?" "About, 1, oh no, 2 weeks. Lin Ran originally wanted to say 1 week, but thought that it seemed a bit wrong, so he temporarily changed it to 2 weeks. However, his change of words obviously did not have any effect. The crowd still booed, and it was obvious that none of them believed what he said. Everyone now has only one idea. Nima. Will you die if you don't brag? 2 weeks of practice and you've reached this level of free kicks? Are you a god? Where do you rank among the free kick masters in football? Everyone thought Lin Ran was talking nonsense. The male reporter who asked the question just now looked even more unhappy. He thought Lin Ran was insulting his intelligence. He uttered a snort and said sarcastically, "You mean to say that it only took you 2 weeks to master those free kick techniques? Don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? I think it's quite normal. You know, I was an amateur player just a month ago, and now I can already stand on the La Liga field. In comparison, do you think it's not strange that I only practiced free kicks for 2 weeks? Lin Ran said lightly, as if narrating a trivial matter. But it sounds different to other people. Everyone suddenly realized that, yes, the young man opposite with a childish face could not be treated with common sense. This guy has only been in the professional league for over a month. The first half of the month was spent in the third-tier league. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so difficult to understand that it takes only half a month to master a skill like the crescent moon scimitar. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned towards Lin Ran differently. The mocking look from before was gone, replaced by deep shock. The reporter who asked the question just now nodded slowly after being surprised, and sat down without saying a word. Seeing that everyone seemed silent, a gear on the stage smiled slightly and asked the next reporter to ask questions. This time it was Casey who stood up, and the person he asked questions to was still Lin Ran. Lin, I remember at the last press conference you said you would win the La Liga Golden Boot. That goal hasn't changed, right? Hearing this question, many reporters at the scene looked a little embarrassed. The last time Lin Ran said his goal was the La Liga Golden Boot, these people wrote articles criticizing him. But what about now? Lin Ran scored twice in 2 games and has scored 4 goals so far. If I remember correctly, his number of goals now ranks first in the scorer list. Although it is still early for him to win the La Liga Golden Boot, this is enough to fully demonstrate that this young Huxia man is not just a talker. They do have the ability and possibility. This made all those who had criticized him extremely embarrassed. It's like sticking your face out for someone to slap you, twice in a row, one in the face and one in the back. How can anyone bear this? But you have to bear it even if you can't stand it, it's your fault for being so rude. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile when he heard this question. It was really Miss Kathy who was so helpful. She helped me relieve my stress with just a few words. So he said with a smile on his face, "Of course, I think no one will laugh at my goal now, right?" As he said this, he glanced towards the audience in a demonstrative manner. This caused the reporters who made eye contact with him to look away, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Very good, I have finished asking questions. I hope you can achieve your goals." Casey sat down after saying that. Now the other reporters realized that the female reporter asked this question just to let Lin Ran show off. By the way, those reporters who were not optimistic about Lin Ran last time were pulled out and their corpses were whipped. After realizing this, they looked at Casey with unfriendly eyes. However, these people had no better way than to stare at each other. After all, they were just asking questions according to the normal procedure. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while, and it took a long time before another reporter stood up and asked the visiting team coach Ramos a few questions. After Ramos finished answering the question, another reporter suddenly stood up and asked, "Lin, what do you think of your opponent next week, Real Madrid? Are you worried?" Hearing this question, Lin Ran asked in surprise, "Why should I worry? They're Real Madrid, the best team in the world. Wouldn't most people be worried if they met them?" The reporter said as a matter of course. I don't think there's any need to worry. Real Madrid is certainly a great team, but its stars are a bit old. They should be the ones who should be worried. Lin Ran said lightly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the reporters at the scene immediately became agitated. Holy shit! This guy is firing again. Are Real Madrid's stars aging? Should Real Madrid be the one worried? This kid is too arrogant. But they like this kind of talk. Is this the only way to make it a topic? So the reporters began to ask questions one after another. Lin, do you think what you said represents what your team means? Lin, does your team have a plan to deal with the Galacticos? Lin, how many goals do you plan to score in this game? Lin, do you think your free kick skills have surpassed Beckham's? Looking at the chaotic scene in the audience, Aguirre kept smiling bitterly. He now regrets bringing Lin Ran to attend this press conference. This guy always gives me a little scare every time. As the questions below became more and more outrageous, he knew he couldn't stay any longer. So he stood up and said to the crowd, "Excuse me, everyone. We don't want to answer any questions that are not related to today's game. If you don't have any other questions, we will leave." After saying that, he pulled Lin Ran up and left the press conference, leaving a group of reporters staring at each other in amazement. But Lin Ran's words just now are enough. If they just add some ingredients, they can come up with a very eye-catching article.